Wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year here from Ascent, Manila. It is me, Flan, and with me is Hiro
Hiroshi.
Shiso. So, Hiro, how are we feeling? How's your year been?
It's been a fun 2 days so far. Yesterday I flew into Manila. I waited 1 hour at immigration, and then I took a 30-minute cab to my hotel, and it's been great. Manila has been fine from what I've seen so far.
First time?
Yeah, first time here. I've only seen it at midnight and 7 a.m., so not a lot of experience, but we'll see more of it later on today.
Yeah. So we're coming here from SMX in MOA. So, you know what? I'm just saying, very crowded. Anyone who's here, getting lunch is gonna be really hard because it's a long weekend, New Year's. It's gonna be tough. But most people here probably too focused on the event ahead of them. So we have Ascent Manila, first event of Phantom Monarchs. How are we feeling about the new meta we're going to be walking into today?
Oh boy. Okay, well, I mean, we can't talk about Phantom Monarchs without talking about the Phantom Monarch herself, Alice, who unfortunately is not really doing very well in the current meta. However, the other key cards that you're going to see are things like the new Divine Relic in the Lost Providence, which has provided a very nice boost, again, to level 3, and I guess Alice as well, since she gets to use it at level 2.
Yeah, that's right. And then, of course, I mean, there's just a ton of new stuff in this set. I think a lot of boosts to the decks that were already doing quite well in the previous set. So I think Fu Awakening is a card that everyone has really been looking at. CL was already probably like a top 5 deck during the DTR meta. So now they have a card that says, oh, you can't react to this. And not to mention the fact that, oh, it just does 2 damage each ping. It makes everything unpreventable for the turn. It's a pretty crazy card for a deck that was already doing really well.
That's right, and of course, zero reserve cost means that if you just have that one card in hand, it's going to do a lot of crazy things, especially when you consider the combos that you can do. You can see maybe later on today, but the main combo that you'll see is one card in hand, you'll use Full Awakening, put in the 2 Omens, deal 4 damage, you will pop Lost Providence, draw a card, Manjom Armor, get the Full Awakening back from your Omens, then you Full again, and that turn you do 10 unpreventable damage already. And not to mention, you can of course do things like a Cursed Strength or the Butler's Augury on the stack of the, before you cast the Full Awakening as well to draw more cards after. So it's really a really powerful card.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think we got to talk about Fire Aggro kind of making a comeback here. Infernal Vessel is a crazy card. No more healing, basically, unless you're healing a lot. And there is a new card in the set that does heal for quite a bit in Abnegation. So that's another card that the CL decks can use to try and keep themselves alive here. But yeah, Fire Aggro is crazy. We also got a lot of new support for the Fire Aetherwing decks. So Fire Diana got a huge upgrade with Ignition Draw and Singeing Leap, more distant, more Aether charges. It's just it's a great time to be a Fire Aggro player. You want to burn fast and burn quickly, fast rounds, either lose fast or win fast and then go eat.
That's right. Before, I mean, there's always extracurricular activities in Manila that you can go and explore on your own as well. And I think, of course, the city is really, really beautiful. There's going to be a lot of great local food to try out, and I'm looking forward to be trying out some of that later for lunch and dinner as well. But in the meantime, I also want to see what the locals have in store for us in terms of the deck building. So, of course, those of you familiar with the Philippines will know of Team True Sight. Of course, they are in attendance today. It is their home ground. I think they're going to be looking to defend their turf.
Yeah, definitely. There's Team True Sight. There's obviously also sister team Mythic Tales, and Mark Yang got second place, or no, third place. Third place in Ascent Akihabara. So off of a great performance there, gonna be coming back here today and try and maybe win it all, maybe.
Yeah, gaming show power.
Yes, gaming show power. Sorry, you know it's kind of hard to remember sometimes. Oh, yeah, this is your gamer tag. I just know you by your real name. So there's obviously Wolves Den as well. Team Wolves Den. There's Team Scry. There's a lot of people here hoping to come out. I think I'm not sure if we have the exact player count yet, but it is over 200-ish players. So we might be hitting 250, 274, hopefully. So we can get that 9 rounds for more Grand Archive for you today.
Yeah, of course, always looking forward to more Grand Archive. Coming off the back of one of the largest events so far in Taipei as well as Akihabara. It is a little bit smaller. The Philippines, because of the New Year's season, is a little bit pricey to get here, but still a lot of players behind us looking forward to winning some of the amazing prizing, including that 10,000 US dollar prize pool up for grabs, alongside the Spirit of Wind Kaze for our top 8 players, and of course the Day 2 invite for the PTM season.
Yeah, and that card's Shadow Strike. So all the Tristan fans, there's a lot of Tristan fans here in the Philippines, so I'm sure a lot of them are really gunning for that. I mean, last time it was Pendragon, this time it's Shadow Strike, so it's just like, I think the whole like advanced element Ascent card, it just gives the fans of those decks a huge reason to like come in here and try their best to make it to that day 2. But yeah, Kaze is great. I'm definitely expecting a lot of people to really like push for that because wind in this meta is really, really, really strong. So having a wind spirit feels great. Of course, we can't talk about the meta without talking about Durable coming back here. Obviously, the card came in, then Ral got banned, and it's like, okay, we don't need this anymore. But guess what? The card still exists. It's back now. And now you got Sensor and Durable and Palver. So no graveyards for a lot of people here.
That's true. And it's really, really good. Of course, if you're going first against a fire deck, you just materialize Durable right away, hold it there, and then if they try to end-step Creative Shock or something like that, you just pop the Durable, and you deny them that +1, plus you draw into memory. So it's really, really powerful. Of course, you've seen it at Ascent Taipei as well, while it was in the Proxia's vault and available for anyone to print and play. Now it is a card that you have to open. It's not too pricey of a card. The foil, though, is pretty pricey right now. A little bit of market watch for the viewers at home. Other than that, other than the foil Purifying Durable, the base rare of the Divine Relic, Lost Providence, of course, is also really, really pricey right now.
Yeah, incredibly sought after card. I think everyone can see that Grand Crusader's Ring that you can just activate without using up your materialization phase is really, really, really strong. And pretty much every level 3 deck that's not on Looking Glass is probably going to be on it. Maybe some people are still on the Quicksilver Grails. But really, those two, the past 2 Divine Relics, kind of been bangers. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what RDO, how they can top this.
Yeah, and not just topping it with the new Divine Relic, but also reprints of all of these Divine Relics that we talked about earlier. The QSG, the GCR, the Looking Glass, and the Lost Providence are all getting reprints in RDO alongside some other fan favorite cards like Fracture Eyes, like Arthur, Young Hair, Gildas. You know, all of these cards are going to be a lot more accessible after the release of Radiant Origins in April.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely, if you want to get the RDO experience early, come to Ascent LA in March, because that's going to be the world premiere there. You're going to be able to play it a couple of weeks in advance. This is a capstone set, so it is going to be support for everything. So if you are one of those Neos or Arcane players that's been decrying the fact that, oh my god, my deck never gets support, maybe this time. And of course, we also have the new Recollection deck. Huge value coming in with a Dungeon Guide and Frostborn Paladin. I assume a playset.
It is a playset.
Yeah, so that's huge for new players. It's going to be crazy, crazy value. Because Dungeon Guide, it's a card that almost everyone wants to have in their arsenal, even if you don't play level 3 decks. Just having it, so you have the option to play level 3 if you want to. Always nice to have. And I mean, Neos. I've been waiting for Neo support basically since the Horus dropped. I'm like, please give us a new Neos card. And I'm really looking forward. Actually, no, it's not Neos. It's Luxem. Right? Or actually, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
It could be Neos.
It could be Neos, but I mean, Mordred kind of, he is on the SP3 Excalibur arc, right?
He does have Luxem vibes. You know?
He could be either.
Yeah.
But if they give us Excalibur, Warrior class bonus Excalibur, that's gonna be dangerous. You know,
Yeah.
that was Trisket only now, but now it's like, oh, Mordred gets to do it too. I mean,
I think I heard on the Talk GA or on the True Champion podcast, maybe they would consider swapping him to like Guardian or something for level 3.
Yeah.
So they could still get around the class bonus, but still give him the Luxem element. At the same time, it's like there's no Guardian Luxem stuff right now, I think. So they would have to, of course, print new support in the Recollection and in RDO. But we'll see. I think it's still a little bit of a ways off today. Let's focus on Ascent Manila and the Phantom Monarchs format still. There's still a lot of great cards that they've printed that we do have to talk about for the rest of the day. We were already talking about CL, about the Lost Providence, which is really, really good in all of these level 3 decks. CL is on it, Arzana is on it, Tristan is on it. Seiryu is on it, which is really, really rough because they were already such a fast deck as well.
Yeah, do you know how it feels to be like, oh, I'm Seiryu, I turbo to level 3, I bring out Lost Providence, then I bring out a Reliquary, and I draw 2 cards at my Recollection phase, and I just Seryu's Command and you just die. And it's a feeling like no other. That deck has gotten so much extra power, not just from that, but it now has access to Tri-Castle, it has access to even like Topsy Decree. It just has so much more utility, more than it already had, as if the deck didn't already do everything. It can play aggro, it can play slow, it can play a grind game, it can OTK you, it can play ally based, it can play early, it can play late, it just does everything. And that's why I think everyone is really expecting Seiryu to be like the deck in this meta. and I think everyone needs to have a plan around it. Lots of people are on snaring fumes. Maybe a lot of these assassin decks are playing exploit vulnerability just to have more ways. I know some people have been talking about overlapping Visage, which is a new card from this set where both players have to sacrifice an ally. So you have to clear a board, and then maybe hopefully you both have an ally and you can try and get the Seryu gone. But he's a problem, and I think every single deck needs to have a plan, or just accept the fact that maybe you have a bad Seryu matchup.
Yeah, I think the Firecrux Merlin matchup in particular, right, is really bad for the Merlin side. And despite Merlin's multiple buffs as well, for those not on the Looking Glass, of course, they can also run the Lost Providence. But if you're still on that Looking Glass, you also have this new Exalted card called Flare Iridescence, which was supposed to be Assassin Merlin support, but they also made it so that you can use it when you're level 6+. So both Merlins can use this card. And for those of you who aren't aware, it's a spell that does 4 damage, and then you can also ephemerate it for 4 more damage by paying 2. So it's basically an 8 damage spell for only 1 card, which is really, really powerful.
It's basically a fireball that's like, it peaks earlier but doesn't scale as late into the game. So it's a really strong card, and I definitely expect to see some Crux players around. Like, Crux just never dies. So even if it's not necessarily best deck in the meta, there's just people who are diehards and they want to play Pendragon as much as possible, and they don't care how it's positioned. I do think that the new Sheen Merlin, I'm really curious if we're going to see a lot of that, because I would love to see a new deck coming in here and making a splash. What do you think about Assassin Merlin?
Assassin Merlin, I think so far we've only really seen the Fire Aggro version do well in previous regionals and store championships. It does a lot of damage really fast. I've played against it, and I mean, of course, the Fire Aggro does Fire Aggro things, right? Sometimes it's just auto hit, and you're dead. But it also has different lines, like with the Poison Dagger and with Mold Seer and with Molten Echo, all of these multiple instances of damage, with Ephemerate, with Kindle as well. They do a lot of chip and a lot of multiple instances that if you don't have something like Safeguard Amulet, suddenly you are going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and getting a free weapon just means more Blazing Throw Fodder. Also, for the Poison Dagger turn, you just get to swing for an extra 1 damage. So she really does a lot. Like, the thing about Fire Aggro is like picking between Suzaku and Aether Wing and like Spectre Alice maybe, and then you have like the 2 different variants of Assassin. You can even play Tristan even. So there's just so many options now, and I think finding the best Fire Aggro deck. I mean, Diao-chan, of course, we can't ignore Diao-chan. A lot of people aren't on Scatter Essence anymore. Actually, speaking of that, do you think we might see the return of random Razor Gale, random Fractal Water? You know, they never really go away, because someone can just bust them out and it's like, oh my god, I don't have any Fantasia removal in my deck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Fractal enjoyer. I've been playing a Fractal-based Vanitas deck for a long time as well. I think Scatter Essence is definitely on the downswing, especially because the Water Assassin Merlin didn't end up doing that well. You might have wanted to side in that Scatter Essence against the Labyrinth, which is the Exalted Fantasia as well, and basically means Merlin is God for the period that she has that on the board. But Water Assassin Merlin just hasn't really shown the results. I think too slow to get started and isn't able to keep up with the rest of the format. But I think end of the day, it is going to be a decision when it comes to the deck building. What kind of text in the Regalia side are you going to bring in? The Nullifying Mirror, the Nullifying Lantern, the Safeguard Amulet, the Tariff Ring, all of these are great defensive options, but you only have so much sideboard space, you only have so much main board space. You do have to make a call as to what you're going to face. And even if there's only one person in the deck, if you're just unlucky and bang into them, then it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's really true. And I think really the material deck has gotten so tight now. There's just like, depending on what deck you play, you might have some like kind of deck-specific stuff. For example, like Arisana needing to have Polaris and needing to have like her advanced element stuff. And still, like, there's just like between Tariff, Ducal Seal, Safeguard, Nullifying Mirror, Sensor, Lantern. It's just like it's too many things now, and especially with the sideboard change ages ago, it was like, now it's really, really, really hard to just tech your deck full of like those Silver Bullet Regalia, and that's part of the skill of these big events, and especially new format, open meta. You don't really know what everyone's going to be on, so now you have to really try and like hone in on what am I expecting to see? What are my good matchups? What are my bad matchups? How am I going to figure out like the best way to sideboard? It's really hard. And actually, speaking about rule changes, we got to talk about the new rule change that is basically for PTM, the going first, going second rule change. Why don't you explain a little bit about how this works?
Yeah, so at the start of the game, instead of the going first player gets to put down their spirit, and then the going second player doesn't materialize their spirit yet, both players play their spirit at the same time. This means that the going second player can now interact with things that the first player intends to do. This is really relevant when it comes to matchups like Fire Aggro versus Water, because, for example, Arthur on turn 1 gets Frozen Dismissal and it's dead, right? So you are making a very key trade-off there. But other than that, it also makes a very key card suddenly very, very relevant in Gentle Respite.
Yeah, and remember, even you don't get a recollection phase, even going second. So if you play something on that turn, you're essentially also still using up those cards. They're not going to come back to your hand for that turn. So using interaction in turn 1 is quite costly, but at the same time, if you get to stop something really huge, I think getting to play like annul spells, incapacitates, even like stifling traps early game, sometimes that makes a huge difference. And especially against Seiryu, trying to stop the Beseeching Fate Stone is actually kind of huge, and that's, I think, why water decks are actually becoming a lot more popular. Mainly, the Carp Song Diana has been seeing a lot of play lately, and I think Genbu is a deck that everyone sleeps on, but you really cannot ignore that deck. If you're not packing Lantern Palver, that deck is still very real.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be pretty scary still to get milled out or to get hit by a 50 damage Fugui. So you do have to respect the Genbu still, although there aren't going to be that many players on it. The Palvor Sword is a great tech into that matchup, especially if you're something like Merlin or Lorraine, where you can Spirit Blade Ascension and call it out at fast speed on the stack of the Genbu trying to do their shenanigans as well. So it's really, really powerful in those matchups too. I think end of the day, the rule change though really just did boost level 3 decks even further because of that ability now for all of them to just play Gentle Respite turn 1. If you're on the Serene Spirit of whatever, Fire or Wind as well, you almost guarantee that your opponent is not going to have more influence than you. So it's really, really powerful.
There is a boon though for the aggro decks, is that they do get to play Searing Bolt turn 1, because the main thing is before, the Spirit used to not be on field, which means you can't actually cast any burn spells on your opponent, but now, going first, you get to play basically the highest rate burn spell in the game in Searing Bolt in turn 1, and there's like, okay, you do 4 damage, and then what? You go Ring, Vermilion Decree. It has opened up so many turn 2 OTK lines now. It's kind of crazy, and especially now with Infernal Vessel, I think Fire Aggro is super scary. And now also with Merlin, all these like blazing throw lines you have access to. It's very dangerous, and I do think a lot of people have been afraid. So let's see in this event how much of an impact that actually ends up making.
Yeah, the Infernal Vessel, a very, very scary card. Every time one of your opponents would recover, they recover X -3 instead. And most instances of recovery are not that huge. Fast Cure, 3 visits, Spalling Cleanse, all of them are close to like that 3 range. So you end up healing close to nothing. Even the Serene Spirit goes down from 6 to 3. So not only that, they also have the Fiery Interference. If you are able to remove that teapot, the Infernal Vessel, you're still going to be able to be denied of your recovery. And those are going to be very key ways for that Fire Aggro to win these matchups.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very curious to see how these decks are going to like play around all these new regalia. I know a lot of people have been trying to play like floatless fire decks, right? It's like, I'm just going to play all these cards like Unmake Duality, like Return to the Archive. We play things like even like Twisted Verdict maybe, like Rictus Tiding. Just trying to find ways to get around Durable, Sensor, Teapot. It's getting a lot harder, and I think regalia removal is very hard to find still. It's like, we have the classics. You have Reduce to Ash. Maybe some people might even put Spur in because they want to hit like 1-cost things like the Reliquary and maybe like Jin stuff. But it's getting tough out there. And the new cards they released in this new set, it's like there's always a cost to it. Like Converge Reflections, like, oh, I have to destroy my own item. It's not easy to destroy things, and that's also why Water has been struggling because, oh, they put out Sensor, they put out Thurible. It's like, I have my 4 Mustangs, and then Fracture Ice, and that's kind of it. And giving them a rock is also not the best. So definitely, I think RDO, if they start releasing more regalia removal to try and like counteract all these silver bullets, it'd be interesting to see. But I mean, for this set, we're gonna have to deal with that, and I'm definitely hoping that these level 3 decks are able to weather the storm. Because I don't want to have 2 fast games, right?
Of course. I mean, that's one of the great things about Grand Archive is that both playstyles are generally getting that same level of support. Of course, we do have some metas where level 1 is more favored. We have some metas where level 3 is more favored. But in, I guess, DTR and PTM so far, it's been very diverse, all things considered. Aggro is very viable. We have lots of different flavors of aggro deck as well. We have, of course, within Fire Aggro alone, we have like 5 different decks that you can play with all of their little quirks and intricacies. You have Water Aether Diana. You have Wind Wake Up. So all of these like fast aggro decks, they all have their own different unique uses. And then you also have all the different level 3 decks as well. If you want to fulfill that power fantasy that GA kind of advertises themselves as having in the first place, where you have all of these different champions, all of them have these different advanced elements, all of these different very powerful cards, the Ghost of Pendragon, the Shadow Strike, Jin, you know, all of these different things do have all of these different skills as well. And it's great that there is a jungle meta now where everything is kind of playable if you know your outs. But at the same time, I guess for the competitors, it's a little bit difficult because you have to prepare for so many different decks.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as aggro goes, where's Wind Allies? I'd love to see a Wind Allies come back. You know, those decks haven't really been showing up too much. I think there's just so much ally board clear, and I think the Lorraine, the Crux Lorraines really held them down. Flame Sweep, Cheshire Cat, like especially with 3 of Hearts added into the deck and Nerd Sword, it got a lot harder to play aggro allies. Maybe we might see a Wind Chessman, I hope. I'd love to see someone playing Chessman.
Yeah, I've played against the deck a couple of times. It's not that great right now. I think could use a little bit of support. Wind allies in general, I feel like most people are just going along the Wind Wake Up route because Ranger Strike is so good for that deck. It gives them such a much higher cap when it comes to like the kill turns, because going in for 3 twice versus going in for 7 twice, right? That difference is huge. But on the other hand, I think Water Allies is actually in a pretty decent spot. In the new PTM set, they did release a new Water Human unique ally in Tweedle D. They come as a pair, Tweedle D, Tweedle Dumb. How I remember it is the fire one is dumb.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
'cause
also
it
how I
doesn't
remember
choose
it.
how it swings. But that extra card is really, really good to up the consistency of the deck. But not only that, it also is a taunt. So it protects your other allies from being removed. The key ones like Lunette, like Snow White, like the Jue Ying. Of course, although it does have stealth, but it can still be hit by for example, a big hawk. So is a really nice buff for Water Allies as well, and we might see a couple of those decks running around today.
Yeah, I think Water Allies is very slept on. I think most people want to play aggro water or playing Carp Song Diana instead. But Water Allies, don't sleep on it. There's a lot of strong unique allies. You can either play, I think Guardian is the new flavor, especially because of Tweedledee, but then you still can play like the usual like Lorraine ones that play Hwaji and just play like unique human allies. So I think either strategy works. I'm definitely more partial towards Guardian, especially if you do like the flex, where you do Guardian like Nico plus Guardian CL, and you can play it both ways. And ooh, it seems like player meeting is starting, which means we are going to be beginning real soon. Tell me, what do you want to see in the first round?
Oh boy. I posted a YouTube video the other day of my Fractal Vanitas Scepter deck, and someone was like, if I saw this 2 days earlier, I would have brought it to Manila. Hopefully they decided to bring it anyway, so I would love to see that. But other than that, I think seeing something really fun and interactive would be really great as well. Something like Arizona, of course, we love to see. Something like a new deck, maybe we can see an Alice would be interesting as well. Or if not, I think it would be great to start off with a powerhouse like CL too. What about you?
Oh, I'd like to see CL. I think so. Especially if it's not Ablation. Because I prefer attack CL over Ablation, even though I know Ablation is better in the end. But I love CL, and I think the decks, CL's not so overpowering. I feel like that ends games quickly, so you can get like a bit of a meteor first game. But actually, speaking of Vanitas, I actually think a lot of people have been pilled on Fire Ponytas again. I've definitely seen a lot of buzz around that deck. I think Unmake Duality makes that deck really scary, because now you can actually turbo to 3 and actually have 4 cards instead of 3 cards now at level 3. And I think if no one is teching for it, it's very possible that we're going to just see a bunch of non-games where they go level 3 and start punching you in the face and taxing you every single turn. So
yeah, it's going to be scary as well. Like, that extra +1 is really nice. And Vanitas, I mean, usually they would just go GCR and then draw a card after their level 3. But now they get to just get rid of that Looking Glass. And not only that, they also have access to the Inert Sword if they don't draw the Unmake Duality, so they can punch in for 5. And that replaces the Impact Timer, so they don't have to take damage every time they use it now. So that's also really, really nice for them. Other than that, I think in general that deck is really, really fast as well. As long as you draw 1 Accelerator, 1/1, that's all you really need to go all the way to like level 3 and start bullying your opponent out of their influence. Plus, with the Sensor of Restful Peace, you get to deny them a lot of influence.
yeah, for sure. That deck is really terrifying, and I think, you know, it was a bit of a surprise deck. And I think it was Ascent Chicago when it really like just took over the meta, and then after that kind of disappeared. Like some people still played it, it still got tops, but it never really had like that crazy performance because it is a bit of a meta call deck. But if there's a lot of level 3 going around, which looking at what people have been playing, there's a lot of level 3. And even against the aggro decks, the deck's strong because you just get to kill an ally every turn, just swing for 3 with Vanitas every turn. Makes it really easy for you to control boards, and you have these huge horses that are able to just like fight for boards super easily. So that deck is terrifying, and I would not want to be round 1 playing against Pony Vanitas and getting taxed
Yeah, I mean,
right off the start.
there's definitely someone out there behind us, out of the 200 plus players that are going to be getting text round 1. If you've watched the mirror, that's very painful as well. So hopefully they didn't bang into one of those round 1 either. But we are going to, of course, get set up. You can see the players have already started time in the round. We're looking at getting the stream table set up as well so that we can, of course, bring you some Grand Archive gameplay instead of just looking at me and Flawn yapping for a bit about the game. But I think other than that, we're also really excited for the new format that's going to come out to future Ascent's Pantheon.
Yes. Yeah, so of course, we need our multiplayer. I guess 2 players is multiplayer, but when I talk multiplayer, I'm talking like 2 plus. We can get Pantheon in here. I'm super excited to see how that format develops because it could be a for fun thing, but we could also see like competitive Pantheon, right?
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon is going to be really fun. They're going to support it at future Ascents as well. And I think Omnidex is also going to be a way that you pair. So it's going to be very convenient to be able to find Pantheon games. Because I know one issue is that I don't always have 3 friends, I guess, to play games with. And in that time, we're all going to start into round 1 pretty soon as well. We do have the deck list ready as well. It looks like we have a Water Aether Diana versus another water deck.
Oh, it's a mirror match. It's okay. It's Water Diana versus Water Diana. I mean, let's see. Are these the same? They are both. Oh, no. One of them is on. One of them is on.
Diana 3.
It's Diana 1 into... it's Aether Wing Diana into Gun Diana.
Oh, my.
It's a Creeping Torment Diana.
Okay, that's
right,
really interesting.
Yeah, I actually did see... I actually might know who this is. I can't tell based on the Omnidex number, but I think I might know because I literally saw them playing this deck yesterday. It was, so this is basically, yeah, you're going to get a free, instead of getting the free gun off of Diana 1, instead you're getting Aqua Mirage Whisper, which has Spell Shroud. So it's a big difference because the problem with Gun Diana, is that it's really easy to interact with her guns. So getting the Aether Charge makes it easier for you to guarantee that first one hits, but since you can't get the Shadow Swing, you're not getting the double Creeping Torment. So curious to see how this ends up going. What do you think?
Yeah, I've never seen this deck, so I'm really looking forward to what the different lines are for Lethal. Of course, Diana with the Creeping Torment, you understand it punishes drawing, which fire decks really love to do. So I think that's going to be one of the key win conditions for it. In this case, the Water Aether Diana, also the level 1 version, also likes to draw a lot of cards with the Frostborn Paladin, with their Regalia, of course. They all are using floating memory, one cost of Regalia, so they can use that floating weaving mana stream over and over again, and all of them have on-enter draw one card, which means that Creeping Torment is going to be likely to proc almost every single turn for this level 3 Diana. The question is, can she make it all the way up in time?
Yeah, and looking at this, there is quite a bit of combat phase enders in these Diana. Water Diana is very good at just stopping attacks, and at the same time, Water Diana is the deck that needs to hit in order to get going because they need to get off the Aqua Mirage Whisper on hits in order to start milling the deck, looking for the frogs, also just like dumping float. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge here where it's like, okay, we're both trying to hit each other, but we're also both very good at stopping each other from getting the hits in. So it's going to be a bit of a game of chicken here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really interesting. I'm really looking forward to this because I think one other interesting thing is that this Water Diana is on level 2 Judgment's Arrow as well, which will give him a little bit more life total, but also gives him a little bit of a way to fill in more Aether charges into that Seeker's Aether Wing. So really, really interesting how he's going to be using this to find that lethal early into the opposing Diana tree.
Yeah, for sure. So looking at it, I also want to highlight the 3 slice and dices in this deck. Is there ways of getting... Oh, okay, so we're on 4 Undeniable Truth, so that's a way for us to get some prep counters, and then we can use the slice and dice maybe to get 2 hits in, get 2 Creeping Torments, as well as Distant on Diana, since she has Distant 2. She can swing for like, what, that's 5 into 8? That's not bad. And then you have Creeping Torments. I think there's a lot of drawing in this meta, so those creeping torments could become quite relevant here. We also have Snow White, so we can also just try and keep our opponent down, just keep them rested, just never let them actually have a chance to level up here. And Diana, both of these decks do need to level up in order to get their game plan going.
Of course, yeah. You do want to make sure that you have your class bonuses active, you have your Cedar Aether Wing on the board, sorry, your Aqua Mirage Whisper, and without those, you are really going to miss a lot of different damage. But in the meantime, we are going to be seeing how they are going to be finding these lethal lines. Of course, distant is going to be the key mechanic that we'll see a lot in this matchup. And although that there is going to be some Regalia interaction with like the Fracture Eyes, because that Cetus Aethering has that spell shot, we aren't going to be able to see that be removed from the board in that way.
Yeah, and looking at it, so to explain how the the carp song, frog song, Diana, whatever you want to call it, the way it works is essentially we use Diana together with Ranger Strides. We can get these huge glimpses off because Ranger Strides works on any Ranger unit. It doesn't have to necessarily be an ally. So you can give Diana ranged 4, suddenly she has ranged 5. She swings with the Aqua Mirage Whispers with 1 or 2 Aether charges, and now she's swinging for like 7. She gets to glimpse 8. She gets to sculpt like the entire like next 2-3 turns of her deck, and then she also keeps to get milling. She mills these frogs, she mills float, she levels up to 2. And she's able to just get like this whole game plan going. And really the big thing is she just does a bunch of attack damage, and then eventually she mills these Carp Songs and these Toads, and then she's able to throw like Carp Song for 6, Carp Song for 6, and you just die immediately. It's like it's a very fast deck, and it's very consistent as long as it gets that first hit off.
Yeah, Carp Song for 6 is going to be very scary. It's basically Fireball but in water, and you can do it at level 1. So it's really, really strong and does a lot of burst. Not only that, because of the effect of the Aqua Mirage Whisper, Diana gets to glimpse through a lot of her deck, and that means that it is going to be a little bit difficult to miss on the cards that you really want. And the more damage you do, the more cards you get a glimpse. If you're going to be using something like the Ranger Strides on top of the big swing that you have on your champion that's already distant, you're going to be able to glimpse 8, 9 cards, and that means you're going to be very, very consistent.
Yeah, this deck is really, really strong, and it's been getting a lot of tops in the past like 2-3 weeks of the PTM meta. It's been getting a lot of wins, and I think a lot of people are probably worried about it. And one of the big counters to this deck is nothing Lantern stops Carp Song Coda because it has to be a water animal or beast specifically. And that's also a card that not a lot of people are playing, because do you really want to play this when a lot of decks just don't get hit by it and the material deck space is so tight? So not having that at your disposal means that these Carp Song decks are kind of free to just do their thing.
That's true, but other than that, Sensor also does a lot of work into this matchup because of how key Weaving Mana Stream is to the Water Diana deck. And you can see both Dianas are on this Weaving Mana Stream because of how powerful it is. You get to load it into your Aether Wing after, and then after that you can swing, and then the floating memory goes back to your grave. So you get to keep using that one floating memory over and over again, and that's how they get that value over and over as well. So we are going to head into the games really, really soon too, and that is when we are going to be able to talk a little bit more about the gameplay that we have ahead of us.
Yeah, so big thing here is I'm really hoping to see. Oh, it's Henky. Okay. You know, the thing is, sometimes you don't remember people's numbers. I imagine Henky's on regular day. Oh yeah, that's Looking Glass over there. So he's gonna be on the Carp Song Diana, and then we have Delonier here, who's going to be on the Gun. Oh wait. Oh, okay. I think we might have gotten. Maybe I think we had a round change. So repair here. So it's going to be Wind Tristan versus Diana here. Oh, no. Ooh, okay. I see. This might be Genbu.
Wind Looking Glass versus Genbu. Okay, that's going to be pretty interesting as well.
Ooh, those are assassin cards. So this is either Tristan or maybe it's Merlin. We're going to have to wait till we get updated deck lists here. So it looks like Genbu versus some Wind Assassin deck.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Henky the GOAT, what have you cooked? Maybe it's just going to be like some form of ally-focused deck. Still, maybe it could be Wind Luxem, maybe it could be Wind Tristan, or maybe even Wind Merlin. Of course, we did see assassin-based cards, so that is going to be pretty different. Henky the GOAT here going second, will, of course, draw for turn. Delon Year, on the other hand, though, does start off with a Fractal of Rain, which is the card you want to see. Hanky the Goat also starting with an Imbue on this Windmill Engineer, gets 2 Windblast Lookouts in the memory as well, which does mean he will have prep generation if he is on that Tristan. Meanwhile, Delon, though, he does also have 2 Tidestone Bovines, which he did use to imbue this Fractal of Rain, which means he's off to a really good start.
Yeah, so this is about as ideal as it gets. As the Genbu player, you just want to hang Fractal of Rain and Bovines early. If you get those, you're able to get those quest counters rocking and rolling as fast as possible. Looking at Henki's hand, yeah, we still can't really tell what this is based on the contents. We're just seeing some assassin stuff. So definitely the champion here. Oh, and mills the Bovine too.
That's great. Of course, milling floating memory, and now backup charger is going to be used, gets him to draw into memory as well. I do see the stratagem of Myriad Eyes available for Delon Year, so he might want to be able to find even more floating memory, try to go for an early lethal with that. And of course, the Tyson Bovine is going to be available. Frozen Dismissal now drawn into hand as well, so it is going to be pretty good for him to have that to deny any strong allies like the Ascent Protector. Now, Delon Year is going to be playing the Tidestone Bovine, start milling even more cards for himself, trying to look for some floating memory. 1 damage is going to come into the Windmill Engineer, but there is a reclaim for Henky the Goat. Will there be an interaction for this? There is not. Henky does get that Windmill Engineer back in his hand and the reclaim into the memory as well. 2 cards are milled. One is the Fractal Polar Depths, which is of course unfortunate, but he does also have the Fracturize as floating memory.
Yeah, so that it's a decent mill, not the best, but you still hit 1 float, and that's really what matters here. Now, is Henky possibly going to go for a Sensor or maybe even Thurable main phase just to get rid of all this float? The hard part is once the graveyard starts getting a little bit too thick, it's kind of hard to Thurable it because remember, Thurable it is the player's choice what gets banished. So if there's cards that are non-float there, they can just choose to banish those.
Yeah.
So maybe it needs to use it now before the graveyard gets a little bit too full.
On the bright side though, Wind decks do tend to have quite a bit of hand size, so it could be, oh, he's going up to level 1, let's see what it is. It is just the Tristan. Maybe it is going to be a little bit special because of that Looking Glass. I wonder what that is going to be for. He is going to get that 1 preparation counter on enter as well, and we did see the 2 Wind Blast Lookouts earlier, so he can use those as well to generate even more preparation counters. Now we're going to see what he does go for first. 2 cards down. It's not going to be an Imbue, so it is most likely that Wind Blast Lookout will let him generate the preparation counters that he needs in order to get the 2 draw off of the effect of Tristan level 2. Never mind, it is the Imbue.
Yeah, so I think his hand is lacking a bit here in terms of proactivity. It's just a lot of weak allies that can't really do much, but we will be able to trade with the Bovine here as long as there isn't something that Delonier can do. He could maybe Frozen Dismissal here just to stop a Windbless Lookout from coming in and killing the Bovine, but let's see. Henky, I mean, obviously a Sadie here would be fantastic, but yeah, no, unfortunately not.
Yeah, just a Windblast Lookout, but is able to take out this Tidestone Bovine with both of these 1-attack allies. That way, at least, he will prevent the Delon from drawing even more floating memory into the grave. But of course, the trade-off is that Tidestone Bovine itself is floating memory. That being said, the Frozen Dismissal now coming out from the side of Delon Year. He is going to prevent the play of this Windblast Lookout. Here's an Incapacitate, preventing the Frozen Dismissal. So this way, Henky has been able to first get that Windblast Lookout on the board, get his preparation counter, and also take out this Tyson Bovine. Great trade and interactivity from this game so far. That being said, Henky is now hands fully down, so he does not have any interaction for the rest of the game. He is going to be using a floating memory to go out to Gotia level 1, and we are going to get the confirmation that this is, in fact, the fabled Sapphire Fatestone with Genbu.
Yeah, so that was a crazy play. I mean, how often do you see someone Frozen dismissaling a Windbless Lookout? Not the highest value thing, but I think identifying that, hey, this Bovine is really important and making sure that it sticks is great. And Henky also realizing, I really need to kill the Bovine, so I have to incapacitate. Once again, kind of a low value incapacitate here, but it's just a bit necessary at this point. But we're going to start getting in the milling. Oh, the Ascent Protector. Wow, okay, bad mills. Song of Frost is an amazing card in the Tristan matchup. It lets you stop the big Shadow Strike. And of course, the Fugue here, really important for actually getting your big kill turn off. So, bit of bad luck on both sides.
Yeah, non-floating memory, of course, not what you want to see. But the Fugue, not super useful in this matchup because of the Tristan level 3 effect where you can redirect one of those attacks to one of your Ominous Shadows. So that's not going to be too big of a worry. Idle Thoughts now, though, is going to be played for the side of Delon. He is going to confirm what cards are on the top and mill, and there is 2 floating memory as well. So that means he will be able to get quite a bit of additional pluses next turn. He does see 2 Refracting Missiles as well as a Thronekeeper Bullfrog, which are pretty good.
Float. So this is a very float-heavy hand, and Bullfrog is actually quite difficult for Tristan to clear if she doesn't draw into her Ascents and her Sadies. So it is very possible that this frog will just kind of like Stonewall Henki from being able to get much damage in. Tristan needs to chip a little bit because she usually can't one-shot with one Shadow Strike unless she actually is able to resolve like 2 Mastermind schemes. So, oh, there comes the sensor. We cannot allow more float to be used here.
Yeah, of course, we are going to hope to find the Fracturized or the Unbroken Mustang in order to get rid of this. But in the meantime, though, Henki the Goat is just going to poke in his 2 damage with his Windmill Engineer and his Windblast Lookout. Does have his whole hand available to him this turn, which means next turn, if he chooses to do nothing, he could go for a very big Purifying Turbo. But right now, I think maybe just going for that second Windblast Outlook that we saw in his hand earlier, getting another preparation counter, because again, he does need 4 in order to get that draw 2 off of Tristan level 2. Now, we'll get the Glimpse One, leaves the card on top. And again, remember, the Fable Sapphire Fatestone will mill both players. So Henki leaving up there means that it's probably a card that he doesn't really need right now. 1 damage, again, pushed into Guojia and will pass the turn there.
Yeah, so let's see what Dillonier can do here. I do see that is a main deck Art of War, which is interesting. Not a lot of people are on Art of War, but not really useful at this point because the allies are already on board. Tango going to be brought out here and try and get these quest counters accelerated. Remember, Genbu needs 8. So currently, we would be at 3. We're also going to mill another one here off of the Sapphire Fatestone. So we're still a little of ways off. We do get 2 from Guojia level 2 as well.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of options for him. He is going to use the Tangu first. Oh, he also has Conniving Plans available in hand, so can mill a little bit more. There is going to be the Conniving Plans now used. Is going to mill the 2 float that we saw earlier. First, we're going to see the Trumpkeeper Bullfrog as well as the Refracting Missile. Now he'll get to draw into memory. And then we're going to see him also mill off of the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone as well as the Fractal of Rain. Now, what is going to be the remaining play? He is going to play the Tangu right now. So this is a pretty heads-up play from Dillonier as well. He's already seen the top 4 cards, of course. So he mills 2, Tangu's the 3rd card, and then mills the 4th as well as the 5th card from the top of his deck. And there's the Fracturize that he wanted to see.
Very unfortunate losing the Fracturize there. Of course, we couldn't stack the deck that far in advance, but in the end, it's still looking decent. We're almost at that 8 threshold. We could actually just level up next turn, or we could even just sit at 1 here and start materializing some other things. We really need to find a way. I think definitely needs to try and find... Oh, there's the Mustang as well. Okay, so we can draw into this Mustang next turn. We're only going to mill 2, so as long as we don't play any more mills, we can kind of guarantee that we draw into this.
That's right. I mean, he can put the Floating Memory on top and then 1 more card and then the Mustang, and that will allow him to draw it. Or if he has a draw Regalia, for example, he can also just draw it pre-Recollection before the Fractal of Rain and the Sapphire Fatestone trigger. Let's see what else he does have, though. There is a Seaside Ringleader on the top 4, which is really good to mill out as well to allow him to draw a card. So maybe what he can do is he'll trigger 1, and then mill the Seaside Ringleader, and then use the Seaside Ringleader so that he draws into memory. So we'll see what he ends up doing. The Idle Thoughts, of course, doing a lot of work for Dillonier, giving him full knowledge of the top cards of his deck, and there is now the Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
With the amount of float in the grave right now, the possibility of just going for a big stratagem kill line is very possible. The problem is that Tristan is known to pack a lot of defensive cards. One, you could just incapacitate it, and of course, Veiling Breezes, Calming Breezes, all potential things that could be stopping the stratagem from getting its big kill. But next turn, we also can just hit Genbu already. And we haven't hit level 3, which means the possibility of a big Fugue line is also within Dillonier's purview. So I think there's a lot of options here, but Henki he's only at 3. He still needs that 1 last prep counter if he wants to hit.
That's right. And of course, on the side of Dillon as well, he doesn't have a lot of influence yet because of the fact that the Floating Memory has been denied of him so far. Henki, though, is going up to the level 2, maybe has a Surveil the Wind in hand in order to go up to that 4th prep counter. It does, in fact, have it. Will go up to 4 prep, draws a card off the Surveil the Wind, then will draw off the on-enter of Tristan level 2, getting the full 2-card draw, which is exactly what you want. Now, let's see if he does have the Dungeon Guide in order for him to try and pressure even further. There's another Surveil the Winds instead. Prereq goes up to 5 preparation counters now, and then will go back to his turn. Let's see if there's a Dungeon Guide available. Delon is not representing Frozen Dismissal now because that -1 cost is class bonus Cleric instead of Tamer. So let's see if Henki has that DG.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. There's two Topsies, a Dungeon Guide. Not much action in this hand, honestly. There's a Slice and Dice, so maybe could try and find a cheeky Assassin's Ripper line.
Right, that is an option for him, but it is not on the board just yet, so might have to wait a turn. There is, of course, the option of Beseech the Winds into Assassin's Ripper into Slice and Dice, but that is going to be quite a lot of hand, and of course he does still have to play around the Frostbind. Here's the Sadie though, which is going to be huge for Henki the Goat. We'll be able to get that on-kill agility tree, which is going to be really, really fantastic as well. Now Delon here does have an option if he has a Primordial Ritual, but he does not have it just yet.
Yeah, so this is looking bad, especially because we do know that Delon is going to draw into Mustang and not Fracturize, which means you can't turn on the float until the turn after, and at that point it might be too late because Henki might have the opportunity. Mustang is a 4-cost card. It's going to cost a lot, and then maybe it's like, okay, Henki, you can just see the opportunity and just goes for it next turn.
And let's not forget, I think Henki, he did lose that Stifling Trap to level up because he did review it earlier. So I guess that's not going to be a big issue. But other than that, Henki also is playing Wind Tristan. So he does have access to things like the Ensnaring Fumes, which can get rid of Delonya's Genbu once he manages to flip it. In the meantime, though, we are going to see the Art of War finally make its way onto the board. There is going to be that Divine Relic. For those of you who haven't seen this before, it is a little bit of a rarer card. Players can't declare attacks of allies that enter the field this turn, which means that it's basically like a floodgate for these ally-focused decks that Henki is so fond of. While playing for a memory cost, you may banish Art of War to pay for one of that cost as well.
Yeah, so the problem with Art of War, though, is at this point, the allies are already there. So it doesn't really do much. That's actually why people usually sideboard Art of War when they know they're going first, because they can drop it on their first materialization after Spirit. But in this kind of situations, like you bring out Art of War, it's like, oh, there's already a lot of allies here. Doesn't really end up making that much of a difference. And Tristan, she doesn't play that many allies. It's like Ascent is the big one, but most of these, they're already here. They already did their job. Sadie, obviously, bounce her back to hand. Player again, you can't really get those big hits in. But I'm pretty sure this was just like, I have nothing left to materialize. I'm just going to bring out Art of War and hope to make it to the next turn here.
Yeah, we're going to need to highlight the judge call here because the Sensor of Wrestlepiece is on the board. So this Seaside Ringleader was not supposed to be able to activate. So let's see if we're able to get them to pause the game for this to call the judge. But in the meantime, we're going to see what Delon has available for the rest of the turn. Remember, he did stack that Unbroken Mustang on the top 4 cards of his deck, and he is going to be able to try and use that to get rid of the Sensor of Wrestlepiece. However, if Henki has another Stifling Trap in hand, he can definitely deny this from happening and not allow Delon to have that key sensor removed from the board.
Wow, he put the Mustang down. So, or I mean, this might still be regarding the judge call. So I think one of the problems there is, depending on how he stacked the deck, it is possible that he drew the Mustang off of the Seaside Ringleader. So if we have to rewind this, it gets a little bit complicated. So we'll see how the judges fix this. But let's just talk a little bit about the board state. I definitely think Henki is at a big advantage here. If Delonyar wants to try and stay alive in this game, he kind of has to hold up a lot of cards. But if he... Oh yeah, so I think we are going to try and figure out a way to fix this situation. We'll see how the judges decide to fix it. I think they might be giving Henki a choice on the
Which card gets milled? Okay. We'll see how they end up resolving this. Of course, Henki will probably want to get rid of the Mustang. That is going to be a little bit difficult now for Delon to be able to get that back. But end of the day, if we proceeded with how Delon was supposed to play, he would have milled the Mustang anyway. So, I mean, it's fine. At the end of the day, we are able to reverse the game state in a reasonable way, and we're going to proceed with the game anyway.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is kind of going to be curtains, I think. The only other card, actually, I did notice he is playing Excalibur in his main there, because Iguacha does go up to level 3 Luxem sometimes. Usually, though, it's maybe a little bit too late to break the sensor at that point because you've hit level 3. But we have Genbu. That's one thing. Can sit on a taunt. There's no Lantern, which means it's pretty much unkillable, but I did see that Dream Fairy in Henki's hand, and we're not level 2, we can't use the lineage release, which means that Genbu is going to be bye-bye after this.
Exactly. So he is going to have to wait a little bit more. Delon really looking for some form of win condition. Right now, Henki is representing 5 damage per turn. Hopefully, maybe once the Revitalizing Cleanse, if he has it, to recover off of all of the damage that he's taken so far. But Henki, in the meantime, though, is going to be playing another card this turn. Went for the backup charger, drew into memory. Maybe has the turbo charge available. Right now, is representing Slice and Dice, maybe. That's going to be 9 damage?
Yeah, that is lethal. So we do have Song of Frost, so we can stop this. But is there an incapacitate, perhaps?
Yeah, Henki's already used 1 incapacitate at the start of the game on the Frozen Dismissal early on. Let's see if there is going to be another one available for him to prevent the Song of Frost that Delon has available. Remember, he also can't use the Song of Frost alternate cost because of that Sensor of Wrestle Peace.
I do see the incapacitate in hand, but if Delon has 2 Song of Frost, he could stop this. But guess what? Henki has another Slice and Dice. So next turn, he just returns Sadie to hand and is able to play another Slice and Dice in the turn right after this. So Delon in a really, really tough spot here. I think he might only have 1 Song of Frost, unfortunately. So I think this might be... Oh, wow, conniving. Okay.
Yeah, first we're gonna get Preparation counter as well as mill 2 more cards. There's that Unbroken Mustang we saw earlier, and that Revitalizing Cleanse is lost off of that mill as well. However, what is he going to be doing? Maybe he could flip the Genbu actually in response to the first Slice and Dice finishing, because that would mean that he has to target Genbu for the second attack because of that taunt. However, that does mean it's now vulnerable to the Dream Fairy. So let's see what Delon ends up doing. The Slice and Dice, though, is still on the stack after the Conniving Plans has resolved. Again, more cards in the graveyard for Delon, but that graveyard is still locked away by the Sensor of Wrestle Peace.
Could actually also just flip in, because currently we haven't selected our target, so we can actually flip here and now force the attack to be on the Genbu. Genbu has 9 life, but there's a lot of water cards in the grave. It's very possible that this is pretty much unkillable at this point.
He's going to flip the life. He's gonna add to the life total for the Henki, for the Genbu. Henki is gonna swing that Slice and Dice into the Genbu. Black Tortoise, who does now make his appearance on the board. Henki maybe put down the Dream Fairy into the memory for that Slice and Dice, so does not have that as a snap decision to play down this turn. But that means Delon now has the opportunity to do more things with the cards that he has available. Then he does, in fact, put down the Dream Fairy. So again, Henki just maybe a slight misstep, not thinking that, oh yeah, he can flip the Genbu here. There is the Unmake Duality now going to be used to get rid of that Looking Glass, so we finally understand what this Looking Glass is here for. But the Dream Fairy is stuck in the memory right now for Henki. Now we're going back to Delon's turn. He does still have the graveyard locked by the Sensor of Wrestle Peace. Does he have an out?
He does have that Fugue though, which means that's a lot of water cards in grave. Is there the potential that we can just one-shot Tristan now?
22 means he needs 13 water cards in grave. I'm not sure. We might get a count of it very soon.
That's
He's counting on it off camera. It is quite a lot. Remember, Sensor of Wrestle Peace turns off Floating Memory, but it doesn't turn off the fact that there are water cards. So this Genbu Black Tortoise could be coming in for a really big swing off of the Resonating Fugui. We do have to see first what is the response. Here's the
Feebling Orb. Okay, so this is one of the new cards from the set. This is basically Blinding Orb, except it's free and generic. So, you know, a lot of these Guajas were already playing Blinding Orb, so the fact that they're now on Enfeebling Orb is just like a perfect upgrade for them because they didn't get the draw of it anyway. So this is looking like, oh, a second view, but I think this might be over because this is going to force Henki to put 2 cards down, only 2 cards in hand. The only thing they could possibly have is a Veiling Breeze.
No, he does have Topsy Decree as well, I believe. So that could be, if let's say Delon has exactly the amount that he needs for lethal, that Topsy could put a wrench in things. But right now, we're going to see Delon immediately cracking that Enfeebling Orb during his main phase. We're going to see now what is going to be the play. Black Tortoise now flipped in terms of the life total. Let's count out the water cards in the graveyard.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's more than enough here. And Henki kept a Shadow Strike and I think an Incapacitate in hand. So this is going to be coming in for 26 on the Genbu here.
And Henki, unfortunately, just doesn't have that Tristan level 3 yet. Fugui is now played. Henki, do you have a response? You do not. It's over. And there it goes. Game 1 goes to Delon after a very difficult Game 1 start with that Sensor of Wrestle Peace turning off his Floating Memory, not allowing him to use all of that for going up to level 2, for going up to level 3, or getting more influence. But it turns out to be a good thing because all of those water cards turn into damage for the Black Tortoise.
Yeah, you know, you love to see a Fugui for the Uguay. So I mean, this was a pretty big misplays in that game, especially with the Mustang stacking, but still made it out in the end. Henki, unfortunately, putting down the Dream Fairy really just stopped him from being able to get rid of the Gen, because imagine if that turn would not be possible, because now you don't have even anything to use the Fugue on. So let's see. Maybe, unfortunately, we don't have decklist. We can't really talk much about the sideboard, but maybe we can like see a little bit. He's shuffling through the deck, so I do see ensnarings, and of course, this is a Shenju world. We need to have ensnaring. You can't not have it. I actually do see penumbral walls as well, which is another card. So looking at Henki, I definitely think it's like, oh, we're just playing Looking Glass just for unmake. And I think that's very fair. He might even be on, I don't know if he'd be on Return to the Archive with Mercenary Blade just to get some like extra things to Regalias that you can destroy. That's a lot of +1s that we just got in this set.
That's
and
true.
I think any deck that wants to like really get to level 3 quickly, it's instead of playing Lost Revenants, you just play Looking Glass and you can filter through the deck earlier in the game. You basically have like extra turbocharges. So it's strong. I definitely would expect to see more and more of that, especially with these like super fast level 3 decks.
Yeah, I think that's the trade-off though, right? Like if you go Looking Glass Unmake Duality, if you don't draw the Unmake, you basically just don't have a Divine Relic, which can be a bit unfortunate. However, at the same time, Lost Providence only comes out at level 3, so that's the difference maker, right? Whether you want that +1 early or you want to guarantee the +1 later. Meanwhile, on the Genbu side, we did see, yes, he does have the Excalibur, which he can use to get rid of any object later. So something like the Shadow's Claw may be a very key target for that. Of course, the Sensor is going to be early, so it won't be early enough like for Delon to Excalibur the Sensor. At the same time, if he is able to find that Fracturize at the very least, we'll be able to get rid of that. Now, Henki the Goat is going to start us off going first this time into this matchup. Of course, Delon here is going to be going second, and with that Spirit of Water, he is going to be able to interact thanks to the new rule change.
So one of the big things now is like you can't really go for a lot of these like greedy level 1, like going first lines that you used to be able to, especially with like Ascent Protector. Because now it's like, oh, you just get negated. And it's especially with something like Cerulean Decree, it's very, very hard to do like crazy like 6 costs, 7 costs, turn 1 lines anymore. Especially like Cremation. That's why a lot of people are probably off of the Shieldmate Cremate, you know, my beloved opening start. Ooh, but Frog turn 1 is also not a bad one. Tristan does tend to hit small allies, so this Frog can kind of just like sit there unless he has exactly Asins and Sadies.
Yeah, it can reduce a lot of chip over the course of a game. Backup Charger is going to be the play for Henki. They didn't have a turn 1 play, so probably a little bit unfortunate so far. No Windmill Engineer Reclaim combo that you would really like to see. He is going to just go up on Influence again. Maybe has that Turbo Charge that we talked about. Is going to use Unmake Duality instead though. Will draw into more cards and maybe draws into a Turbo Charge from this Unmake. Let's see if he does have that.
That would be a crazy sequence of events, plus, what, essentially +3ing this turn, counting the backup charger as well. Ooh, 3 cards down? Dream Fairy, okay. Ooh, are we gonna see anything in response to this? Doesn't seem like. Might even choose the Frozen Dismissal this.
Yeah, it is an option, but no, I think Henki is going to have that resolve. It's just going to be the Dream Fairy now put down onto the board. Delon will be happy that it's at least on the board and not in hand. Of course, Henki does have access to Reclaim, so can put it back in hand later if he needs it. But we are going to see that Frog immediately used to go up to level 1, so no harm, no foul. It immediately goes back into his memory, lets him go up to level 1. Genbu, Sapphire, Fake Stone as well, making his way onto the board.
So we do see there, he does have the Surveil the Winds in the hand, so he could level up here and then go level up, Surveil the Winds, get a second prep counter, or alternatively, depending on the mills here, and we did see a float mill, depending on how much float gets thrown to the grave here, might actually also just go for a Thurible because he does have 3 cards, can immediately get the backup charger-esque effect. Abnegation was milled off of that. Abnegation, crazy card here, healing 8 plus X, where X is equal to twice the amount of curses. So I'm not sure if he's on Umbra site, or if, you know, in the end, heal 8 is still heal 8.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that is an Umbra card, so it's a generic one. We talked about it at the start with it being used in CL, but Tristan also has access to this, can recover a lot. Delon now playing his Fractal of Rain, imbuing with another Bullfrog as well as a Cerulean Decree to give himself another mill 1 per turn. Meanwhile, Henki is immediately going to call the Sensor of Restful Peace. Of course, Delon did mill out an Idle Thought, so there is going to be Floating Memory. Dream Fairy now going in for 1 extra damage into the face of Delon. He is going to play down a Sadie as well to push in even more damage, and that is going to allow Henki the Goat to start generating some preparation counters as well. Back to Delon though, what is his next mat going to be?
Seems like he's posturing for a Tangu here. Would make sense. It would let us ramp up the quest counters. We already have the double mill every turn, so we're able to get a lot done. And I think we can maybe flip Genbu probably the turn right after this. We also have some conniving plans in there as well.
That is going to be the case here. We're going to see both cards milled, Ascent Protector removed, an Unbroken Mustang, plus a Primordial Ritual, at the very least one more Floating Memory. But really wanted to have that Unbroken Mustang in order to get rid of this Sensor of Restful Peace. Just a little bit unfortunate that he didn't have it just yet. Let's see though, Delon does have the access to the Tangu, can use it pre-recollection still. We'll be using that to draw a card into the memory and then recollect for turn. No more shenanigans pre-rec. But I do see him draw into a Tightstone Bovine, which is a great ally.
Problem with the types of Bovine is it's just Sadie fodder. It's easy agility trigger off of this. So, I mean, you still need to play it, get the mills going, but at the same time, your float is already locked down. Oh, but we do have the Polar Depths line here. All the float is going to be useless, but we still can just go Genbu and then maybe Fugue again. If Henki is not able to hit level 3 and get those shadows out or have any kind of defensive play, he could just go for it and maybe it's enough.
Yeah, of course, the Fractal of Polar that's of course normally used for the mill out your opponent win con, but can also just be used to put a bunch of water cards into your graveyard so that that Black Tortoise comes in for much larger. Now we're going to see pass to Henki. He might finally go up to level 1 Tristan here with the 3 cards in his memory, and that is going to be the play. Of course, wants to get the class bonus on the Sadie should Delon finally play one of his allies, but right now it's just going to get that prep counter, maybe has that Surveil the Winds like you mentioned earlier to get another one pre-recollection, also allows him to cycle some more cards. The Surveil the Winds is in fact used, 2 incaps is in hand so that he can prevent any actions.
Fumes has been found, so now that Genbu strategy is pretty much curtains unless we can hold up enough to negate. But honestly, a lot of these times, Tristans will just use the prep counters to get the free ensnaring instead of paying 5 for it, just to ensure that they don't get negated. This is very good for Henki. He has enough damage every turn to put some pressure. His prep counter generation is really good, and the sensor is pretty much unoutable at this point. Even if we do find a Fracturize, we can incapacitate it just to make sure the sensor stays on field. It basically has to be Mustang or bust at this point.
Yeah, and even the Mustang can be denied with the Stifling Trap if Henki finds it. So it is going to be pretty difficult. Henki is going to first reclaim his Sadie back to hand with the effect of Sadie herself, gets another prep counter. Now we're going to see the Sadie maybe make her way back onto the board. It is going to be the case. Now pushing in another 2 damage, already 7 damage counters onto Delon. And this means that Henki can go up to level 2 pretty safely and also get that 4th prep counter off of this Sadie's effect. Now we're going to see what Delon has left in the tank for us. He does have quite a bit of options still. I don't think we're going to see him go up to level 2 just yet though.
Yeah, but we do have 3 potential mills right now, so we could get Genbu. We also have the Titan Bovine. We have a Conniving Plans. Actually, unluckily, he's been milling a lot of normal cards, so his mill cards are not really going to be doing too much. Okay, there's some water cards, but we probably wanted that Song of Frost, unfortunately.
Yeah, however, this does mean that because of the number of water cards now, the Conniving Plants is most likely going to be able to get that Deluge for 3 cards in the graveyard as well. Plus the Conniving Plants is going to be 4 Idle Thoughts, and the Fugui does make it 4 total. We are going to get the draw into memory, another floating memory now so far. I believe 4 in the graveyard right now for the side of Delon, and also a couple of Norm cards as well. We're going to see what else he has available pre-rec. Maybe another copy of the Conniving Plants. It's not just going to be recollecting now.
Yeah, that was almost disastrous. If he milled a second normal card there, that would have been a whiff. Wouldn't be the first time I've seen someone throw a pretty high likelihood Conniving Plants and then somehow just get extremely unlucky.
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. I mean, we don't know if Delon is on the Liminal Guides, for example, because that would be, of course, another way. But we do see another Fractal of Polar Depths available for Delon, so he can use that for sure in order to try to push a lethal line.
Yeah, so actually has the Fracturize here, so might be trying to angle to get rid of that sensor. But if Henki incapacitates this, then ooh, okay, we're going double Polar Depths. We were really maybe I don't think the mill out strategy is in the cards just yet. And actually, the Thurable might come out. Ooh, okay, we're just going to go level up here.
Tristan 2 is going to hit the board. We're going to lose Regal Inquisition as well as the third Ascent Protector. And let's look at the trash as well. Henki did lose a Dungeon Guide off of the Sapphire Fatestone Mill last turn, which is definitely less than ideal. Henki now going to get the 2 draw off of the Tristan 2 effect. Let's see if he has a Dungeon Guide to go up to 3 this game, or if the only one that he would have seen was the one that was just milled.
Let's see here. It would be really nice to have a Dungeon Guide here and start getting those shadow triggers and like just get a lot of pressure in with the claw, but ooh.
Does he have it? He's put down 3. That could be the Dungeon Guide.
I think it's AD. Oh,
Nope,
oh, okay,
Dungeon
okay,
Guide.
okay. So fortunately, Henki getting some good luck this game, actually finding his own Dungeon Guide. Gonna level up to 3 here. Gonna go up to Tristan's Shadow Dancer. I assume we're gonna go Shadow Dancer, not Shadow Reaver. And then, ooh, oh, actually, Frozen Dismissal.
Oh, that is an option. He does have a lot of cards available in hand, though. Henki can definitely pay for this with the very large influence that he has available. Let's see what Delon is going to do. And now he also has to consider whether he wants to fracturize the Sensor or he wants to fracturize the Shadow's Claw, because that's also going to be a lot of damage represented by Henki the Goat this turn. Let's count it up as well. The Shadow's Claw is going to be 1, and then the 2 Shadows are going to be 4, 2 each.
Henki also has Incapacitate here, so he could actually pay for this, and then I think he can pay for it and still hold up Incapacitate because he has 7 cards in hand. So if the second Frozen Dismissal comes out, we can incapacitate that and then still hit level 3, but it's going to be a completely hands down, uncontrolled banish. So, you know, Shadow Strike, goodbye. Mastermind Schemes, goodbye.
You just have to get lucky when it comes to this kind of thing. Henki, though, is looking to be paying the 4. Is just going to allow that Frozen Dismissal to resolve. Not going to incapacitate it just yet. Maybe just pretty okay with losing any of the cards in his memory right now. But there is going to be quite a lot available. That's 7 different cards for Henki the Goat right now. What else is available for the Lonier in hand? He does still have that Fracturize and I think another Cerulean Decree as well. But right now, not anything else that he can do.
Yeah, it's just, it's really rough here. And even if he chooses not to try and go for another negate here, if he tries to Fracturize, Henki could just incapacitate that, and now suddenly the Sensor is going to be locked. You have a ton of float that's just unusable, and now he's at level 3, so you can't even really go for a big Fugue line. At that point, maybe it becomes, oh, Polar Depths mill out to try and end the game.
Yeah, and we are going to see, it is just going to be the Dungeon Guide resolving now. 7 total cards in influence for Henki the Goat. We're going to lose 2 cards from the middle. The Sadie as well as an Incapacitate is lost. So one of those incaps definitely wasn't going to want that to be removed for him. But here's the Shadow's Claw and the Omnis Shadows now onto the board, just skipping a little bit of steps, getting the Shadow's Claw onto the board already before the Omnis Shadows. Now we're going to see how much damage is going to come in for the side of the Lonier. One thing that he can do is Cerulean Decree the Tristan level 3 so that he doesn't take damage from the Shadow's Claw. But one thing we're checking is, with the Art of War, does this apply to the Ominous Shadows?
Oh, yes, that's right. Art of War has a lot of, like, weird... I believe it in this case it does. It's also same with Fate Stones. If you played the Fate Stone that turn and then flip it that turn, it can't attack. But if it was on the field already and then you flipped it, you can attack.
Yeah, and Enfeebling Orb is now going to make his way onto the board. Maybe Delon is trying to pressure lethal, but Henki the Goat has 5 preparation counters and 3 cards in hand. Even if you do force the 2 cards down, maybe he can still go for Ensnaring Fumes. Does Delonier have another negate? Let's find out. He does have 2 copies of the Fractal of Polar that's on the board, so that is going to be pretty scary for Henki the Goat as well. Let's see if the Genbu is going to flip. We are going to have to count out how many water cards are in the graveyard. It looks like 5, now 7 total water cards. That means these Fractal of Polar decks are going to mill 9. And then, depending on how many cards are milled, it's going to mill another number. But that's going to be quite a bit. Here's the Fracturize now used on the Sensor of Restful Peace.
So yeah, this is... I think if he has the Fugue, he might just try and, like, just go for it. Actually,
it's Stratagem.
It's Stratagem. It's going to be a Stratagem for kill here, and that means Henki holding up the Ensnaring Fumes is not going to be able to use it. Actually, okay, how much float is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
6 is 18 damage, just still very far away from lethal.
And then Genbu Swing. If we have Fugue plus Stratagem, we could... No, but then the Shadows...
Yeah,
is
we
there a
can't
way?
Genbu Swing because of the 2 Shadows on the board. There's no way that we find lethal off of this. We're going to see 3 tapped here, though. What is going to be the play? I mean, technically, we
Oh,
could try to mill
we
more
just mill
floating
more.
memory.
Yeah, so it's like as long as we don't whiff off of if that's 7 water cards,
8? We need 8
nine. It's gonna
floating
mill
memory.
9. It's gonna mill 18 cards. So it's pretty unlikely that we're gonna whiff here. I think Delonier might have this game here.
We need 3 floating memory in 18 cards. I think that's feasible,
pretty much
yeah?
that's pretty much guaranteed to hit, I would say.
We're just counting it out as well. Maybe we're checking if we have lethal by milling out Henki instead. So maybe he has another Polar Depths in hand. Triple Polar Depths is pretty scary as well. Let's find out what ends up being the play. He is going to commit to something now. We're tapping 3. We're putting even more down. That's not another Polar Depths. It is going to be the Stratagem.
Okay, this is a big one. Stratagem coming down here. Let's see. So then we're going to Stratagem first. We're going to use these Fractals, and then we're going to pop these 2 Polar Depths here.
First one is popped. Milling first. Count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 10 water cards, including the Fractal of Polar Depths, is going to be milled as well. He might go for the second one on the stack, would make it 11. Here is 10 water cards first. He's going to mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 2 floating memories so far. He does still need 1 more.
It's pretty much unlikely that off of this 1 more Polar Depths that we're not gonna hit. But you know, I've seen crazy things happen. Maybe in 11 mils you somehow don't hit 1 float.
No, it's 20 mils now because he's
Oh, yeah,
milled
right,
another
right,
10
right.
water cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 right now. 7 floating memory. It's not going to be lethal just yet. That's 21 only. So
Just
needs to
need
hit
to hit 2 more.
2 float in 20 cards. I think we can do it. Can we do it? Let's see. We'll find out.
All right. I mean, you know, Henki, maybe God will smile on you today and somehow we'll hit the 20 non-float. I don't even think there are 20 non-floating memory cards left in this deck.
Well, we'll see really, really shortly. Let's flip them out. Let's see. That is not float. That's not 1 float.
Okay.
That's 1, 2 float, 3
Okay,
float.
all
Yeah,
right,
that's gotta be game.
Unfortunately, Delonier is not super unlucky here. He hits, that's like way more than enough. You don't need to keep milling more.
Yeah, 1 gajillion damage from this Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes. Let's see it all counted out though. We're gonna get rid of every single piece of damage. No Veiling Breeze, no Calming Breeze, no anything left for Henki the Goat. The Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes is going to shoot multiples of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more damage. 11 times 3, 33 damage into the face of Henki the Goat is going to kill him dead. Round 1 of Ascent Manila. Delonier takes it with the Water Genbu Quatia.
That was a crazy. You know what the worst part is? Henki actually, if he had a Veiling Breeze, he could have used that 1 Fractal to pay for it too. So that was kind of an all-in. And I think really that shows why Enfeebling Orb is such an insane card in this Genbu deck. It was already so good at just like going for these big OTKs, like versatile, like 3-4 ways of winning the game. And just having the access to a 0 cost, force your opponent to put 2 down, really just makes a huge difference. And that was just nuts. And to think that we were talking, oh, we're not gonna see a lot of Genbus. Game 1, we already saw it. We saw it do its thing.
Yeah, and just unfortunate for Henki. Game 1, no Ensnared Fumes. Game 2, forced to Frozen Dismissal, pay the 4. And then after that, we also saw him lose everything because of that Stratagem of Mirrored Eyes. I think Delon just playing very, very smartly. Make sure to count all of the lethal lines, how much float he has, the 2 different Fractal Polar Depths, giving him exactly the amount of lethal that he needed. Well, not exactly, much more than the amount of lethal that he needed.
And I think it's really heads up, because when he played that Frozen Dismissal, it's kind of like, oh, Henki can absolutely pay for this. But that was the plan. It's like, I don't need to stop him from leveling up. I just need to force him to put cards down so I can go Enfeebling Orb and then Fracturize. Because if he played the Fracturize before the Enfeebling Orb, Henki would have just incapacitated it. So it was absolutely like 5-head thinking way, way, way in advance. I just need to force him to put everything down so I can guarantee, because knowing he had the Fracturize and knowing he had 2 Polar Depths, he knows that he's like extremely unlikely to whiff there. And it's pretty much guaranteed that he gets the kill off, unless Henki had specifically like Veiling Breeze in hand.
Yeah, I mean, milling 20 cards, like, it's a lot. And unfortunately for Genbu, he also had 1 card short to Cerulean Decree. If he were to use the Veiling Breeze. He could have negated it if he had one more card in hand, but unfortunately just had to send there, I think, because he was in a pretty dangerous position. And that was the lethal line that he found, and that was the lethal line that found the game as well for him. Game 1 win at Ascent Manila. Really happy, of course, to start the day off 1-0. It is going to be a long day ahead. There's still going to be at least 7 more rounds today, and you do want to get that day 2 invite. And with an 8-round game, 8-round day, you will need at least 16 points in order to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, I'm not sure if we're gonna have a player interview, but that was maybe we can get Delon Yaron up here, but we'll update you on that later. But that was a fantastic start. I mean, unfortunately at 2-0, you know, we hate to see a 2-0 on the first game, but at least it was an exciting game, and I'm happy to see Genbu still alive and kicking. You know, I think that deck is so slept on, and actually its Seiryu matchup is pretty decent because Seiryu can never really swing into Genbu because at any point he can just go Fugue and then retaliate, and then it's like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, it's very much an Arcane Blast kind of gameplay in order to get rid of it. But I guess Seiryu doesn't really have outs to Genbu either. So that's pretty interesting, like the counterplay between the two different Shenjus, right? Like Seiryu, the Dragon of the East, the Turtle of the South, like they all have their own different win conditions. And I think it's really interesting that we get to see Genbu show up at Manila and actually do really well in Game 1.
Yeah, the thing about that matchup is really, if you don't have Lantern, Genbu is practically unkillable. The only way you're really removing it at that point is to go like Dream Fairy Displace, or just double Dream Fairy and just hope it gets you there. And it's hard. Frozen Dismissal exists. There's lots of ways for them to get around it. They can Refracting Missiles, kill your Dream Fairy in response to the Displace. So Genbu really just has all the advantage. They just keep the turtle up the entire game, just never swing with it. And if Seiryu even wants to make an Arcane Blast, they need to attack in the Genbu, and then that leaves them open to get Fugue retaliated. And suddenly now it's like, oh, in a war where the two of us are fighting and neither of us have Shenjus, who's going to win? It's probably going to be the Genbu.
It is going to be the Genbu. It is going to be very, very scary, of course, for that matchup. But hopefully we'll get to see it later on in the day. There is many, many rounds left in Ascent Manila, of course. Lots of Grand Archive to be played out. Make sure to stay tuned for the rest of the day. But we are going to head off to a break very, very soon. And we'll see you later in round 2. round 2 of Ascent Manila. It is, of course, a very wonderful sunny day in the Philippines. Happy New Year to everyone who's just joining us for the first time in round 2. I'm Hiroshi Sho. I'm joined by Chrysom.
Yes, happy to be here. Oh, we're straight away jumping into the game. And look who, I think it's a very familiar face. Do you know that guy on the left?
Don't know leh. I think he's he's an interesting person lah.
Interesting person.
A person of interest, I would
person
say.
of interest. But as you see, we do have already highlight of what will be happening. We're heading a Fire Delchan versus Arizana. What do you think about that match in particular?
Well, Arizana, of course, is a very slow deck, and Fire Chan is a very fast deck. It's
Yeah,
going to be aggro versus a little bit of more controlled gameplay, as well as looking for interaction and negates, damage prevention. One very good card that they printed in PTM that helps Arizana and win decks in general with this aggro matchup is the new Calming Breeze. You know what that does, Chriso?
Yeah, basically it's like the resolute stand of this current version, as well as a floating memory. So it actually adds to the deck's playstyle a lot. Because actually this level 3 decks in general, Arizona in particular, doesn't like this kind of aggressive deck from there. They actually like, even the whole red hair Arthur, I don't really like it. So you have resolute stand for that, but for Fire Delchan is very unique. It does resolve a lot of the damage over time. So for example, like Blooming, Blooming does a lot of one damage, ping, ping, ping. So with that new card there, I think Arizona now has a better matchup in general, but it is still a one-card reliance, I think.
Yeah, and on the flip side, for the Fire aggro as well, they also have the Infernal Vessel, which prevents healing, or I guess reduces healing.
Insane card. Like, the thing is that they printed a lot of interesting new cards, which basically changed the mechanic of the game right now, like Vessel, Application. I don't know. Feeding off is insane, dude.
Yeah, and we saw that Feeding Off play a huge role in the game one. Right, Hanky, the GOAT, unfortunately losing because of that Feeding Off twice, not able to hold up the interaction anymore.
Yeah, like it was insane. Like, we were thinking like, oh, he Dungeon Guy, I have 7 cards and I'm definitely safe, right? He's just gonna try to negate it. I had to pay for it. Sure, no problem. And Feeding Off, Sensor's gone. Oh, Stratagem, good game. It's just gone, just like that. That shows you how powerful Amphibian Op right now in the meta game. Like, we really know how powerful it is to make opponent to put count down to the memory, right? But to make it at 0 cost, and for a deck like Gambu that actually thrive on it, like, because Gambu as a water deck technically with all this negation, all this interaction forces people to put cards into down, and so Amphibian Op actually fits into it, allowing like Stratagem to actually trigger. Like back then, you'd be really dangerous to just play Stratagem out of nowhere, but with the new cards, this actually makes more sense now to play Feeding Off. And we are going to go into game 1 here, Aqua versus Jet.
Yeah, it looks like Aqua gets to start off this time. He is going to be, of course, on that Serene Wind Spirit as well. Allows him to glimpse 6 different cards and then decide. Meanwhile, Jet is on the normal Spirit of Fire for the Fire Delchan. Sometimes these decks do go for the Fragmented Spirit, so they start off with an additional Fantasia, but is not choosing to do that this time. Aqua, in the meantime, does have a great start with the Fertile Grounds on turn 1 of the game, and we are going to see it pass back to Jet.
Yes, the Fertile Ground is really, really important for us to generate all these different herbs. If everyone's unfamiliar, Arizona plays with these herbs, where it comes every time you can roll a different number, 1 to 6. It generates different type of orb, but the general idea is that you want to have the same number of the same herbs in order for you to trigger level 2 Arizona. We're gonna see that play into Aqua setting up into those kind of play, and Jet now you're going into the
A huge start for Jet. He has 2 Ravenous Pyres as well as a Fractal Sparks.
This is insane. This is really, really insane, especially against Aqua. Because Aqua's a level 3 deck. What level 3 deck want to do?
Level up.
And what does it do?
When you level up, you take damage, and there's 2 of them as well. So Aqua's immediately going to take 4 damage here, and there's all the beautiful
look at
herbs.
that flex. Look at that flex. Only he can do it.
That's right.
Look
Aqua,
at that flex.
Owner of this Pinakes set of herbs drawn by Pinakes, of course. A very, very fantastic artist of these cards. Here we are going to see him roll at least some herbs of healing, the number 4 herbs, which is really nice. Also has 1 level herb, which may improve his Nascent Barrier if he's playing them. Now Aqua is going to go back to his turn. He does have a 3 visits available as well, so some recovery available to him before something like the Infernal Vessel does make its way onto the board. Now we're going to see Gentle Respite here, going to be used for Aqua. Really great card as well. 4 influence total to Jet's 5, so we'll be able to draw a card into memory, and then we'll immediately pop the floating memory of the Gentle Respite to go and materialize the Polaris Twinkling Cauldron.
Yeah, this is really important because right now in the meta where people has interaction against Graveyard heads, I would call it, So Aqua recognizing it, okay, I'm going to immediately use my floating right now in order to call the Polaris. So indirectly, that Polaris cost up so-called nerf. It's not really a nerf at this point, but we are going to see the Polaris coming out here. This is a really great setup for Aqua. Aqua has duplicates for herbs. And we're going back to Jade's level 1 turn now. He'll go into Dao Chan. Dao Chan here probably going to... He haven't has the blooming yet. So blooming is really important because actually this deck does use a lot of influence. You do use a lot of cards from your hand. Never mind. We do see here.
The Fire Bloom Flourish does make its way onto the board. At the beginning of your recollection phase, deal 1 damage to the target champion, as well as if you have 4 or less influence, you get to draw a card into memory as well, which is really, really good to maintain that influence. Here's another Scathing Seminary as well, balanced as well on enter. As a spell, the amount of cards in your hand and memory are equal, deal 2 unpreventable damage to unit. Aqua already taking all the way up to 8 damage this turn.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, Aqua does have a lot of recovery, a lot of damage prevention, so Aqua is not really in a hurry right now. And also that Polaris right there.
Yeah.
If you try to play a lot of allies, the Polaris just pop and the whole board is gone. We are going into a 3 visits as well, I believe.
The 3 visits is going to be banished from the memory to go up to Arizona level 2 for Aqua now. Does get to gather twice again. Of course, has the healing herb already. Now rolls a duplicate in the 1 and gets a new 6 herb as well, which he will then choose to copy the healing herb with the fertile grounds. Now, end of this turn, he will be able to draw an additional card off of Arizona Master Alchemist's inherited effect by sacrificing 2 herbs with the same name.
So we are going to just, I think Aqua Yao is just going to be chilling right here instead of like actually going to end our game. Because level 3 decks tend to be very slow, right? It's more on what is Jet going to do. Is Jet going to be putting out more allies in order to go phase? Or is he just going to sit down and also wait for interaction? So I think Aqua's in a really good spot, despite taking a lot of damage here, 12 damage counter in fact.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to level up 1 more time, so these Ravenous Pyres are going to be ravenous indeed, doing a lot of damage. Here's the Infernal Vessel, and on the stack, Aqua does have the opportunity to crack all of these healing herbs, but if he does not use them right now, he is not going to be able to heal anymore. So Aqua does have to make a choice here, use this 3 visits now, or he has to wait until he's level 3 and can find a way to remove this teapot. So let's immediately see Aqua move 2 of those healing herbs off, recover 2, and then also use this 3 visits to recover 2 again.
Yeah, I think you have to do it right now. If not, this vessel is going to be a big problem in the future. I think Aqua does recognize that right now. And so Aqua's hand is... Oh, he's going to pop the Polaris right now. Interesting.
Yeah, he is going to pop the Polaris. This will also, of course, allow him to shuffle 4 Cosmic Bolts into the deck. Aqua has
All
this little
signed
quirk.
as well.
All of them signed by different players that he likes, most of them at the
Ascent
world
was,
level.
yeah.
At Worlds, he was able to get all of these Cosmic Bolts signed by these high-level players. Of course, he himself was at the World's Gauntlet last year too, and will, of course, be looking to get that first place today so he can make his way back to the Gauntlet again.
Yeah, but the Paris are doing so much work. We're not even into level 3 yet, and Aqua's already at 10 damage. I mean, he's going to be taking an additional 4, I believe, if this keeps going on. So we are going into, I think, 3 visits again now, going to be triggered here.
Yep, still on the stack of the Infernal Vessel. Immediately finds a Cosmic Bolt, but is not level 3 yet. Will not be able to Star Call this card. So will he leave this on top, or will he draw into it to banish it for his level 3? Let's find out what the play is going to be. Does get to recover 2, puts both cards on the top of his deck, leaves them there. Can use a Cosmic Bolt later if he left it on top. Now recovered all the way down back to 8, and will trigger the Fire Bloom Flourish, deal 1 damage to Aqua, and the Infernal Vessel is now on the board.
Yeah, one thing we didn't even mention is that with this Fire Bloom being in the board right now, right, Jet is able to I'm just going to play cards down, it's fine, because I will be able to, as long as I reach 4 cards, I believe that's a memory, you'll be able to draw 1 back into the memory. So Jet now is, the second one. I see why Jet wants to play this deck.
Yeah, oh, there's a Rococo there as well. Gets
That's
a
so much
lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rococo does 2 damage on enter if your influence is 4 or less. And of course, with these 2 Fire Bloom Flourishes, Jet will also get to draw cards back the following turn. Rococo is going to be doing 3 damage basically. And now Fire Bloom Flourishes both trigger, gets 2 draws for Jet into memory. Let's see what Aqua has left.
Yeah, technically speaking, most of the time you're playing like, if I play aggressive deck, aggro deck, I have no cards in hand, no resources. Fire Bloom says, no worry, I got you. I will draw into memory and you just keep shooting those damage. Aqua now is on a timer. If Aqua level up, he will take 4 damage. Seems like a really, really tough spot for Aqua.
Yeah, but he does materialize the Safeguard Amulet, so does have a little bit of protection on the following turn. Jet has also been using this Fractal of Sparks every turn to deal some additional damage to Aqua. This means that this all does keep piling up the total number of damage counters on Aqua's
We
body.
are going on Dungeon Guard right here.
Dungeon Guide will let Aqua go up to level 3, will again take 4 more damage from this Ravenous Pyre, but at the very least, this Dungeon Guide will help him to get rid of Rococo that is currently on the board, preventing 1 further
Insane.
damage every turn still.
I think the Pyre just does like this game 12 damage.
Yeah, it hit because 4 times 3 is 12. It's a lot of damage. At the very least, Aqua, though still able to stay alive, does get the Lost Providence out on the board as well. We'll be able to draw with that the following turn. Now the Dungeon Guide is going to be swinging into this Rococo, most likely to get rid of the character. But we're going to see, Searing Rebuke maybe from the Glimmer counters. Searing Rebuke is in fact going to be activated. And this means that Jet can now use the Fractal Sparks to ping himself for an additional 1 damage. That's going to be 6 damage total into the face of Aqua.
Looking
Let's see what is
really
going to be the play.
dangerous.
Astra Sight is going to glimpse into the Cosmic Bolt. Is going to also mean that this Searing Rebuke isn't going to resolve and allow Jet to prevent both the Dungeon Guide as well as the Fractal of Sparks. Now, there is going to be a Cosmic Bolt for 4.
Yeah. Aqua just able to maneuver, but the problem is that Jet is going to be doing a lot of damage. And it's not even Jet's turn yet. Jet basically Fire Blue will trigger, dealing 2 more damage. Jet just going to find, I think, about 3 more damage in order to win the game. And it is going to, I believe, pink Aqua instead of himself for the Fire Searing. Anyway, we are going to Jet's turn again. It's going to be Everflame Staff. This might be game, guys.
Yeah, whenever a Fire Element spell source you control deals damage, put a Refinement counter on Everflame Staff. And with these 2 Fire Bloom Flourishes, that's already 2 counters already. With 1 more counter, Everflame Staff is going to be able to do 4 damage to Aqua. Aqua, though, is going to consider right now what is going to be the play. He does have that Safeguard Amulet, can prevent this 2 damage from the 2 Fire Bloom Flourishes, and then also will allow him to not take the damage from this Everflame Staff either. Now, 3 visits on the stack.
Yep, 3 visit doesn't really recover, I believe, due to the Vessel being on play. We do still have the Serene, I believe, under Aqua. So Aqua's not actually, it's not over for Aqua yet. But it does look really, really great as we play this game.
Of course. Because the Spirit of Serene Wind, while it does recover 6, it is going to be reduced to 3 only because of that Infernal Vessel. So Aqua does have to decide whether he wants to use this Safeguard Amulet this turn, or if he wants to wait another turn as well.
Yeah, that's the thing about this current deck, is that I think the only outs is actually the Calming Breeze right now. Calming Breeze is really important. It's like sort of the Wheeling Breeze of the deck. And I don't see any other outs besides that right now for Aqua. I think he's just trying to deepen the deck, glimpse more in order for him to actually draw into more Calming Breeze.
Yep, he is going to crack the Safeguard Amulet, not going to take the damage from these 2 Fire Bloom Flourishes, and then thus also denies the 2 counters on the Everflame Staff. Meanwhile, Jet, though, does want to use more cards if possible. Another Rococo is not going to be able to deal more damage because of that Safeguard Amulet still. Another Fractal of Sparks is going to be the play for Jet, though. This means if there is another Searing Rebuke, that is going to be a lot of damage again. Rococo is going to poke in another 1 damage into Aqua. Let's see if there's any response.
Yeah, I think for Aqua side, it's just going to be taking those damage he knows he can take as much as possible, and then like just trying to stop all those big 3 damage. Like Searing Rebuke we saw, he actually tried to prevent the 3 damage right here. Back to Aqua's turn though, what can he actually materialize that might actually save him?
Yeah, but let's also remember that Jet is getting additional Glimmer counters at the end of every turn because of these Fire Bloom Flourishes. It's already at 4. We'll be able to use another card for sure. I think he had too much influence, so wasn't able to use the Fire Bloom Flourish this turn. Was only able to use 1 to draw in the memory. Let's see what Aqua is going to be doing here, though. He does have the Lost Providence, so can draw an additional card, and will also be going for the Cosmic Astral Banishing Spell Shield Astra, which is usually a great card, but in a matchup like this where you are taking multiple instances of damage, is not as useful.
Yeah, Astra actually thrive on like, let's say big damage, let's say like Tristan's Shadow Claw or whatnot. That as well, but Diana, on the other hand, as we are seeing right now, Fire Bloom deal 1, Sparks deal 1, deal 1, deal 1, deal 3. So it's not really helpful right now.
Yeah, the Tiao Chan is going to be very painful for Aqua still. The Dungeon Guide is again going into the face of Jet, it looks like. We're still going to try and race Jet. The previous Cosmic Bolt, I believe, came in for 6, which is why the Searing Rebuke did not get additional damage onto Aqua from the Fractal of Sparks. Instead, we're just going to ping that 1 damage into Aqua's face. So the next Cosmic Bolt should come in for 8. Aqua is still a little bit far away, but he does find a Cosmic Bolt off the top here.
Yep.
Coming in for 8 will do 30, put Diao Chan up to 13 damage counters. We're going to see a response. What is this card?
So we are going to see, I think, is that Searing Build?
I don't believe so. This was a 1-cost card. Tether in
It's a
Flames,
Flames.
actually. Negate target card activation unless its controller has Tether in Flames, do 1+ level. So 2 damage to
damage.
Aqua. But 2 damage is quite a lot at this stage of the game because remember, there's these 2 Fractal Sparks still on the
Yeah.
board. Now, Lost Providence is going to be popped for Aqua, drawing an additional card. What is going to be his answer to this Tether in Flames?
Yeah, I think Aqua might need to actually let this tether resolve. You really want to take 2 damage? There's sparks right there.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this Tether in Flames is a cleric spell reaction. So if there's another one in the memory, even if Aqua takes the 2, he can take another 2 from another Tether in Flames in the memory right now, activated through Diao Chan's level 1 effect. Let's see though, what is Aqua going to respond with right now?
There is the fast kill, but the fast kill is not really helping. It's only recover 1.
Yeah, recover 1. Of course, even every health counts
Yes.
in an aggro matchup. He does still, of course, have the Spirit of Serene Wind as well. That could be a way to help him recover 3 more. Does he value this 8 damage from the Cosmic Bolt or not?
Yeah, not finding a Calming Breeze just shows like very hard for Aqua to maneuver this right now because like all Aqua has now is just recovery, but that vessel right there is doing so much work since the turn it actually got materialized. We are going to see 3 visits here. Unfortunately, it's not going to recover any card. I think it's just to look at the top 2 right now to see
Yeah.
what can you actually draw.
We're looking at the 2. There is another Cosmic
Cosmic
Bolt
Bolt.
on the stack. But again, Aqua has already Star Called this turn. So this will not be for free if Aqua does allow the Tether in Flames to resolve though.
Yeah, we are still responding in response of Tether and Flames. So Tether and Flames is not resolved yet. If Aqua chooses to activate this Cosmic Bolt, I believe this Cosmic Bolt will be shooting for 10?
That's right. Right now, the current Cosmic Bolt is already on the
Eight,
stack.
yep.
So it is coming in for 8.
Correct.
If this second Cosmic Bolt is Star Called, it will resolve first for 8. And then
Yep.
the next
Yeah,
Cosmic
mine
Bolt will
will
come
be
in for
10,
10.
yeah.
So we are going to count first. This Cosmic Bolt, thank
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
Aqua.
yeah, yeah.
We are reviewing the stack.
Yep.
So Cosmic Bolt on the stack is that Tether in Flames. On the stack is the 3 visits,
Exactly.
which right now has the Cosmic Bolt on the top of the deck, which Aqua is deciding whether or not to Star Call or not.
Yeah. Technically speaking, in a world where if Aqua has like more glimpse, right? If you can glimpse another Cosmic Bolt, that might be game.
Yeah, okay, so one thing here, right, is that what Aqua can do is that one quirk about Diao Chan's effect is you can only use it on the opponent's
Exactly,
turn.
yes.
So when Aqua goes to Jad's turn, like during his materialization,
Yep.
he can shoot this Cosmic Bolt on the top of the deck then instead. The question is, can he survive until that point to get this Cosmic Bolt out? Because if Jad goes for a Searing Rebuke on himself, and then pops those 2 Fractal Sparks on himself again, that's going to be 6 damage already, and that's definitely lethal for Aqua.
Yeah, Aqua is going to be resolving it, and it's going to actually start called the Cosmic Bolt, paying 2 as its cost. It'll be shooting for, I believe, 8 this time.
And there is the Diao Chan effect now. We're going to be using a
Searing.
card from our memory. What is it? It is going to be the Rebuke.
It's going to be Searing Rebuke here. It is going to be tough here. If the Searing Rebuke resolves, he does prevent 3, taking 5.
5 plus 10, 15. That's still going to be lethal though. But Aqua will also take 3 damage from this. And if Jad decides to pop both of these Fractal Sparks on the resolution of the Searing Rebuke,
Yep.
that means he will be able to deal 9 damage to Aqua here,
Exactly.
which he can't really recover out of. He's only got that 1 Spirit of Serene Wind, which is going to recover 3. So now we're at 18. Searing Rebuke resolves. On the stack is the Spirit of Serene Wind. Aqua recovers to 18. Cosmic Bolt is still on the stack. Jet here has the opportunity to ping himself twice with the Fractal Sparks, but is not going to do that.
Not going to do that. Because let everything resolve. I think we're just resolving the entire stack right now.
Yeah, and so if Aqua takes 2 damage from the Tether and Flames, the 2 Fractal Sparks is still lethal. So we do still have to see what Aqua has available. He has to decide whether or not he wants to allow this to resolve. But if he doesn't let the Tether and Flames hit him for 2, next turn Jet has lethal with the Fire Blue Flourishes and the Fractal Sparks on board anyway,
I
and
think-
Aqua recognizes that and it's over.
Yeah, just showing you how strong this vessel is. Jet just take game one, but that insane prior opening.
What a final stack to finish the game. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jet opening that two prior, dude. Like I think this Revenant's prior right now, like they're actually winning the game. That's like 12 damage, and then Vessel comes out, and then you can't recover. Because actually, despite what we're talking about how strong Calming Breeze is, like we say, it is just a one in, oh not one, but three copy in the entire 60 deck, right? If you actually don't draw it, it's a really difficult matchup.
It is. It's going to be a very scary game for Aqua moving forward. He does still get to choose to go first again. But let's look at the sideboards. So first things first, Aqua actually has this card, Alcahest, in his main board. This is a card that he's told me is going to be his answer to that teapot. He needs to be level 4. He banishes the Alcahest. He gets to destroy a target item. The issue here is that Aqua didn't have time to materialize it, and he also didn't have a level herb at the final stages in order to get rid of the Infernal Vessel. So if he was able to have a level herb there, he could have destroyed the pot. However, because he doesn't have it, he can't materialize the Alcahest, he can't get rid of the teapot, he can't live another turn.
Yeah, despite how strong of an effect and how impactful it is, but it is, like you say, conditional. That's why it is really important for Aqua to actually hit the level herb. Unfortunately, he had to use it early in order to pop the Polaris to get for Cosmic Bolt. So we did see that happening. For Jet's side, though, nothing much besides, Topsy Decree looks like a really good side deck in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're gonna be able to use it to give yourself Spell Shout, protect
Yeah.
yourself from those Cosmic Bolts.
Yep.
In the early stages of the game, you can use it to get rid of those floating memory and also force Aqua to discard a card. So that's gonna be huge in terms of being able to slow down your
Yeah.
opponent. Of course, it's very unlikely that this Fire Tail Chan deck can imbue that Topsy Decree, so we're probably only gonna see it used to be a Spell Shout instead, but still a pretty good card for him to have.
Yeah, interesting. He does run 3 Crystallized Destiny. You think you actually run it in?
I mean, I don't think you're gonna run both the Destiny and the Topsy
Yeah,
Decree.
exactly
In this
right.
matchup, I think it's probably just gonna be the Topsy. The Crystallized Destiny probably better into decks like Seiryu or into Ciel maybe. But right now, we are gonna go into a game 2, 20 minutes down so far in game 1. Aqua is in a bit of a dangerous position, of course. Does want to hit into the next round with full wins still. 2-0-0 is the scoreline that we're aiming for. Let's look again at Aqua's sideboard. What else does he have?
Well, we can add in that last Calming Breeze that obviously didn't show up. Hopefully it does show up in game 2. I don't see... Staring Fumes doesn't help. Orb of Sealing, not really for this matchup, obviously.
But the Nascent Barrier could be pretty
Nascent
helpful.
Barrier.
Just more reduction on damage is going to be nice. Just preventing yourself from taking extra. It's on average about 4 damage prevented, which is really nice. And of course, if you have more level counters, you can prevent even more. Now, we're going to see us go straight into game 2 already. No changes to the spirits. It is just going to be Serene Wind and normal Spirit of Fire. Let's see what Aqua starts us off with.
Yep. The ideal start's obviously going to be the Gentle Respite right now, the premium level 3 starter right now. So strong. With this new rule change, because your opponent actually have cards in hand, the Gentle Respite will be able to resolve its draw into memory effect.
That's right, and with the Spirit of Serene Wind, meaning you only have 6 cards, it's going to be even more likely that you are able to resolve that unless your opponent plays 2 cards at fast speed. Aqua, though, keeping 4 cards in this starting hand means it's pretty good. Let's see if there's a Fertile Grounds to start us off, or if there's that Gentle Respite, like you mentioned. One of the best cards now, it is going to be that Fertile Grounds.
Yeah, Fertile Ground here showing you how important it is for us to actually open this Fertile Ground, because actually this deck that Aqua runs, his list in particular, doesn't really generate a lot of herbs. So one of the main generators are actually from level 1, level 2, and also Fertile Ground to keep on duplicating herbs. We are going to start into Fire Bloom Flourish, a very, very important card. Again, I think, in my opinion, it's most Diner deck break or even just gets really, really strong with this card. If you don't actually open Fire Bloom, it's actually a big problem.
Yeah, but is there a Ravenous Pyre? It does not look like there is. It's just going to be Cinder Geyser.
This is going to be aggressive from the start, just dealing 4 damage right here.
Yeah, putting all of those cards into memory, making full use of your turn. Every single action counts in a fire aggro deck. You really want to make sure to utilize every single card to deal as much damage as possible. No healing herb for Aqua this game, so a little bit unfortunate so far, but does still have the Gather 2 from level 2 still. Let's see what he ends up going for. There is going to be that level counter, which can be used with the Nascent Barrier that we talked about that could have came in from the sideboard. Might be a Dungeon Guide here. No, it's just going to be Gentle Respite again. Same curve as last game, but we remember how last game turned out. The main difference, of course, is there is no Ravenous Pyre.
Yeah, Revenant's Pyre probably played a big role in that game. And now, even if he does open double Revenant's Pyre, it is going to be only shooting, I think, a maximum of 8, because level 2, level 3. Ooh.
The Crystallized Destiny did make its way in from
Ooh.
the sideboard, so Jet may be going for multiple copies of the prevention.
Interesting. I think Jet's mindset is like, okay, as long as I don't die, I probably will win through the pinks, right? Eventually, so maybe he's just having that mindset of I'll survive and then just ping him through. Because I think Jet's deck inherently does beats Aqua's deck composition. Because Aqua, at the end of the day, only Calming Breeze, we mentioned a lot of time in this game, only Calming Breeze prevents those damage. Once Fesser's in, ooh.
Second Fire Bloom Flourish drawn for Jet here. Might be playing that down right now. Gives him, again, those Glimmer counters and the additional damage per turn.
This is a talent that we want to see when you're playing Diao-Chan. Double Fire Bloom. How often do you open this kind of opening?
I never.
Yeah,
I never
I
opened
tried
this.
Diao-Chan a bit, like back in the days, and like after 10 games, I realized if I don't have like Fire Boom, I'm not going to play this deck. That shows you how important Fire Boom is, because again, aggro decks in general don't have much resource. They don't have cards that recovers their memory or hand or resource in general. So Fire Boom is important for you to keep on playing cards to deal damage, at the same time recovering your hand size. We are going to level 2, I believe.
Yep, and Aqua loses both a Cosmic Bolt and a Tree Visit. So
What's the
fantastic
roll?
cards to hit into the banish. Still no recovery herb for him. Hits a level herb and a 6 herb as well that allows him to cycle.
Yeah, it's not looking that good for the herb side. None of them are helping Aqua to recover right here. We might actually just see a dungeon card if he actually has it.
Yeah, he's immediately putting down those 3 cards. Immediately goes up to level 3, wants to turbo up to get that maximum 25 life as soon as possible. Also making sure to deny any Ravenous Pyres. Now we're going to see 2 cards banished as well as 2 copies of Tender Land. Not something that you really need right now. Aqua going up to Arizona level 3 immediately. The Lost Providence is also going to be activated from the material deck, giving him additional card draw the following turn.
Yeah, this game looks way, way better than game 1 in terms of tempo. Aqua now is on level 3, has access to OS Astra cards. It's going to take it slow, will eventually recover his hand size because of the level 2 inherent effect. So we are going to take things slower. And Jet, of course, he has the double Fire Bloom, but the main difference is that Revenant's Pyre isn't dealing a lot of damage compared to game 1. So I think this will be a great start for Aqua. Jet, on the other hand, doesn't seem that bad either. Ooh, Shimmering Reflection.
End step, yeah, Shimmering Reflections for 2 because these Fire Bloom Flourishes are in fact going to be Fantasias, and that means that Jet just gets to put in a little bit more damage, and not only that, Shimmering Reflection activated from memory does get to draw a card into your memory, so refreshes the total influence as well. Now the Teapot is going to make its way onto the board on the stack. Let's see what Aqua is going to be doing. Most likely this Tree Visits is going to be popped, but I wonder if he is going to go for the Serene Spirit release here as well.
Yeah, because at this point, right, you're level 3, you might actually consider it. The issue is, if you release that Serene Spirit, what's your most important card, Calming Breeze, you can't actually use it anymore.
That's true. So we'll see what ends up being the case. He is going to be removing cards from the 6 herb and the 5 herb here, puts more counters on the Polaris as well as gets to cycle a couple more cards. He is notably not using the level herb, so maybe is in fact running the Nascent Barrier. But other than that, again, the Alkahest in the main.
Alkahest. I think Alkahest does play a big role for it. Alkahest, and also the Nascent Barrier, as I say. And also, like, it is the most generic herb you can do because, honestly speaking, sometimes, you know, the level 5 and level 6 herb, they don't really want to put cards down to draw a new card, so it does help a little bit more in order to just, if I want to use a herb, I'll use that herb. So we are going to see, I believe, 4 bolts were shuffled in, right?
That's right, 4 Cosmic Bolts in Aqua's deck, additional to the 4 that he starts with normally. Now we'll have the Tree Visit still on the stack of the Infernal Vessel. Will allow Aqua to recover 2 still because the Infernal Vessel is not yet on the board. Immediately bottoms the 2 cards, not liking what he sees. And will allow Aqua to go up to Alkahest the following turn and get rid of this Infernal Vessel as well.
Yeah, I think we are going to let this vessel hit the board right now. It is going to come down, and then healing doesn't really help anymore. Basically, Aqua can't recover above 3. And then now we are going to be taking damage from the Bloom, I believe.
Yep, both Fire Bloom Flourishes trigger and put Aqua back onto 10 damage counters. Jet, of course, wants to use more cards if possible to get the maximum value out of this Fire Bloom Flourish. At the end of his turn, he needs to have 3 total influence. So right now at 5, needs to use 2 cards to go down. I see another Rococo, which means he can do another 3 damage from that. Is going to be pretty powerful as well.
Ooh, we are going to Kindle Tree here in order to activate the Alluring Configuration.
Yeah, I don't remember Aqua's Dungeon Guide dying, do you?
Aqua's Dungeon Guide? Polaris
Oh,
effect.
Polaris, yeah, okay, makes sense. Okay, back to the Jad's turn, it is going to be Rococo again. Played out to deal 2 damage and then 1 more with the attack. Still no other burn available for Jad right now. He does have another 1-cost card, and it looks like
A
it's
Smoke
going to
Out.
be Smoke Out for another 1 damage.
Interesting. I believe that's from the side deck, or does it actually main smoke out?
It is from the side deck.
Oh no, no,
he's
he,
2 main as
yeah,
well.
2 main, 2 main. Yeah, I mean it is still like an important card in other matchup. Chester Cat in particular.
Yeah, 1 cost, 1 damage. You take those.
Yep.
And it has done a lot. Aqua is now up to 17 damage counters already. And here's the Alcahest.
Alcahest come here. The Catter is gonna get blown up, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, Aqua doesn't have to do it right now. He can wait until he needs to actually recover before he activates it. Right now, he is just going to relax, wait, decide what he has to do. He
Yeah.
has a bit of time.
That's the nature of Arizona in particular. Unlike other decks or much more flashier decks, like I play ally, I play this, I play that. Most of Arizona's favorite word is recollect, pass.
Yes, you are going to be using your main phase 1 and then your main phase 2, which is your opponent's end step,
Yes.
usually. That is how the game works. Alcahest is immediately going to be used right now, actually. So Aqua does have level 4 for this turn as well. Don't think that's going to be super relevant for anything else he might do. Does still have the Lost Providence on the board, so can draw a card later. But right now, it's just going to pass turn with these 2 herbs. Still going to be stuck on that level 1.
Yeah, I just want to illustrate, like, despite this 17 damage counter that Aqua has, I would say Aqua's in complete control right now. Aqua can basically, okay, he can glimpse, and then he can control what he draws from the Lost Providence. He can blow up the Kettle in order to recover back. Hey, it's the, oh, it's gone already, the Kettle.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
the Kettle's
Kettle-
gone, it's long gone. So Aqua is free to basically recover, and the Serene is still active under Aqua's spirit right here. So we are going to do Plumbing. Is that
Calming Breeze, yes.
Calming Breeze.
It's fantastic card for Aqua now.
Yep.
Will be used in response to the Everflame Staff, which means these 2 Fire Bloom Flourish Pings as well as this Rococo's Swing are both not going to be doing any damage. Jad also is not going to be doing any other damage with 3 or less for the entire turn, which means that anything he tries to use to burn Aqua right now is not going to be very helpful. And that also means, oh my gosh, another Fire
third
Bloom
one.
Flourish.
The third one, my God, I only seen 2. Have you ever seen 3 in a ball?
And there is a Spark of Light. This is
Spark of Light.
unpreventable.
Wow.
So goes through the Calming Breeze, which is fantastic for Jad. But with only with 4 total influence, is only going to be able to get 1 Glimmer counter. So still going to be able to activate something during Aqua's turn later. Back up to 5 influence. Aqua's at 21 right now.
Well, 2 is enough to trigger the Serene Rebuke and any other things. We are going to do with Astroscope here. Aqua's still looking really, really dangerous right now.
Yeah, hasn't put a single point of damage into Jad just yet. Of course, this is Arizona. It is going to take a while. He does find a fast cure and also sees an Astrocyte.
Astrocyte,
Immediately
yeah.
going to Star Call that for 0. Gets to glimpse 1 again and then draw a card as well. Let's see if he finds an Astro card. He hits another Astrocyte.
Astrocyte.
Oh my god. Aqua has fully blinked out his Arizona deck and it is responding to him. Although the Astrocytes are Diana instead, you are still going to love the Astrocyte into Astrocyte combo at the start of your turn. What else does he have in store for us? This is still the glimpse 1 from the second Astrocyte.
Yeah, I think right now what Aqua really wants to find is actually damage. Because yeah, I have all the tools to not die, right? But I need to kill my opponent as well. So we are trying to seek all these boats, and these boats are not responding at all. Unlike the last game the boats would just keep hitting. 10, 8. Now Aqua's struggling to find these boats.
Yeah, and remember, Jad has 8 damage on board already represented with the 3 Fire Bloom Flourishes, with the
3.
Rococo, with the Everflame Staff. There's going to be a lot. Here's the Scout the Land now.
Scout the Land, yeah.
Unfortunately, not a Glimpse, so he will not be able to use anything off of that. But another Calming Breeze is going to be massive for Aqua again. We'll be able to prevent those 3 Fire Bloom Flourishes and the Rococo on board from dealing him another 4 damage. Going to be massive for him as well.
Yeah.
Here now is going to be a draw for turn. He's going to draw again. He does still have 2 herbs that he can sacrifice to draw 1 more card for this Arizona 2 as well.
Yeah, the thing is that Scotland, unlike the other glimpse or top checkers that are in the Arsenal, it doesn't really allow you to put it at the bottom. So Aqua is just forced to play with the top 4 because those top 4 actually, I would personally would like not to see that Astra Suit. I don't think you want to see Astra Suit right now. Aqua just has the influence, just has a lot of influence right now in order to play out his hand. But the issue is right now, Jad is completely in control. 3 fire, like Jad is just I'm gonna shoot you 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You are forced to answer those 1 damage every turn. and Jet is not even playing cards from his hand.
That's right. Aqua, I think just checking the timing on when he needs to play this Calming Breeze that he drew into. Because at the same time, he does want to make sure that he isn't going to get screwed by playing Calming Breeze, then, oh, I put the Fire Blue Flourish on the stack of the Calming Breeze. So he just needs to make sure he got
That's the thing
timing.
about Grand Cup, which is very interesting. Like, even though you have the answer, you need to time those answers. You just can't simply just, oh, I have the answer, let's play it out. Your opponent can respond, and then you need to think of that timing when your opponent is trying to respond. So we are going to play Calming Breeze right now.
Calming Breeze will prevent 3 damage from these 3 Fire Bloom Flourishes. Really good for Aqua to have this back-to-back. Of course, it's going to prevent a lot of pain for him, and also means that this Everflame Staff is still not going to have the 3 counters that he wants. Does Jet, though, have another Spark of Light? He does.
Spark of Light again, just going through all the prevention. Spark of Light basically says, nah, I don't care. Just take 2 damage right here.
And no prevention available for you from this Spark of Light. 2 damage, of course, is going to be quite a bit still. Aqua, I think, was allowing that to resolve, and then the Everflame Staff does get its additional counter. If Jad is able to find one more source of damage on Aqua's Recollection, he may be able to shoot this Everflame Staff in as well. Rococo comes in for 0 because of the Calming Breeze. It is going to just be negated, that damage doesn't go through. Aqua's still at 23, 2 more life remaining. Jet has 3 different fire cards available to him still. If any of them can deal damage the following turn, Aqua is going to be in for a world of hurt still. And there's only so many Calming Breezes that Aqua has available to him. He really needs to find a lethal turn soon.
Yeah, I think he really wants to shoot at least 1 boat per turn, but the boats are not coming. Because the thing about boats is that they're not actually free the second time. Like, yes, sure, the first one is free because it's level 3 Arizona, right? So you ideally want to shoot 1 boat per turn.
Yeah, and Aqua gets his turn back. Jad isn't able to trigger any of these Fire Blue Flourishes effects, but he does still have 2 Glimmer counters. Meanwhile, the Safeguard Amulet is going to be the materialization now for Aqua. Jad now has to decide if he wants to respond to the materialization. He has not. Fatal Grounds has already been triggered, so that Safeguard Amulet is real and on the board already. Now Aqua is going to pre-recollection tap that Cosmic Astroscope. What does he find?
Alright. Okay, better than no damage. So we are going into the Karmic 4 here, dealing 4 to everything.
Yeah, Jet does have the opportunity to respond to this with a Searing Rebuke or something. He does have 2 cards in memory, for example. Let's see what is going to be the play from Jet. He is going to respond with, I believe there's Intensifying Pyre. There's a lot of, oh no, it's Ember Crypt Burn actually.
Oh, is that a banish card? But not so relevant right now because Aqua basically has materialized every important key card. It is just for a simple 2 damage burn.
Yeah, 2 damage is going to be still pretty scary though. That is going to be lethal for Aqua. There's no 3 visits or anything available for him right now. He does still have a couple of cards in hand, so can respond with something like, I mean, Fast Cure is out of the question because of the influence difference.
Yeah, I think Aqua can still respond. There's also the Serene Spirit, I think.
Yeah, he does still have the Serene Spirit of Wind as well. Of course, you'd rather recover from hand instead of popping that Spirit right now. Let's see what he has available. I think he also would love to keep the Safeguard Amulet on the board for the following turn instead.
Yeah, there are a lot of options, and this is where the knowledge of what is important to resolve it matters right now. Do you want to recover first, or do you think that it is more important for me to prevent more damage with the Safeguard in the next coming turns? So we are going to go Spirit of Serene here, recovering 6, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to resolve, and then now Aqua will take the 2 damage from the Ember Crypt Burn. He also loses the Floating Memory in the Calming Breeze. The Everflame Staff now is going to be at 3 counters. Jet might pop that immediately to push Aqua further into the lethal range as well. This is going to be the Safeguard Amulet in response. Maybe. This is still Aqua's pre-recollection phase, remember? So he can just put down cards and then use that use the Safeguard Amulet on the following turn instead. If he has something like a Nascent Barrier, that would be huge right now, preventing the full 4 from the Everflame Staff. He also does have that Spell Shield Astra. Instead, he's just going to...
Oh, Topsy.
Topsy Decree Spell Shots himself.
We are going to go Topsy here. Going to go into Spell Shot, I believe.
Yeah, not allowing that Everflame Staff to deal damage to Aqua. Meanwhile, the Comet Fall does resolve and deals 4 damage to Jet. Let's see what else is going to be available for Aqua this turn. He's already used his Star Calling for free.
Yeah, probably just going to be the favorite word from Arasana player. Effect Pass.
Oh, he drew into another Calming Breeze.
Oh, this guy's too good. Like that's what we mentioned. Like if you eventually just keep hitting those Calming Breeze, this matchup just seems really, really playable. Oh, Shimmering comes down here.
Shimmering Reflection is 3 damage.
3+1, I believe.
He's using the Shimmering Reflection, but his Spell Shroud. So Jet has to target himself with this.
Huh. Interesting.
Also, a reminder, this Rococo should be in the graveyard because of that Comet Fall resolving.
Yeah.
Necklace of Foresight for Jet. Interesting. So he is able to glimpse 4 as well. So we'll be able to look for an answer to maybe deal the 6 last points of damage that he needs. But remember, Aqua has another Calming Breeze, so it's not going to be taking the tree from this Fire Bloom Flourish either.
Yeah, I think Aqua now is in total control right now. But it's only one thing. Only the Cosmic Bolt is not found at all. But I think it's just a matter of time. Aqua finds it. We are going to go to Nathan Barrier here.
It's Nathan Barrier instead of the Calming Breeze here, because Aqua wants to glimpse cards as well. This is going to be 4 damage prevented. There is the Cosmic Bolt found.
2 goes out. I think at this point, like, usually there is
6 damage.
There's an argument to usually, like, if you see multiple Cosmic Bolt, you want to like stack them, right? Okay, I want to resolve one by one. But at this point, you're just racing for time. I think, and haven't seen a single Cosmic Bolt. There will be more to come, I believe. So it does prevent 3 damage for this turn.
Yeah, again, the Rococo here is not on the board. It should have been removed by Comet Fall, so it won't be dealing the 1 damage to finish off this Nascent Barrier's prevention. Now, let's see what Jet has in store for us. He hasn't been able to make full use of these Fire Bloom Flourishes because of the fact that he's always at too much influence.
Yeah, so we are going to see Jet playing the allies again right here.
Scathing Seminary.
Yeah. It is an interesting card. It used to be called the Fire Gildas, but that's basically it's just for 2 damage right now. So Aqua is getting really, really dangerous now. 23 damage counter. Just 2 more damage. The blooms will eventually trigger. I believe that eventually we'll be able to go through damage with the blooms. But Aqua right now trying to see what he can do here. Does have the safeguard as well. Still, like it's not anywhere a dangerous state. Just need to finish the game right now if he can. We are going to do a Foresight.
Necklace of Foresight is going to be materialized for Aqua on the stack of the Photo Grounds. Is going to look for a Cosmic Bolt. Does he find it? There is a Spell Shield Astra. There is no Cosmic Bolt. He does have to decide what he wants to do. I believe even a Cosmic Bolt main phase will be able to end the game, but Jet does still have 2 Glimmer counters, I think?
2 Glimmer counters and also a Safeguard.
Yeah, Safeguard Amulet also on the board, but the next Cosmic Bolt is coming in for 8, so would kill him through the Safeguard Amulet as well, just will not kill through the Searing Rebuke. Now, 1, 2,
Cosmic Bolt here.
3, Cosmic Bolt. Star Cult from the Arizana with the champion effect.
I think we're just resolving the Rococo. No?
We're checking what the judge is doing as well. We will find out pretty shortly what's the play. But we are going to get an update later. Yep, the Rococo is supposed to have been dead, so we are just updating that. The 1 damage also should be rolled back to 22 damage total. Now the Cosmic Bolt is going to be played. In response, we are going to see Tether in Flames. This is going to come in for 2 damage as well. Aqua, what is going to be the play? He does have the Safeguard Amulet on the board, so can prevent this. Again, this is lethal if this Cosmic Bolt connects with Jad.
Yeah, there's also the Fire Boom damage coming in. So Aqua needs to be really 24 damage counter, just 1 damage away. There is also the Safeguard Amulet here for further protection. Just not gonna be taking too much. 19.
That's lethal,
that's
right?
lethal,
The
right?
Cosmic Bolt resolves.
In this game?
If the Cosmic Bolt resolves, that should be lethal. We're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
game
I
3,
think
yeah.
both play, I think the players just realized that, oh yeah, it's lethal anyway. So Aqua takes game 2 right here. We are going to a game 3. What outcome? Any thoughts about the game?
Man, Argo was at 24 damage counters.
24?
I think what they forgot to trigger was the Seminaries on enter. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
he only took 2 damage instead of 4. But thankfully, that Rococo was not on the board, so Aqua was still alive. But man, that was really nail-biting, really, really close. And now Aqua is not going to have the benefit of going first either in this last game 3 of the match. And we don't know if he'll also have the same fortune of drawing 3 Calming Breezes back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, the Calming Breeze did play a part, but I think what's really important is being able to go to level 3 as soon as possible so that you can have your game plan started and you can survive. For Jet's other hand, I mean, I think his deck just needs to do one really important thing. Just keep drawing this Fire Bloom. It would be insane. Do you think Jet will open another Fire Bloom this game?
Well, game 1 he had 2 Fire Blooms, game 3 he had 3 Fire Blooms.
4?
So logically, this
4?
game he should have 4 Fire Blooms, right? I think it only makes sense, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just shows you how important those Fire Bloom really are. They didn't trigger 9U, but it shows you how important it is for you to prevent those triggers, right? If you actually let them resolve, I think the game has been over from the very start.
Yeah, Aqua prevented, I think, upwards of 12, maybe 15 damage from these Fire Bloom Flourishes because of those Calming Breezes, the Nascent Barrier, the Safeguard Amulet, all of those triggers, all prevented, not allowing Jet to find the lethal that he so desperately is trying to find so that he can go up to game 3 of Swiss with a 2-0-0 score.
Is Aqua? Oh no, Aqua's just resolving the
Serene win.
fight. Yep. Basically, the thing about Grand Archive is that unlike other type of games where there's mulligans or whatnot, the only way you can mulligan your starting hand is through the spirits, like Serene, or even the
Fragmented,
yep.
Fortuitous.
Yep. It does have the downside of playing with one lesser card than your opponent in general compared to normal spirit. We're going to see here.
Cinder Geyser right away, 4 damage.
Yeah, the guys are right here. Probably just to put cards down in order to pay for memory cost for the Delta level 1.
No Fire Bloom Flourish just yet. Besiege on level 1 immediately for Aqua. This is massive as well. We'll get to accelerate even quicker now. This also does mean that he can materialize Polaris if he has it available. If he wants to go down on that influence again. Loses a Comet Fall here. Not what you want to see in your hand. Always want to see it in the deck instead. There is going to be a Healing Herb drawn for Aqua, which is great. Unfortunately, though, does not have the Fertile Grounds this game, so will not be able to multiply those herbs like he was in the previous games. Fast Cure now is also lost for the Polaris's materialization.
Yeah, the difference is that because you don't have the Fertile Grounds, right, these herbs are the only one you'll get. Sure, you have the other ways to get herbs, such as, what's it called again?
Ingredient Pouch or Tenderland.
Yeah, Tenderland, will be it. But Fertile Ground is the more prominent one because you just get free herbs every turn. You don't have to play a card, you don't have to pay a cost. So not having that is going to be a bit of a problem going to a level 3. Yet here, haven't seen the Fire Bloom here, or he's just, he's just teasing us, not playing it down yet.
Yeah, just giving it a bit of time, deciding maybe in a bit to put it down. There's the Ravenous Pyre instead. Only one right now gets to draw a card, discard a card, and also when a champion you don't control level up, deal 2 damage to it. This class bonus we did not see last in game 1 because Jack was level 0 when he played it. Here's the Rococo now on the board as well. Going to do 2 damage plus 1 more to Aqua on enter as well as from the swing.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, the biggest difference here, no Fire Bloom here. So these cards that you play down are actually going to be very hard for you to recover back the end size you need in order to keep shooting damage. Yet is getting lower and lower in influence. Aqua, on the other hand, again, no Fertile Ground right here. The tempo seems to be really equal for both parties. Both parties is trying to play their cards out without recovering their resources, their hand size.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua having the Besiege on turn 1 is going to be huge. The Rococo does resolve. Aqua not going to respond just yet. Now, he is going to take 1 more damage from this Rococo, but Aqua does have a Fast Cure available in hand. This will put him down to 3 influence, which is going to be less than Jet. Jet only has 4 right now. And since he has that Fast Cure, will recover all the way up to 3 as well. So huge for Aqua right now. Let's see if he loses this Calming Breeze off of the banish. He does not. Loses a Dungeon Guide, a bit less than ideal. Will be able to gather 2 again. Does manage to find a pair.
Yeah. And the pair is really important in order to trigger the level 2 Arizona, obviously. But it is on the, I would say the pair you didn't want to, the healing one.
Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice those healing herbs in this matchup. But at the very least, Aqua does have that Fast Cure used already, so still only at 5 damage counter so far. If he's able to find a Dungeon Guide, for example, we'll be able to still recover. Unfortunately, doesn't have it just yet. Maybe next turn we're going for the Ingredient Pouch instead to continue to farm a little bit more herbs, gather a little bit more plants for our Polaris.
Yep. Here probably is going to aim for the Vessel Discern because this is how important it is. Oh, no, Foresight. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're going straight for the Necklace of Foresight, looking for more cards, and I think we're really looking for the Fire Bloom Flourish. It's going to be a key part of the victory plan for Jad.
I think Jad realized that Fire Bloom Flourish does, despite not triggering last games, right, does play an important role of I keep having cards to play. Because the thing is that, like we mentioned again, this Fire deck is really run out of steam really fast. Like you could be playing 3 cards and then suddenly, oh, I have no more influence. But with the Fire Bloom, as we see right here, we'll be able to draw 1 to memory every turn. So basically, you're not minusing anything when you play a card.
Yeah, and Aqua now, I think he's going to use the Calming Breeze just to prevent this 1 damage. And also, he's going to use that to level up to 3 next turn with the 2 cards in memory, with the 1 floating memory as well. Aqua now immediately using the Floating Memory plus the 2 cards, which is a 3 visits and a Cosmic Bolt. Again, perfect cards to be in the banish for this Arizona deck. Goes up to that Arizona level 3, and now we'll have that full 25 life plus the ability to use all of his Astra cards.
Yeah, no pass, no way to actually draw from level 2 in fact, but that's fine. Like, you are really, really ahead of tempo right now. I would say only 7 damage counter. Your opponent only has 1 bloom. I mean, yeah, he can do all this Shimmering Refracting, but you're basically fine. And like, your opponent hasn't has the time to materialize the vessel yet.
Yeah, I mean, the vessel will most likely make its way onto the board
Yeah, there
right
we go.
now. And Aqua this time does not have a level herb in order to materialize the Alka has and use its effect the following turn. He does still have a 3 visits in the banish. He can use that on the stack. We are going to use a recovery herb. First, we're going to swap out the card that we have in hand. I think it's a Gentle Respite that he swaps out. Yep, another card, Astra Sight as well, available for him. And then again, we're going to use the Polaris, popping 4 Cosmic Bolts into our deck, getting rid of this Rococo on the board, and then also adding to the total number of Cosmic Bolts available for us to Star Call into.
Yeah, that's the general game plan for Polaris these days, is that, oh, I get 4, I just pop it in. This means I have about 8 Cosmic Bolts in my deck, so you can have a high chance to trigger it, and you generally just need 8, you don't need so many. In this matchup in particular, because your opponent is not going to be like, what, 30 HP like CL, so you'll be totally fine with 4. In fact, lower amount is fine too, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, 4 is generally what you're looking at. You do want to increase the odds of hitting it. Aqua is always going to use the Polaris before he activates these 3 visits because he wants to hit Star Callable Cosmic Bolt with that 3 visits.
Again, all this is when your opponent materializes the vessel. So the vessel haven't hit yet. He can still recover, he can still do everything. And now the vessel hits. So goodbye recovery. You can't recover anything above 3. So below 3.
That's right. And that is going to be the turn for Aqua. He does still have 2 cards in hand. I believe one of them is the Astra Sight as well. So that is going to be an option for him. Meanwhile, Jet, though, does have 5 cards right now. Can decide what he wants to do. Of course, more burn is ideal. Maybe even allies that can try and push in damage. But Aqua has an effective 21 health with the Serene Spirit of Wind, reduced by 3, as well as the current remaining 18.
It just shows you how much recovery and how much protection this Arizona deck has, because in the end of the day, Arizona deck just wants one thing. I want to survive, and eventually when I glimpse, I will shoot with my Cosmic Bolts.
That's right. And Jet here is forced to just play in Ravenous Pyre, draw 1 and discard 1.
Yeah.
And now, he gets to Kindle now. This is a glowing conflagration. Kindle 3, do 1 plus X damage, where X is the number of Fantasias you control. So this is coming in for 4 total because of that additional Ravenous Pyre.
Yeah, the Ravenous Pyre right now not representing anything but the amount of Fantasia. Does help Delchan a little bit. We do see the Shimmering Refracting, and right now the conflagration. So it does help out in that regard. But again, only 1 Fire Bloom Flourish. I don't think Jet is right now in a very dangerous. Oh, Turbo is played right here. Gonna get rid of all those fire cards here so he can't kindle them anymore for the next turns.
Yeah, I believe there's actually 2 Shimmering Refractions in the game, so there's only 1 fire card. But still, one is better than none.
Yeah.
And Aqua gets to draw a card, which is great.
Yeah, Turbo here, so-called the backup charger clone at this point. Like, we still have so many of these versions right now.
Yeah, I think we're on like 7 backup chargers right now. Turbo, backup charger itself, Tangu, Scepter, you know, there's a lot of different options for put down 3 and draw 1 into memory.
I mean, it's fine to call them backup charger clones, I believe. It is the original backup charger. Anyway, we're going to see Everflames right here.
On the stack.
On the stack, we're going to go into the Calming Priest here.
Once again, preventing any damage from this 1 Fire Bloom Flourish, and also the rest of Jet's turn basically is not going to be very fun for him. He's not really going to be able to do anything much else. More importantly for Aqua, he is going to use this Calming Breeze most likely to materialize the Cosmic Astroscope, one of the key cards in this Arizona deck as well, allowing you to glimpse 3 every turn.
Yeah, it's very important for you to have it, because it's not just the glimpse, it's the control of what you actually draw, right? You can do it pre-rec, so you can check the top 3 of the deck, and then, oh, I want this, I want that, and then you just put it there. The rest will go to the bottom. You can draw into it, and then you can start your game plan as well. We do see the scope right here.
There is an Astra Sight, I believe, and Marco already has an Astra Sight available in hand.
Yep.
So we'll be using that right away. Glimpses into the Star Call, Astra Sight, draws a card off the first Astra Sight. Now second Astra Sight is going to glimpse 1, draws it back to hand again. He does have a Wisdom's Reprise. Can use that to continue this chain of glimpses before he even recollects. This is going to be another 3-card glimpse, 2 Spell Shield Astras, but not necessary in this matchup. Cosmic Bolt comes in for 6.
Yep, there's 1 in the bench, I believe.
Yeah, 1. He used that to banish to go up to level 3 earlier. Now, Resistance Reprise also resolves, let him draw a card into memory. On the stack of this, though, Jet is going to respond.
Probably the only card I can think of is probably the
Tether in Flames again.
Flames again. Wow.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
going to be 2 damage still. Aqua's like, yeah, I'll take that trade. I take 2, you take 6. Yeah, it's fine.
I'm fine. Yeah, yeah. At this point, Aqua is really feeling it. Like, okay, I'm fine. Like it's not as much damage as before. Ooh, top C.
Top C degree now, giving him Spell Shroud, so not allowing this Cosmic Bolt to deal any damage, in fact. So that's no longer a trade for Aqua. There's no 6 damage dot to Jet, but he does lose a card, so that's a benefit.
Yeah, and the thing is that this Cosmic Bolt eventually scale up, right? First is 6, 8, 10, 12. Like eventually you hit the number where your opponent just straight up just die because of one Cosmic Bolt. So I'm not too worried if I'm Aqua.
Yeah, the little quirk about this, though, is that because...
Ooh.
What
Do you
is
not
the
you-
interaction here?
You negate the effect. Interesting. I think they're just trying to resolve the stack right here. I believe what happened was that Tether of Flames, Aqua chose to take 2 damage, right?
Yeah, I think what they're checking is whether Tether in Flames counts for the Everflame Staff.
Oh.
Yeah, like because he forgot to put a counter on. But Aqua now is just going to pass his turn. Still has quite a number of cards available in hand, so we can imagine that he does have quite a bit of interaction available still. Jet does have that GCR in his main deck. Still, lots of options. Maybe goes for the Safeguard Amulet even, just to stay a little bit careful. And that is going to be his mat for the turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be just that. Jet right now is in really slow, a very slow tempo right now. No allies, no multiple fire blooms. The pirate already had done his job. What Jet wants now is probably just to find more, like a bit more damage, like those synthesizers, crit burns, any sort of like damage to basically close up the game. But Aqua's just not letting him. We are going to see the
Seminary
again.
Balanced this time. Jet
Yep.
does have 2 hand, 2 memory, so this will come in for 4 damage basically, and this does also count as a spell for the Everflame Staff. So Aqua does have to respond to this if he wants to prevent the Everflame Staff from coming in right now.
Yeah, probably is going to respond with something right here.
He's putting 3 cards down. Might be a Haughty counter.
Might be a top C as well.
It's gonna be Haughty counter.
Oh,
yeah.
Haughty counter.
So this forces Jet to either allow this to be negated and also give Aqua a glimpse tree, or he can't really do anything because he doesn't have the cards in hand. Aqua glimpses tree and he sees Dungeon Guide, Gentle Respite, and 1 unknown card. I think they're all not what he's looking for.
Yep.
But the Haughty counter does save Aqua 4 damage. Here's the Rococo now onto the board as well. This is going to represent 3 damage. Deals 3 damage total to Aqua, but because Rococo is not as a spell, it does not trigger that Everflame Staff. Jet does get to get another Glimmer counter into memory now. 3 total, which means he can activate that Tether in Flames.
Yeah, the thing is that Jet now is, like we mentioned, we need those damage, like those burst damage, and Rococo does represent that 3 damage. It's quite a decent amount of damage. So Jet is doing his best to actually close up the game, and Aqua right now not seeing those Cosmic Bolt as he wanted, because again, even though you're surviving, if you're not actually killing your opponent, you're not actually winning the game, right? Because eventually your opponent will just turn you out as the deck is trying to do. Deal 1, deal 1, deal 1, deal 1, deal 2. Eventually he wins the game. So Aqua just really wants to see those Cosmic Bolt to close up the game.
That's right, and he is going to just leave 1 card on the top and immediately passes the turn. Just keeps that Nascent Barrier in hand, which is going to be great. Does prevent, again, the Everflame Staff from getting its last counter because of that Fire Bloom Flourish. Now Aqua is going to have to make a decision. Does he use that Nascent Barrier right now to prevent this 1 damage? And it looks like he is.
Yep, he even set up the top of the deck. It's probably a card for him to Star Call, I believe. Oh no, it's definitely.
Yeah, the Nascent Barrier was
There's
the
a barrier on
top
top
card of
there.
his deck,
Yeah, he drew into it, yeah.
Cosmic Bolt now coming in for 8. And the unfortunate thing for Aqua right now is that the next Cosmic Bolt comes in for 10, but that's 1 damage short of lethal.
1 damage short, yeah. That's why sometimes that 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide actually matters.
Yeah, and here's the Nascent Barrier now, preventing 3 more damage for this turn. Jad is going to be able to make 1 play. And then after that, next turn, he also has the Grand Crusader's Ring that he can use on Aqua's turn so that he can have a 2-cost spell in hand, plus a card from the Diao Chan Inherited Effect. Now, Glowing Configuration is going to be Kindle Wand for this.
Yep, it is going to be dealing, I believe,
4 damage.
4 damage right here.
So this will be a spell source, which means that it will pop the Nascent Barrier. But no, we're going to
Safeguard.
use the Safeguard Amulet, not allowing this Everflame Staff to go off still.
Yeah, Aqua just choosing the right timing so that the Everflame is not going to be triggered. Rococo does reduce the nascent berries count.
To 2, and Jet, if he has another Rococo, he could push in 1 more damage this turn. But maybe he wants to keep these 2 cards in hand for a 2-cost spell on the following turn instead. And there it is, the Fire Bloom Flourish now triggers, gets another Glimmer counter for Jet as well.
Yeah, we're going to be going back to Aqua's turn right here. What can Aqua even materialize at this point? It's probably just the necklace, right?
Yeah, Ingredient Pouch could be a card as well. But other than that, I think he's only left with the necklace, the Ingredient Pouch, and Alka-Has in his material deck.
I think Pouch is less incentivized because you don't have the further ground to clone it at this point. So it has to be the scope, I think.
No, it is going to be the necklace.
Oh, sorry, necklace, yeah.
Yeah, the scope is already on the board.
Yeah,
A
necklace,
very beautiful Judge promo. Now, it's going to go for that Glimpse 4 right now during the pre-recollection step. Still, Cosmic Bolt is found.
Astra. Ooh,
2 Cosmic Bolts are found.
Yeah, instead of Lethal. So at this point, Aqua is thinking, okay, I have all this in the top. I just need to find a way to time it so I can proc one, and then the others I either use another Glimpse in order to proc the other one. So just picking his timing. Because the problem is, if you actually activate any of the star card, all of them go to the bottom of the deck.
That's right. The remaining 3 cards will go to the bottom if he chooses to Star Call the 1 Cosmic Bolt on the top right now. But Aqua has already used 2 of his Astra sites, so may not have access to another one. Let's see what he ends up doing. We don't know what he has in hand right now, but with the 4 Cosmic Bolts up there, he does have Lethal available to him.
Ooh, interesting. Just put 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom right here. He's going to draw, and he's going to straight away just hard
He's going to main phase Cosmic Bolt. And I'm assuming the card on the very top of this deck right now should be another Cosmic Bolt as well, and that is going to be Aqua's Lethal. Here's the Searing Rebuke now, preventing 3 damage, and not only that, we're also going to deal 3 damage to Aqua, which means that the Everplane Staff is going to get its 3rd counter. Aqua now recovering down to 14 damage counters. The Searing Rebuke is going to resolve. This is going to deal 3 more back to Aqua, putting back on 17. 4 more damage from this Everflame Staff will put him at 21.
I believe it's 8 damage, and then Serum Root does reduce 5, so reduce to 5, and then what happens is, if it pops the safeguard, it's just going to be 1 damage.
Yeah, 1 damage, but 1 damage is all Aqua needs.
Yep.
10 damage from the Cosmic Bolt. Next turn will be lethal. Searing Rebuke on the stack. Cosmic Bolt now resolves. So this goes into the trash. Cosmic Bolt, is there anything else on the stack? Whatever it is, Aqua has lethal if this next Cosmic Bolt does resolve.
Yes,
Aqua takes 3 up now to 17. Jet takes 8 now up to 15. Cosmic Astroscope is tapped. Cosmic Bolt used for free. Everflame Staff. 3 counters is going to be popped. 4 damage onto the face of Aqua, puts him at 21. Remember, he has no further Serene Wind.
There's no further healing, I believe. Not even the 3 visits because you are no longer win.
Yeah, and the Inferno Vessel is still on the board. GCR is popped. There is going to be a Kindle.
Kindle 4?
Another Glowing Conflagration. This is going to be 4 damage exactly. Does Aqua have any response?
Wait, Aqua's still on the stack, I believe?
We're still checking on the stack of the Cosmic Bolt now. This is the 2nd Cosmic Bolt. I believe that is going to be lethal than the Glowing Conflagration. We do need to check this. Who is actually the winner here? Because if that Glowing Conflagration resolved, that means that Aqua did in fact lose this game. So can we get a confirmation on that from the judge team pretty shortly? But still, that game was so close. It is going to be, in fact, Jet that does take the victory here. Very close here. If Aqua had found just 1 healing herb, that would have been enough.
I think that was really interesting. All Aqua needed was just 1 healing herb, but that was a really interesting game of conclusion right here. Again, very unfortunate for Aqua, I believe, because the Cosmic Bolt didn't actually hit when he needed it to hit in the mid game, right? Because that's the idea of the game. The game's ideal scenario is that it wants to always just basically glimpse, and then as you glimpsing, you hit the Cosmic Bolts in order to find lethal. But unfortunately, Aqua didn't hit that, and there's no further ground. And we did have a confirmation.
Aqua actually won this game.
Yeah, I believe we have a confirmation. Aqua actually won the game, as we can see what resolve right there.
Oh, Conflagration is on slow speed. I see. Okay, yeah, he isn't able to play the Conflagration there to deal the last 4 damage. And that means Aqua is just going to be able to take the victory off of that Cosmic Bolt resolving. I see. That all makes sense now.
Yep, I think in the end of the day, right? Like Aqua did actually. I think it was a really, really close game. Like Jet actually has all the resources and stuff because of the Fire Bloom. But in the end, if you actually, I don't know, like thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta read your cards, guys. Cards that are slow, you can't play in your opponent's turn. And that was a big difference maker for Jad here. Because if he had instead something like the Intensified Pyre available in hand, that would have been enough because I'm sure Aqua had more than 8 cards in his graveyard at that point as well. So very big difference maker, understanding like what cards that you can use on your turn and what cards you can't use on your turn, making sure that you have exact lethal. I'm sure Jad just saw the numbers and he got kind of lost in the sauce. Plus remember that this was like almost going to time already, so I'm sure there was a little bit of anxiety there.
Nerves were really nervous for everyone, I believe. Everyone is playing. Even us, the caster didn't realize that, oh, it's slow. I mean, it happens to people. But again, congrats to Aqua for making through game 2, right? Round 2, full win right now, hoping for the best. And also, again, for Jet side, it's not over yet. There's still a really long day ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to be at least 8 rounds. It's going to be a long day. You are going to want to get at least 6 wins, of course, in order to get that chance for Kaze, the Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, what do you think of Kaze, Spirit of Wind?
I think he's really hot. Don't you? Don't you want to be Kaze? I would like to be Kaze.
I would want to have Kaze's ideal body, I guess, but I don't know. Like, I'm more of a... what's that? There's one particular one. There's this fire spirit that's like... looks very Chinese. Hanabi, I think?
Hanabi, yeah.
Hanabi, I'm more of a Hanabi person.
Very Chinese, despite the Japanese name, yes. The name means fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were really close to winning a Hanabi at Ascent Worlds last year.
I think was it Hanabi?
Yeah. It's the
3 Yeah. I was with Corex and Poan. Yeah, we were very close, but we were playing handicap, right? Because we were with down 1 man because Corex was playing day 1. Day 1 or worse, so me and Paul had to grind it out, going 2-0 in most of our games.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were very close. I think we were 1 win away, but it is what it is. But enough about us talking about what happened there. That game right there, I think it just shows you how why Arisana has become prominent in the game because of that Calming Breeze. Calming Breeze is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, so much prevention available for Aqua from the Calming Breeze, from the Nascent Barrier. Did so much in order to prevent him from just taking that last bit of damage. Both games that he won, he was at 21, 24, like in between that range of like 1 point of damage making the difference between death and life.
Yeah, that's the Arisana deck in general. Like, you don't mind taking a lot of damage counter because in the end of the day, your entire deck has recovery. You recover 3, recover 4. But again, a flip side is in this meta right now, for fire decks, for aggro decks in particular, this new card right here, this insane Vessel right here, is going to be stopping level 3 game plans to recover because, technically speaking, the most popular, in my opinion at least, for floating memory back then, it's the...
Fast Cure?
Fast Cure, exactly. Fast Cure, that's a lot of work. Like, usually you will be able to fast cure your level 3 that you're trying to level up. Your influence is very low, you're able to just recover 4, but with the Vessel deck, it's only a recover 1. And with the old Arizona game plan of using the 3 wizards to recover 2, you can't actually recover 2 as well.
Yeah.
Like, that just shows you how powerful Vessel is in this meta right now for aggro decks.
Yeah, and that's why Aqua has made a very
interesting
heads-up choice with the Alkahest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we went to the online regional for the the Fable online regional, who's also the organizer of today's Ascent. And he hit into a Fire Aetherwing Diana aggro deck, and because of that Vessel, he wasn't able to like make it to the top 4-1-2 score, very, very close. But very, very unfortunate that he just didn't make the top 8 that event. But since then, he's learned, like, okay, this is my out to the Infernal Vessel, and I needed to answer these cards in these kind of difficult matchups. And so that's why it's in the main board today.
Yeah, I think it is a really, really heads-up call, and it is not only Jet will be running this Vessel. I think a lot of players, anyone that plays Fire or has some sort of aggressive game plan will be considering this Vessel right here, because this Vessel is pretty generic as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen CL on this card as well.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen some CL on Fiery Interference, because now with the Full Awakening Interdiction, the best answer to Oblation is actually recovery. So Fire Interference, the Infernal Vessel, these things will prevent that from doing the job that they want to have.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And also Jade right here, just showing us that the Fire Dalchan, I never really see it top any tournaments in general or Ascent level, but it always appears, right, on streams when people talk about it. Or is it very scary deck? If you open enough Fire Bloom Blossom, you can actually, I won't say scam your opponent. You can probably just win a game that's probably unwinnable in most cases. Like, even then, game 1 as well just shows how strong this Ravenous Pyro is if you actually open it at the right timing.
Yeah, I mean, being able to draw an additional card every turn is a big deal. Like, we all know Merlin Kingslayer is really strong, and she only draws an additional card every other turn. Now, imagine drawing an extra card every turn, or 2 extra cards every turn. It's going to be a very big difference, especially, like you said, right? For Fire Aggro, the main issue is influence gets really small, and that Fire Moon Flourish really answers that issue.
Yeah, I think we might actually be waiting for round 2 to conclude right now. People are still hanging out around here. It's been very, very wonderful here in Manila. We are going to a short break, I believe, so we will stay tuned soon.
Yep, I will see you in the next round. Bye-bye.
And we are back, everyone. Ryan Meme here, Flawn. What do you think about the game 2 just now?
Ooh, that was an exciting one, to say the least. It was always down to the wire. Aqua just barely holding on.
Yep,
you know
yep.
that Infernal Vessels, it's really a problem when you can't remove it, especially on wind. That's why we
Yeah.
have to have a card like Alcahest. Otherwise, it's like there's pretty much no way of getting rid of that. So what are you gonna do, Zephyr it, and it comes back next turn anyway?
Yeah, you need to find a way to actually remove it. And like Wind doesn't have like things that fire that actually has like ways to actually just remove regardless. So I think it's a very heads up way to remove it and creative way as well. It requires you to be level 4. So Arizona actually does that because they have a level herb. But enough dabbling of last game. We are going to have our feature game. In fact, we know what we're actually fighting. Not fighting. What we are actually watching later.
Yeah, so we are having a Fire Assassin Merlin versus Seryu. Seryu with a little bit of spice in it. They've put some odd cards in here that maybe we could get to talk about when we actually end up seeing it. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Merlin. She's basically Fire Assassin with some differences from like the usual Xanders and Tristans.
Yep.
Namely, in this deck, there isn't really much. The only real difference is that we have Molten Echo. So Molten Echo is, it's just 1 damage paying. That's ephemerate. So it's like essentially on a Poison Dagger turn, that's 4 damage off of 1 card that also puts Sheen counters. And then Merlin gets a free sword, which means he gets an extra swing, which gets another damage on another 2 damage on your Poison Dagger turn. And then it's also just a free weapon that you can Blazing Throw. So a lot of reason to pick Merlin over Xander. Xander's just a bit more reliable because he just gets guaranteed prep. So you always have the ability to play Planted Explosive and Mercenary Blade. But Merlin's pretty good. But we'll see if we can go fast enough to kill Goja before she gets to the big dragon. Because that's always the problem, right?
What Merlin has over the other assassins like aggro decks is probably the fact that this Shin counters with the Fractal Memory, it's just consistent 3 damage, right? Every time you hit, and as long as you can bring 3 Shin back to your Fractal, you can actually deal 3 damage, which is quite a big deal, honestly, for consistency, right? And honestly speaking, again, it is still the typical 5 component. You have your Arthur, your, I believe, red hairs should be around there, the typical Arthur red hair. And of course, we were talking about last game, Infernal Vessel. This card is insane.
Infernal Vessel is crazy. Now, at least on the side of Seryu, there isn't that much healing.
Exactly.
It's mostly like, maybe you get an odd Innervate into re-level back up to 3, heal 3. So that does stop a little bit of that, but overall, like Seryu, it's not really a deck that heals that much. But it still does heal a little bit, so it does have an effect. The main thing is really just trying to kill them before they hit level 3, because once they hit level 3, it gets a lot harder.
Yeah, the thing is that for Seryu commands, sorry, not Seryu commands, Seryu in general, this decks, basically all I want to do is I want to farm enough of my quest counters, and then I flip the dragon, and then my dragon go bang, 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 and then I just shoot them with the lightning blast. But the problem is that you can't really do that now consistently, right? With Topsy, right? Everyone has Spell Shroud.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is a fire deck,
Yeah,
so
fire deck doesn't have
and it's an aggro deck, so maybe you wouldn't exactly expect them to have Topsy, and they don't, as far as I'm seeing here. So not even in the sideboard. Just a lot of things to think about. Main thing being really how quickly can we put pressure on the Seryu. Another thing is that if you do play a bit recklessly, these fire aggro like assassin decks, they can actually kill Seryu by just going Poison Dagger and then just throwing everything at it. And at that point, usually they win the game from there. So
yeah, interesting to see this matchup. I think in terms of how the tempo will play out for both sides, it will be, in Aki, just a simple gameplay. I'll play allies, I'll dish out damage, bang, bang, bang. Hopefully, eventually my opponent just dies from it. Abby's gameplay is I'm going to make my dragon, I'm going to flip my dragon, and it's very likely the dragon is not going to be swinging. It's going to be standing there as a taunt right there just to protect myself and then probably win through other memes.
not sure who went first here.
Still deciding right here. That's the thing about this right now. Oh, I think it's probably Inaki going first.
Yeah, it seems like it. Looks like maybe posturing to do Xiao Xiao turn 1. Not a bad start, especially if we have the red hair to follow it after. I think that's 2 of the Molten Echoes in his hand. Not the best card to have super early.
Yeah, I want to do it a bit later, right? Once you are at the first level 1 Merlin. We're going to see Xiao Xiao here being played right here. Abby is probably not going to be doing anything here.
That was I think I just saw Bestial Frenzy in his hand. So that's another one of these weird cards. Not something you often see in these Seryu decks. It is a cleave though, so it's not the worst. Oh, and then Beseech the wins here. You absolutely want to see these in your opening hands as a Seryu player because it lets you just turbo the 3 so quickly.
Yeah, you want to go into level 1 as soon as possible, and because you're already at level 1 with the Azure Fate Stone, right, you'll be able to proc the effect, giving you 1 quest counter already at turn 1.
Yeah, and especially going second, it's really, really advantageous for the fire aggro player. They're usually a lot of these fire aggro decks have like maybe like a 50-60%
Yeah.
chance of just like killing you turn 2 with no interaction. So having the extra life buffer actually ends up being really, really important as well.
Yep, you actually want to be able to jump to your level 3 as soon as possible. As you mentioned, the life buffer, right? It matters a lot being at 25 defense so that you will actually just die outright. Going back to Inaki's turn here, I believe. Oh, no, sorry. He's just checking through what Abby has. Probably going to be realizing, okay, it's a typical material deck for the serial deck. But most serial decks, I would say, are very cop-out. Most of them have very similar cards in terms of what they have in their material deck.
I guess the main thing is you notice that they have Ducal
Ducal,
Seal
yeah.
instead of the Tire Ring here, which is it's fair. I mean, looking at the Seri deck, it is seemed to be it has a lot more exalted cards. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
definitely thinking this is a more turbo Seriu. There's a lot of Seriu. Some of them you'll see them pretty much always go Tangu turn 2, and then they play they get the draw on level 2, and they just don't immediately level up to 3. This Seriu deck seems more tech for like I just want to hit level 3 as soon as possible, get my exalted cards out, and start doing my thing. Notably, we are not on Calming Breeze. So
Yeah, we're not on Calming Breeze. That's really, really interesting choice. It's like being Wind Element. Wind right now very popular with the Calming Breeze, not running it as well. Any thoughts about it?
look, well, playing float in Seriu has always been a little bit sketchy. I mean,
Exactly, right.
definitely some people used to play like Reclaim and stuff, but you don't really want to use float because you want to banish cards so that you can get more quest
Yeah.
counters. But and I think Calming Breeze is not that useful against a lot of decks. I think most of the level 3 decks, it doesn't really help you that much. So I could see it being like a sideboard card, but in this case, he's not playing it at all. So
Yeah, jumping back to the action, we actually missed out a lot of action right there. We have the QSD being played right here. We even have the imbued Vermilion Decree here dealing 3 damage.
so under this Quicksilver Grail, I think the safe bet is it's probably Poison Dagger.
Yep.
But it could be also Enfeebling Orb. That's another option. It could be a lot of things, but your expectation is it's probably Poison Dagger.
Yeah, we do see the Mark Hair as well coming down here, dealing a bit of damage. So typical aggro stuff right here, and Yaki just playing a bunch of allies, dealing one damage right here, just slowly dishing out every damage that he could possibly dish out. Maybe even going further right here, we're going to be playing down another ally. Pepper Chef right here, probably going to be sacrificing the Mark.
Yeah, so March Hare, obviously the number one best thing to be sacrificing your Pepper Chef, because that means when you kindle something, he can come back on the field. Unfortunately, no red hair to pair with the March Hare. Those are usually a perfect combo, but
Yeah, it's so weird to not see red hair in an aggro deck like this early. Like usually you just look at stream and people say, oh, red hair. Then you're like, fantastic, great, I'll take 3 damage.
I think we're actually going to Stifling Trap this, that's fair. I think that's a fair play to make there. That's a lot of damage
let's
you
not
would be
take
taking
4.
here. Let's not take 4,
let's
and
not
then
take
also
4.
set up a March Hare in the graveyard. That's not exactly the kind of game I want to have, but seems like we're just going to turbo level 2 here.
Yeah. I think we might even go for the quest counter, maybe options. I think because right now, Abby, because we are already at 3 quest counter, right? Going to 4.
Yeah,
5?
so
Yeah.
the magic number with Guaja is you want to have 5 before
yep.
you dungeon guide, so that when you dungeon guide, you're going to get your last 2
Exactly.
and then gain 3 from the level 3. He has the dungeon guide already,
Yep.
so he can just like turbo straight to level 3 here, but he will have just, what, 1 card in Influence, but guess what? Lost Providence, Reliquary. This deck is very good at refilling after going turbo, so
Yeah, especially against aggro deck, you just want to be at level 325 HP buffer, so you won't actually just outright die, as we mentioned. So I think this is probably gonna be the dungeon guide turn, just choosing which one to banish. I believe. Ooh,
okay, we're gonna take an off turn.
I'm going to go into a Fairy Whisper here, seeing what he can glimpse right here. Ooh, we see the Innovate right here.
Fate being revealed, so we now know that this is an option. Naki knows that it is something that Abby could choose to hold up.
Yep.
The main thing here is maybe that'll goad him into playing
the
the Infernal Vessel.
Yeah, the interesting about Innovate is that this Innovate allows you to actually, in combination of, when you're level 3, right, you can actually go down back to level 2. And because of the level 3 Gocha effect, you can just automatically just level up without any cost.
Yeah, this is really the deck that is the best at using Innervate. Like
Yep.
Tristan's tried to use it, but it never feels good to have to Innervate.
Like the pay cost.
Yeah, exactly. Like the only time it really feels okay is when you go like Reaver into Dancer. But Guaja, it's like this is just an extremely potent defensive card,
It's
and I
more
just level
healing.
up to 3 for free again.
I just heal more. What's wrong with that? So we are going to go to Dungeon Guide right here. We're gonna see the Gocha level 3 here really, really quickly. I believe this is just turn 3 because we didn't even materialize any other thing. Turn 1, we go into level 1 Gocha through the Besiege, level 2, and then now we go into level 3 Gocha. Just really, really quick plays here from Abby. I think in terms of tempo, Abby's really, really ahead. Even has the dragon to actually flip out. But will you flip out the dragon right now?
I would actually not, especially with the threat of potential poison dagger and then just toss everything at it. I would not risk it. Saryu's command in hand, which is, as we know, with the Reliquary and the Lost Providence, that means on Recollection phase, we can flip Dragon and then just draw 2 extra cards for no reason, and then we get the drop Saryu's command, and then boom, you're dead. Like,
yeah, I think Abby is also really, really careful because the thing is that your opponent is very likely an assassin base, right? If you have been studying it, okay, this looks like the Merlin deck, and assassin actually has ways to deal with the Seiryu.
actually, here's the thing. Have we banished an Arcane card yet? Because in order to pull off the Saryu's command combo, you need to have at least 1 Arcane card banished so you can hit that free to activate Arcane Blast.
I don't think we have seen any of them in the banish zone.
I don't think we have, actually. I think that... So that means we actually can't just go, oh, okay, there it is, Poison Dagger.
We are actually going to do it, I think. We are going to go into Merlin level 1 here. The brand new Merlin. She looks so good.
Low influence, though, so this is going to be a bit scary. There's that Molten Echo going away. That's going to be one of our potential sources of damage. You actually do have to pay 2 here in order to get out. That Ephemerate Blade. And, of course, the Fractured Memories new mastery from the set coming out here.
Yeah, really, new one right here. So for those at home that are not familiar with this, what this actually does is that we're playing with this new counter called the Shin counters, and it's a bit more complex than that. So Shin counters can be given to your opponent's unit, be it the ally or even the champion. And whenever, so as you can see here, whenever the Shin counters units are being hit or on kill, you grab those Shin counters into the Fractured Memory. Well, in the context of this particular deck, what we are actually triggering is just the mastery, the secondary effect, where when you're on hit on champion, if you actually move 3 or more Shin counters into your Fractured Memory, you deal 3 damage to the enemy champion. So I think that's what Inaki is aiming for with this Fractured Memory. I don't think there's any other way you can use it.
Well, the problem, though, with this is that as based on Merlin's effect, the player who is recollecting is the one who gets to choose where to put their Shin counters, which means you can just put it on Seiryu, and then suddenly it's like, okay. And especially because Seiryu does not go to grave, so he technically does not die, which means that you do not get the Shin counters, similar to like an ephemeral effect, right? So it's not amazing. Ooh, are we flipping here in order to deny the Korhazi Courier? Seems like that is the play here. Seiryu is not a threat of dying from Poison Dagger this turn because there's not enough cards in hand on Inaki's side. So Abby gonna be able to flip here for free, and then you know sparks are about to fly next turn.
Yeah, because Inaki is on his main phase right now, playing out the Kohazi. So Abby just saying, okay, I don't think there's any way my dragon is outright die here. I believe.
Yeah, that 12 life booty is just so hard to get through for.
That's the thing about all this, like Gocha's pets. Gocha's pets are just so big. Like you have a 12 dragon, you have a big turret that becomes bigger. Even Byaku is not that small, and then like the Phoenix just keeps coming back. Like this just shows you how versatile this Gocha deck really is. And we are going back to Abby right here. I think if you're Abby, I think you're just gonna take things slowly. I don't think you want to swing with the dragon. In fact, maybe.
Oh, I mean, I think it's just got to be Reliquary here. I'm not sure. It really depends on whether we've banished an Arcane card. If we haven't, then you could just go for the Seryus and then just. Does he have enough cards to play the Arcane Blast? No, he wouldn't have enough. So might just go for the slower play. I think the Innervate is also still live because we did not get banished earlier. So that means we can also keep ourselves protected, either ourselves or the dragon protected. Ducal Seal.
Ducal Seal, wow.
Ducal Seal. Okay, so this is a Mega Tariff Ring. Yep. One of the new Exalted cards from the set, and I think Seiryu is one of the decks that's really well positioned to play cards like this just because it can hit level 3 extremely quickly.
The easiest way to explain to someone that haven't read kind of well what Ducal Seal, it's just Tariff Ring, but it's Exalted, and it's just stronger because your opponent just needs to pay an extra 1 more instead of 2. So that's pretty much it. I think the difference is that because you're playing Ducal Seal, it does actually, because back then for Tariff Ring, people still actually can pay 2 to swing in, right? Some people don't mind, paying 2, I'll just pay the 2 taxes. Paying 3 is a bit too much.
Yeah, and see here, we don't have to hold up the Seiryu as a taunter because we know we have the Ducal Seal. Naki no cards in hand, can't possibly go for like a reduced Ash before you get a chance to pop it. So this is basically free, and then now we have our one arcane card banished in the form of that Arcane Blast, which means next turn we can now go for it. And of course, we're also going to do so. Seiryu turn, Seiryu's command turn on its own is 15 damage, which is enough to kill Merlin here.
Yeah, that
Enfeebling Orb.
Enfeebling Orb right here. Another of the additional new regardless. These new regardless are showing up and showing us why this regardless are very strong. Enfeebling Orb here, forcing the opponent to put 2 cards back down in hand, but he's not going to be proccing right now. Dukasu, this is going to be proc right here. Inaki only with 5 influence in hand, meaning he can only swing once.
You know, the worst part is here, even if you try to Enfeebling Orb, we still have Lost Providence plus Reliquary, so we still could activate the Series command free recollection here.
Doesn't look that good for Inaki. Even Inaki knows he's just struggling here, knowing that this is really, really tough right here. Just showing you how strong is it for decks in general that once you reach level 3 now, these new Exalted cards are playing a huge role. Gonna be doing King Arthur, Arthur right here. I think probably just gonna be on the Enter effect just to give it Immortal.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even really use any of the Arthur doesn't do anything here, can attack, so might as well just have it Immortal here, but I don't think it's gonna matter because Abby, I think, is gonna see the writing the wolf, no cards in hand. I mean, the Enfeebling Orb isn't gonna stop us from activating the Series command recollection as long as we bring out that Reliquary, and there we go. Ooh, actually, it's 3 to 4, so we should be good here.
Yeah, that's a lot of influence right here. We have basically, I believe, 9 when we recollect.
We'll have 5 here, so
5, 9.
4 in hand right now, Lost Providence, then draw for turn 6.
Oh, okay.
So then we pop Lost Providence here, Series command,
Series
gonna come
command,
down. And I mean, we're gonna be seeing a lot of this in the whole tournament. Seiryu going to be commanded to strike at Abby's foes, finish the game here really swiftly. This was a fast one.
Yeah, this is very fun. Inaki also knows that writing the ball is counting. He's like making sure, all right, I think he has it. But let me just count to make sure.
I guess we can explain a little bit about this combo for those who haven't seen it. I don't know how you haven't seen a Seiryu kill turn before, but basically it allows you to activate 2 more on attack effects here. So as long as you have 1 arcane card in banish, that means you can go Empower, Generate, which would give you 2 arcane cards, which means you empower 4 on each one, which means you can activate an Arcane Blast for free because that's Empower 8 to your level 3. And he draws Byaku's command as well, so it's really just super over here.
It's just showing him everything. I mean, he can't activate it.
No, he has Lost Providence. He has Lost
Providence,
Providence on field. We still haven't activated it.
It's showing you how insane all these new cards are with the Exalted cards. Like, Goja is a deck that can accelerate to level 3 very fast, and just showing you how strong these Exalteds are doing it right now. We are going to see Series Command here going in, gonna be, I believe, just gonna empower, and also generate 1 more.
Go. So we do have to do very, very key timing thing here. You have to do all of your on attacks before you activate anything else. I have seen people miss their on attack triggers because of that. So this is going to be a generate and then empower, or no, empower, and then generate. So we get our second arcane card, and then boom, we get boom. There we go, and that's it. So that's gonna actually, this would be, I think this is what? So this is 5, 10, and then 22. So this is a 32 damage turn that he did with like 5 cards in hand.
So even if you're CL, 30k. Well, I think the 30 HP is probably the highest in terms of relevancy in terms of the meta game. You still die. It doesn't matter. Like, this shows you how strong this combo really is. All you need to do is just level up. I will say even level up, you just get 10 cards counter, flip the dragon, survive a few turns, farm 7 cards in your hand, 7 influence, and boom, just play out the combo.
Yeah, this is really why Seiryu is the deck to beat in this meta. It is able to play slow and fast. It can play allies, but it can also just like blow you up out of nowhere. It's a 12 spell shout dragon with taunt, so it's like really hard to get through a lot of the time.
It basically forces opponents to even adapt to it. There are ways to get rid of the Seiryus, but it requires you to play tech cards. Cards that basically, in my opinion, weaken your decks at most time because it's a tech card, right? You are running things that ruin your consistency. It just shows you how much of a force it really does into the meta game. We go into the side deck right now. I think.
Speaking of one of those tech cards, we have the Immolation Trap. This is one of the key tech cards against Seiryu. The problem is, if you haven't read her, and a lot of people forget about her, level 2 Goja has that lineage release effect, which allows you to negate a card that's targeting one of your Shenjus. And guess what? Immolation Trap, it targets. So you need to draw both of them, and these are only 2 in sideboard. When you see Immolation Trap, it's usually like a 4 because you absolutely have to find 2. One of the other ways is exploit vulnerability, but we're not on that in this deck because we don't have enough prep generation in order to make it reliable. So that's one of the ways the assassin decks, like Luxem decks, are able to kind of like try and try and give themselves a little bit more of a chance against Seiryu. Of course, Wind has Dream Fairy. You can Dream Fairy, displace Dream Fairy. You can go for like Dream Fairy, Ace and Dream Fairy. Ensnaring Fumes, Ravaging Tempest.
A lot.
There's a lot. Wind has everything. The problem is in actually we have do we have Exploit in this deck? Yeah, no, we don't. So yeah, the big thing really is just that Wind has all of the answers to Seiryu. Water has like basically none. It's like Snow Fairy it twice, I guess.
Snow Fairy and Prey.
Snow Fairy it twice and Prey. And then Fire has Immolation Trap and just kill it. Like that's the other option. Fire is actually not that bad.
The sad part about Snow Fairy is your opponent just needs to get rid of your Snow Fairy. And then
or if they play Wind plus Kite Shield, they can give it Vigor, so the Snow Fairy effect basically becomes null and void.
Exactly.
So.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, talking about how to get rid of the Seiryu, I think most people at this point is like, okay, if I can't get rid of the Seiryu, what else can I do?
Kill
them
them
faster. Yeah,
kill
exactly.
Them.
Kill them. Just kill the Goja as soon as possible before the dragon has any effect. Because the deck is really like one-dimensional in terms of like, it's very straightforward because your opponent just wants to go up to level 3 or level 2 in general in order to farm the quest counter. And because when they do that, right, they actually are low in influence. So that's the time to strike where if you actually open a really good opening, Inaki didn't really open that great. His deck didn't really have the typical red hair Arthur turn. If it opens that, Abby will be in trouble because if you notice, right, Abby's deck, at least his material deck are really reliant on Exalted. At least last game we saw 2 of them, right? We saw Ducasil, we saw Lost Providence, even the Rancor, like a lot of them are only available in level 3, and like none of them are really that helpful in the early stages of the game.
If you compare Abby's deck to like most conventional series list, it's very ally light. It has no Asun. It doesn't have like the Grovetail Longswords. Even like the Trotters were not really here. So this is a very ally light build. Instead, we're going like full on just like turbo level 3 play Exalted cards. So in that kind of situation, that's one of the strengths of series that it can play an ally game. It can play for board early game. You can play a lot of these strong allies and then try and like slowly whittle your opponent down, like kill their threats so that you can level up more freely. In this case, Abby really just has to hit level 3 ASAP.
Yeah, this seems more like a level 3 deck than the Gocha. Like, we talk about this off camera. Like, I always felt that Gocha Seiryu is not really a level 3 deck. It's more of a, I can be flexible about it. All I need to do is farm my quest counters, flip my dragon. Along the way, I can play allies. Like, there's the Mouse, there's the Asian Protectors, all those kind of stuff. But Abby's list in particular, we're seeing right here, is just a jump to level 3. And then I play a bunch of tech cards. You have Top C, we have innovate, 2 innovates. Like usually you just play 1. Like there are a lot, even 3 Regal. Like all these cards are technically tech cards, and they are like exalted elements. So you actually need to hit level 3 to play them. So it just shows that Abby's Paladin deck is a really different in a different manner compared to what we've seen back in days.
Yeah, and I want to comment on one of the sideboard cards here. We have Tri-Castle of Kenya. This is a new card from the set. It's another Exalted card. It's a domain siegeable that you can activate non-advanced summon cards.
Yeah.
And can you guess there's a deck that plays like 90% fire cards? It's the one you're looking at right now. So if we're able to actually get this off, and then especially with the Seiryu taunt right behind it, a lot of times these fire decks, I'm like, oh, I'm completely locked out of my entire deck.
Yeah, it's for this particular matchup. We do see the Clumsy Apprentice being played right here. Alright start, I would say, because, nothing is better than seeing red hair Arthur for this deck. Unfortunately, it's image. Like, if we talk about an aggro deck right now, what do you think of? Red hair Arthur.
Yeah, but this is Clumsy Apprentice Red Hair. So Red Hair is not on, but if you play a Red Hair, you're kind of telegraphing that, hey, like I do have a way of activating this Red Hair. Yep. Red Hair does need a unique human ally to be play. Oh, well, there it is. There's the unique human ally. He's just going to play them all right now. He's like, I'm going to use all the cards in my hand.
And I believe this new rule change as well.
Yeah, but cannot attack on the first turn.
Yeah, cannot attack first turn. That's the only thing.
But this is a problem. This is currently 3, 4, 5 damage threatened every single turn if you cannot clear any of these. And since we don't have a lot of allies in this deck, it's going to be a lot harder for Abby if he doesn't clear these every single turn. Oh, well, Beseech. Beseech again. Beseech again.
Is he on 4 Beseech?
That is, yeah, 4 Beseeches. And as well, in addition to the 4 Beseech Fate Stone. So this really is a turbo deck. A lot of series have been like off Beseech, like they just play Beseech Fate Stone because it's also an ally at the same time, and it's also like suppressible. So there's a lot of reasons to play it. But Beseech has fallen out of favor because you want to play more of these allies and because you're trying to play a bit of a slower game.
Yep. But I think realizing that you want to have access to all these new Exo cards is probably Exalted cards is why people move on from this ally version to just play, oh, I'm just going to turbo. I'm now a level 3 deck.
All right, let's see. What is the banish? Gonna lose one of our dungeon guys. We're 2 in the hand, so we should be fine on that end. And then, of course, we bring out Fabled Azurite, Fate Stone. Is there anything change in the material deck?
Probably the Nullifying Lantern.
No. Yeah, Lantern came in. I'm assuming it replaced. What did it replace? Maybe.
Orb?
Did it remove Enfeebling Orb? Or was it Purifying? No, there's no way to remove Thurible.
No, I think it's Orb, because like, Orb doesn't really do much in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still. I think Orb is always good.
Yeah, always good.
It's never bad, like, right? It's like having a card that forces your opponent to put 2 cards down is never bad. But this is definitely not a high interaction matchup.
Exactly. It's a more of a I play cards, you play card, I play ally, I have my turbo, I play the Tuker, I prevent one turn, and I have my command, boom boom, my dragon wins or something like that. We do go into the poison dagger right here. Inaki not really afraid of any sort of like removal from his regardless, I believe, at this point.
Well, we do have that baby green, so we actually could suppress this because the poison dagger comes in hindered.
Yep.
That hindered. It's not hindered. The hinder didn't exist back when this game came out, but it's effectively hindered. That means if you suppress it and it comes back, it's gonna come back hindered. And it is assassin class mode, so you can't really pop it until after.
Yep. So we are gonna go face for a total of 5 damage right here into the spirit here. Not spirit, into the Goja right here. Just a typical damage, and Inaki do have a decent amount of influence right here, I believe.
Yeah, but just not much to do with any of this stuff. We're gonna play out another. Ooh, Courtesan would be good, though we'd rather have this March Hare go. I think we might Pepper Chef and then into Courtesan using the Kindle.
Yep. You might actually see it.
That would put us at 5 plus another 4 plus. If we have like Blazing Throw. Oh, I think we have Smoke out. So that would be our insurance against Innervate. Peppered Chef, and then we go Courtesan for 2, and then we get the March Hare back. So we could go up to. We're doing a lot of damage. We're getting quite close here.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damage right here. Inaki just taking his time.
Yes, Blazing Throw. But so next turn, we can level up to Merlin, and then bring out the sword. Blazing Throw. You're dead.
Basically, right? With the poison dagger on the field, if Abby doesn't, whoa, that's a card, but doesn't really deal with this poison dagger and the board right here. Oh, this gonna clumsy here, a bit more slow.
Yeah, we're taking it safe. We don't have the kill yet, so there's no reason to rush it, but we are doing a lot of damage to ourselves here. Let's see if that ends up becoming relevant.
Yeah, it does represent a lot of damage with the poison dagger. It's like telling him, hey, look at all this ally. With the poison dagger, they all +1. So it is really, really dangerous for Abby right now. Abby needs to consider the fact. And again, no terraforming because you're running Duker, right? So you're not going to have that option. Most people usually would like to have the terraforming here because there's so many allies, right? But I think Abby's mindset is, okay, I'm going to try to actually force out the level 3 here if I can, right? You want to go up to level 3 and then you want to have your own Duker at that point. Oh, baby, green here comes out.
Ooh, so are we doing this in end phase? If we do this in end phase, that poison, I assume we're targeting the poison because it's the only item on field that we can target. That means it is going to come back during Inaki's end phase.
Yep.
Or it's going to come back during Abby's end phase.
Yep.
So that means we can actually activate it next turn. The problem is Abby did not have another card to activate in order to put cards down so that he could level up.
Yep.
So it was kind of a forced baby green here.
Yeah, I think he's just putting cards down with the baby green in order to pay the cost for the Gocha level 2.
Oh, we did have a Rictus. We could have played that Rictus.
Huh. Again, Rictus very, really interesting this deck.
Yeah, it's a very unusual choice in this deck. I'm not sure how many 4 costs were even on here. Doesn't seem like too many. There's the Annul spells. Yeah, there's not a lot of 4 costs. I guess maybe he's trying to hit 6+2 using Beseech Face Zone.
Maybe, I guess so. It's really interesting to use it because there are a lot of other options for similar kind of like results. We are going to see Baby Green here trading 1 into the Clumsy, just reducing the damage taken next turn. Influence hand in 4. Naki here taking his time. Dungeon Guide here just going to jump into level 3. Abby will be able to, I believe, hit even the end quest counter in order to flip the dragon whenever he wants to.
That's right. So we're going to go get our remaining quest counters here. So now we could flip the dragon if we want to, but this is really risky because currently there's 3, 4, 5 damage on board. If we have the Poison Dagger will come back, so we could level up to Merlin, get the sword, Poison Dagger the Seiryu, and then just swing everything into Seiryu. If you don't have any card, you don't have a Resolute that you can activate for free. This is basically lights out to your dragon. You know, just throw everything at it, but it is dead. And once the dragon's gone, the game gets a lot easier for you, is what we'll say.
Yeah, it looks like in this position, right, Abby might actually opt to do what he did last game, which is wait it out, you bring out the Ducal, then you flip the dragon, and then you go in, and then you are pretty safe because the Ducals are on play so that the opponent can't really answer the dragon at this point.
Yeah, this is just tough because he's going to swing with all the allies first at the start. I guess you could try and wait for him to Poison Dagger your champion before you flip. Because at that point, it's probably unlikely he can kill Seryu if the Poison Dagger is being invested onto champion. But we'll see. This is a really tough spot because this is a lot of damage that's being represented with Poison Dagger plus the sword plus... I mean, let's just count it out. This is 4 damage plus 2 damage plus... Well, okay, we need a spell to activate to get the Memorite Blade at least. But let's assume that actually no, we already have we have the Moat Serial Race. That's another 2. So this is like 10 damage already. Plus there's that Blazing Throw we know about. So there's a lot. There's a lot coming in here.
Yep. Although that being said, there is the level 2 Gotcha underneath it. So you can actually still prevent any sort of targeted effect, which is really, really interesting. Like, sure, your opponent will have ways to play around the spell shroud, but if you still target my dragon, I can still actually just negate it with the level 2 release.
The problem is the moment you do that, suddenly they go, okay, Immolation Trap.
Then you're like, my dragon dies. What now? Then you look at your deck. I don't play any allies. Well, game 3, I guess. But that's the thing about back then, people are not too worried about the dragon dying because you still have ways to play around it. Like you have this whole ally route. But now with Abby's deck list, it's really, really important to realize that I can't afford to risk my dragon dying out of nowhere. So I think he's just going to take all this damage up and then probably just going to flip the dragon next turn.
And you can see Inaki here is not using that Poison Dagger because he knows that the moment he uses it, the dragon's just going to get flipped. And then suddenly it's like, okay, well, the taunt is out. I can't really get value out of it. So we might as well do the damage here and kind of like goad Abby into doing something here.
Yep. Going into the chef here, probably targeting the March Hare here. Abby here is probably still going to take it. I think we don't have to be too concerned about it. You are only taking 10 damage counter, which means you're still alive this turn.
Yeah, as long as you're not dead, I think you're fine. But there's always that risk of late game. If you just go Poison Dagger, Blazing Throw, that's 6 damage. And if you just have to get the Gocha just low enough that any like burn damage is enough to kill her. So you have to try and toe that line where you're just right outside of the range of dying.
Abby is gonna be flipping the panda right here. Wait, no, dragon. Sorry.
So flipping Seryu here. Let's see if there's any opportunity for us to kill it. Currently with Poison Dagger, with Peppered Chef, we can swing for 6 damage on it. So we have to find another 6 with the Lineage Release also being an option. I don't think there's enough. Ooh, there's also that. We also have that Courtesan. We have a lot of options here. It's close. It's close.
It's really, really close, but I don't think Inaki had any sort of opening right here. Probably need to wait it out next turn where it's back to your turn, and then you probably can take out the dragon other means. Because right now the dragon seems like you can't actually deal with the dragon right now.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage. Even with the Poison Dagger, especially with the Lineage Release, it's pretty unlikely that we'll be able to get rid of this. Unfortunately, didn't draw the Immolation Trap. That would have been so clutch here.
The Immolation Trap might actually matters a lot here because at this point, Abby's influence is just 1. So I think you definitely have a way to answer the dragon if you actually drew some of the answers. But unfortunately for Inaki's side, doesn't seem to be that way.
Yeah, but remember, since we did 4 damage to ourselves, Seryu's command combo does 15 damage. So you would just die here if he puts all his cards down to try and do something. But seems like, okay, Pepper Chef going to sacrifice the March Hare. This is actually very, very, very close because now we have that Courtesan. Yeah, he's going to Poison Dagger the Seryu here. So currently, Seryu has taken 1 damage. The Pepper Chef will do another 5. So that's 1 plus 5. And then we can play Courtesan for 3, which will also bring back the March Hare, swings for another 2. So we are 1 off. And then we can also use the Molten Echo to do another 1. Now, unfortunately, one of those targets. So actually, no, it was a spell, actually, so it can't hit the Seryu. So are we a little bit off?
Maybe you could use the melee to attack.
Oh, yeah, we have the sword, so we can use the Molten Echo on a unit to give the Memorite Blade, then we swing. But... oh, so we didn't negate. We didn't negate the Poison Dagger. So I think Seryu's dead.
I think Seryu's dead if you actually have no answer against this because the level 2 Lineage Release actually doesn't prevent attack, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this is going to be, so currently
Oh.
Saryu's taken 6 damage here from Pepper Chef plus Poison Dagger. This is going to be another 2 damage, so that's 8. And then this is going to swing for 3, 11. And then Merlin just has to swing with the sword for the remaining 1, and that's Saryu's gone. Yeah, actually no, but he's swinging with the sword without power right now. He has to use a spell
There's a Poison
first.
Dagger, right? Oh, does it no more?
Well, Poison Dagger has to do damage.
Oh, you had to do damage with
It doesn't just give a
Oh.
blanket +1, so he needs to use the Molten Echo in the graveyard, the Ephemerate effect, in order to... You can use it on like the baby green or just like target champion. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to use this. This is a spell, so we are going to get that +1 here.
Yep.
Kindle and Ephemerate is a crazy, crazy combination.
Crazy combination. You can pay cost. Oh, you can pay cost with your cards in the graveyard. Oh, it's fine. Like Kindle is such an interesting mechanic, and I'm really happy to see it being utilized more and more often. And the dragon just go away. So much for the dragon.
That's right.
And so now back to the conversation. What can Abby do?
Nothing. This deck has like no allies. Like unless he can draw into maybe his. He has the Royal Oath Guard, but I mean like that's just a 3/4. It's not exactly gonna stop Red Hair plus March Hair plus Courtesan plus Pepper Chef. So
Ascent, there's nothing.
no Asons.
No Trooper, yeah.
Yeah, no Trotters, no
Yeah.
Grove Tails. I think this game is. I mean, it's gonna take a while,
Yeah.
but it's probably over.
Yeah. If I'm Abby, do I want to go to game 3 as soon as possible? That's the question, right? But I think it's just. I think okay, we're not trying to say there's no outs, but it's really, really unlikely because what can Abby even do? Is there any win con?
Not really, especially because we don't have a lot of allies. We can't go for like Trotter buff Panda, Trotter buff Asen to try and like take over the game. At this point, he kind of just has to sit here and slowly bleed out because especially looking at 2 baby greens, like what's he gonna target the Memorite Blade? It's not looking good. And really, I think Abby just was not expecting like when the Poison Dagger targeted your dragon, I think you should just snap, throw that lineage juice because you know he's gonna die because these fire aggro players are not gonna just drop their Poison Dagger on you and then not have it work. I guess the worry was about the Immolation Trap, but at the same time, it's like that with the amount of damage that was being threatened, it was pretty clear that dragon was not long for this world, and Baby Green targeting the Memorite Blade is not going to do it. We're just going to kill the Pepper Chef here.
Yeah. How sad the dragon actually just disappear right here. Well, there is one card that Abby doesn't run that we could. There is one particular card that can bring back the dragon, I think. Not really bring back, but you can farm back the...
Advent of the Shenju? No one plays Advent of the Shenju, unfortunately.
Hey, man. Some people will looking at this stream, they'll be like, maybe I should play Advent of the Shenju. Looking at this stream, like, maybe I can bring back the dragon.
Yeah, that's a spicy one. I wouldn't expect that.
All right, all jokes aside, it does look like we are going back into Inaki's turn here. Going to be QSG here.
There actually is a way. If we sided in that Tri-Castle, if we can clear the board and then drop a Tri-Castle, I don't think this deck has any normal, aside from Incapacitate, there are no normal cards in this deck. So I guess we could just like...
I guess we can aim for the Tri-Castle. You are right. That's really, really interesting, I would say. Well, Abby eventually will be able to farm the influence because Relinquish is a really crazy card. But Relinquish needs a...
Doesn't not need a Shenju.
Yeah, you need a Shenju, right? Yeah.
All of your advanced elements, so like your arcane cards are cut off because Saryu's not on field anymore, but Reliquary is still fine to activate here. So you can refill your hand, but refill your hand with what? Exactly?
Well, the castle. The Tri-Castle.
Yeah, Tri-Castle.
Yeah, the Tri-Castle, right? The Tri-Castle, pray, eventually you win, right?
There we go. So this is really like the crazy combo. Molten Echo being a Kindle card that you can activate twice. It's just so strong to just keep recycling Marchar over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's the thing about...
Ducal Seal. Never forget about Ducal Seal.
Or just passive.
Yeah, I mean, seems like... I mean, he could actually just swing with Red Hair if he wants. It's still 3 damage. You could just kill Dungeon Guide if you want. And, you know, this is not open deck list. You don't know exactly what's in the hand. He might have Asens that he could potentially draw into. Yeah, we're just gonna throw it. Kill that Dungeon Guide. Get rid of everything on board. Make sure that there's no way that Abby can fight back here. Reliquary going to hopefully draw into something useful.
Yeah, 4 cards.
Biako's Command. That's not helpful here. Nothing on board to use on Dreamberry. I guess you could get rid of. You could get rid of the horse.
Get rid of the horse, indeed. But again, look so bleak.
It's definitely bleak. And I think the thing is, Inaki used so much of his firepower just to get this the dragon off field. That means it's going to take a while for us to actually end the game here. But slowly but surely, we will continue to chip and chip and chip away until it's gone.
Yeah, Inaki does have a way to deal with this Dream Fairy as well. Not that difficult. So
Yeah, he got a lot of brain spells in this deck, so it shouldn't be hard. And to be honest, at this point, do you really need March Hare? Prism Spire Scepter gonna come down. It's gonna put 2 Sheen counters on the opposing champion. So that's 2 right there, which means and when Abby recollects in the next turn, if he doesn't materialize something that costs 1, he's going to be forced to put a Sheen counter on something. So probably the Dream Fairy.
yeah, probably the Dream Fairy, unless the Dream Fairy is dead.
Arthur was drawn here as well. That's pretty good. Are we going to play it out?
Yeah, at this point, knowing your opponent has almost nothing, I think you just King Arthur here. Sorry, Arthur here. But yeah.
Okay. Thinking about, oh, he has Smoke Out. He could Smoke Out and then play the March Hare too. So this that's another way to get rid of the Dream Fairy. It's
The dream is dead. It's just
Dream is dead, but the Fairy is not. We're just gonna swing in here, do our 3 damage. Slowly but surely, we will win this game, unless Abby can find that Tri-Castle. But we already have the 2 incapacitates in hand, so we at least have a way of turning it off here. And with allies on board, Tri-Castle is siegeable, which means we can destroy. He's actually just gonna pass. Wow, that's Smoke Out is fast speed, so no reason for him to be forced to use it here.
And a Final Lantern here, stopping all the Kindles. Probably, yeah. The thing is that Abby does have a lot of ways to prolong the game, I would say. There's a lot of ways to make it really hard for Inaki to actually close up. Because Inaki deck doesn't really have any sort of burst damage, I believe.
Aside from the Molten Echoes, not really. Actually, he put the Sheen counter on his champion, which now has left him open to getting hit by that move 3 Sheen effect on the Fractured Memories.
Yeah. But doesn't really spell a lot of that. Like, when you think of like aggro decks, or especially those that are playing the warrior or assassin variant, there's always that fear of just being hit by the attack cards that just deals a bunch of damage. And Inaki doesn't seem to run any of those.
Yeah, well, Vermilion Decree here going to be used to both do damage and kill the Dream Fairy. So we've got a lot of time here, but 20 minutes. I mean, these are fast games, right?
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
at that. There's nothing. Oh, are we going to flip the Panda or something? Beseech Trade Stone and then just try and flip
Well,
it?
we can prolong it even further with Innovate. Abby just seems to have hit it.
Innervate is an option here, but we did not use the lineage release, right? So we still have level 2. That's one of the funny things I like to see when you force the lineage release and then you also force an Innervate. Now they go back down to level 1.
And then they realize, wait a minute, I can never go back to my level 3. Oh, we are going to game 3 here. Abby is realizing, okay, there's no point to continue this. Let's just head on to game 3 and try to see if I can take off another game. Because Abby will be going first, I believe, this time.
Yeah, so Abby has not gone first. He went second in game 1, then he went second in game 2, which means finally he gets a chance to go first here.
Yeah,
Really, that game was decided on that big Poison Dagger turn, and there's so much you could play around, but at the same time, when you play this turbo style, the problem is you have no cards in hand, right? A lot of times when these series play slower, play more like ally-based, and they sit at level 1, level 2 a bit longer, they can hold up cards on the turn they flip Serious so that he's not at so much threat of dying. They hold up a Resolute, they hold up an Innervate or something that can keep this area alive. But in this instance, because you play so turbo, you can't fight for board. So you see, that was the perfect start for Inaki. He just played all his allies. Abby had no allies to fight back, and he was forced to turbo, and then he couldn't really do anything once the dragon died. So definitely want to see another start like that from Inaki if he wants to try and end this game. He needs to have Arthur, red hairs, unique allies, Fabric Chefs, early game. That's really what we want to see.
Yeah, the thing is, for Abby's side right now, Abby, I think this will be more cautious in general. Because, again, will you actually die from the Poison Dagger last turn? Not really, right? I think there was a word that, okay, I could play it slow, I can take the risk, calculate the risk, and then I can go next turn Duco into flipping the dragon, and then probably protect myself with the dragon, and also the Duco will not let my opponent's ally to hit him. Because Duco is really strong against Inaki's deck. Because the thing is that with the Poison Dagger, right, in general, the Poison Dagger aim is to hit one target, let's say the dragon or the champion, right? And then use a bunch of allies that are usually 1 damage to basically deal 2, and if it's 3, deal 4. Basically a bunch of damage from various source of allies. But the thing is that with the Duco, you can actually do that. So actually, it's a really interesting way to look at it. But let's just see how it goes. Again, like Abby has been opening fantastic. 2 games in a row, you've been opening Beseech win. Will you actually see the 3rd time?
I mean, it's between the 8 Beseeches in the deck, it's not that unlikely.
Unlikely, right? Exactly. Like you have 8 Beseeches. It's just that particularly, I think the Besiege to win is the one that's like really the one you want to see. In fact, unless you're going first, I think going first you want to see the other
Fate
one.
Stone is,
Yeah.
is definite. Oh, well, he drew he drew both of them, actually. No, that's right. Yeah, he drew both of the Besieges in his deck. And we're going to go for the Fate Stone here because that is potentially an ally later in the game.
Yeah, I don't know if it's considered commentator's curse, but amazing. Like we were just talking about this guy just drew it both. And in fact, like, is there a world we actually play Besiege to win Extend after going level 2?
That's a bit difficult. I'm not sure. I feel like you'd lose a little bit too many cards in hand to do that kind of
Going
play.
too fast?
I think that's a little bit too fast, maybe. Lost a Rictus Tiding as well, so not the worst thing to lose. Ooh, Blanche probably wanted to keep that.
Yeah, Blanche, I believe Blanche, was it part of the main deck?
Blanche is...
I believe it is.
Blanche is a sideboard
Oh,
card.
sideboard, what?
So two of in the sideboard. Oh, he has a second one.
Oh.
He drew both of his sideboard Blanches in this
Alright.
last game, so...
Alright, the first after turn 1, after 3 games right now. No, oh, wait, is
Red
it
hair, red hair, red hair,
Red
okay.
hair, the iconic duo.
Now here's the question. Are we making this guy immortal or not?
I think we do.
It is scary because the Fortuitous Panda could get flipped and kill the Arthur. But the thing about the Panda is he only flipped. He needs to rest himself in
Yep.
order to flip. So
Yep.
therefore, you don't actually get to attack with him on the turn that you flip him, unless you do it during the opponent's turn. But then you're playing 6 to flip a Panda. It's not the most high value play. I think he. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I think Inaki's like, you can't kill this. I'm just gonna flip. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna attack you. I don't care.
Yeah, it's probably like a understanding of what my opponent really likely has and doesn't have. Like, I think after these 2 games, Inaki probably is like, okay, he's probably not on the ally variant. I'm pretty sure 3 health allies are really hard for you to remove. So let's just see, oh, Nullifying Lantern right off the bat. I mean, instead of going to level 2 right here, it's going to play it really slow here, going for Nullifying Lantern.
Yeah, this is just a little bit scary. Oh, he's okay. Changing his mind
Changing his
here.
mind.
It's tough because if he doesn't have Dungeon Guide already, and remember, he had to put 6 cards down in order to level up with that Beseeching Fate
Yeah.
Stone. So if he didn't draw a Dungeon Guide off of the Azurite Fate Stone, if he levels up to 2, there's a chance he banishes the Dungeon Guide that's in his memory. So it's tough. It's really hard. This is a difficult game state. Next turn, you're going to take another 6 damage. So he only needs to find...
Oh, we're going to level 2 here.
Okay. Okay.
Have you heard the phrase, let's go gambling?
Let's go gambling. Let's see, what are we banishing? Besiege is in there as well. Oh my god, he lost the Besiege. And okay, if he has Dungeon Guide, I don't think he does. I think he was just trying to bank on hitting not the Besiege, not getting hit.
Yeah, I think that's really tough right now. No Besiege here, and you are down 2 influence. You're gonna be 4 next when you recollect. Abby might opt to go a slower route and just aim for the draw. Oh no, still go for the quest counter. Draw one, right? Yeah, draw one right here so that you have at least 5 influence. Fairy Whisper here, digging here.
Dungeon Guide. He has to find it. Okay, another Fairy Whispers.
Now, there's a chance where we can have Let's Go Gambling Part 2 here.
Now the problem is we only have 3 quest counters now. If we level up, we're going to have
we're not
8.
even hitting there, right? Yeah, exactly.
So we're not going to hit any time. Well, we can flip the track at the turn after.
Yeah.
The health might be enough to get us there. Let's see. It's...
Besiege.
Oh, okay. We drew Besiege. So are we turboing?
I think it's fine too because if you go to level 3 distant, right, next then you can actually aim for the Reliquary. So you actually can go for it.
And actually, another thing is because we're using Besiege instead of Dungeon Guide here, we're actually going to banish 3 cards to level, which means we're going to hit 6, 7, 8, 9,
and
end phase trigger.
Yep.
No, we use the Fairy Whispers
Fairy Whispers, yeah.
to put 1 more card down and get the end phase trigger to get our last quest counter. Oh, he put
Yeah,
the Fairy Whispers down. Oh, I don't think he would have had enough
We
cards.
don't have enough influence, right? We will have
Yeah,
5.
okay. So now he has to wait till the turn after. He's at 9. So he could go Tangu,
Tango works, yeah. Tango works.
assuming we're not dead here, because there is a world where we actually just die here.
I mean, look, with 6 damage counter, 25 health. How likely are we dead?
Without the Poison Dagger, probably not.
Yeah. I think we're fine. I think, like, the fact is that Inaki doesn't even run, like, the Rending Flames version, right? So I think you're actually fine.
Yeah, we don't have the sword yet because we haven't leveled up to Merlin. We can't even play.
Yep.
We can't even go to level 1 Merlin
Yeah.
because we don't have enough to pay to bring on the Memorite
Yeah.
Blade.
Yeah.
We don't have Poison Dagger yet. So I imagine this is probably going to be a QSG dagger or just straight up dagger turn.
Yeah. Like, both players showing us that, okay, like, they both understand each other's decks very well now. So they're doing plays that seems very odd, very out of place. But it's actually, I think it's very optimal. Understanding your limit of your opponent and you're aiming for your own win con.
Yeah, and really, Inaki has to do as much damage here
Yep.
now before. Okay, I thought he was materializing Kong Ming 1, but that's just a sleeve.
Out of the way. Combat level
I was
1.
like, whoa, what's going on here? So yeah, this is he has to get as much damage as he can now. Because remember, the thing is, Seiryu, especially this version of the deck, doesn't have a lot of defensive cards.
Exactly.
At least non-attack stopping defensive cards. It's like he has Innervate, but Innervate is Spell Shroud, which means all of these assassin cards that are not spells can go
in.
through it. So you just have to get the Guoja to maybe like 16 to 20 life, and then you go Poison Dagger and just start dumping like you can start dumping like the Blazing Throws. You can throw out your Molten Echoes and just get a bunch of extra chip, and then just over. And the Seiryu's taunt doesn't actually save them. We do have the Blazing Throw already,
Yep.
so we just need to get as much damage as possible.
Like we were talking about this now, like there is a window of opportunity for decks in general to kill them before they have their game plan. This is the window right now. Abby is like very vulnerable. The deck round is very vulnerable. Ooh, we do have that Vengeful there. I think we are going
Oh my
Oh my
God.
god, it's gonna be Impact Hammer, is it?
Wait. Okay, Vengeful, 7 damage. So we have 7 plus the currently we are gonna have 4 plus 2, so it's 6.
6, yep.
Plus the Blazing Throw, that's 4.
Okay.
So that's 17 plus 6. So we just need another 2 damage, and we can end the game here.
That's a lot of damage. And for Abby's side, can Abby actually do 15 damage as only 1 influence? I don't think that's likely to. 15?
Oh, Rococo. Does he have Rococo? Does he have enough
Oh.
cards to play
Oh.
Blazing Throw plus Rococo plus for Heated Vengeance? I'm not sure if he has enough cards for that. I don't think so.
We might. Do we have enough?
I don't think we have enough to play all of them.
Yeah, but we have enough to like set up
Ooh,
Legion
Pepper
next
Chef.
turn. Yeah, I think we have enough to just do a lot of damage this turn without dying.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you just need to get them. You should throw out all the attacks now, because once Seiryu flips, he can't stop the Blazing Throws from hitting your champion. So
Yeah. Any sort of damage that requires you to basically any sort of ally damage should actually come out right now. I think Rococo and
Pepper Chef.
Pepper Chef, in fact, yeah.
and Heated, probably. Try and play out everything that will get stopped by a taunt, and then the turn after, that's when you go for Heated Vengeance.
Yep.
Or we go for the Blazing Throw.
The problem is, what's the optimal way to do this? Probably I think Clumsy is. Oh, Clumsy is a bit risky. Clumsy takes 2, right? And then
Yes.
and then if you actually attack with the hammer, I think the hammer takes 2 or 3.
Yes, it also does 2 damage.
2 damage, 11. So the dragon swings twice. That's really, really dangerous.
Well, at most, he's going to have 4 cards in hand.
Yep.
So if he plays Pre-Recollection, Seiryu's Command, does he even have another Banish Arcane? I think he doesn't have another Banish Arcane card once again.
We can just use the dragon, Byaku's command, and Seiryu's. Byaku's command alone is enough? Question mark? Oh, no.
He would have 4
4.
cards in total. No, he has 1 card right now. He's gonna draw 2 plus 1, 4. He's gonna have 4. He uses the Seiryu's Command Pre-Recollection. He's gonna have 3. Yeah, so if he draws exactly Seiryu's Byaku's, he would be able to. Let's see. Oh yeah, he doesn't have his card because he has to go Tango actually here.
Yeah,
he has to go Tango
regardless.
first.
Yeah, there's no that word doesn't exist because we don't have enough quest counters.
Yeah, this is rough. It's really he has to go Tango because if he doesn't draw a 1-cost card,
Yeah.
he can't even put a card down to banish.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're taking 2 damage from the Clumsy and another 2 damage from the Impact Hammer. We are doing a lot of damage to ourselves.
So much damage. It's gonna be. I think Pepper Chef just comes down here. Does makes the most sense to, as we say, do as much damage from the allies right now before the dragon comes down.
It actually really does surprise me we didn't go for the Heated Vengeance this turn. We
Yeah.
got a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was surprised about that too.
Or are we just gonna Blazing Throw now?
Huh.
Yeah, this is the sequencing here means that next turn, if we're able to, if we just go Tango, get our last quest counter, we flip it, that means we can just hold the taunt up, and then suddenly we can't really
5
finish the
in
game.
hand means we can actually go. We can go Rococo. Oh, there's no. Couldn't we go Rococo with Pepper
Ooh,
Chef?
can we do Blazing Throw for 4, Rococo for 3, Rococo for 4 actually because of the Arthur. And then we have Courtesan. Do we have enough? We only have 1 fire card engraved. We Blazing Throw will
Oh,
put a 2nd fire card engraved.
I think influence. Oh, interesting. We're going Blazing Throw right now.
Yes, that's going to be another 4. Maybe he's found the exact lethal line here. I think it might be enough because Rococo, and then
Wait,
you
but
can Kindle.
Pepper Chef 4 plus 1 from the Arthur. It's
Oh, yeah.
5.
Pepper Chef is enough. Pepper Chef is enough. Did he put it down?
I think it's enough, right? Pepper Chef. Oh, he realized it. I think he realized it.
Oh no. Okay, wait. He still has Kindle. He can. No, he doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough because there are only 2 fire cards in grave. Oh no. Inaki
no.
got too lost in the sauce. There were just too many options. This is the thing about fire aggro. It's like there's so many lines. Oh, and Rococo.
It doesn't trigger because of
doesn't have
the
enough,
influence. Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah. It's just like it's getting too complicated. There's too many things going on.
I mean, that's what happens when you're playing a big stage game, right? Like, nerves gets to you. You lost your thoughts in literally the counting. I mean, it happens.
I mean, listen, he's still in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really is. The issue is the dragon is coming out next turn, and he just used the blazing.
As long as you don't die, as long as you don't die next turn, you swing at the courtesan now for 3, and then you get to go like any two damage from burn spells is enough to kill. So it's still very possible. He can even go if he levels up to Merlin. He could use the Molten Echo twice. He can use one from hand, use the one in his grave. There's lots of ways of getting around here.
Yeah. I think Inaki just gonna play this card right now. This is gonna be kindling 1 to
And
A for it.
4, 2, or 3, right? So that we just need 2 damage. It's so close. Inaki, I can feel like he's feeling a little bit under pressure here. Tengu necessary in order to get it.
Yep.
So
Byaku's Dita?
if he has Byaku's and Ceres, but remember he has 1 card, so he has to draw all of it. Okay, that's not enough yet. Yeah, if he has Byaku's command, it would be enough. Can we draw it?
Fair response.
Okay. We whiffed, unfortunately. But that's a blanch. That's a blanch. I guess. Silver lining here, it's a blanch.
I mean,
in the face of 4 allies.
It's a blanch in the face of 4 allies. Might be it for Abby. I don't see any other way out. Even you flip the dragon.
Yeah, this is it's dragon. It's like he has to flip dragon and hope that that's enough. But currently, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. So we can get around the taunt, or alternatively, we just burn him for 2 damage.
Yeah, we just Rococo him, right? Eventually, like we just end up finding the Rococo.
Well, to be fair, Blanche plus Dragon, they can't attack your Blanche. They can't do damage to you. So actually, he might be able to live here if Inaki chooses the line that doesn't play around Blanche. Leveling up the Merlin with no cards in memory, or no cards in hand, means we can't bring out the sword. So no Blazing Throw number 2 at least. No prep counter either, so can't bring out things like Mercenary Blade. Not enough fire cards to bring out Verkan Soul Knife. Oh boy, this is getting harder and harder.
Think the other thing now is Abby might need to flip the dragon now because once any of the ally actually goes in, right, you can't actually stop the attack, even if you flip the dragon during the declaration of the attack. So might be time to flip it.
Well, I think Abby might be contemplating throwing a Blanche before Inaki can recollect here. I mean, okay, this is still not enough damage to kill Seiryu. This is only 5, 9, 11. He needs 1 more.
So the dragon doesn't die as well. Should be fine.
Well, okay, now he has drawn allies that can kill the dragon, but let's see. So we're just going to swing everything into it. No defensive cards in hand, just a Blanche.
Are going to activate the Ray Has effect.
Ooh, are we discarding Pepper? Okay, we're going to discard the Heated Vengeance. Don't need that anymore. All right, I mean, that's another Acolyte, the 3rd Acolyte we found this game. 3 damage on Dragon. This should be more than a Rococo. Do we have its effect? Yes, we have 4 influence, so we're able to get that Rococo effect. So 2 damage, so he is forced to Blanche right now. Otherwise, he's just dead.
Yep.
Blanche
is
gotta come
here.
Molten Echo only does 1 damage.
I think upon card activation, he's going to use the Molten Echo to find Lita here, and that's probably game.
So Molten Echo going to come down and use it to damage the Blanche, and then Molten Echo from Grave Ephemerate to do the last 2 damage, which isn't going to be enough here. Rococo going to get the last hit here. Coming in, our robot friend always comes through.
Yeah, Inaki takes game 3, securing his record for going to a really impressive 3-0 with the aggro Merlin deck right here. Part of the game, that's insane, right? That game right there was very nail-biting. But it shows you why this new version of Seiryu, in my opinion at least, has weaknesses such as this, where your game plan is really straightforward, sure, but you don't have any much more flexibility for your game plan.
Yeah, the lack of allies is very felt.
Uh-huh.
You can imagine a game where he gets to play Ascent
Yep.
and Grove Tails, and it's like he's actually fighting, he's killing
Yep.
the Arthurs, he's killing the red hairs. And in this game, it's like, oh, you play a bunch of allies. I hit level 3, I have 2 cards in hand, and I just like slowly whittle away and die over over the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Especially because it's actually not hard to kill the dragon when you have like 5 allies on board, poison dagger plus swords plus all these not spell skills that
Yeah,
can
yeah,
even
yeah.
hit the dragon. So it's a tough spot to be in. I definitely feel like this version of the deck is not as good into aggro.
Yeah, like this version of the deck is probably really good into, I think, level 3 decks. Because level 3 decks in general is like, both of you are slow, right? But because I am playing this really turbo fast dragon deck, I actually have my win con secured faster compared to you. So I think that was the mindset going in. Didn't really expect, I think most of the Seiyu decks now don't really expect to meet more aggro that often. Maybe you see 1 or 2, but
I mean, with all the upgrades aggro has gotten, I would definitely not disrespect fire aggro.
Yeah.
Infernal Vessel is a crazy card, and I think even like Tweedledum and even like Merlin as a deck is like, if Merlin is going to be preferred over Xander, that's another huge upgrade. So it's just a lot of fire aggro. It's not to mention the other variants of fire aggro, like the Fire Diao.
Yep.
You can't also forget about Fire Aetherwing.
Yep.
So definitely there's a lot of fire aggro, and I think you can't really just be like, oh, I'm not going to run into them.
I mean, we'll see. Like, I do think that that was the sentiment earlier, but ever since everyone discovering that, oh, Vessel's a card, like we say, aggro is now much more popular. Well, it's not over for Abby. Abby still has a long day, a long road. And again, I believe most players need only 16 points to make it to day 2.
Yes, because it's 8 rounds, it's 16 points, so you need to get 5 wins and a draw, or you can go.
I
If it's
think
8 rounds,
I
yeah.
can go to peaceful route. Just draw,
No,
draw,
six
draw,
rounds,
draw,
six-
draw.
yeah, 5 rounds in a draw. You can go 4 rounds and like a bunch of draws. Like,
Yeah, the peaceful route. Like, hey, let's just draw. But yeah, that's the thing about this tournament. Where it depends on the play, but I do think that because if you're aiming for a top 8, it's very incentivized for you to actually play it and win as much as possible this round. So that because it does carry forward to day 2, and increases your chance to get top 8 and get that coveted Kaze.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, if you're just in it, you just want to hit the Shadow Strike. You know, you're not gonna hit top 8. Feel free to like play the guaranteed game to get into day 2. But for those of you who are seeking glory, who actually really want the Kaze, who really want maybe the Gauntlet slot,
Yep.
kind of forget about the Gauntlet slot.
Yeah, Kaze slot too. Yeah.
Yeah, remember first place gets a guaranteed Gauntlet slot. Gauntlet going to be in Singapore this year in August with Worlds. So I think everyone in Asia is really like fiending for it because it's a lot cheaper to fly to Singapore than it is to fly out
Yeah,
into
especially for
the US. So
both of us, I think, Kaze as well, we are really looking forward for it. Like, it's really just my neighboring country. I'll just hop in the bus and probably be there, just hang out. Even though if I'm not participating, I'll probably just be there, just hang out. But yeah, 3-3 as well. It's interesting as well. It's a format that I think in the other games I don't really see much that asks you to, oh, okay, we limit your card pool, and then all of you had to like share the card pool, right?
yeah, I really enjoy 3v3. It's a fun game mode, especially something you can do with your friends.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, card games, it's a team effort, but also when you're in a tournament, it's kind of like you just do your thing and then you meet up after rounds. But this one's like, oh, you actually get to like be there and play together, even if you're not affecting each other's boards. It's like you can talk, you can like ask for advice, you can like think about people's plays and stuff. And it's just a fun time. And I think Pantheon will be there at that point as well. So
Yeah, Pantheon.
definitely expect to see a lot of Pantheon in Worlds this year. I'd be very excited to see Pantheon, competitive Pantheon maybe.
Competitive ambience. But before we can dwell in that kind of idea, we'll be taking a short break and we'll be going to our round 4 right after this break.
Oh,
lunch
yeah,
break.
it's lunch
We have
break.
lunch break
It's
as
lunch
well.
break. I'm
Yeah.
actually so hungry right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1 hour
Yep,
before
yep.
we come back to you guys. So, you know, you guys can go have lunch too, wherever in the world you are, or dinner, or a snack, or just go, I don't know, do work.
Or walk around, touch grass. who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. So we'll be back in an hour to continue this with round
4.
4. Round 4
yeah.
of Ascent Manila. Well, we are back with round 4 of Ascent. Our bellies are full, and I think everyone is ready for another 5 rounds more. Well, I guess 6 rounds, including this one, of Grand Archive. So, Hero, how are you doing? How's the day been?
It's all right. The food is great. I had the sandwiches with the Filipino pork. I don't know what it's called. I will have to find out again. I will tell you guys next round. It was really tasty. So really looking forward to it again. The previous round we had the Sario versus Fire Merlin game. Very, very close for both players and just managed to find a lethal turn there for the Merlin. Now we are going to head into our round 4. So it's after lunch. Hopefully everyone is well rested as well as full of energy to head into the rest of the day. Like you mentioned, there's going to be 6 more rounds.
Yeah, so this is a 9-round event. We hit, I think, around 300,
274.
274, so pretty close to 300. So pretty good turnout considering New Year's. Akihabara just happened. I think everyone's just really excited to get into the Phantom Monarch season. This set is looking to be really interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of new innovations, especially over time as well. I think there's a lot of decks that people aren't exploring. Maybe some of the Sheen stuff, like the Spectre stuff, the Chessman stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look forward to seeing more of those decks moving forward. There's going to be a lot of different options available now, especially with Lost Providence being so powerful, with a lot more, I guess, card draw options being more viable now. We already talked about the rule change with Gentle Respite, making it a lot more viable as a floating memory play turn 1. We also talked about the Looking Glass and Unmake Duality, and not only that, we also have Return to the Archive as well.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing, well, not in this particular deck we're going to be seeing it, but our matchup, I know a lot of people, we're going to be featuring Luxem is what I'm trying to say, and basically a lot of these Luxem players are on like either Lost Providence or Looking Glass with Unmake. They're playing Escape or Return to the Archive, so there's lots of these high value like +1 cards. It's actually very easy for Luxem to go like +3 before hitting level 2.
Yeah, and that's insane. Like when you think about it, like going up on so much influence, it gives you so much value. And of course, Grand Archive is a game where every single card in hand matters. Every single card in hand becomes reserve costs that you use to play your other more powerful cards later in the game as well.
Yeah, and just being able to dig deeper through the deck lets you find the dungeon guides, lets you find your power cards, lets you find your reactive pieces. That's why Seiryu is so strong, because not only does the deck have a bunch of glimpsing, stacking the deck, it also just gets a lot of extra draws from the end phase Azurite Fatestone effect. So it's really easy for that deck to find everything it needs. Really, even if it only plays like a 1 or a 2 of something, it's usually going to find it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Glimpsing is so powerful that we have a card banned because of Glimpsing so much. Dissonant Fractal, of course, being a net neutral plus Glimpsing 4, plus being a Fractal that gives you more damage in the later stages of the game means that it's really, really powerful. And we really understand consistency is such a big deal in a game. Well, any card game basically, but Grand Archive in particular as well, 60 card main deck is going to be quite a bit that you do have to dig through.
Yeah, that's right. I really need to stress just how much these like influence neutral to influence positive cards have an effect. And of course, there's always weaknesses where, for example, a card like Return to the Archive, it's like, oh, it's float. But it's kind of like gentle in that sense, where it's like, oh, it's a +1. And then even if they eat the float, it's still a neutral card. And then you have cards like Twisted Verdict. I haven't seen it yet, but I definitely think that card it's good in certain matchups. Being 6 cost does make it a little bit awkward, but that you can use that together with things like Rictus. You can use it together with things like CL, who cares about Omen counters and certain reserve costs in your Omens. So there's just a lot to play with, and I think as the game continues to mature, we'll just see more and more of these. We're going to move towards a world where every card is a juggle knife, and I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, we also have cards that are really good at reducing influence now, like Topsy Decree is going to be one of the biggest examples. If you're able to imbue it, you force your opponent to discard 1, and you also target 2 cards in their graveyard to be sent to the banish. So in the best case scenario, you can not only force them to lose 1 card from hand or memory, they also lose 2 floating memory. That's an effective -3. Like, it's so much value if you can actually get it to its maximum potential. And this Luxem Xander deck that we're about to see does actually run that card, and it's going to be such a powerful tool for them, not only as a defensive tool for that spell shot, but also, as mentioned, for that hand destruction.
Topsy is so big just because having a generic access to Spell Shroud was incredibly rare. Like, the only card that really gave Spell Shroud that people actually played was Innervate, and that was mostly in Seiryu, let's be real here. Even like Tristan's, like, they can force it, but Seryu's really the deck that abuses Innervate. But we have stealth cards, we have like damage prevention cards. Having a full-on like Spell Shroud card in normal that every single deck can play was pretty much unheard of at this point.
Yeah, and not only is it like generic, it also has very powerful effects. It's a decree, so it has three different effects. As those of you who are familiar with, we have Cerulean, Vermilion, and Verdigris Decree, and now we have Topsy Decree as well. All of them have three different effects. If imbued, you get to choose 2 out of 3 instead of just using the 1, and it's very, very powerful. All of these cards have been a mainstay in the meta in the respective decks as well. Maybe not so much for Verdigris, but it's a very meta-dependent card instead.
Yeah, pretty much every decree has been played. Like Verdigris gets played during Fantasia metas. Cerulean and Vermilion are basically mainstays of the decks they get played in. So Topsy is the card that I'm really seeing like, oh, everyone's kind of on Topsy either in main or side because there's so many cards you need spell shot. I think CL, the Fu Awakening decks, it's really important to have it because if you just let them have it, they're like, okay, I'm gonna Fu unpreventable damage and you can't negate it. It's very hard to play around. So having a card like Topsy is really big, and of course, there's a ton of spells. Arisana's throwing Cosmic Bolts, Merlin's throwing Fireballs, these Seryu's throwing Arcane Blasts. It kind of hits everything except for Luxem, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, even against Luxem, using it to just make them -2 is still going to be really powerful as well. And you can also just, not only that, reduce the total influence. So technically, you can minus Light Weaver's Assault damage by 1, 2. So it's pretty decent. And using it at the right time is going to be really crucial as a top C player against a level 3 deck.
Yeah, I hope to see more imbued ones though, because I love to imbue my degrees, right?
Everybody loves to see the decrease imbued. Top C, of course, is a Norm element card, so here you have to imbue Norm. The last imbued Norm card that was really prevalent was Shangxiang, which is the ally that if it's imbued, it gets reduced the damage from all non-Norm sources of damage. And Henky the Goat on stream earlier on round 1, one of his key cards is one of his favorites as an ally player. Top C Decree maybe would have made its way into one of those ally decks. Speaking of ally decks, the matchup that we're about to find later is going to be a water ally deck against that Luxem Xander.
Yeah, that's right. So Water Allies, I'm going to be real with you, this deck, there's not much different from it compared to... There's like 1 or 2 cards here that are from the new set, but you know, Water Allies is Water Allies, and I think people are very much sleeping on this deck. This is Warrior, this is Lorraine, so it's not going to be like the Guardian, Tweedledee, kind of like slow you down with Snow White and stuff. This is really just more like, oh yeah, we're just gonna hit you. We're gonna hit you with allies. We have Thronekeeper Bullfrog for a taunt, and Luxem is not a deck that is known for having a good time clearing boards until level 3. So let's see if Yunab can put the pressure he needs to.
Yeah, there's no Sadies for the Luxem Xander player here. He is going to be running a pretty standard Luxem Xander list as well.
Bottom 5.
Bottom 5 is, I mean, if you don't like the cards, you don't like the cards. You get to go straight back into your turn. He looks like he has a fast cure as well as a couple of Luxem uncover the plots here, which is going to be useful later, but just not right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the best hand here. Nothing, no creative shocky yet. Okay, nope, that's a gentle. Okay, gentle, that helps.
Gentle Respect, pretty good. He does only have 7 total cards, so actually because Yonat played down this Lurking Assailant, he won't be able to use the Gentle Respect just yet. And he also isn't going to be able to make a play like... Oh wait, he could Gentle Respect Fast Cure. Does open him up to some graveyard interaction though.
Yeah, are we on Censor?
We
are in Censor. I mean, that would be an incredible punish if we get, Gentle into Fast Cure and then suddenly you get Censor. That does not feel great.
Yeah, Yonat though going for the pretty standard Water Ally play as well. Grand Crusader's Ring not cracking it pre-rec, so you can play down this Gildas coming in for 4 damage now because it is in fact balanced right now. No response here from Liu Wong just yet though.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of ways to clear the board on this Luxem deck. It's basically just like Planted Explosive, or you could go Mercenary Blade and then Exploit, but you need an extra prep counter, so usually that's something you can only do at level 3. Here we see an Exploit here being used just to basically go neutral.
Yeah, put down a card as well as get to level up. Again, right now he doesn't have the influence to go for a fast cure because Yonap hasn't cracked this Grand Crusader's Ring just yet. So we are going to see the Xander level 1. Prepared Scout gets to Glimpse 2 on enter and then put a preparation counter on your champion as well. This is going to be 2 more cards to the bottom. Liu Wong still not finding the cards that he really wants to see. Of course, a Thieving Cut here would go crazy to help him get rid of this Gildas and prevent another 4 damage from coming in. But it's just going to be a pass now.
Well, Creative Shock is a good card to find here. We do have the float, so as long as Yonap doesn't bring out that Censor, we can start getting to the races, but we haven't found yet. We haven't found the dungeon guide yet.
Yeah, Yonap though, 3 cards in hand. This is a pretty standard Water Ally gameplay loop. For those of you who aren't familiar, it's just going to be put an ally down, hold 3 cards in hand. These 3 cards usually holds up interaction so that you can protect your allies from being punched or killed. And then after that, that way you are going to be doing all of the things that you need to do. The sensor is going to be the materialization. Yonab, of course, being very wary of this whole hand up from Leo Wong, expecting the Creative Shock to come down. Yonab now pushing in more damage with this Lurking Assailant and then probably the Gildas as well.
You see also there, you have the Blanche in the main board, so you're not going to be able to play this at fast speed unless you actually go up to level 2, which we don't have in this deck. So it's really just there. We play it so that they can't kill your allies with effect damage. When you play against a deck like Luxem, actually, Blanche is very annoying to deal with until you hit level 3, where you can start finding your Light Weavers and you can just kill the Blanche. Shang going to be brought out here. I mean, this is another ally. Honestly, we were talking about it before. A lot of times, Shang doesn't even get imbued. A lot of times she's here because she is a warrior, human, unique ally, which turns on kind of everything. She works with Xunshe, she works with Zhan Yue, so it's like there's lots of reasons to have specifically warrior, human, normal allies. So definitely one of the mainstays. But if you can imbue her, she is kind of crazy.
Yeah, she is kind of busted, not gonna lie. So here is the Creative Shock now from Leo Wong. Currently doesn't really have a way out to get rid of this Sense of Wrestle piece, but there is going to be that floating memory still removed. Now going to take even more damage from the Gildas, up to 14 damage counters already. This is the start that Yonab is looking for in this matchup because of how scary it can be. 2 incapacitates are lost in this level up to Xander level 2, whose on-enter effect will now allow him to add more preparation counters and then burn 1 to get a card back from the graveyard.
Yeah, so this is like the standard play. This is really what made Luxem a good deck as they released Deft Executor. Without this, it was really hard to maintain influence. Now it's like, oh, we get to +1 off this, +1 off this, and then level 2 we get to +1 again. Kind of like sealed the deck together. Gonna play the exploit here also in prereq so you can dig deeper to look for that dungeon guide, but it seems like we haven't found it.
Yeah, no dungeon guide, and I don't know if there's a resolute stand available or a vanish from sight, because if not, then Leo Wong is gonna be eating a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah,
we might even see the Lorraine level 1 plus the Huazi come onto the board. That will also allow Yonab to balance his Gildas again after he cracks this Grand Crusaders ring.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, we still have Serene, but that's only gonna heal you 6. So if he's able to find just enough damage, currently there's 8 damage, that's exact lethal before Serene, so we need to find another 6 after this. The Huaji with Xunshe would be able to sink in a bunch of extra damage, but is there anything? Crystallized Destiny in hand.
Yeah, that will protect you from one big swing. Sun Ce, of course, will be a pretty nice buff to this Huazi. However, not sure what he has yet. Yonab still in his recollection phase, deciding what he wants to do. Does have 3 cards in hand, but first it is going to be the resolute stand from the side of Leo Wong, not allowing Yonab to go in with all of these different allies into him.
I'm seeing a lot of yellow in that hand. I'm seeing a Gleaming, I'm seeing Uncovered, I'm seeing 2 sights already. So once we hit level 3, we are going to be able to accelerate into the game and start healing. Of course, Water did not get Infernal Vessel. That's a fire card, so we don't get the ability to suddenly just stop these Luxem players from healing.
Yeah, so Yonab really managed to push in so much damage already, but not sure if that's going to be enough just yet. The Gildas is going to be able to poke in 1 damage over the top of this Resolute stand, so only going to be able to push Xander up to 15, but that's still very far away from lethal. Here's the Halo Client Scout though, will mean that this Gildas does in fact come in for 5 instead of 4.
Yeah, Heliclean Scout is one of the cards that really like unlock these Water Ally decks. It's just a ton of damage. It's basically Poison Dagger on a card that rests, so it also synergizes with Snow White, which is not played in this deck, but it is played in a lot of these Water Ally decks.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Snow White is in the side deck instead of the main, so won't be able to lock Leo Wong out of getting to the Xander level 3 here. And does he have a fast speed card in order to play right now? He does not, and there is a full hand of yellow cards, and I believe 2 Luxem sites included. That is going to be huge for Leo Wong. Is going to be able to recover a lot, but is it going to be enough? We do have to see.
Yeah, the hard part here is you have Gleaming, Light Weavers, and 2 sights. So it's like, what am I putting down on my Uncover? I mean, you have to put the Gleaming down because you need to draw, or do you put the sights down to try and heal through some of this damage? Because you are getting dangerously low, and there's a lot of allies on board that you need to clear.
Yeah, Leo Wong though is playing 3 copies of Uncover the Plot, so could be able to find another one off of the Gleaming cut off the first Uncover, but it is going to be a gamble. Only recovering 3 here, plus not being able to get rid of any of these allies on the board might be a bit dangerous for him. We will have to see.
Yeah, this is one of those. Oh, okay. Don't forget. Never forget about your Lost Providence. I've definitely seen people be like, "Oh, right. I was supposed to be on Lost Providence. Can you let me take it back?"
I
no.
forgot.
I forgot about my Lost Providence.
You cannot forgo at Ascent Manila. This is going to be the biggest PTM event, first big PTM event of the year. First big PTM event full stop since PTM did release quite recently. Here is the Uncover the Plot. Let's see what he ends up revealing. It is going to be two
Ooh.
different cards. Is there going to be a
Negate?
Frostbind? Oh boy!
Oh, yikes. That's not good for Leo Wong here. Now, you know, we did get to put the cards down, so we are going to recollect. But are we even going to get to our next recollection phase?
Yeah, I mean, well, let's count out the damage. If Yonap has a way to rest this Luxem Xander, then that Halo Clan Scout is going to be doing a lot. Here's the Claren Reimagine now making his way onto the board, being able to use this to protect his characters, his allies from the Weaver's assault that might get revealed. But let's look at the board again. Flon, how much damage does Yonap represent?
If he has a way of resting, he could be doing, he can get him to 26. Still not enough through the Serene, but then there's also the Sword Swings. If we have a Shunshed, this suddenly changes things because now we have a lot of warrior allies that can use that Huaji. But let's see. I don't see a way of resting here, especially because usually the way of resting is another Halocline Scout.
Yeah, or a Snow White.
Or a Snow White, but it's not in the main deck. Blanche here would also help us stop the Light Weavers from going at our powerful allies and be forced to go to the Blanche instead. We're just going to swing here. So yeah, so we're currently at 16.
18.
And then we're going to take, yeah, that's 18.
We still have 3 different allies to attack. We have Shangxiang, we have Gildas, and we also have the Halo Client Scout. That's going to be currently representing 4 damage. If he has a way to balance the Gildas, it would be another 3. There is going to be the Gildas coming in for 1 only. Next is Shangxiang coming in with the Huaji for 3 instead of 2. Puts you at 22 now. 3 more damage. Halo Client is coming in for 1. 2 to go.
Swing with the Huaji here for another 1. Now we just need 1 more. Could just force the Serene here. It's not the worst idea in the world. At least no more Planteds and even the Creative Shocks. Ooh, Seneschal here. I think it's going to be Blanche. Yeah, Blanche's going to come down.
Blanche forces the release of the Serene Spirit of
Ooh,
Fire.
Freezing Hail? Freezing Hail in response? No?
If
Okay.
there is, yeah, maybe a slight overstep from Leo here if he didn't think to play around the Freezing Hail fast speed damage that is available to this Water Ally deck. Recover 6 is supposed to take 1 more damage up to 20, and then after that we will see what else is going to be played. Leo Wong here, if he took up to 20, he would be able to materialize the Chalice of Blood. Not sure if that's in the main deck. It is.
Ooh,
it is going to be Ducal Seal.
That's a really strong card here. I mean, what's better than Tyrafing? Super Tyrafing. Oh, and he drew another Light Weaver here too. Oh, it was Double Sight. Okay.
Double Sight does
that's
recover
okay.
6.
That's
really good.
That's pretty good when the Ducal Seal is going to stop the big onslaught next turn, which allows us to heal again. But we really need a way to deal with the allies right now.
Yeah, but if Yonab has 6 influence exactly next turn, he could use the Ducal Seal to balance his Gildas, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's always fun to see people find ways to balance a Gildas through one of these pay-to-attack effects. It's really going to be a tough one, especially because the card that he drew for a turn was Gentle Respite, so it's not even something that really continues to let him filter through the deck. It's really struggling right now. I think might have to go for Insignia just to put cards down.
Yeah, here's the backup charger now for Yonab. Gonna use that. And pre-rec, we are gonna see the Ducal Seal. 6 cards in hand for Yonab. He can indeed balance this Gildas with just the swing. Let's see if he does note that. We'll put him up to 17 damage.
Yeah, still quite a ways off. We'll be able to swing with 2 allies this turn, but that's kind of it. And then you know he's going to heal another 6 next turn. But without the Gleaming resolving, he can't really continue to fill his influence, can't find more answers, because this board is getting really out of control.
Yeah, with 2 Luxem sites, Yonab needs to present at least 6 damage a turn in order to not basically be doing nothing. So that means this turn, Yonab swinging in with Gildas plus Shangxiang would be that 6 damage to kind of keep Leo Wong on this 13-point threshold right now. But he really needs to find a way to rest this Luxem Xander again so that he can use this Halo Client Scout.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not looking up from here. Doesn't have ways to dig through the deck, but this exploit could find the exact card he needs. What's going to be the materialization? Or we could also just go for that backup charger that we haven't used yet. Could go for some of these influence gain cards, but every influence gain card you get, if you just draw dead, then the game is looking kind of hard to recover from. This board is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage every turn.
Yeah, it is going to be the insignia of the Kohazi here instead of the backup charger. Want to just get more preparation counters as well. Here is the exploit though.
Ooh, we're using exploit prepared to get the insignia trigger. Heads up, especially when your influence is low, like the Just Dodge guy, of course. When does it never not happen?
Yeah, we're gonna use the insignia now, put all our cards down into the memory, get that preparation counter back from the exploit that we just used, review all 6. But first, Yonab does need to put down 3 cards, and there is a Vanish from Sight now available as well for Leo Wong. One interesting thing is that because Yonab had to put down the 3 cards, the Blanche is now active again. We might see the Clarion Reimagine used, but it's not. You have to use that before the review, and that means the Blanche is now taken out.
Striking Illuminance has been drawn here. That's a really, really critical card that was added in AMB. It allows Luxem to actually like end games way quicker than they used to. Before it was like, oh, double Light Weavers and this is the only way we win. Now it's like with striking, with just, what, 8 cards? Yeah, 8 cards in hand, you can suddenly throw a ton of damage out depending on how many Light Weavers you found already.
Yeah, Leo though only has that 1 Light Weaver so far and a couple of Norm cards that we don't really need. He is just gonna strike anyway. This is gonna let him recover another 6 though, so that is gonna be pretty huge. Gilda's now is gonna be punched. She is balanced.
She's
though.
balanced. This is a balanced retaliation right here.
Retaliate for 4, and then we will review 3. There is gonna be that double Luxem side, so he will take 4, but he will recover 6.
Yes, and suddenly from almost dead, we were at 24, and now we are back down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's Luxem Xander. It is Luxem Xander. We are going to see more of this Luxem Xander's effects as usual. The Vanish from Sight next turn is going to put Leo Wong all the way down to 0 damage counter.
I actually question, I think we don't even use the Vanish because we're not dying next turn, right? Like with the amount of damage he has to do, I think UNAP can't really kill, so we might as well take this turn off and then Vanish the turn after because, you know, we don't want to overheal at this point.
That's true. We can also just use the backup charger following turn instead. Yonab forced to play this back Tariff Ring isn't super useful in this matchup, but he's just running out of material deck space. Doesn't have the Fire Resonance Bubble, and even if he did, it wouldn't be useful since Leo Wong has already released his Serene Spirit of Fire. There's no longer a fire element available to him. Yonab, though, is going to recollect and draw now, is going to start able to punch again now that he does have all of his allies and no Ducal Seal.
Second Halo Climb would make this get it. I mean, he's already rested, but guess what? Every Halo Climb does add more, basically +2, right? So this is going to be 4, 4. Doesn't count itself, so it'd be 2, then 2. So that's 12 damage. Not bad.
That is pretty good. But we will see. Let's see what he ends up doing. It is going to be that second Halo Climb Scout. Again, rest the champion that's already rested. Going to push in a bunch of damage with all of the allies on the board. Like you said, I think that's 12 total. Another ally, Frostborn Paladin, now placed onto the board. No floating memory for that buff counter, though.
So this is going to be 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. So this 16, so puts us at 23, which is Chalice of Blood range.
Yeah, just short though, because the sword is coming in for 1 as well. There's only the Clarion Reimagine. If this was an inert sword, for example, that would have been lethal, but it's not. It is going to be a lot though. The Halo Climb Scout is an insane multiplier, especially when you have multiple. And there it is, all of that damage coming in. 21. Now another 1 from this Clarion Reimagine, 22. And next turn, Leo Wong is going to be able to recover 6. But just not enough just yet.
Imagine going to 24, healing back down to 1, going back up to 24, and now you're going to heal back down to 1 again. It's just, this is Luxem in a nutshell. It's what the deck does. There's a reason why it's feared, and I think not a lot of people had Luxem on the radar, but I do know a lot of the top players in this tournament are on that Luxem.
Here's the Chalice of Blood. We're gonna look at the top 2. Actually, are we in range for double Light Weaver's Assault just yet? I think we're at 8 influence exactly.
Double Light Weavers does require 10, but we could do Light Weaver Striking Illuminance, and that would be, depending on how many Luxem cards, this is 2 sights plus 1 Light Weavers. That's 3, so the Striking Illuminance. Oh, well, okay, now we're getting tariffed. So now we definitely can't do that, but we are still revealing a ton of cards. We're healing, and we do have that Vanish, which we actually elected to not even show, so UNAP doesn't even get to know about that little trick.
Well, he's already seen it, so he should know. Yonap, though, what is... Firstly, Leo Wong has to decide who is the target of this 2 damage from the Light Weaver's Assault. The Mercenary's Blade can be played, but if Leo Wong decides to swing into one of these allies with the Mercenary's Blade, he is going to take the additional one, two, three, 4 damage from the 4 different allies. However, he is going to get rid of one of these Halo Klein scouts, so that is going to be useful. Plus, he does still have that Vanish from Sight available in hand as well. So let's see what it is going to be. Here is the Scry the Skies looking for more Luxem cards.
Yeah, so we really are hoping to find like a gleaming or, well, a third sight is not the worst either. There's a
Third-
planted explosive as well.
Sent
Gonna just select the
immediately to
bottom that.
Yeah, he's already not a fire
Yeah, right,
champion,
right.
so won't be able to use that, but does get his third Luxem Sight into his memory, meaning next turn onwards he is recovering 9. Here's the Mercenary's Blade now, is going to be used. Going to punch into that Halo Klein Scout with 2 damage counters already. Does have to pay 2 because of the Tariff Ring though. Thankfully for him, he does still have enough influence to play for the Vanish from Sight even after that, but unfortunately it is still going to be 1 less Halo Klein Scout for Yonab.
Though that does mean that the Halo Klein, I guess since we're going to vanish, it doesn't matter. But, you know, in a sense, attacking is essentially doing the Halo Klein's job of resting for you. The vanish should do quick work here. I don't see any way of getting around spell or stealth here. So no reveal the hidden, no. I guess you could play Peer Beyond.
Expose Darkness.
Expose Darkness. There's a couple cards that get used, but these water decks are a little bit tight on space. I think
Yeah.
probably the best one's reveal, but
There's a sort of Seeking, but it's already been banished for the Claren Reimagined, so we're not going to see that just yet.
Ooh. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage if we cannot start cleaning the board. We need to find the second Light Weavers. I don't know how we have not found that yet.
Yeah.
After all of the drawing we've done, or even a gleaming, we haven't found a gleaming yet. It's just
This is Luxem. Sometimes it happens.
yeah.
you know?
Luxem, sometimes you're like, oh, I'm level 3 and I find gleaming, Light Weavers, Light Weavers. And some games you have sight,
Yeah.
and that's it. And you just try and like survive, but you can never actually draw.
I mean, heal 9 is a lot, right? Right now, Yonab's board is only representing 7, +1 if you count the weapon. So still going to be pretty good for Yonab if he can develop another ally. Like you said, he did draw into that Inspiring Call earlier, which could be a very big burst turn the following turn, but he does need to draw another Halo Klein Scout or a Snow White in order to rest this champion. And as we've said a couple of times already, he just doesn't have it.
Yeah, this game is just like slowly slipping away. Next turn, he's going to heal 9. And then if we can start to find our other Luxem, even an Excalibur would be nice here just to like destroy an ally. We're sick of digging. We're just going to be like, fine, I'm going to get the guaranteed way of finding.
Ooh, Luxeris map, Luxeris map materialized, and then on the stack of the reveal, we're going to Claren Reimagine on the Halo Klein Scout, not allowing that 2 damage from this Light Weaver Assault to go in. It is going to go into a different ally though, most likely either this Lurking Assailant or maybe this Frostborn Paladin. 4 Luxem cards are revealed, so Yonab does have to put 4 cards down, does get to keep 3, so we'll be able to interact with something that Liu Wong is going to show.
Yeah, this is...
Face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has any way of actually doing the last 1 damage here. No ally, and that's Exploit. Not going to do anything here. We might be forced to Light Weavers to heal and clear board here.
Yeah, that might be a bit scary. He could Light Weavers for 6?
There's currently 8 damage on board, so we don't have to do it. But if Yonab has, I mean, we could play that Inspiring Call. Suddenly we're doing an extra 4 damage. So depending on the texture of the hand, he might be forced to Light Weavers here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Yonab only has a couple more cards. Fracturize on his own sensor to... I mean, it does unlock the 1 floating memory for Liu Wong, but I don't think he has anything else he wants to materialize with memory cost anymore. The Fracturize, of course, gives Yonab an additional card and also gives him a Smoke Bombs, which he can use to draw an additional card, which is nice. So effectively +1 to here. Now let's see what it's going to be.
Maybe considering using Light Weavers there when there were no cards in hand. Seems like that's not the play. Of course, you also have to worry about the Clarent. Clarent, very annoying card, being able to give a full turn prevention effect
Yeah,
to
let's
anything
see.
on field.
There is a Frostbind available for Yonab, so not too pressed, I think. He does need to start like representing more damage, at least 1 more ally, or we're just gonna stalemate here. And the longer this game goes, the more Liu Wong is gonna be in control. So he really needs to take back the initiative here.
Yeah, especially because you fracturized your own card instead of hitting his Luxeris map. Means that next turn he's basically guaranteed to get the second Light Weavers. Once you hit 2 Light Weavers, that's when things get out of hand because every turn you get to kill 1 ally. So the replacement rate just starts to go much in Luxem's favor at that point.
Yeah, drew into a Lunette. Again, not a very useful card in this matchup here. Giving stealth to his lurking assailant.
Who technically already has stealth because
Yeah,
he's
double
awake.
stealth.
Double stealth.
Clarent here now going to be used, punching in for 1, most likely so that he can use this Inspiring Call for 1 cost instead of the full 3. It's a nice little discount on that, which you love to see.
Yeah, but still just not enough damage. This is going to be 3, 6, 9, 11 damage. Gonna put him up to 19. Still needs to find a little bit more.
Just a little bit away, and Yonap, that's the story of this game so far, just a little bit away. It is going to be Aquifer Seneschal here. Not allowed to attack this turn, so didn't really need to play this before the Inspiring Call, but it's still going to be the case. Now, it is going to be the Inspiring Call, giving +1 to all of these allies, including the rested Seneschal. He just needs to take a little power nap before he can start swinging in. Unless you have Omens, in which case he's like raring and ready to go.
Yeah, if you had Omens. One of the reasons why I like the Guardian build of this between Tweedledee and Lily and Aquifer, there's just a lot of like benefits to Guardian, but of course the Xunshe, Huaji, Shang can't be, and the Helocline as well, because that is also Warrior Assassin class bonus. Can't really say which one is better than the other. They both have their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, different flavors, and that's the good thing about card games, right? Is that you do get to play different types of decks with similarities and different strengths with their own little quirks. And there's a second Light Weaver's Assault now found for Liu Wong, which means I think he has lethal next turn. Right now, using that exploit to put more cards into the memory, maybe using Atlanta Light Weavers here in order to get rid of some of these allies on the board for Yonab.
Does he have enough to pay for a potential Frostbite? I want to say he does.
I do think Yonab only has 2 cards in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, again,
that's right.
why the Aquifer Seneschal here is kind of an odd choice, but we'll see.
Yeah, you'd think he would swing before playing the Seneschal because it doesn't really make a difference. I think Liu Wang is just, especially because he drew the second one and he knows he has his map next turn, I think he's pretty free to just spend this now to ensure that he survives. And then next turn it's like, okay, I'm going to map and I'm going to have another Light Weavers, and it's like, okay, now I can kill you for sure the turn after.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to do it right now either, because he does have 3 Luxem sites, so he can take 1 damage and then shoot everything else, which would allow him to min-max a little bit more. Here's the Helocline Scout now coming in for 2. That 2 does resolve, and now it's the Shangxiang's turn to go in for 3 damage this time. And this might be the point where Liu Wang pulls the trigger on this Light Weaver's Assault, recovering 9, dealing 6 damage total, plus another 2 from the Light Weavers that he's going to reveal.
Yeah, he is holding up cards too. So, oh my god, we're even, but okay. You know, we are not afraid of getting negated.
Yeah, we're just going all the way here. 1, 2, 3, 4 Luxem cards.
So that's 9 plus 2 here, actually. So that's it's pretty nasty.
11 damage, just gonna wipe the entire board.
Pretty much. And I think Yonam was
Yeah,
like, I know it, let's get out of here. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, it's 34 minutes left. I'm not going to waste my time. And I think as an ally player in this matchup, you do have to know when to call it quits. I think usually the point for me is the 3rd Luxem side. That's usually the point where I say, yeah, it's okay, go next. 24, just a little bit too short. Unfortunately, that is going to be the case. Let's look at the sideboards for both of these players, starting with Yonab.
So on Yonab's side, honestly, Brackish Ludist potentially is a card that can come in, stops the float. These Luxem decks don't play that much float anymore, but they still do play float, and
Yeah,
it's
the
useful.
key card is going to be the Nullifying Mirror, I think, because that means that whenever Xander shows his memory, they're all going to be norm cards, and that means that you aren't going to have to put your hand down, leaving you room for interaction.
Doesn't stop the actual reveal effect, it just stops the putting down part, which is honestly half of why Xander's so good, because he really simplifies game states. I definitely think that Snow White is also a card that's definitely going to come in here. We saw what happens when they rest you with the Helocline Scout, so you can go Snow White, rest them, they can't level up. The next turn, you go Helocline Scout, now you rest them again, then they can't level up. So you can really keep these Luxem decks down. Sea Spray Diver helps against the float as well. So a Staggering Strike if you want anti-stealth stuff, then... So there's really a lot of things. Also, Staggering Strike stops the prep counter in case you want to stop the Merc Blade stuff, or even like exploits and all that. Or even, if you can hit them when they have 2 or 3 prep counters, you can even stop something like the Striking Luminance.
Yeah.
Which,
Lots of great options for Yonab in the sideboard. Of course, I think the immediate cuts are Lunette and Snow Fairy. Not very relevant in this matchup for him for sure. Meanwhile, on Liu Wang's side, this is already a very favorite matchup for him. He does have another Resolute Stand and a Vanish from Sight in the sideboard, so I imagine those two are also going to be coming in.
Those are 100% coming in. Those cards are way too good against these board-based ally decks that can't hit for much and have like no true sight. Excalibur is another option, though I'm not sure if you want to put in more Luxem cards because that does give you the brick potential of your deck. Increases it a little bit. Crystallize could also come in to stop even just like a Gildas hit. Sometimes it's worth it to just crystallize that. And yeah, I mean, that's Regal is, I doubt we're going to put in Regal against an ally deck. Not much point. Stolen Chance, not really very useful because there's no prep counters on this side. But yeah, I mean, we just add more defensive cards. We basically do the same thing as last game, but with more options than before.
And hopefully don't have to go all the way to 24, because that is, of course, a little bit scary. He would have lost to the Freezing Hail right there and then if he had it, for example. But he's not actually running this in the main board or the sideboard even. So a little unfortunate for Yonab.
Makes you think, actually, if he did use that Claret to keep that Blanche alive, it would have really made a world of difference in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just something that maybe just he didn't consider. And unfortunately, that is what happens sometimes. You just forget, like, oh, maybe he didn't know, like, oh, I have to respond before you reveal, something like that. But it is what it is. It is Ascent to Manila. It is going to be right after lunch. Maybe he's a little bit food coma-y. Now he has to play against Snooze Fest, Luxem Xander.
You know, when you're playing allies and you're like on top of the world, and the moment you run into Luxem Xander, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, man, it's 3-0-0, has been on a roll so far, and then now it's been a rough game one. He was really, really close many times, but I think another thing is just not knowing like when to pack it up and try to go for the rest of the series instead. Really just couldn't find the game after the second or third Luxem side was revealed. But we are still another half hour into the round. Yonab, of course, if he is going to win, he's going to win fast. So may still have time to complete this series just yet.
A draw isn't too bad here either, you know. It's like you do need 18 points to make it to day 2, so you just need 6 wins. So or you can go 5-0-3 maybe.
6
or 5-1-3, you know, right?
Yeah, 5-1-3.
5-1-3 would make it, so as long as you don't lose, right? That's what matters here.
Yeah, of course, everyone is going for not just day 2, but also the top 8 and the World's Gauntlet slot. I think that means you're looking for every win possible if you can make it. Leo Wong now looking at his top 6. There is going to be quite a few Luxem cards, a Sight, Uncover, and a Gleaming Cut all over there. He is only going to keep the Creator Shock, the Dungeon Guide, and the Luxem Sight. Of course, Luxem Sight, as we saw last game, it did do so much work. Meanwhile, we do see immediately the Brackish Lutis from the side of Yona that does turn off this floating memory right away as well.
I think we might just play out that Brackish Lutis. There's very little that Fire Luxem can really do because Planted Explosive is not live and neither is Thieving Cut at level 0. So we are just going to have to level up Raw, probably with this Creative Shock.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Lutis immediately placed onto the board. Leo Wong hasn't seen this card in his life. He's bamboozled. He's flabbergasted. He's shocked. He doesn't know what it does. And after he's ready, he's like, this card exists?
You know what my favorite part about Brackish Lutis is? Why is she a melody? How can a person be a melody? So it's like, you can trigger Harmonize effects with this.
That's true.
Yeah, you can trigger Harmonize with this. It's kind of funky. Of course, harmony, melody, not a mechanic that has seen so much widespread play. But I mean, one day we're gonna get a really crazy. We're gonna get another.
Erupting Rhapsody.
We're gonna get another erupting that we can somehow use with Brackish Lutis.
That's crazy. That would be wild, actually. It's gonna be really interesting to see. Here's the Brackish Lutis now doing 1 damage to Leo Wong, playing the melody. Hopefully for Yonab, that's the requiem of his demise. He wants to make sure that he takes this all the way to game 3. He wants to go into Swiss round 4 with 4-0-0. Here's the Gildas now onto the board. It is going to be balanced, coming in for 4.
I mean, this is a really good start. You've got an ally that's keeping the float down, and you have another ally that's just putting in pressure. We have a Paladin in hand. We can even play that now, so we can... Ooh, big board of scary allies.
That's another 2 damage, 7 already dealt to the side of Leo Wong. And next turn, he is going to represent the same amount. Creator Shock is going to be played. He is going to drop a card, but if it has floating memory, it goes straight into the banish. Instead, it's just going to be the Incapacitate. That is going to be an Assassin card, so can be picked up off of that Xander too.
Yeah, it's really critical to have something to throw away in the early game. Usually it's exploit or juggle knives, just some assassin card, even like a thieving cut, just so you can get a +1 off of your level 2 here. So incapacitate, also not particularly useful against this water deck anyway, because it's like 60% allies.
Just deciding on a Glimpse too, it is a Creative Shock and a Crystallized Destiny. The Crystallized Destiny is going to be sent to the bottom, this time being sided in for this matchup as well. Of course, it's going to be playing 2 copies, both total in the main and sideboard, so maybe just didn't side it in. Here it is go immediately passes the turn.
There's 9 damage on board currently. Or 7. There's 7 damage on board currently, so we are going to need to find another 5 plus 6.
Yes, 11 more damage. 7, 11, a store and more. It is going to be quite a bit left. Yonap, though, has the backup charger, is going to be able to once again play a 3-cost ally, balance this Gildas, and then have 3 cards left remaining to balance, to play this backup charger.
Yeah, I mean, our hand has the allies we need. We also have some interaction here with the Frostbind. I see. Ooh, yeah, it's just a bunch of 3-cost 2/3s. You know, it's been the name of the game. Ooh,
It's a 1-tree. This
we're
time's
playing
ally.
Trapper.
This can be used to prevent the thieving cut onto one of these allies, which is going to be very, very crucial as well. 4 damage in from the Gildas, 1 more in from the Brackish Lutis, 2 more from the Frostbound Paladin. 14 damage counters now onto Leo Wong. Just another 5 plus 6 to go.
Okay, I imagine we're just going to play this creative, and we're just going to hope that we find some useful cards to play in the pre-recollection. Turbocharge, maybe not what you want to see right now. I don't know if we're going to have the time to bring a backup charger.
But
We already have Dungeon Guide, right? So we should be able to hit level 3 now, but our influence is not great since we did not get any +1s.
And the thieving cut is thrown away because the Korhazi Trapper is already on the board. Leo Wong just saying, yeah, I'm not gonna try. It's fine. Because if he did try to prep that, he would lose the card, wouldn't get the on-hit draw either. Here is the Xander level 2 now. With its effect, what is he going to pick up?
Striking Illuminance was banished here. There must be too many Luxem cards. We can't throw them all away. Gonna add back, I guess, Incapacitate, right? I mean, unless you think there's a way that you can kill the Trapper with like a Light Weavers and then you can Thieving Cut later.
It is the Incapacitate, like you mentioned. Is it going to be added back to the hand? Pre-recollection, no further actions taken. The Dungeon Guide is going to make his way onto the board. Does he have enough?
2 Gleamings have been found and a Scry as well. So if we have the Dungeon Guide, we saw it in the opening glimpse. So he should be able to hit level 3 this turn, holding up 3 cards in hand to bring out a backup charger right after this. Ooh, you know, this is the kind of moment where you could potentially go for Frostbind just to force him to put cards down to make him the banish a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, because the 3 cards that he has left in hand are Sight, Gleaming Cut, and that's going to be insane next turn, especially with this Lost Providence as well. Now we're going to see the Dungeon Guide coming for 1 damage straight into the Champion of Yonam. Doesn't really need to do anything else. We're going back now to his turn. What else is the play for Yonam now? Might go to level 1 so that he can balance Gildas again.
Yeah, the struggle here is because of that Serene, it's going to be very hard for us to actually push lethal. We're very close to lethal, but with that Serene, it's hard to actually make it there.
Sword of Seeking is materialized, and now the backup charger as well. This does mean that it's going to be very difficult to balance Gildas this turn, though.
Bringing out the Sword of Seeking here definitely makes me think Inspiring Call.
That's true.
And if there's a world where it's Inspiring Call, that would be a way for us to hit that lethal number if we can get enough of these allies on board buffed. So this would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we can get the Gildas balanced while also playing the Inspiring Call, then this would be a ton of damage.
Yeah, I think that is going to be possible. There's no way to balance Gildas with Inspiring Call, to my understanding, with an 8-card hand. Because even if you play it normally, you get to draw... Oh wait,
into
if
memory.
you just play it into memory, yeah, you can balance it with an 8-card hand.
Oh, if you don't attack. Oh yeah, so he's attacking now. So that's 1 damage.
Okay, maybe it's double Inspiring Call?
Oh my god.
Double Inspiring Call is-
Inspiring Call would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, double Inspiring Call is exactly 4 cards in hand, 4 cards in memory. Could be the case. There's going to be a lot of damage, and there's no response from Leo Wong just yet. First Inspiring Call is going to be the play.
Okay.
That's +4 onto the current board. Current board is already presenting, what was it again? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 damage, +4, now 9. A second Inspiring Call will be a balanced Gildas. Does Yonap have it in hand? He does not.
Unfortunately not, but this is still a ton of damage. It's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there a way to balance this Gildas here with currently 6 cards in hand? No, unfortunate.
Yeah, he need a 2-cost draw 1. That would have worked like a juggle knives, ironically.
Are we gonna? Oh wait, I think he had a second one in there. Might be something else. But are we gonna walk into the potential freezing hail, or are we going to release early here? One thing that you have to worry about is when you release, getting potentially Song of Frosted as well.
That's true. Here is 2 more damage. And now another Kohazi Trapper makes his way onto the board. It's going to be the lethal that Yonab is looking for. Will force the release of the Serene Spirit of Fire. Is not going to force it. Just gonna pass turn here.
Yeah, I think Yonab is like, okay, listen, whether you Serene or not, it doesn't really make a difference. I'd rather have the Trapper to guarantee that you can't remove my allies from the board. I think a very sensible play, though releasing would at least stop him from being able to play any more creatives or planted explosives that I may draw into.
We will see whether
Oh
that
my
is the
God.
correct play. Here's the Gleaming Cuts put down into the memory already with the backup charger. There is still a Lost Providence as well. Now we're going to reveal what is in the memory, what is off the top.
Yikes.
It is Exploit and
2 Gleamings.
in cap. Yeah, so no further Luxem cards, which is great. 2 Gleaming Cuts are going to be resolved here. That puts him at 7 influence already, 9 after the Lost Providence. So that's going to be huge for Leo Wong.
Now here's the problem. We need to find a fog for the next turn because we will not survive with the amount of we healed this turn, just 3. We can exploit and Mercenary Blade to kill one of these allies. Actually, we can't even do that because of the Trapper, see? So,
I think top decked Resolute Stand here.
oh, if he top deck Resolute Stand, that would be absolutely the best thing to
Oh,
ooh,
also has
Crystallized Destiny.
yeah.
Oh man, okay, so we're really gonna need to find something. Actually,
Second Luxem site is found, will be put into the memory already, but no uncovered the plot, so won't be able to recover just yet. However, if he does have the Resolute Stand, he will be able to survive at least another turn.
yeah, he really needs to have something here because this is too much damage for you to withhold.
1 more damage to Champion with the Dungeon Guide. The Kazi Trapper is not going to be used again, but that means Yonab is representing quite a bit of damage. The following turn, there's the second Scry Disguise.
Okay,
Gleaming
honestly,
Cut.
Gleaming Cut with no wave. Actually, we had a Light Weavers, right? So, no Light Weavers. So, oh yeah, no, he has Resolute. Okay, so we are potentially safe unless Yonab can somehow hit over a Resolute 4 over. Unlikely with this deck. I think the highest damage you can do is like a
5.
yeah, it's 5. Basically, Guild us with 2 Halocline Scouts with an Inspiring Call. I guess could hit 8, but unlikely to have all of that in the same turn.
Pre-recollection, we might see Leo Wong go for this Resolute Stand here and now. Because the following turn he can stabilize, we'll get to recover 3+3 with the 2 Luxem sites.
He absolutely needs to Resolute here because if you don't, then you were about to get Song of Frosted into next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend is not going to be Ascent Manila anymore. It's actually going to be the Osaka Regionals back-to-back.
You know what else it's going to be? It's going to be people going back to work from New Year's break. So
I was at work yesterday, so I can't relate. But it is going to be the Resolute Stand pre-rec. There is no response from Yonab because his hand is all down. But
third
what can he
Trapper.
do?
Can we play the third Trapper?
We can play the third Trapper, but
Why
but
not?
for
Why
what?
not?
We can get rid of this Dungeon Guide.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you might as well kill her because guess what? 1 Light Weavers plus Dungeon Guide a lot of times is 1 ally clear, so it's usually worth it for her to be cleared anyway.
Yeah, Yonab does have to decide what is going to be the play. If he can balance the Gildas, he can at least poke 1 damage through the Resolute Stand.
You know, one problem though is currently we are going to be put into a position where Chalice of Blood is a big concern.
That is true.
We've already dug a lot with those 2 Gleamings, so if we find the Chalice, it's pretty likely we're going to be set up for a big Luxem turn.
And Yonab, once again on 8 influence, isn't going to be able to balance this Gildas. It's just a little bit awkward.
Yeah, that's just the thing about Gildas, right? It's actually forces you to play in a very specific way, holding cards, not using your draw regalia. Otherwise, she becomes awkward to balance. But, you know, that's the price you pay for having an ally that can swing for 4.
Yeah, that's true. Yonab, though, is going to be able to keep his whole hand up because he does have the Nullifying Mirror materialized already. Leo Wong, what is going to be the play? That Chalice of Blood does look very, very tasty.
Ducal Seal here could also be an option, but the thing is, Yonab holding up so many cards would make you have to worry about potential Fracture Eyes.
That's also true. Could be a little bit scary. We'll find out what Leo Wong has available. There's no more Resolute Stand. There is still a Crystallized Destiny, but still quite a bit of danger from Leo Wong. Only healing 6, and Yonab is representing at least 6 as well, and could be representing even more if he decides to balance this Gildas.
Let's not forget, Serene has not been popped yet, so this is going to be 12 life or damage worth of healing. But because this board is not getting cleared, that means every turn these allies are getting incremental increased value. Ooh, it seems like Chalice of Blood and Ducal Seal are like the the two options that Leo Wong is thinking here, I think either one is very justifiable.
Yeah, both are great options for him right now. But if he doesn't chalice now, I don't think he'll be able to chalice next turn. I think that's probably his concern.
Yeah, that's the thing about Xander, right? You heal a lot, so it's like if you go under the Chalice of Blood range, you might not be able to reach it. Is there a Fracture Horizon here? I don't think I saw one. Reveal. Okay, there's the mirror going to be popped. Make sure we don't... Oh my god,
Another
double
Gleaming
Light
Cut.
Weavers and Cleaving is insane.
There is going to be 4 damage now going to be dealt to the board. First, he's only going to recover 3, so I guess we had a slight mislook earlier.
You know, yellow cards are yellow.
Yeah, they are yellow. They are really yellow. So 4 damage now going to be dealt into maybe the Gildas most likely. Or maybe he's considering Yonap hasn't had the ability to balance it recently. So could just go for the guaranteed on the Frostborn Paladin since that does have 2 attack.
Oh, look at the Yonap hands. It's a lot of allies. Not really much to work with. But that Ducal Seal is really going to stop any pressure next turn.
Again, we do have to see what he has available. Ducal Seal is really, really powerful. And this means Yonap can also just elect to only deal 1 damage to Leo Wong, so he can't use the Chalice of Blood. There is also the option that he just, you know, hits himself with the Light River Assault. But no, 4 damage is into the Gildas.
Yeah, okay, so we are in a position that we could... Oh, Excalibur as well is really, really strong here. Either use it to kill an ally, or, you know, you could use it to break the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Sword beats Mirror. I think that makes sense. He does have quite a bit of influence. Might be going for the Mercenaries bait here.
We did have an exploit, actually, so we could... Oh, but the 2 Trappers are going to
That's true,
make
yeah.
that a problem. That's why Trapper saves lives.
Trapper do be goated. We are going to see Yonap now materialize. Maybe the Lorraine level 1 doesn't have a floating memory or any cards in the memory to go up. So does have to be maybe just the Hua Ji.
That doesn't feel very worth it, considering the fact that we already brought our Sword of Seeking. Actually, can we even still bring out Clarent? Do we have another sword in this deck?
And we just have to
Pay
pay
one.
one. Yeah, pay 1 for
Yeah.
Clarent feels a little bit bad, but it is what it is. That is just going to be the Terrafring. Again, the very awkward materialization for this matchup is not going to be very, very useful. Most likely, that means that Yonap is not going to be able to do much this turn. The Ducal Seal is, in fact, popped. Yonap will need to put down a couple more allies to get a little bit more value and present more damage.
So he has 9 cards in hand, which means he can swing 3 times, but that is not enough. And if you swing thrice, guess what? You're going to put him in Chalice of Blood range, which then means, oh, next turn he gets to just go completely infinite. And we'll probably just Excalibur your mirror, force you to put everything down, and then just go for the big lethal line. Here he has 2 Light Weavers. Just needs 10 cards in order to do 16 damage, which is enough to kill a spirit.
That is indeed enough to kill a spirit. Yonap does not have the luxury of going hands down, because again, double Light Reverse has already been revealed. That means Leo Wong already has lethal available to him. But he is looking to maybe put more cards down already. Doesn't have a Frostbind anyway.
He does have a Frostbind, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he does have a Frostbind there, but just hasn't had an opportunity to use it. But he's actually just going to start dumping allies on board. Wants to hope that maybe if he can survive this turn. Ooh, yeah, so this is the thing, right? If we just go... We are not on... We're not enfeebling orb, so yeah, if we Excalibur... Oh, okay, he's just...
Yeah, we're
he's just doing it now.
end step. It's 16
I
damage.
mean, 2 cards in hand, he can't really interact with that. I mean, yeah, so it's like, hey, I win.
Yeah, Leo Wong just takes a minute to count. It's like, your hands down, and okay, I win. Cool. Let's go, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup is really, really rough. Water allies in general versus Lux and Xander is not going to be a very fun matchup to play from the allies' point of view. I think it's going to be, at the same time, still, you do have to try your best. You got really, really close in the first game of the set. But unfortunately, Leo Wong is going to take it home with that powerful, powerful Luxem Xander.
Yeah, you know, it was a 2-0, but let's be real, Yonap did make, I'm sure he made Leo Wong clench a little bit there. It was getting down to the wire several times in both of these games. And to be honest, if it wasn't for some pretty opportune resolutes and vanishes off the top, he would have 100% lost some of these games, right? Like, that's the thing about Luxem. You draw so many cards, but sometimes you just don't draw the right ones. And those are the games that feel really bad.
Yeah, and he's only playing 2 Resolutes and 1 Vanish from Sight in the main board as well. So obviously very, very lucky to have been able to find that. But it is a card game, you know, end of the day. If you have the out, your opponent doesn't have it, you win the game.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup. You know, Luxem's Luxem. I know Ally players have despised this matchup for forever now, and really, unless you're on Infernal Vessel, Fire, it doesn't feel amazing to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be very scary. Maybe Fire aggro, more ally-focused, like Lorraine versions with Sun Tzu, again, can make their re-debut, I guess, moving forward. But we will find out maybe later on today. There's still many, many rounds in the day. We are going to see many more different, new, unique, and interesting decks.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was round 4. 5 more to go. A lot more Grand Archive to play. You know, I feel like it feels like the day has already, it's like at its closing, but it's actually just, we're not even halfway through, right? It's like...
I think it's because we're sleep deprived.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I stayed up, or I woke up at 5 a.m. because I needed to wake up to get here early so I could try and line up to get the deck box.
At the Ascent store, which is still open behind us. They do still have a ton of different products as well. Of course, if you are here in the venue, make sure to go check it out and see what options are available to redeem your Ascent tickets.
Yeah, but that's going to be it for us in round 4. So we're going to be back in a couple of minutes. I mean, there's 8 minutes left in the round, plus overtime. So probably about 15 minutes, and we'll be back with you round 5.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Welcome back to round 5 of Ascent Manila. It's going to be quite a bit more rounds before we're done with the day. 9 total rounds of Swiss on day 1. Chrisom, who do we have on stream today?
So we have Sabi-chan piloting a really unique water ally. We know Sabi-chan has been piloting our water allies. We had him on the stream before. But this time his champion is a bit different. It's Merlin.
Yeah, and it's Merlin, the new assassin Memorite Vassal. We already saw that earlier in the fire aggro Merlin, but I've not seen a water allies Merlin just yet.
Yeah, interesting. I think people are starting to realize, wow, I mean, Assassin has always been that class that does really well in terms of aggression or allies in general. And using it on water one, I think it does show that its flexibility as a different type of elements to play as well. So we are seeing a bunch of, even Sadie, he runs Sadie, he runs your typical protector at all costs. It's a very unique cards.
Yeah, it's a way to not only deny an attack, but you also spawn a 2/3 Obelith. That's what you call it.
Yep.
It's a token ally that is. It comes in with 2 Sheen counters, and for each Sheen counter it also has a buff counter as well.
Exactly.
So, well, it's not technically a buff counter, but basically it functions the same. So, really excited to see how this deck works out. One thing I've seen is that in the sideboard there is going to be exploit vulnerability. So, that's one interesting way to get rid of the Seiryu, which is going to be a deck that you do have to worry about today for sure. And we've seen on stream already how powerful it is.
Yeah, and also Sabi-chan's opponent, it's a deck that we are known stranger to. Mike is playing the Tristan deck and playing as well as we've been discussing a lot of the new Umbra cards, especially Abnegation, is in the deck. Abnegation, obviously one of the most recover 8 insane card value right now for Umbra.
Yeah, Abnegation, of course, a great buff. We already saw Tristan on game 1 today, piloted by Henki the Goat. Unfortunately, was taken down by a water deck again. This time, maybe let's see if he can do something different. Mike here playing in the Spirit of Wind with the custom Tristan drawn in as well. Meanwhile, Zabi-chan does have the Kohazi Trapper, is going to be going second here, does get a preparation counter from this on enter effect, which can be used to, of course, reduce an attack by 3. Next is the Lurking Assailant also onto the board. This is the perfect start for a water ally player. Does not only create a damaging ally, but also creates a protection for this Lurking Assailant.
Yeah, Abhi-chan just taking advantage of the fact that usually for wind, right, there's not much way to interact with the board in the early game, especially allies board. So it's just making sure, I'm going a bit wide, shipping in some damage. And now Mike is going to respond, but not going to respond on an attack. Just going to be doing the Fairy Whisper to fish out cards. Maybe even to put it down to the memory to use. There's a cost for level 1 Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan, of course, can go up to level 1 early, but tends to actually take a little while to go up. Takes a few turns off to go Windmill Engineer, so on and so forth first. So we might see that backup charger, but instead it's going to be Tristan right away. Loses an Umbra sight. Looking Glass sight, one of the new rarities from Phantom Monarchs.
I really love this art. Like it does. I don't see any other card games doing as much as the art. I think a lot of other cards in the products do have like full art, but this one really, look, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, Grand Archive does rarities so well. You can see it very nicely. It is showing to Norris on screen, but this is in fact a Tristan. She's also a very shiny Tristan CSR. We are going to see a foil Innovate Agility now added to the hand as well. Mike is playing with very shiny cards. Let's see what he's going to play next. Is the Sadie coming down onto the board. Oh boy, that's not a CSR though, so not maximum rarity, but very rare deck. Sadie now coming in for 2 damage onto Zabi-chan's face, and Zabi-chan is going to immediately put out the Quicksilver Girl into the smoke bombs as well. This is a classic water ally or Genbu or Nico kind of play. Make sure that you have some protection for your board.
Because the idea is that if you're fighting against an opponent that also has allies, what you tend to do is that you want to have an ally into ally will hit to your own ally, right? In order to protect your own allies, you just smoke bomb your ally to protect it away.
Yeah, and Zabi-chan is playing Seeking Shot in the main deck as well, so really interesting so far. Has been kind of slow game so far. Both players just taking their time to set up. Mike, of course, will be going up to level 3, but Zabi-chan only goes to level 2 here. Here's the Sadie getting hit by the Lurking Assailant. Immediately gonna get Freezing Hailed on the stack here. Yeah. Mike only has 1 card left in hand, can't use a second Sadie effect to put it back up. Now we're going to see, that's Excalibur.
Yep, one of the new, non-element weapons right here. First time seeing it on stream, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, True Sight Spell Shroud, 3 cost weapon. Not only that, it also gets +1 if you are Merlin. And on destroy, you can summon a token copy of a non-distortion regardless of your control with memory cost 0. It then also becomes a distortion in addition to its other types. Basically, you get to copy one of the cards that you have. So in this case, Enfeebling Orb is going to be played. Mike just taking a very quick turn, Windwalker Boots, and then pass. Now, Enfeebling Orb is on the board. If the Excalibur is removed, it can actually copy this Enfeebling Orb.
Coming Breeze is going to be coming down here to mitigate some down of damage and also setting up a floating into the trash so we can use it next turn.
Yeah.
I think Mike is taking a very slow turn because Tristan's a deck that actually wants to farm those prep counter, right? You want to farm the key number is 4 so that you can jump into a level 2 Tristan, activate the effect to draw 2 cards, and eventually go into level 3 Tristan to summon your Shadow token and as well to bring up the Shadow Claw for free.
That's right. It is going to be a pretty nice thing as well. Purifying Turbo is now going to be materialized. It's going to banish his entire graveyard, which is 1 Freezing Hail. No floating memory or anything just yet.
Probably just to recharge the hand to up the hand again influence. And also, again, Young is taking it very slow here, increasing his prep counter, increasing his influence, despite fighting against an ally deck.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mike gets his 3rd preparation counter. Spawning Cleanse is going to be the new Water Fast Cure. Also lets you put Sheen counters on your Fractured Memories if you are Merlin. Zabi Chando did use it at level 0, so does not have a Fractured Memories, just goes up to 3 Recover 3.
Yep, we are going to see the Memory Blade and the Fractured Memory being played here from the level 1 Merlin.
Yeah, Mastery is going to, of course, allow you to get those Sheen counters. And now on ally kill, you get to put X Sheen counters onto your Fractured Memories. And on champion hit, if they have 3 or more, then you get to deal 3 additional damage, which is great as well. Now we're going to copy the Quicksilver Grail with this Excalibur. So we have a 2nd Divine Relic. Here's the copy of it. And now on enter, you get to put another card.
Yeah, you can see the smile. He's like, I'm doing the fancy play. This is a really, really really fancy play, I would say, like something that I wouldn't expect. We're going to have 2 Quicksilver Grail on the board. And now I think Mike should be concerned.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, Quicksilver Grail is such a powerful card. Like, being able to hide cards like this. Now you get to hide 2. So, like, it's huge. Plus, it's basically like a Besiege to win.
I'm looking at it. So there is Poison Dagger. There's Orb of Sealing. There is... Orb of Sealing not so much of a use. Enfeebling. Enfeebling Orb is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the Enfeebling board is already on the board, so it won't be able to be put underneath that Quicksilver Grail. But it is a great option. Would have been a good option for the Excalibur to copy as well. Of course, copying your Divine Relic, it's such a powerful card, you can only have 1 in your deck. So, I mean, getting 2 of them, pretty good.
I remember the early discussion, people were saying we can just copy GCRs. Unlimited GCRs. Unlimited
GCR works. Although you can't use your current GCR until you finish copying it. But still pretty nice. Nia, though, is going to be played. We're going to call Tristan 2, I believe, for that effect, not allowing Mike to go up to level 2 so easily. So Mike probably was planning on doing something like Surveil the Winds to just get that last prep counter and then go up. But, oh wow, shiny Surveil the Winds here. Does get him that 4th prep counter, but now has to pay 1 additional cost to go up to Tristan level 3. This is still okay though, because he does have that floating memory. We'll be able to burn that to go up to level 2 still, and we'll still get that draw 2 from the 4 preparation counters.
Yep, now it's key for Mike to actually find a Dungeon Guide. If you can find a Dungeon Guide, he can go into level 3 right here.
He has it.
Just has it?
He has it in hand. Pre-recollection still though. Let's see if he has anything else he wants to play.
He does run the Shadow Weaver as well. So we can actually go to Shadow Weaver for value here, taking 4 cards from Zabi's chance top deck if he actually wants to go for it.
Yeah, it is an option, but generally I think you only use that against like level 3 decks where they have very high powered advanced element cards. Against the ally deck, I mean, you can steal a couple allies, but it's not really the kind of cards you want to see. Let's see if he does end up doing it though. Mike is going to materialize. That should be the normal Shadow Dancer. Yep. Again, full shiny lineage and also custom drawn Ominous Shadows. Mike does know he has a very favorite champion and is going to be playing that. Lost Robin is now also hitting on board. Is that a foil as well?
My God, his entire deck is more expensive than my entire bank account.
Well, we don't have to remind ourselves about this. Let's focus on the Grand Archive. Now, Shadow's Claw is going to be making his way onto the board as well. This is going to be one of Tristan's key weapons as well. What do you think this is going to do for Mike's game plan now?
So Mike does have a lot of allies, the Dancer and stuff, and also like a few of the attackers here. I think Mike is just going to clear the allies one by one, slowly farm the prep counter. If he can go into Mastermind Scheme, which is one of the core cards for Tristan, right, in order to double up your prep counter, you eventually will go into the Wincon card, which is the Shadow Strike. So I think mine is just clearing the allies one by one, taking it slowly. And looks like it is going to be a Sadie again coming down here, clearing the Quasi Trapper. It is going to be a Smoke Bomb here, protecting Quasi Trapper here, paying the cost first, and then we're going to protect it. And Quasi Trapper does survive this.
Yeah, Quasi Trapper not going to go down, and not only that, Mike now has no agility tree trigger, so won't be able to protect this Sadie either. So has overstepped a little bit into Zabi-chan's plan. Now we're going to see the Poison Dagger, like you mentioned, is going to be under the second copy. Quicksilver Grail did allow Zabi-chan to have a quick materialization of this, and now he's going to be threatening a lot of damage. So let's see what is the materialization this turn. Here is the Prison Spire Scepter, and Zabi-chan has perfectly had 3 cards in hand for this very moment as well because of that smoke bombs. Fantastic math done by Zabi-chan.
Yep. The only question is that right now, Sabi-chan can't exactly go in because of Tristan's ability, obviously. Tristan has a really, really unique ability where you can remove 2 prep counter to redirect any sort of attack into one of your Shadow Clones. So the problem here is that even though Sabi-chan can actually Poison Dagger the Tristan champion, right? They can just redirect the attacks to somewhere else, so you won't actually have lethal. But the good thing is actually, right, using this prep counters is actually not a good thing for Tristan as well. Tristan won this prep counter as a win con.
Yeah, Halo Kind Scout now on the way. Played down by Zabi-chan with the Assassin class bonus as well as the Warrior class bonus. Remember, we saw this in the previous game. Halo Kind Scout is Assassin Warrior Human. Will rest one of these shadows. Doesn't really matter right now since Tristan is already rested. And now each of these attacks are going to come in for 1 extra.
Yep. The question is, attacking into the Tristan will do a lot of damage. And I think Sabi-chan understands too, even with the redirect attack, right, it's very unlikely that Mike would actually use this redirect because Mike wants to keep as many prep counters as possible because it is your win con.
Yeah, but the Poison Dagger now is going to be popped as well. That's going to push in
lot of
quite a
damage.
bit of damage. Each of these 1 attack allies are coming in for 3 instead.
Insane.
Like you said, Mike just patiently not going to use his allies yet, not going to use his shadows to redirect just yet, taking just all of this damage and just letting it all resolve, keeping the preparation counters on his face instead.
Yep. Sabi-chan here is probably just going to pass, I believe. Not
Yeah.
much is going on with the hand here.
He has Protector at all costs, but that does cost 5 to activate, so Mike is going to take another 4 damage from this Lurking Assailant. Does give the thumbs up, does allow it to resolve, takes all the way up to 21 damage already. In a bit of a dicey spot here, but as long as you have 1 HP, you're not out of the game yet. There's a Seeking Shot available for Zabi-chan in hand, but that only does additional damage to allies.
Yep. I believe Mike is in a alright position. I won't say it's a really comfortable position, but considering the fact that your opponent's max HP is probably like 19 right now, all you need to do is just farm enough prep counter to finish the game right here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Mike is already representing 7 damage on the board.
Yep.
No, 8 damage with the Sadie,
Yep.
Dungeon Guide, Shadow's Claw, and the 2 Ominous Shadows. So he just needs to find an additional 11 damage. A Slice and Dice will get you half of the way there. 4 plus 7, that's exactly... No, you can't use the Shadow's Claw twice, so 4 plus 6. Still, almost all of the way there. Slice and Dice
Almost all
plus
the way
1,
there.
just 1 attack ally will be enough.
Yep, there's also the Wind Boots there in order to draw one because he is at 5 prep counter, so Mike has a lot of options to just see more cards. He's gonna use the Lost Providence draw first now, the Windwalker as well.
Yeah, cracking the Windwalker boots to immediately use this backup charger as
Backup
well,
as well.
pre-recollection, even though he only had 1
Look
card
at
in hand.
that influence as a level 3, that's so much.
Yeah, Lost Providence really, really good. Of course, saves you 1 materialization phase. You love to see it. That's the difference between this version and the one that we saw in Game 1 that was focused on the Looking Glass instead. Zabi-chan holding 3 cards in hand but doesn't really have anything that he can do.
Yep,
He doesn't have the cards.
we are going to put 2 machine counter into Sadie here due to level 1's Merlin effect.
Dungeon Guide coming in for 1 into the Halo Kind Scout. And
Oh,
Feebling Orb is going to be
interesting.
used,
Going to see
preventing
a-
Mike from having his full hand of cards here.
Interesting.
And now the Sadie is going to come in as well, trying to get rid of that, plus giving him the agility trigger that he really wants as well. Now, can Mike deal enough damage to finish the rest of the board? Because again, Zabi-chan is presenting lethal on board right now. He has 4 damage plus his weapon as well. That's 5 total damage on the board for him.
Yep. The problem with Tristan's shadow clones, right, is that her clones only can attack the unit that your champion attack. Otherwise, they can't actually attack at all. We are going to go into a mastermind scheme, as we mentioned. Going to be doubling up your prep counter to set up lethal next time. But he is going to be aiming for the Shadow Strike win con.
Yeah, 5, now 10, and then agility 6 with both the mastermind scheme as well as the Sadie's on kill trigger.
The issue I'm quite worried is that I think Mike will be using some of the prep counter to redirect at this point, because I don't see a world that we could survive this onslaught of attack. Maybe with the Calming Breeze, I believe, is a way out.
Yeah, Calming Breeze would be a huge win condition for Mike to stay alive. But we did see Zabi-chan also has protection available for him. He has Protector at all costs, which is a new card from the Merlin Recollection. If we can pull it up on the screen as well. Basically what it does is it is Cry for Help that summons its own token to redirect the attack to, which is crazy.
Yep, I think it's a really decent card right there. Does only cost 3 because you are a Merlin, in fact. See if Zabi-chan will play. We are going to see another
Halo Klein Scout again is going to be played. Will again show a lot of damage. Rests nothing basically because everything is already rested. Nia now is going to be going into the face of Mike. Mike does take it. Nope, he is saying hold on. Does have an interaction for this. Maybe has something like an Innovate Agility that we saw him pick up earlier off the Fairy Whispers. Can use that to go back down to Tristan level 2. And also, that means next turn he will be able to spawn another 2 Ominous Shadows.
Yep. Might actually be an Innovate turn here, as you mentioned. I do think that it might be alright to do so. Considering the fact that Mike is really in a dangerous position. 21 damage token is not a laughing matter. You could die any moment. Might actually be the Innovate, as you mentioned.
Yeah, 2 cards down. It is going to be the Innovate Agility. It gives his entire board stealth as well. There is a Frostbind available for Zabi-chan, but after using that, he won't be able to use the Protector at all costs, and I'm sure that is something that he wants to still have.
Interesting, as a cost, you do recover 5. Which is a lot of people didn't really realize that. Usually thought that is an effect, but it's actually just a cost. Like some people are like, oh, I only have 3 health. I actually can't use this card because you actually need to recover 5.
Exactly. So it's really good in those OTK decks to make sure that you are aware that you don't put your opponent at 5 damage so that they can't use Innovate Agility. Now we're gonna see the Sadie returned to the hand of Mike, and he is going to get another preparation counter that puts him up to 11 right now. I wonder if he's gonna go up to level 3 again.
I think he might actually go for level 3 and try to aim for a game this time. He does have the Shadow Strike in hand, I believe.
That is going to be level 3. He will get another 2 shadows onto the board. That means that right now, he is presenting not enough damage unless Mike uses an attack card into the face of Zabi-chan. Right now, it's not going to get that much. Ooh. Flips the card all the way back to the top of the main deck. That's pretty scary. Here is the 2 more shadows. This time CSRs. So he has 2 drawn ones and he has 2 CSRs. Fantastic. Mike now is going to go recollect. The Shadow's Claw only has 1 durability left though.
I think we might actually see the Shadow Claw being played right here. I don't see any other reasoning why Mike is going to this very aggressive approach now. We are going to see Shadow Strike right here. He's probably going to prep everything right. I think that's about 11.
Yeah, Shadow Strike prepared. He's using every single preparation counter. But remember, we have the Protector at all costs. Does Mike have an Incapacitate to prevent this from protecting Merlin at all costs? Let's find out. Here's the swing into the Mastery. That's not the champion, but we do know they all have the same look. Here's the Protector at all costs. There's the Incapacitate.
I think
that scoops it up. That means the Shadow Strike connects and Zabi-chan is sent into game 2.
Well played from Mike, having the in-cap, being patient as well. Mike's been very patient in this game, I mean, a lot of people will fall under pressure, like, oh, I don't want to take so much damage. Mike take it like a man, take all those damage in. Until 21 damage counter, even 24, I think, at one point. And then it's like, okay, I still can stall it out, I can innovate, I can play it out, and then I can eventually farm my Shadow Strike win con.
Yeah, and Zabi-chan had a really good start as well. He has so many allies, so much damage pressure, but Mike also having that Calming Breeze, such a crucial turn, protecting him from so much damage and also giving him floating memory. What a card in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it shows you the knowledge check that Mike has in this ally matchup. I think allies in general, they do have similar win con, similar pattern, which is, as the name suggests, I play a bunch of allies, I swing to you. Water Ally in particular is a deck that basically does 2-in-1, meaning I am an ally there, but at the same time I have interaction. I hold maybe around 3 to 4 cards at my hand for interaction. So Mike really well aware that, okay, Sabi-chan's not going to go down without a fight. Like, even if I shell strike him, he probably has a way to interact. So has that in-cap prepared for it and well played, well set up. Zabi-chan as well has showed us that this deck could be on par with Tristan as well, fighting toe-to-toe. I think almost taking the victory right there, just fell off short a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, okay, now we just have to look at what's the game plan coming in for game 2. Of course, Zombie-chan did go second this game, so was not on the play. The sideboard that he has is actually pretty powerful. 4 copies of the Exploit Vulnerability, we saw that, we talked about it a bit earlier. Next, we also have 4 copies of Topsy Decree. This isn't that useful in this specific matchup against Tristan. She doesn't use that much floating memory.
Exactly.
But the important card will be this Snow White, 4 copies as well.
Snow White is a really, really powerful card for this matchup in particular, because what she does is that basically rests a champion and doesn't wake up. Because Tristan is, again, a deck that actually uses attack command cards. And I can see Snow White being really, really important, especially a second effect as well. If you want to level up, no, go back.
Yes, that's right. You aren't allowed to level up while the Queen is on the board, which means that level 2 Tristan, that level 3 Tristan is not going to make its appearance, and that is going to be some of the most crucial parts of this Tristan deck. You really want the level 2 and 3 effects in order to really get going.
Only problem I see is that it's very hard to protect Snow White against Tristan, maybe against other level 3 decks. Let's say, for example, Luxem or CRI. They are not really known for having like early game allies, right? Not so much allies going on. Maybe there are a few, but Tristan has a number of allies. There is the
usual suspects.
The usual suspect. There's the Windmill Engineer. There's the Windblast Outlook. Like all these small allies can take out. There's Sadie as well. So I wonder how would Sabi-chan maneuver past protecting the Queen for this particular matchup. Or he doesn't even play it because he thinks that, oh, it's too risky. I play the Queen down and the Queen just dies.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Protect Her at all costs, which was used right at the very end there. Is going to be able to use to also redirect targets on your allies. It doesn't have to be a target attack on Merlin herself, which is really, really nice. It's a pseudo taunt, basically, which is pretty good. You love to see it, and that way you can protect the Snow White. Zabi-chan now starting us off. Let's see if he has a better start this time. Lurking Assailant Kohazi Trapper is very hard to talk.
I see the Queen.
There is the Queen. She is in the deck. The Kohazi Trapper is also here, so can also be used to protect the Queen later. Let's see if Mike has a decent answer. Something like Windmill Ascent would go crazy, but Zabi-chan is a water deck, so you do have to be careful.
Yep, I do see the Sadie right here. I think it's going to be a Sadie and maybe go face and pass.
Yeah, Sadie coming in will just deal 2 damage and put that very nice CSR onto the board as well. Mike and Zabi-chan both having a bit of fun, just laughing a little bit. Of course, Grand Archive, at the end of the day, card game. You know, you do want to have fun while playing, win or lose.
Yeah.
So Zabi-chan will go for the backup charger, get that Paracel, and Recollect as well.
Yeah, speaking of fun, it's so fun looking at Mike's deck. I'm just counting how much his entire deck costs.
Man, I don't want to think about it, because it'll just make me sad. Like, why can't I be like that?
No, we should friend with Mike. We should later go out to Mike. Hey, Mike, I think you're a great person. We should be friends.
That's true. I mean, you should be friends with people because they are great people, not because of how shiny their cardboard is.
That's subjective, but anyway,
Exactly.
we can go back to Sabi-chan's turn right here. I think might be a good turn for... Oh, there's the Snow Fairy. The Snow Fairy can actually block the Sadie, but again, Sadie has this effect that can just bounce back, so I don't think we're going to do that. Maybe the Queen is a good turn?
Yeah, the Queen could make her way onto the board this turn. I mean, it's already protected by the Quasi Trapper on the board. Let's see, there's also the Excalibur available. Zabi-chan could go for another one of those Quicksilver Grill into copy turns. I think Zabi-chan, his key win condition is to maybe even copy the Poison Dagger and then use double Poison Dagger into Mike, and then that turn you're going to do multiple damage. Oh, here it is though, the backup charger after the Sadie effect as well is going to be quite a bit of influence now for Mike. 0615. Maybe that's his birthday, June 15th.
Let's not talk so much. Let's not give suggestions. But maybe it is his birthday, or maybe his lucky number. Know how now some people are really really auspicious. They like certain numbers, combination of numbers. Like I personally like the number 39. But anyway, we are going into Fracturize. I believe Fracturizing our own house out here. Yep. Fracturize has been such a staple card. aren't you glad that you can get Factorized next set?
That's right. RDO is going to have reprints of Fracturize, a great card to have. We are going to see immediately the Merlin level 1 is now going to be played, turning on the class bonus, Merlin bonus for the Protector at all costs, making it much cheaper, which means the Snow White might finally be on the board as well, because the level 1 bonus on Snow White is also available now.
Yeah, just see what Sabi-chan has. Sabi has a lot of options right here. See what he can do to maneuver this situation. Sadie again, really annoying kind of ally, right? You hit her, she comes back, and then when she comes on your opponent's turn, it has the agility ability to get rid of your agility ability after it hits one of your allies.
Yeah, agility ability. Say that like 5 more times.
No.
I think that
I refuse to elaborate.
Excalibur does make his way onto the board. We are going to see Merlin now swing into, I believe, the Sadie here for 1 damage, 2 damage actually, because it does have the Merlin bonus of +1 attack.
Yep.
The attack is going to fizzle. Sadie is going to be removed. Now the Snow White is going to hit the board, and Mike is going to be rested and take a little nap, says the Queen.
Yep, and he won't be able to go into level 1 Tristan this particular turn, so just buy 1 more turn.
Yeah, and remember, Zabi-chan does have the Quasi Trapper on the board already, so we'll be able to protect from at least 1 attack. Purifying Turbo is going to make its way onto the board as well. We're not going to banish anything from the graveyard because it is going to be empty, but Mike has an entire deck in his hands already.
I think it's the highest influence for a level 0 Tristan deck I've seen for a while right here. But then again, can't really blame Mike here because Mike can't really do anything else except playing other than the champions right now. Trying to get rid of the Queen here. Quasi Trapper will use its ability.
Yep, Sadie is now going to be reduced. We are going to see the Sadie CSR make his way back onto the board. Just now we had a Sadie foil instead, so we will see what else is going to be the play. QSG now putting the smoke bombs underneath it again.
We do have also the Merlin weapons on the board here. We'll be able to copy the QSG again at last game. The Queen just goes in, going for 1 damage.
Yeah, we'll take a bit more to remove this Excalibur though, because last turn when Sabi-chan tried to swing into the Sadie was bounced and therefore the durability did not go down, which means Sabi-chan might have to swing into face instead in order to guarantee that he gets to copy the card that he wants to copy.
Yep. Might actually be just an approach of just, time to go face, because as long as the Queen is not actually like interacted, I think Sabi-chan is ahead of tempo.
That's right. I mean, as long as Mike isn't at level 2, level 3, he's in a good position, I would say.
Yeah.
2 damage now coming in from Excalibur into the face of Mike. He doesn't have any more prep counters, which means this Quasi Trapper is also unlocked unless he finds a second one, and there is one in hand, in fact.
There's 1 in hand, there's no fairy. There's a lot of options for Sabi-chan. Sabi-chan even has the healing right here to interact as well, so might just take it slow. Oh, it's going to go to the Freezing Hail right now.
Yeah, Freezing Hail locks the champion in. No, he says no standing up, no leveling up, no going to game 3
So
for
strong.
you. Actually, he wants to go to game 3 because he is actually going down. He's down 0-1 right now. But let's see what Zabi-chan has to say now.
Sabi-chan just showing us why Water Ally in particular has a really strong synergy with all the other water cards right now. Like, you can lock your opponent, you can play it slow, and like, you can just take your time, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Mike doesn't really have interaction for this Snow White either. Wind, notoriously not a deck that has a lot of fast speed shooting. One thing he can do is something like Suppression, but it just doesn't seem like he has anything like that in the deck right now. There's no Suppressors, no Zephyrs, no Vertigo Decree. There's only the Ensnaring Fumes, which he can use to pay 5 and bounce everything back to hand, and that is going to be the play, which does mean Mike is now unlocked. The Snow White is no longer on the board. He is no longer taking a nap. He is no longer forced to stay at Spirit of Wind, and Tristan, level 1, is going to hit the board, giving Mike some much-needed reprieve.
Yep. So right now, Mike is going to go service. I think if I'm Mike, right, if I have double Dungeon Guide, I might even go for a Dungeon Guide turn.
Yeah, we are going to see, oh my gosh, how many cards is he recollecting? The Fractured Memories, 9, 3 different machine counters now added onto Mike.
Counter, so I think this is really tempting to go Dungeon Guide. Like, you can go Dungeon Guide to Dungeon Guide, right?
Yeah.
You just need to draw into it.
You could go double Dungeon Guide here. Mike, though, recollecting 10 cards, giving Zabi-chan 3 Sheen counters onto Mike's champion here.
Yeah, even all of them are laughing. Even Sabi-chan's like asking how many influence, like, oh, 10. So we might actually be, I think we are putting out all the CDs because we do not. Oh wait, 5. Oh,
Mastermind
Mastermind Scheme right now.
On
Just,
level 2. A level 1?
That's insane. Level 1 mastermind scheme. And it's actually going to benefit because you actually reach the 8 or more preparation counter condition for you to basically have agility 3. Insane. For level 1, 8 prep counter.
I've never seen a level 1 mastermind scheme. Protector at all costs is going to be the play for Zavichan. Now we'll be able to play an ally at fast speed, basically.
Yep.
Here is the Memorite Obelisk making his way onto the board for the first time in this game as well. Now let's see the big shiny boy. This is Diamond Head.
Diamond Head. But basically, it does get +1/+1 for each 5 shin counter onto it, which is really, really, I think, unique in a way.
Yeah, it can become a 5/6. Very scary. It can't become a 6/7.
Yep.
5/6 is going to be the limit. So we are going to see that ally played down at fast speed, which is really, really nice. Of course, good thing for Zabichan, he didn't play this before the Ensnaring Fumes, because this would not return to hand. And Feebling Orb is going to be the play now for Zabichan as well. He is going to be able to, once again, pop this Excalibur, swing into the champion for 2. And this will then allow the Excalibur to copy the Quicksilver Grail again.
Yeah, Mike just considering his options here. I don't think there's any way to stop this besides cleansing.
Yeah, I mean, because of the on-hit effect as well, Mike takes an additional 3 damage. That's going to be huge. Here's the QSG now, made a copy of. I think the Poison Dagger is going to be the card that makes it sway underneath again. 2 more damage is going to be able to come in from this Memorite Obelisk, and that is going to put Mike at a pretty dangerous 14 damage counters already. Does Zabichan have another 5 damage in hand? We saw him draw so many allies back to hand earlier, but he can just go for the Snow White here. Turn Tristan sideways again, not allow the level 2 to happen one more turn.
Yep, this is really, really annoying. I think it's starting to get into Mike's nervous. Not able to go into his level 2. It's just not easy. Because, again, you are a level 3 deck. Level 3. If you're not going to level 3, I don't think you're actually winning the game. The only way I can see it is Slice and Dice win con, but even then, you're not allowed to stand.
Well, to be fair, yeah, he can't set his champion active, so he can't even go for something like the Assassin's Reaper into Slice and Dice. So it's really, really difficult. I mean, he can second win his champion, Copium. He doesn't have that.
I mean, this just shows you how devastating it is. If Zabichan gets everything right, even like last game we saw, like Zabichan was really, really close. I think the missing piece was actually just the Queen.
Yeah, the Currency Trapper now make his way onto the board. It's just going to swing, doesn't need to care about anything else. The Windwalker Boots are going to be materialized from Mike.
Do you know that Windwalker Boots require your champion to be standing to get the counter?
Oh!
So you can't even get the counter!
At the very least, he does still get the draw.
He still gets the draw,
use
yes.
it as a GCR.
Yeah, we can use it as a GCR, yes, yes. I think Mike is aiming for that at this point. He's like, I think he really wants to see the Dungeon Guide last turn. Like, that's why, Smoke Bomb is going to protect the Queen even further. The Queen is protected. I think Zabi-chan answered our question, how do you protect the Queen like this?
Yes, protect her at all costs. Zabi-chan is doing that without the card. He has the Snow White, he has the Smoke Bombs, he has the Enfeebling Orb. He's preventing Mike from doing anything else. What else can be done when this card is stealth? Mike has passed the Poison Dagger, is now materialized from underneath the Quicksilver Grail during the wake-up phase. Now is able to come back up active. What is Zabi-chan to do?
We are even going to see the last memory in case there's anyone still playing the infamous card.
Veiling Breeze, of course, is in Mike's deck. He does have a couple of copies of this. Zabi-chan now only 3 damage stands away between him and game 3 of this series, and hopefully a 5-0-0 start at Ascent Manila. Of course, you only need 6-0-0 to guarantee day 2. Snow White is coming in for 1 damage. Mike allows the 1 damage to go through. Poison Dagger is going to be used. The Windwalker Boots are now cracked. 1 card is drawn for Mike. Is there anything in response to this Windwalker Boots? It can't be an Innovate Agility, can it? It can! From level 1 to level 0, the Innovate Agility is preventing the damage.
I've never seen an Innovate Agility on level 1. I mean, it is like a force move, right? Because you are actually dying right now. I think it's the only way out for Mike in this situation, I believe.
Yeah, it is the only way that he has out. The Seeking Shot still available for Zabi-chan, but only gives True Sight from level 2++. So it's not going to be used just yet. The Poison Dagger has already been cracked. Mike patiently waiting for Zabi-chan to finally use the Seeking, to patiently use the Poison Dagger first. Now, is there going to be anything else that Zabi-chan can do? A Freezing Hail on the stack is not going to be enough either, because it would have only done 3.
Yep. But the issue still remains on the fact that Mike isn't level 3. So even if it goes back to Mike's turn, it's going to be a level 0 that can't go to level 1 because the Queen is still on the field. So it will be a bit difficult.
Oh, Song of Frost on the stack of the swing. This Innovate Agility is not going to resolve. Is there an incapacitate? But remember, Mike is no longer an assassin. He's not going to be able to pay for an incapacitate with
And it
2
resolves.
only.
It resolves.
The Poison Dagger also resolves. The Memorite Obelisk coming in for 2. Coming in for 1 additional with the Poison Dagger. Merlin herself coming in for 2. The Quasi Trapper also coming in for 2. And that is the end of Game 2 as well. Game 3 now for Mike 0615. Zabi-chan has been able to bring back the series to a 1-1 finish. Both of them having a good laugh.
So good of a song, bro. Because even if your Innovate Agility actually gets negated, the cost of you being delevered actually goes through. Because it's a cost, right? So Mike actually stays in level 0, being beaten up as a spirit. But that game looks really over as well. Like, honestly speaking, because like the queen just can't be answered. Mike can't go level 1, level 2. And that's why I said the dungeon guide is very important when I might have that high influence, right? If you can actually go to dungeon guide, I think Mike had a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you see the theme of the deck.
Yeah,
Protect her at all costs. The her is not Merlin, the her is Snow White. When it comes to these level 3 matchups, you need to make sure that this Snow White stays on the board all the time so that your opponent is not allowed to be the level 3 deck that they want to be. They are forced to stay on level 1, level 0 for way too long.
Yeah, you can see the smile of Sabi-chan really satisfied to pull off everything that he intended for the deck. I think there's a really creative way as well. Like the deck is working as it's intended. I think this is also the base of his Water Allies deck that he played during other Ascents that we watched him.
Yeah, that's why I'm just kind of curious why the Snow Whites are in the sideboard instead of the main board, because they seem like such a key part of the win condition.
Maybe a meta call, because there was a bit of, I was talking to players and stuff, they were saying like, I think it was a mixed opinion. Some were saying, oh, there won't be any aggro decks. Then they're like, no, there's definitely a lot of aggro decks. I think he's in the opinion that if you're playing against, you're expecting a lot of aggro decks. I don't think Snow is that good.
That's true.
So I think you're opting for more heavy allies to fight other allies to remove allies. So I do think Snow White is not good in that particular situation. And even then, right, if you think about it, right, you're an ally deck. In a BO3, right, if you are thinking that, okay, I will lose this game, and if I lose within 10-15 minutes because I understand I don't have a win con against their level 3, we move to the next game. And then I will destroy you game 2, game 3. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The game 3 is yet to be played. Hopefully, Zabi-chan can continue to draw similarly well. He does need to, again, draw the Snow White, draw the outs, make sure that he can protect the Snow White as well. He had multiple ways to do that in the Quasi Trapper, in the Smoke Bombs, as well as multiple other cards. We're seeing him side out this Seeking Shot. Has not been very useful in the past 2 games so far, and I think puts in the Exploit vulnerability instead, allowing him more ways to cycle cards and also a way to, I believe, get rid of the shadows a little bit more easily. Does still need to do 4 damage though, so we will see.
Yep, I think Exploit vulnerability is an interesting choice of card to be put in. I mean, at the end of the day, I believe it is just a cycle as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, pay 2 to cycle. It's a little bit expensive for to do that in an allies focus deck. You do want to be tapping out most of the time. But I mean, Water Allies likes to hold 3 anyway, so maybe in those turns where you don't end up needing the interaction, just using it to cycle is also decent. Yeah,
at the end of the day, in Grand Archive in particular, cycling is a really powerful mechanic. Even then, right, you can just use it, oh, I need to put down cards into my memory to level up. I need to make that awkward play. Well, vulnerability got you because it's a fast card.
That's right. Good luck. Both players giving the final fist bump of the series. Well, I mean, there's probably going to be one more after whoever wins. Snow White is drawn, as well as a Song of Frost, as well as a couple of Aquifer Seneschals. But Mike, starting first this time, does have the Sadie already available. So we'll have an out to the Snow White later.
Yep. Going back to Sabi-san's turn right here. Sabi-san probably just playing a bunch of different allies, as you can see right here. Nia is also could be a play here.
Yeah, Nia could be a play. We could also see the Aquifer Seneschal. At the moment, without any way to protect any of his board, even playing any ally feels like a bad value proposition because getting it removed by this Sadie would be pretty bad. However, Zabi-chan does have that Song of Frost available, so can use that to protect one of these allies.
Yep, gonna be playing the Aquafree Nigel right there. Really very thick body is a 3 and 4 because this means that Sadie kind of just go into it, right? And like probably need like another 2 attack ally, which is not that, which is quite difficult actually. If you look at Mike's deck, there's not much of another 2 attack allies in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Ascent Protector, the standard Ascent Windmill, like, I guess, package that
Yeah.
you see most Wind decks playing. But let's see if he manages to find it first. Mike, though, will be able to go up to level 1, maybe, to try and force this agility tree on kill. Let's find out if he does end up going for that, or maybe just goes for another ally, like the Ascent, like we mentioned, or something like that, in order to get rid of this Aquifer Seneschal. He does also have the backup charger as an option, does bring it to the front of the material deck.
What to do? Maybe just a level 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding on to it. He's really considering it. He has the CSR. Might as well play it. There it is. The
Yep.
Tristan underhanded is going to make his way onto the board. The Ascent Protector is going to be removed from the hand, from the memory, and now he doesn't have that option as well to get rid of this Aquifer Seneschal. Meanwhile, Mike is going to recollect and draw. The Sadie now able to swing into the Aquifer Seneschal, but is that going to be the correct play?
Probably just going to be going face. I don't see a way you can remove this 3-4 right now.
Yeah, is going to end up going face. Passes turn, so just a full pass here. Sadie now able to do a very controlled level up by using its effect. Paying 2 will allow it to go all the way up to Tristan level 2. However, right now doesn't have enough prep counters to get the full 2 draw, so may not be the play just yet. Backup charger is going to be the play for Sabi-chan. He will use that to protect his influence, grow it a little bit further. Now, one key thing about the Aquifer Seneschal is that the class bonus is the taunt. So you aren't going to be able to use that to protect the Snow White just yet. So we do have to see how Sabi-chan intends to protect the Snow White if he does play it right now. First thing is the Seneschal coming in for 3 into the Sadie, forcing Mike to put it back into hand, getting a preparation counter.
Yep, I think this time Sabi-chan is probably just going to play another one right here. Another 3-4 right here. This is getting out of hand right here. We used to be saying that this is basically the non-conditional Frostborn Paladin, and it's showing its strength right here. 3-4 and 3-4. It's a premium body.
Yeah, 3-4 is insane. Really, really powerful. And this is 3 cost 3-4 as well. Backup charger is going to be the play for Mike. Still going to wait a little bit more before going up to level 2 and then 3. Again, did not have the Ascent Protector. No Windmill Engineer so far as well this entire series, which is a little bit unfortunate. We might see the Sadie make his way onto the board again. No agility trigger again. 2 damage into the face of Sabi-chan. We are going racing. Here is the Spalling Cleanse now, allowing Sabi-chan to recover 3. All of that damage put down back to 1.
Yep, and it's going to be using that floating memory to go into level 1 right here. I think this might be a good turn to play the Queen down because you are probably forcing Mike to return the Sadie in hand after swinging into it with one of your allies. And then you can probably play the Queen, play Kohazi. I think he drew the Kohazi, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the Queen in hand. Snow White will make its
There's no
way
Kohazi.
onto the board. I don't see
See
a
a Kohazi,
Kohazi
yeah.
yet. 3 damage coming in from the Aquifer Seneschal into the face of Mike. Here is the Snow White making its way onto the board. There is a Halo Clan Scout to follow up the following turn to make sure that this champion stays rested as well. We are going to Stifling Trap it, it looks like.
Might be an in-cap if you actually can in-cap.
He
Oh, wait, he
can.
can't wait.
He is the assassin already, so we'll be able to use Incapacitate on this. Is there an Incapacitate from Mike himself? There is not. Is there an Incapacitate from the memory? There is also not. And that means that this Snow White is going to make its way onto the board, deal 1 damage to Mike, and also prevent him from leveling to 2. Here comes the Windwalker Boots. No preparation counter again because of the fact that it's rested.
Yep, this looks like similar to game 2, I would say. But the difference is that I would say Mike's positioning is much more better compared to last game. He does have the Stifling Trap this time to force answers out of Sabi-chan. And now all you have to do is just get rid of the Queen here with the Sadie's agility also triggering this time. So it looks good this time, promising.
Much, much better. Sadie comes in, gets the on-kill, and then will also have the agility tree. No preparation counter because, again, champion's rested. You don't get the prep counter. QSG is going to make his way onto the board. I'm guessing that smoke bombs again for the side of Zabi-chan. Does he have a second Snow White?
Yep, we do also have the Coming Breeze for this turn if Mike chooses to use it. Will basically mitigate some form of damage, and also we can basically use it for a floating memory next turn.
Yeah, there's no Snow Whites for Zabi-chan, only Snow Fairies. Much worse of a card in this particular instance.
In this particular matchup, yeah, it's not that good of a card. You are just going to force the Sadie to come back up. This is basically the theme of this match so far. Sadie comes down, gets attacked, Sadie comes back up. Sadie comes down, and Sadie gets attacked, and then bring back up. That's basically the theme of this round right now. And we are going to see Nia here probably going to be declaring the level 2 Tristan.
Yeah, of course, Mike, again, being taxed by the Nia on enter, revealing the 2 cards in his memory. It is going to be 2 Shadow Strikes, I believe. So very, very interesting. Now, the Nia is going to, again, confirm we are going to use the level 2 Tristan as the taxed card. Mike is, of course, going to Calming Breeze here after getting swung at all the time. Will just use that to go up to level 2 still by paying 1 card extra.
Yeah, I think this is still going to be a level 2 play here from Mike here. And if actually Mike draws a Dungeon Guide from this turn, I think it's going to swing back to Mike's tempo again.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see him draw 2 more cards. He does lose one of those Shadow Strikes that we saw earlier. Level 2 Tristan does make his way onto the board. 5 preparation counters does mean that he will get to draw 2 additional cards here. Let's see if he has another Surveil the Winds or anything, but no, just draws into Sadies again. He's already had enough Sadies, but they're so shiny. They just have to keep coming.
Yep, no Dungeon Guide, I believe. From Mike's side, first had to take it slow again.
No Dungeon Guide is right. He only recollected 2 cards, so there is no Sheen counter added to the Tristan level 2.
That's the Incap, that has the Mastermind Scheme, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if he can play a second, like 2 different allies, he can get rid of one of these Seneschals, which are proving to be pretty scary.
But the
he
problem
also
is,
has Mastermind Scheme, yeah.
Yeah, but only problem is that you're just full of say, oh, is this going to go with Mastermind Scheme?
Yeah, Mastermind Scheme indeed. Mike is very casual about playing this Mastermind Scheme, even at level 1, even at level 2. Will just use that to double his preparation counters, goes up to 10 already. Holding on to that Shadow Strike in hand.
Yeah, Shadow Strike is really, really scary. I think if I'm Sabichan, I'll be a bit afraid right now, because if Mike actually can go up to level 3 without losing too much influence, it might be a really difficult spot.
Here's the Poison Dagger now for Zabi-chan. Just going to be played. No Excalibur this time. Not able to cheat it out a little bit earlier. Halo Client Scout is available. Can increase his total damage on the board by 3. And that is going to be the play. Rest the Tristan level 2. We're going to crack the Windwalker Boots. Is there an Ensnaring Fumes?
See it.
There is a Stifling Trap available for Mike. He can use that on the on-enter stack, but chooses against it. Just going to let it happen. Mike is going to take quite a bit of damage now. We're representing 1. We're representing 3. We're representing 4 for each Sinestro.
That's a lot of them.
12 damage.
Like, this is not even with the Poison Dagger, and the Poison Dagger is still around. So, Zabi-chan is representing a lot of damage, and it even has another Scout in hand.
Yeah, I mean, the Calming Breeze would have been insane, but it wouldn't even have done that much because these Agrifers Seneschals are coming in for 4. Zabi-chan not swinging with the Memorite Blade because it's not at +1 yet. He hasn't used the spell.
Just showing us that sometimes level 3 decks just can't handle like really, really tall allies. And this 3/4 is representing so much work.
Ooh, Tempest Downfall.
Tempest Downfall, wow.
Is he going to use it on Champion? He's going for game? Is he going for game next turn?
He might actually aim for game right here.
He's at 10 prep counters. He can. There's a Song of Frost available though for Sabi-chan. Does he have another Incapacitate available? Let's see. 3 cards are going to be banished for Mike to go up to Tristan, Shadow, Dancer.
Yep, we are going to see the Tristan come down here. Going to be summoning the tokens, and also the ability to call up the claw is actually available right now. We can actually do it. Sabi-chan here thinking about any sort of action. I think Sabi-chan just has to let Mike recollect.
If Mike has Shadow Strike, Incapacitate, he wins here and now. Let's see whether he has it or not. I do see the Incapacitate. I do know there's a Shadow Strike. I do see the Shadow's Claw now making his way onto the board. First is the Lost Providence, but I don't think this game is going to go another turn. Shadow's Claw is going to make his way onto the board. That is going to be that 1/3 weapon. So crucial for Mike. What is going to be his play for the turn? The Shadow Strike is going to come in for 14 damage, and that means the Ominous Shadows will be able to finish Zabi-chan off and take this game for himself.
I do think that, is there any outs at all? I don't see any outs at all, because okay, there is the Quicksilver Grill right there.
Yeah, it is a smoke bomb underneath that Quicksilver Grill, but unfortunately you cannot smoke bomb your
You
champion.
can't pull down your
Here's
champion.
the Shadow Strike now being activated.
Has Amphibing played?
Enfeebling Orb is not on the board. It's not underneath the Quicksilver Grill either.
Is it not?
No, it's the smoke bomb, I believe. I believe I saw it.
Maybe you saw wrong.
Maybe I saw wrong, but no, it's going to be prepared already. The Shadow Strike is activated. It's allowed to resolve.
Things happening.
That
Sabi-chan.
is 11 prepped, is it not? That means this sword is coming in for 15.
Oh,
Here is the
oh.
smoke bombs now making its way onto the board. Not an enfeebling orb. Will not be able to deny the incapacitate. Shang Xiang is going to be removed. Now we're going to smoke bombs. The Aquifer Seneschal. Doesn't really matter. He is not going to be able to find anything else. The Song of Frost is his only hope, his only chance to make it out of this game alive. He only has this one remaining out. The Song of Frost is thrown out. The incapacitate in response. The Shadow Strike is going to resolve. The 15 damage to Sabi-chan's face. Mike 0615 with 15 damage to the face takes the game. And maybe it is his lucky number after all.
Yeah, insane. Despite all the tempo, despite all the allies, Mike just wins going up to level 3 and aiming for that Shadow Strike win con. This is just showing that in the end of the day, most level 3 decks have this kind of like ability to just win out of nowhere, because all you do is just farm your win con, get to level 3, and eventually just win out of nowhere. Sabi-chan did his really best. I think Sabi-chan did everything he could. Had a really decent opening as well with a bunch of 3/4 allies, the queen locking it up. But unfortunately, just because you can't keep the lock with the queen, right? Mike is able to eventually go up to level 3 and just take the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mike is a madman. Both games, he's mastermind scheming at level 1, at level 2. He's setting out Shadow Strike from so many turns in advance. And this time, he has exactly enough for the Shadow Strike to finish Sabi-chan here.
I think the mastermind scheme for this particular game is quite reasonable, because he has had, remember, he did farm a lot of influence this particular game. He was just playing out his, what we call the backup charges and also the turbos. So he has a lot of influence to do that. And his opponent was not letting him do anything. Like, I'm not letting you to do anything at all. So sure, I'm just farm my influence. And then, oh look, I have mastermind scheme. Oh look, I have enough prep counter. Let me just go up to 8 prep counters, 10, and eventually just win through Shadow Strike. And he also has the incap. So Mike had everything well planned, I would say, for this particular game.
Yeah, he had exactly enough influence to do both Shadow Strike and Incapacitate. And because Sabi-chan had only one reaction, like that's all you need, right? You just need to be able to prevent your opponent from stopping your main action. And that's how Tristan usually wins anyway. Shadow Strike plus Incapacitate, and that's it, like game.
Yep. Unfortunately for Sabi-chan, but again, it's not over for Sabi-chan. Again, this is still a long day ahead, even though we are just watching through round 4. We still have 5 more rounds to watch. How are you feeling so far?
Man, I mean, that was the first game today that I think we've had a really hype ending, so I'm pretty happy about that. Sabi-chan, of course, his deck is really, really interesting, and it had so much gas. Like, it does a lot of work. And I think if, instead of the smoke bombs underneath the Quicksilver Grill, if he had the Poison Dagger, maybe he could have tried to go for lethal maybe a turn earlier, and that would have been enough. Of course, you saw the Excalibur coming in very, very clutch for Sabi-chan the first 2 games. It's acting like a pseudo Besiege the Winds for him.
Yeah, I think overall for Sabi-chan's game plan, it did work out really well for game 2. We saw the impact of protect the queen was there, and you can't let the Tristan go up to level 3. Unfortunately for game 3, Mike has a decent opening. To answer, he did open into the standing trap that forces him to actually react there, and then eventually when Sabi-chan's hands are down because of that, he can't interact anymore. All Sabi-chan needs to do is just remove the queen through a simple attack. That's a problem with this kind of decks where, like we mentioned, we need to protect the queen, but if you don't have those cards, it's a bit hard to do so.
Yeah, you can't protect her at all costs if you do not have protect her at all costs.
If you have no cost at all to protect. So yeah, I do think that overall it is still a really, really interesting showing for Sabi-chan, showing us that these new Merlins are just not one-dimensional. They can be placed as a water ally, fire ally, and yet we haven't seen the level 3 Merlin yet at all.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I guess the one key thing is that Protect Her at all costs functions as a 3-cost 2/3 that you can play at fast speed, which is really nice. Other than that, it also functions as Cry for Help, so you can protect the queen. The reason why people are playing the Guardian version is because those Aquifer Seneschals that you saw on the board, with the Guardian class bonus, they are taunt, so you can protect the queen much, much more reliably.
Yeah, I believe that that's pretty much it for this particular analysis. We will be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere as we are waiting for round 5 soon.
Yep, 10 minutes to go. See you later.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon.
Welcome back. We're at the start of round 6. Joining me with me is Flon. How you feel about the last game, Flon?
That was a great game. I love Zabi Chan. He's a great guy. I see him in all these events, and he's just a pleasure to talk to.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad we got to see Merlin doing something new, Assassin Merlin. I think it's interesting because the deck isn't just Water Assassin. Like, you can't just switch it with Tristan. I think things like the Protector at all costs, Spell and Cleanses, it really made sense. And I think especially with things like Excalibur, using it to like copy Poison Daggers and stuff, even though we didn't actually get to see that. The theory, I really like it. So I'm really happy. And, you know, it was a close game, even if it was, in the end, the Tristan still ended up making it.
So,
but
yeah, just showing us how well you as a player can pilot your deck into a almost perfection, I would say, from Mike, to the point where like you're able to identify, okay, I need to master my scheme at level 2 right now in order to get the prep counter, and actually go for a game with Shadow Strike alongside with the in-camp and hand to protect any sort of way to stop my Shadow Strike. So very heads-up play from Mike, but enough talking about them. We are going into our feature game for round 6. Interesting decks as well. And we're jumping in right now, I think.
So, thankfully, I get to show a True Sight member off in this game. So we have True Sight Leo Croy on Fire, Aether Charge, Diana Aggro. So this is level 1 only. This deck is basically to give a little primer because we haven't seen it in this whole stream. The idea is you fire for 8 every turn. You just shoot 8 with your Trivariate Dream is the Aether Wing of choice. It says that it gets +3 if you have exactly 3 Aether charges. So what you do is you become distant level turn 1, you level up to 1, you bring out your Trivariate Dream, and you just start loading. Every turn, you just fire for 8 over and over and over again, as long as you can keep your hand, which is quite easy as long as you draw Ignition Draw, which is kind of like the thing that unlocked this deck. Like, pretty much all these cards existed before, but they introduced a new card in this set, Ignition Draw, which is essentially Ashen Riffle, but for Aether charges. So it's a really big thing, especially when you can hit things like Prudent Knocks or Charge the Souls or even like Etheric Calibrations, things that go +1 essentially when activated off Ignition Draw. So yeah, unfortunately, Leokard did not go first here, which is this deck is very capable of OTKing turn 1. So of course, you also have things like the Cheshire Cat and the Ranger Strides that allows you to get for like these like huge like +8 distant turns. And on the other side, what do we have?
Well, that's right. We have a deck that a lot of people in chat are hyping up. We do have the Fire CL deck right here, level 3 Fire CL deck, which has been showing up in a lot of Ascents in terms of results. It's been, I believe, in every Ascent we've seen at least a top 8 for CL. And it is going to be a very simple game plan for CL. Go up to 3, and then you just aim for a Bladeful Oblation Wincon. So the Oblation Wincon requires you to basically have a kind of a setup, because what you want to do is you want to deal 15 damage with the combination of Evan the Stormcaller in the Omen section. So how you do it is probably with either you have only the Stormcaller in the Omen, which is unlikely, or you have the Orb of Sealing. So that's generally the Wincon. But of course, that's not all why CL is really strong. There is one particular card that everyone's been seeing, a 0-cost card that has basically mixed round. We have the Field of Awakening right here. It's pretty strong because it's basically a 0-cost card, never mind. But it also has this keyword interdiction.
Yeah, interdiction is a crazy keyword. Basically, you cannot respond to this. It does not end the chain. Okay,
Exactly.
so after the Full Awakening is done resolving, you can now put more cards in the stack, but you cannot respond to the Fu, which is a huge deal because Fu is capable of doing 2 damage by creating 2 omens using essentially through the Mirage's Grave effect of CL level 3. So actually, I'm very curious that we see a censor here. CL is usually a deck that gets censored, not a deck that puts the censor down. But we can see an Amekes build here. This is a floatless CL build, no liminal, no floats. This is basically like cremations and like library witch type allies, and just it's trying to level to 3 without using. But I think he's been fooled here because he puts this down thinking, I see Looking Glass, I see Fire, I must be playing against like Lorraine or another CL or a Luxon deck. And turns out, guess what? You're playing Inspired Diana and you just materialize Censor for no reason.
You can see Emika's face right here. It's like, this is not what I expected. So we are going to see a bit of setup here, I believe. So we are probably going to be seeing a bunch of charging for this turn.
Yes, so the main thing here is we use that Flickering Cinder in order to gain distance so that now we can bring out an Aether Charge using Diana, Aether Dilettante's effect, and it's most likely going to be Trivaria Dream. It's pretty much always Trivaria Dream, no exceptions.
Yep.
Because this is the main damage dealer of the deck. You can see if on attack, if you have 3 Aether Charges exactly, you get +3. So it's a 4 damage weapon that you can shoot 3 times with. And now we just need to load everything we can. Pre-Recollection. Ooh, and there we go. Big card, Ignition Draw. So we are now loading. So we are going to check the top 6 cards of our deck. And we can now banish 2 Aether Charges among them. And we can banish them and then play them at any point in the turn. So it's basically Ashen Riffle.
Yeah, it's basically a card that allows you to choose what kind of, among the top 6, what kind of cards you want to charge up to. Really strong. And also, to be honest, looking through 6 cards of the top of the deck is a really, really big way to cycle through your deck. So you can actually draw into cards that you want in the future, right? Because you're going to putting the rest of them into the bottom. I think he has chosen which card he wants to choose for this effect. Probably just really, really impactful charges here, I believe.
So the main problem here is, okay, we needed a way to get rid of the golden pawn here. So we did draw Infernal Mana Streak, which allows us to do some damage here. If we have a Mana Flare Barrage, that would also be great. So A-Kyle here going to be used. We can dig for another Aether Charge here. So check top 6 and add an Aether Charge. Actually, we Glimpse, and then we can stack the deck, and then we can top reveal, and then add an Aether Charge. It's kind of like Fairy Whispers, basically, but for Aether Charges.
Yeah, looks like the Diana player will be able to actually shoot 8 damage this time because we are going to get rid of the Golden Pawn.
Infernal Mana Streak here. This is the highest damage one. This one does 3 if you are distant. So we can use this and do 3 damage to that Golden Pawn to get rid of the taunt. And then we can then fire. Oh, Golden Pawn doesn't have taunt yet. Right. So we can just fire here if we want to.
So we just shoot for 8.
Yeah, so this is... Well, we need one more, so we can put the second Infernal Mana Streak in, or we can use that Ash Moon Shot that we have there, which is actually free to play. So it basically costs nothing to activate it off your Ignition Draw, and then we can shoot for, that would be Distant 1, and then 7. So it'd be 8 damage.
Reminder, all this was done before Recollection.
Yes, all of this was done during Recollection phase, because that is what this deck does. It tries to play all of its Aether Charges during Recollection, so it doesn't have to use any cards. Actually, I see a second Ignition Draw in hand already, I think.
Wow.
So we can do this again next turn.
There's a lot of gas going on right here. I think he's just gonna be
Mana
shooting
streak.
3. Wait, is it lethal?
This is
Spirit,
3
right?
damage, and then yeah, this is spirit. So you're gonna shoot. This is for another. This is for 8. That's lethal. And, okay, Crystallized
Crystallized
Destiny.
Destiny.
Now does he have a wave popping it? If he has a card, if he has a card that does 1 damage here. There's lots of cards in this. This deck's very hard to crystallize because there's a million cards that do 1 damage, like a Charge the Soul, or even like a Flickering Cinder here.
Yeah, I mean, he looks really confident.
Yeah,
shuffling his
he
hand.
looks calm. And here's the thing: even if you do get crystallized, it's like whatever, man.
Oh.
I'll just do it again next turn.
I think it resolves. Oh, wait, no.
And there we go. Mana Flare Barrage gonna do 3 damage to the whole board. This is the board clear Aether Charge. It's really good against ally decks. So it's gonna come down here, do 3 damage. Now he needs to have another card. Does he have another? Is there anything? No.
No, I don't think
Like
so.
it?
There's only Topsy. Topsy doesn't stop this.
Topsy does not stop this. All of this stuff is, I mean, it is a spell, but it is AoE, so it does not stop this. Oh my god, do you have anything? I don't think he has anything. I think he's like, wait, am I getting just like turned to OTK'd by Fire Aether Charge Diana?
I mean, we're just talking about the potential burst that this deck has, and it might actually happen.
Now here's the thing, that Golden Pawn is going to die. Undeniable truth.
Undeniable truth, okay.
Sacrificing the Golden Pawn here to try and draw into something.
Yep. So we are going to see if he can actually top deck another important card. That's
Ooh, Resolute Stand has
Stand.
been found. Okay, so we live to see another day.
there's still a lot of damage though.
Yeah, actually, is this still lethal? No, wait, the Crystallized Destiny was
No.
broken. So yeah, so we are fine here. That is a lot of cards expended, however, in order to survive. And guess what? Next turn, we're just going to do it again.
Yeah, it looks like the deck actually has much more resource for next turn as well to do it. So I don't think Lucas is really in any sort of danger right here. American, however, now forcing to go level 1 right here with not much resource being have right here. Remember, he's not a floating deck, so he actually can't rely on just playing it slow for floating. I think he's just forced to hard level most of the time.
Yeah, pretty much. This is a deck that's trying to gain influence using Cremation and allies. We have the Liminal Guides here basically just because they're amazing throws off of CL level 2 effects, so you just have to have them, especially when you play against a deck that doesn't censor you.
Yeah,
So in this spot, I wonder what the play is. I see some Liminals in his hand, which I'm sure he's kind of beating himself over the head playing that sensor, and I was like, oh, well, my Liminals are dead now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens in terms of like a blind matchup where you're not aware of what your opponent is playing, and you yourself are not aware of the potential of the danger you're doing. So I wouldn't really blame him per se, but I think for game 2 onwards, both players are much more aware of what each other decks does. So we'll just see what American can do here. I think it's really, really bleak here. I don't see any outs.
Yeah, the one saving grace here is that Leocroy had to put his whole hand down to try and go for that lethal line, which means he can't really do anything prereq, which means he might not actually be able to hit the 3 Aether Charges next turn, but he only needs to find 7 damage, which is actually really not hard to do.
Yeah, looks like it's not hard to do from what we've been seeing from the turn itself when he was executing all those Aether Charges. So we are just going to pass here, putting 1 down underneath as the Omen.
That's right. Resolute Stand being the choice here, probably identifying, hey, I kind of need to have more defense in case we actually get to the point where I can recur some of these Omens.
Yeah, Sierra does have a unique way of basically, it has one of the cards where it can swap out one of your Omens for a hand, which is the Armor right here, which is really unique because Armor usually acts as a win for now, say, for with the field combo. But in this particular case, he wants to survive. Surviving is versatile at this point.
Armor is kind of everything, you know, it pops crystallized, it does damage, it recurs defensive pieces, it recurs offensive pieces.
It can be whatever you want.
It's basically whatever you want. So that's why the card is a staple in all these CL decks. Wow, we're bringing out Salamander's Breath. This is a different Aether Charge here, which you can on attack banish up to 2 fire cards, and then you get plus damage. So I think Leocroy maybe is trying to find a line where he doesn't have to hit 3, because I don't think he can hit 3 Aether Charges all in that recollection. So he might just be going for a Salamander's Breath kill here. Currently, right, we have 3 damage, assuming we banish 2 fire cards. That means all we really need is another, either we distance ourselves and 3 Aether Charges, or an Aether Charge that does damage. I think we had maybe another Mana Streak in hand. I know we have like Prudent Nox and Acal, so lots of options here. But I don't think we're actually going to be able to get the kills this turn.
Yeah, might just be a setup. I think even the argument here is to set up for the strikes next turn, right? At this point. So we just keep calm down, pass as well. Because again, all these Aether charges could be done whenever they feel like it. So probably going to do it during the pre-rec or even opponent's end phase.
Yeah, so I think what Leokar is really trying to... Oh my god,
Top C.
we are just doing a top C here. That's actually an unimbued top C, because that's an exalted card, is it not?
I think it counts as a norm.
Was it count as norm? Okay, okay.
I believe it counts as a norm. It should be fine.
Oh yeah, because it's a norm exalted card.
Exactly,
Yeah,
it's a
right,
norm
right.
exalted card. So the thing is right now is that I think the aim here is probably to banish and also discard one.
Yeah, discard banish. So probably going to discard the fire cards here. I
Yep.
mean, the Salamander's Breath would probably tell you, I need to
Yeah.
get rid of this.
Yeah, he's just smiling. He's looking at cards like, I've never seen this cards before. If I am MK2, I'll be really confused.
He's reading them. He's like, I don't know what any of these things do. If you are going to banish something here, you should banish the Aether Charges, because there is, as you can see there,
Yep.
that Mana Bolt Convergence is a card that allows you to reuse cards from your grave.
Yep.
So you might as well use that.
Yep. I think he's going to get rid of all the fire
Ooh,
cards.
Ignition Draw. Well, there are still more than enough fire cards for us to fire the Salamander's Breath next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Ameku can do anything.
Probably just going to jump into a CR level 2 there, then going to proc the effect to cycle deep into the deck to find maybe a Dungeon Kite.
Yeah, we do. We do have that CL. We get one Omen trigger here. Let's see if we actually... Okay, Liminal Guide, but it is under our own sensors, not really doing much. There's a Fu in hand. I think an Abnegation. Abnegation could be big. He's rubbing it. He wanted it to... Oh, nope. That's top
Dungeon
C.
Kite.
That's nothing. So that's Fu.
I smell danger. I don't see any way out of this. Well, there is still... there's no way, right? Is there a way out?
Well, the one thing we have going for us is that CL has 25 life.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
You know, unless we go for like a big strides turn, this deck can hit 13 in one turn, but it's not super easy. Really depends a lot on if we have another Ignition Draw here to get our big Trivaria Dream turn set up. Also, another big thing is that none of these Aether Charges have Spell Shroud, so if there is a reduce to Ash, you have to worry about that as well.
Yep.
Reposition. Now, here's the thing about Reposition. It's a float, and you know what you can bring out with float?
They can
Ranger
bring up
Strides. Oh, wait, there's Sensor, right. Okay. So Sensor going to be stymieing this. This deck actually plays quite a bit of float. It plays Repositions. It plays Charge of the Souls. So it's not the worst, but here we go. Ignition Draw. What are we hitting?
Is there a word that the top 6 doesn't have enough Aether Charge?
There is a world where you hit 1. The world where you hit 0 is like extremely unlikely.
Extremely unlikely, right? Yeah. I mean, if it happens, right?
That's right. And really, you really just need to hit two of anything.
Yep.
Ideally, it's the less expensive ones in this case. Topsy going to be played here. What's the choice here?
Probably just discard, I believe.
Discard Spell Shroud?
No, I think it's one choice. It was
Oh,
following
right. It was
discard
not imbued. It was unimbued.
because his opponent is having a really low influence, right? He's like thinking, okay, my opponents maybe just want to keep the card in hand. No way he wants to put it down. So just force a discard right now.
Leokar really wants to see Ash Wound Shot right here, because Ash Wound Shot is free. So if you hit a 2 cost plus Ash Wound, you can play both of them, all pre-rec.
Yep, he's thinking about it. Even asking cards in hand, counting the
see.
damage.
See another Aether Calibration. Strides ready, distant. So this is potentially, if we can hit the Trivariate here, we can be swinging for 12, which is still one off, unless one of the cards also does burn damage in addition to it.
Yeah.
Burning Aether Charge would be really, really strong here as well, because it does have that Kindle keyword. So a lot of good options. We just want the cheap Aether Charges here.
Yep. It's thinking about it's calculating it. That's the thing about this deck, I believe, is that despite the cards really, really strong, allowing you to check top 6, it does still rely on a sort of like an RNG kind of aspect, because you might not actually hit the one that you need. But overall, again, looking like a situation where Leokar just needs to hit the cards and probably win it. Oh,
Yeah, this is perfect. So this is Aether Calibration plus a Burning Aether Charge, so we can use the 2 cards in our hand to play that Aether Calibration and look for something that we can pay for. So probably an Ash Wound Shot or another Burning Aether Charge as well. That would be crazy. This is the only slow speed Aether Charge, so we cannot activate this pre-recollection, unfortunately.
yep. Setting up for it, looking for it. Does he has the answer? Just put some at top.
That seems like 5 on top, I think. So
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a lot.
That's pretty crazy. There's another
Another
Burning
one.
Aether Charge. Okay, I think Ameka needs to have something right now. Otherwise, a ton of damage is about to come his way. We have a ton of fire cards in this grave as well.
Yeah, we can probably kindle this out. Should be no problem here. We are going to see it kindling going into the bowl right here.
Ooh, we're actually choosing to put it on Salamander's Breath because we have so many fire cards. Currently has 3 fire cards, so if we kindle, we can only use 1.
Still not the end of the world. I think it's still like decent damage right now.
It's still more than enough.
3 kindle.
This Burning Aether Charge is going to do 2 damage to the champion here, so that would be putting CL at 16. If we do another one, we'll put him up to 18, and then we fire for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus 1 plus 4. So that would be 11.
Yep.
Which would be lethal.
Yep. It should be lethal if everything goes up here. American now just needs to find an out right here. It's going to shoot
We
for...
are going for Charge the Soul.
So, 3, 6.
Banishing cards for the Salamander's Breath. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 damage, plus Diana's Distant, plus the strides. That's 10 damage.
Yep.
So that is more than enough. Amika, do you have anything? Resolute number 2? Crystallized number 2?
In this game.
I think that's game. I think he's just been shot through the heart.
And that's it.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I think the turn 1 sensor, like I think that's this is such like a fool, like it's like you've been fooled so hard, right? It's like, oh, I see Looking Glass, I see fire.
Look,
it must be Luxem, it must be Fire Lorraine, it must be another CL.
That's the beauty of like a closed deck list and also neutral. It's like you think your opponent's like, fire, Looking Glass must be some sort of level 3 deck.
Exactly.
Wait, why are you not doing it? Wait,
why
is it
are
dying
you
now?
distancing yourself? What's happening? Like, what is Aether Charges?
Then you're like, huh? 15 damage? What? Oh, Crystallized Destiny. Huh? You can stop it? Oh shit. Then now he needs to actually look for outs right here. That's how it was very, very interesting. I think that game was very, very fun. But now with American knowing that, okay, my opponent is not a typical fire deck. It's basically an aggro deck in a sense. I call it more like a burst deck, I would say. It's more of a setup
it's
burst.
still an aggro deck, but it's not done through traditional means.
Yep.
Looking at the sideboard, Ameka really just needs to, well, for one thing, he needs to hit level 3 in the first place,
Yep.
which is the hard part. But if you do hit level 3, he has lots of options. He has Abnegation, which healing 8 is pretty hard to out damage.
Yep.
I mean, this deck swings for 8 every turn.
Yep.
Usually like 8 minimum. So that means if you're healing 8, you're kind of like keeping on pace here. And of course, Grim Pastiche allows you to reuse your abnegations over and over again because it is a spell.
The thing about CL is that once you hit level 3, you have this massive toolbox that we talk about. There's armor, there's also the prestige. I think once you hit that level 3, you are basically allowed to just play however you like and basically just take the game slowly, eventually pinging 2 damage through the CL level 3 effect. So I think American's main goal here is to just find a way to go to level 3 without losing too many resources. But the issue here is that American builds his deck in a way that doesn't want to rely on floating memories. This means it needs to hit all the cards that allows you to basically generate much more value in terms of just farming your influence and then putting cards down. The issue here, however, is that if you're doing that, you left yourself open into less influence. Less influence means you can't interact with Leo Crow's game plan, which is just I'm just going to hit you for 8 and I'm going to force you to have interaction. It's actually like counterintuitive of what American is trying to aim for. I believe this way of building his deck is actually meant to play around with people who are aiming to top C him. So that's why.
Top C. There's also Thurable and Sensor. So I think against like Seryu, this is a much better build. I mean, even True Sight was trying to mess around with like floatless Luxem, floatless CL.
I had talked with Pawan. Pawan was talking about it. He's like, I'm not worried. Then I asked him why. Oh, I'm playing only 8 floatings and all my floating recover themselves. Meaning they
Gentle Respite.
There's Respite, or there's another card that also gives back.
Return to the archive.
Archive, So he's not too concerned about that. I think that's that's just a sign of showing that players do develop into the meta. They look at the meta, they look at what people want to play, and they're think, okay, how do I make sure that I don't get run over by people who are also playing this decks? And that's where the intervention comes. And that's where other people like Leo Chris is like, I can just play this aggro fun deck. Woohoo! Not really aggro again, it's a race setup there. I can see a benefit of it is that you're making your opponent to interact while they can't really interact or they don't want to interact. Because interacting means they are slowing down their tempo, meaning they can't get into their game plan. Let's just see how this game turns out to be. Any predictions?
Well, the main thing is here, Amika knows what's happening. He's not going to go turn 1 sensor this time,
Yeah,
which
yeah, yeah,
means
yeah.
he can just kind of like level up. The main
Yep.
thing is that Leocroy does have in the sideboard he could put in Aetheric Reforgings. Even if we didn't see the float,
Yep.
we did see the Liminal Guides.
Yep.
So we would probably still put those in replacement of some maybe like the Mana Flare Barrages or maybe like the Mana Bolt Convergences. Might cut those down to play some more Reforgings in case that Amika is actually able to hit Creative Shock Liminal Guide this game.
Yep. Just see how this game will go. I think it really just depends how fast Anakin actually goes up. Because for a Leocross position, his stance never change. He's just going to keep on playing how he plays, which is I'm going to get the best 8 charges I can get for, let's say, 3 charges per turn, and then hit you as much as I could. For Anakin, it's more of a piloting, okay, do I go in and farm as much influence and then go to level 3, or I can't do that right now because I might just die because my opponent just shoot 8 damage to me.
Ooh, looking at the hand. Did not really get a good glimpse at that. The main thing is we need a distant card. We have a reposition, so we're fine, but reposition is probably the worst distant card to play on turn 1. You'd really rather have Flickering Cinder or Backstep.
Yep.
But, you know, having a distant card at all is already good enough.
I think Emeka has a really decent start too. Has the creative shot, has the Luminous Guide as well. So we'll be able to actually not go into a minus when he goes into level 1 right here because the Luminous Guide does give you back a card.
Yeah, so Leocroy has reposition, and I think he has ignition draw. So if he has that, he can try and dig for reforging to try and hit this liminal guide.
So we are going to go into level 1 right here. Luminous Guide does activate here. That's going to draw a card. Luminous Guide is such a crazy card.
Yeah, he's... Oh, yeah, there's the Oblation as well. Oh, Creative Shock. Oh,
Creative
boy.
Shot, let's go. It'll be discarding the Advent of the Stormcaller. This means that Emeka will be able to put it into the Omens at the end of his turns.
Yeah, this is a much, much, much better start. I
Yeah.
think Amika seeing like, oh, I can actually do my usual CL game plan now where I actually get to gain advantage from my cards instead of just
I can play the game.
I can play the game normally instead of having to play it in this like gimped way just to stop myself from getting like censored and durable. Don't you feel so free when that happens?
That censored turn 1 is like the borderline of genius and what's the other word? I'm not gonna say it, but yeah. Anyway, leave it to your imagination. We are going to see here more cards being played from Emeka this
Dying
time.
Wraithguard. I think he saw, oh, I'm getting shot a bunch of times. I think I need to get some more taunts on field here.
Let me protect myself. So the Advent Stormcaller is put underneath the Mastery right here as a banished card, as the Omens.
Yeah, so this is the game plan, right? We need to hit our Advent, and then actually we already have the Oblation in hand. 15 damage. This Diana deck only has 19 life. It's very easy.
It's optional to put an Omen as well, I believe. So we can just actually, you know what? I'm done. No, we can just leave this Advent right here, and it's the only Omen, and I just need to Oblation.
Yeah, he has Oblation. I think he already has the Fu as well, so he can just go, okay, Oblation, 15 damage, Fu, 4 damage, and Face Trigger, 2 damage, and you just die.
Yep, I think the game plan now is just to survive plus getting into level 3. So let's just see how he can maneuver that. Leocross here is going to go into the level 1 Diana here. I believe this deck is similar to most of the aggressive deck where you want to go to level 1 as soon as possible to activate your champion's effect.
You pretty much always go level 1 unless you don't have a distant card. It's the only situation where you don't level up immediately. In that situation, you probably have to go backup charge or something just to dig to find your distant card.
Yeah, this is what I got a lot of feedback from friends that were talking to me about Diana. They're like, yeah, it's pretty strong, but like if you actually live in a world that you miss your distant, it feels pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like a 92% chance to hit a distant card. Okay, so we got the ignition draw as well. So once again, another good start. But do we find the good Aether charges? I'm seeing a bit of a laugh from him, so it must have been, okay, he hit Reforging.
Wow.
Okay, Reforging here. Unfortunately, the Liminal Guide has already been brought back to the field, so not gonna get much value out of that. But it's still an Aether charge, and that's what matters.
Yeah, what matters now is being able to just generate as much Aether charge as you could this particular turn. I don't think he'll be able to shoot 3 for this turn.
He can shoot 3, but he can't do 2 in the pre-recollection phase because he unfortunately did not draw another cheap one. So we're going to go probably reforging their calibration here. Yeah, so we're going to go calibration. Then I imagine it's going to be blazing or burning cinder charge from the banish into the calibration in the banish as well.
Yeah. Burning Aether charge will be pretty good here. He does have enough fire cards in the graveyard as well eventually to do it. So we'll just see how American responds to it. I don't think American runs he does. American does run Flying Lantern.
Yeah, the thing is, it's it's sometimes helpful, but you don't always have that many. Like you have one Kindle card in the deck, right?
Yeah.
It's not super critical, so it doesn't hurt you that bad.
But it's gonna be a bit annoying, I would say.
So let's see. We definitely can fire here, but there's the Wraith Guard. Is the issue.
Yeah,
How do we get past that?
Yeah, and the River just come back alive once at the very least.
Yeah, so we're gonna go Blazing or Burning Cinder Charge here, Kindled, and it can target. It only targets champions, so we cannot kill the Wraith Guard with this. Unfortunately, it would be great if we had maybe like a Mana Flare Barrage that we could use to clear this board as well, but not in the cards here. He might have to try and just pass here and look for some other ways to kill Wraith Guard, because it coming back, having 2 lives essentially, makes it very hard to actually burn through.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong defensive card. I'm more surprised that not a lot of people are actually running it as a defensive option, but glad to see it being used to this stream.
Yeah, the thing about Wraith Guard is it's really good against decks like this, where they
Yeah.
just fire at you like one big hit. Like even the Water Aether Charge Diana is quite strong against.
Yep.
A lot of these other decks, like like CLs and Luxems, they can kind of just ignore it. But,
Yeah.
but these attack-based decks, it's a lot harder. And since there's not a lot of allies, the only ally in this deck is Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this kind of decks where it's just relying on one big hit, that's where the Wraith actually does a lot of work. I do understand why American doesn't really want to. I don't. Is it a side deck or is it like a main deck? I believe it's main.
I think it's a main board card, yeah.
Interesting. Interesting indeed.
Yeah, it's a main board card. I think because he's also playing like, cremations, right? It's like you can play it, cremate
yeah,
it,
you
it comes
cremate it,
back,
yeah.
right? So it
It
get a
creates
lot
more
of value.
value.
So wow, we're actually just gonna shoot it because we have no choice, and we're gonna get that awesome ephemeral
Yeah.
counter over there.
Yeah, look at those cute.
Cute little ghosts.
Yeah, just to signal that they were once dead.
They were once dead, but they are now back from the grave.
How does that work, lore-wise? Like, how does Ether work?
I think when your soul leaves your body, it
Yeah.
goes into the ether, and then it comes back. Like,
But what if your soul is different?
but then and then you only get one extra chance. Like after that, it's gone. It's gone for good.
Sure, let's just put it that way. But anyway, I think the Wraith is going
I
to be.
think.
yeah.
Okay. I think I know what's happening here. I think he's trying to see if he can Etheric or Forging before it comes back,
Ah,
because it's an on-death
yeah, on death
trigger.
trigger.
I'm gonna be really. I actually don't know the answer for this. I think it should. It should work. Yeah, it should work. So we're going to, in response to the on-death, banish it using Etheric or Forging, so it does not come back. So we still ate the hit though.
Yep.
So it's not the end of the world here.
Yep. We are going to see level, CL level 2 right here, I believe. We probably are trying to search for that dungeon guide.
I don't think he has Dungeon Guide yet, so yeah,
Yeah.
he definitely needs to dig for it.
Wait, is that dungeon guide the second last card?
That's Topsy, isn't
That's
it?
Topsy?
Topsy, Undeniable Truth, and 3 other cards I can't tell from this angle. Undeniable Truth is actually a really interesting card I want to talk
Yeah.
about. So this card is, I mean, for one thing, you can use it to kill Library Witches and
Yep.
and Golden Pawns just to get some draws, or
Yep,
or Liminal
or
Guides.
Liminal
Liminal
Guide,
Guide
yep.
works too.
Yep.
But it's also really good because it allows you to dodge Stifling Traps from Dungeon Guide Stifling Trap.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
use it to dodge the Stifling Trap. So against like Seirus, Tristans, which are some of the decks that are actually quite strong
It's-
against the CL deck.
Yeah, it's a technique that I saw people play with water as well back then. They would like to ritual away the dungeon guide.
He did, in fact, draw into that Dungeon Guide.
Yep, we do see the dungeon guide right here. We are going to see American here probably going to even go for, does it have enough influence to go for Oblation this time?
No, Ablation costs 3, so he's
3.
going to have to wait for the turn after that. But he has... Oh, he discarded the Fu, though, so that means we don't have it. But we're probably just going to... Oh, are we going to... Oh, we're going to Omen it. No, we can't do that, the Oblation. We can Omen it after we fire the Oblation, and then go for Manshome into Fu, and then get an extra 4 damage. The Diana deck does not have much life. So this would be a great way to just like end the game without having any interaction. Lost Providence coming down, new card.
So strong. Like Lost Providence just basically tell every level 3 deck, hey, play me. It was just a free draw. Like, it's such a strong divine rate. It's basically GCR, but you don't have to waste materialization space. And people need to understand that that's super important. This means you're one tempo ahead.
Yeah, it's huge. It's basically just GCR. It's like the only reason you wouldn't play it over GCR is the fact that maybe you sit at level 0 or level 1. Like Tristan, I could see it because she does tend to sit early game. But also, it's like you're competing with Looking Glass. So it's like those are like kind of the 2 main ones you're seeing in the level 3 decks. Of course, Quicksilver Grail I think is still okay, but It's just kind of hard to fight the advantage you get from these new cards.
Yeah, has fallen out of favor, but we did see Sabi-chan last game utilizing it, so there is still hope for all the QSD fans. Anyway, we went back to Leo Croxton, and interesting, Anakin, of course, didn't put any cards into the Omen side, realizing that, okay, I have the Oblation set up. I just need to take it slow and eventually fire the Oblation.
Yeah, really, the one thing about the Oblation deck is it a lot of times cannot omen things because of that. So it's like, even Fu feels a little bit awkward in this deck just because, like, oh, you know, I can't even use it to pop Crystallized unless I have a second Advent in my hand.
Yeah, I think it's more of a fact that if your Oblation is getting negated, you can just Fu it to protect it, but that's about it.
Yeah, and it's just really important to have, though. Like, you need to have Fu just to stop negations. And, you know, if you have the second Advent, you can also use it to pop. And it's just also end phase damage, so you could just go, okay, I'm going to go Ablation, and then end phase, I'm just going to Fu and then do 4 damage, and then I'm going to Man Show, and then we do another 4 damage. So Palvord banishes the Fu here at least, so that is pretty nice, but that does mean we're not doing too much here. There's the amount of life that CL has, 27 life, is going to be very hard to chew through. The Diana deck does a lot of damage, but it can only really fire one shot every turn.
That's really, really interesting play from Lucas here. Does not seem like he has much charging to do, does he?
He has a lot of Aether charges, it's just that it's not enough damage.
Yeah.
Gonna banish one here, gonna go for another blazing or burning Aether charge. Gonna do another 2 damage, and probably load in. There's the Ash Wound shot for Furry. And then we're gonna fire for another 8.
Might just take the damage here, not in the danger zone yet. I think he can probably buy another few more turns for this.
Yeah, I think Amaka feels fine.
Yeah, he's like, it's fine.
I'm below half-life. I think I'm fine.
Yeah.
And you know what's about to happen right now? I think we're about to see Sparks fly.
Yep. Yeah, more spin play here. We are going to see why CL is one of the better deck this format. Some people even dare to claim the best deck in format right here. Has not only the tools, but also the strength of its own win con. Like this deck, what makes a very strong deck is that it has to not only be really consistent, it has to have a really valid win con. And I think Oblation is really strong.
Okay, so we have the Oblation on deck already. Unless we banish, I believe there's an Oblation in there, so which means we can just pay 3, do 15. Put Leocroy up to 17, and face trigger. Make an Omen. So unless Leocroy has an evasive maneuvers in order to prevent 2 of the Oblation damage, he should be gone here. Also have Lost Providence in order to draw a card and then use the Manshome as well. So lots of ways for Ameke to end this game. It's just all down to whether Leocroy has some kind of answer.
Yeah, Leocroy's still thinking right here, I believe. Oh, the 1 damage of Dungeon Guide, I think. So it's back to Ameken's turn here. I think he's just fidgeting and basically thinking, okay, if he does the Oblation here, what can my opponent actually do and what do I need to do next, right? That's pretty much it. I think they're just taking their time. Again, this is sort of a high-stake game. You are 5-0 and you don't really want to like mess it up. So do understand why players are taking a bit more time here, even though it seems like a really strong play.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to be in for Leocroy. I think he really just probably is already seeing that this game is kind of slipping away from him. Really, 30 life is just it's a lot to chew through, and especially because CL is also explosive in his own right.
Yeah, so I didn't notice that this deck actually excels more in like picking up opponents that haven't actually reached their full potential in terms of level 3. Like if you're finding a level 3 deck, I believe that you do want to hit all your potential damage when you're level 1, level 2, hopefully level 1. But we are going to see the Oblation here, the one card that everyone has been talking about.
Yeah, so this is going to be 15 damage because the highest cost or the lowest cost Omen is our Advent, and unfortunately because it's the only Omen we have, that's 15 damage, and then end phase trigger 2 damage here would close this out. We also have the Void. He's going to show it. I'm like, I also have this, by the way.
Yeah, I have everything basically. We can just go next. Yeah, they're just showing his opponent that I have every answer possible to end the game, but we are going to game 3 right here. But the thing is that the positive thing is for Leo Cross is he's going to be going first again. So he probably has like a higher chance to set up his win con and aim for some sort of OTK damage.
Yeah, so this deck, just like all the other fire aggro decks, it really excels when it goes first because you can prey on people who are sitting at level 15 life, level
Yep.
0 spirits.
Yep.
And I think Leocoy is really going to hope to have a really strong opening hand, distant card, ignition draw, a bunch of strong Aether charges that he can use to kind of like get this Trivariate off with a ton of damage and just try and kill Amica and hope that he doesn't have like Resolutes, Crystallize. Crystallize actually, it's not that bad. It's really Resolute that you need to worry about because that's the one that you can't really stop the damage there. Actually, I'm not. I don't think he would put in the piercing Aether Fuel. This is one of those. This makes your next Aether Charge attack unpreventable damage. So that's mostly for wind decks who are playing like Veiling. But for fire, it's like we don't usually put that in just because it doesn't really. It's not really that necessary.
It's
right?
not that necessary, and I think for American side, right here, he's just considering the fact that okay, now I'm going second. What card do I really want to consider if I'm going second? I think Terror Ring might be. It might not do a lot in hindsight, but like if you are thinking about okay, my opponent is gonna shoot me to death, and I didn't really want them to go off. I think Terror Ring was alright, but
I mean, I think Sensor is definitely an
Out.
easy trade out. Honestly,
Yeah.
even Sunri don't really need because chances are this game is not going to the point where you're swinging with swords.
yeah, there's no way because Serenity is a card that we usually see used for matchups that are a bit more late as like constant damage from CR than the game stage. But again, like the CR deck, I think it's really just down to like what happened in game 2. Okay, I get to farm my influence, I get to go up to level 1, I get to manage a really good Omen, basically Evan the Stormcaller, get up to level 3, win the game with Oblation.
Yeah, and really, Leocroy, he needs to not let you get to that point. He
Yep.
needs to kill you in turn 2 or 3. And if the game drags past on that, the deck can still continue to fire. But at that point, XCL's probably, unless he's expended like 2 or 3 cards just to survive, he will usually start to run away with it. That's why Leocroy needs to put the pressure, even if he can keep forcing out interaction. Forcing out interaction's okay because you're taking cards from their hand.
Yeah.
Especially a version of this deck, as long as they don't hit like the +1s off the creative liminals into the undeniable truth, it's usually going to run out of steam
Yeah.
if it's being constantly forced to use cards.
Yeah, in basically in layman terms, both decks are actually indirectly doing the same thing. Both are trying to farm into their win con, farm into their resources, and actually pop off. So Americans' win con is farm enough influence, get the Stormcaller, get into level 3 safely. Sounds more conditional, but for the other side, it's actually much more of a okay. I need to hit the correct Aether, not to say correct, the highest damage potential of Aether charges I can get, and just go on. And I think in terms of speed, Leocrus has it beat. So it just really depends whether he has the right Aether calls or not. Aether charge, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna play out the golden pawn here. I'm looking at the hand, and I don't see too much interaction on Amika's side. He's just gonna go for Cremation. This is basically like Library Witch Cremate. New version with a new Fangled Library Witch here. Golden Pawn.
Yeah,
As long as you control another chessman, which we do not have unless we have 2 of them on field.
yeah, interesting choice to play Golden.
Wraith card drawn off that is insane. That's so lucky.
Wow, even has the Wraith right here. So Americans here off with a really, really fantastic start, I believe.
You know, going for that pawn's gambit there really, really works. That's risky, right? If you go for that and you just don't draw anything, you might just die right here.
I mean, that's part of the game, right? High risk, high reward.
That's right. I mean, when you have a hand that's just gas, you just gotta go for it, right? You can't really sit there and dawdle and try and play defensively, especially if there wasn't really anything in the hand to begin with. Now let's see what Leocroy can do here. If he can find a way to maybe kill this Wraith Guard 2 times, or maybe he can try and go for another Reforging to stop it from coming back from the graveyard. That would be a way of getting around this, but chances are you're not killing at that point because you're sending
one
damage.
thing I noticed about Leocross deck is that it's not there's not much ways to actually deal with taunt or taunt or intercepts in general.
Yeah, no, this deck really does not have too much of that. It's like it's got one ally that only swings for 1 unless you bring out Palver or
So-
Inert, and it's really just damage. It's all damage.
Hypothetical question: what happens if he faces a Gambu?
Let's not talk about that. If you play against water, this deck, if you play against water, you just lose. I mean, that's
Yeah, that just shows you how interesting Ground Card really is. Like, you can play decks which has a really, really unique win con like what Lucas is doing, And sometimes you do get rewarded because it's about mana, correct? Again, who actually plays Gamble in this mana? Well, there's one in stream like few games ago, but
Literally the first game.
yeah, literally the first game. But hey, we haven't seen any Gamble at all. So it looks really good for Leo Chris moving forward from his bracket. And we are going to see the materialization here. This is
a dream.
Yep, this is a really strong card.
We have Ignition Draw. Oh, we did
Oh.
not draw Ignition Draw. So a bit of an unlucky one here. Prudent Knock is the choice. This is basically it's Juggle Knife on an Aether Charge spell.
Yep, for the knock as well. So these cards all here are really important because if you notice, right, every time Lucas tries to do an Aether Charge, it actually eats up a card. But with all these cards that just replaces itself after charging up, it actually helps you to keep the gas up so you can keep doing this every turn.
Yeah, and these ones in particular are very important because when you get them off of an Ignition Draw, essentially becomes a +1. Usually these are just net neutral. If it's Ignition Draw and you hit Prudent Knock, Aether Calibration, suddenly you just +1 yourself. And you loaded 2 Aether Charges, which allows your Trivaria Dream to now swing for 3 without losing any resources.
Yeah, just a bunch of value right here. So now Anakin is basically hands down, all down, no interaction whatsoever. But that Reiki there is really, really annoying.
So we do have a Mana Flare Barrage, so we can kill it, but we need another card that can also get rid of it. So you need to have like Infernal Mana Streak plus Mana Flare Barrage.
Yeah.
But that is a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Required
Mana Flare
7.
Barrage in particular is so expensive.
Yeah, Mana Flare Barrage is expensive.
Yeah.
That's the price you pay for having a board wipe, right? I mean, 3 damage to the whole board. Every ally deck just cries when you play it. It's not a card that you really want to be cheaper.
I mean, for Lucas 6, he is going to swing to it, trying to get rid of it manually, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, so I think it's swing, do 2 damage, and then Mana Flare Barrage to finish off the second life on our Unyielding Wraith Guard. He is unyielding. He never gives up, except when he does, which is the second time he dies.
I think it might be, his use might be over right now. If American actually is aiming for a high tempo turn, he might actually go away through there are a lot of ways to get rid of this Wraith Guard through American's own turn. We'll see if it actually happens. Oh, never Langton.
Wow, that's so risky. Bringing this out means we're not leveling up.
Wow.
Which means suddenly, oh no, we might just be cooked next turn if we have no defensive cards.
Is it because American has a lot of interaction hands? Is that why?
I don't see too much actually. I see Liminal Guide. I see a Topsy that he just drew for turn. Undeniable Truth doesn't. I guess you get Undeniable Truth. You're not gonna do it on your Wraith Guard. Ablation. I'm not seeing too much actually. Okay, well never mind. That is the interaction. It's the second Wraith Guard that gets you.
I think American is starting to realize that this deck doesn't have much ways to go around taunt and intercept, huh?
You know though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that Mana Flare Barrage 2 for 1 hits both of them.
We've been waiting for this. Like sometimes in life you see the value there. You're thinking, okay, not now. You wait a bit longer. Now the Mana Flare Barrage is gonna actually get rid of 2 Wraith here, 2 for 1 basically.
And you know what? Smoke bombs maybe. Smoke bomb, you kill one of them, you smoke bombs the other. Smoke bomb!
It's happening.
Regional smoke bomb right there.
Yeah, but first we need to barrage this, I think.
Yeah, so we are gonna Mana Flare Barrage here. It's gonna do 3 damage. It's gonna kill one of the Wraith Guards, and then we can smoke bomb the one that comes back to life.
Yep. So this is happening. American is looking at it. I see.
And it's like, I didn't think you had smoke bomb in your deck.
Yeah, to be fair, this is the first time we see smoke bomb,
It is the first time. It is the first time.
Yeah, so we are going.
we are moving the ephemeral counter. It's
So
like, yeah,
cute.
you know what's going on here.
So cute. The counter just move on. It's like, you pass on my legacy. And we are going to smoke bomb it. It is no longer have taunt. We are going to recollect. His influence doesn't seem that high as well.
I think it's going to be 7 cards, 3, 4, draw for turn. So we will have, I believe, 6 cards in our recollection. So if we can hit another 8 damage, right? That's going to be put Amika at 11. So he just needs to find another 4. So if he's using Aether Charges that do damage, like Mana Streak does 3, or even another Barrage would do another 3. So there are a lot of ways here. And looking at his hand, I don't think there was like a Crystallize or a Resolute in here. So it's very possible that Leocroy might just be able to end the game right here.
He's thinking about it quite long as well.
It's Creative Shock. It's Creative Shock. He's like, am I digging? I think I have to dig.
Yeah.
But you know, when someone Creative Shocks at this timing, it kind of shows a little bit of desperation, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it shows a sign of weakness, so he's not doing it right now. It's like, nah, I'm holding the
Oh,
wall.
last card ignition draw is crazy. I think that was the draw off of the smoke bomb, maybe.
Yeah, might have been.
Okay, so the one thing we have going for us, nullifying lantern does mean our burning cinder charges are not. They're not quite as free
Yeah,
as they normally would be.
They cost how they normally would cost without a discount.
Okay, it's gonna be prudent. The stealth ephemeral. You know, this Wraith Guard has so many keywords on it.
Yeah, oh, this counter's so cute.
Yeah, so these are from a local actually from here. She's selling them right here. If you're here in Ascent Manila, you
Yeah.
can buy them from the Wolves Den store.
Yeah.
Shameless plug here.
Yeah, not really shameless. I mean, we are in Ascent Manila, helping out the Ascent, not Ascent place, the Manila place, and nothing wrong with that. About that. But going back here, we are going to see, I believe, those two charge and give back cards.
That is
a
a Prudent Knock and
Charge
a
Soul, yeah.
There's a Charge of Soul. So that's going to be, unfortunately, that's not the ones. Well, the Charge Soul does 1 damage. We need the ones that
Yeah.
do like a lot of damage. We really want Mana Streak. We really want to see. Actually, I mean, Mana Streak plus Charge of Soul would be doing 4 plus the 8. So that would be lethal if there is nothing in the hand from Ameke. Oh, there's a. I think that's a Mana Streak in hand on the left there.
Yeah, I think that is a Mana Streak.
So that should be it if Amik has nothing to say about this. But with so many cards in hand and a Creative Shock that he could throw to try and look for more interaction. I mean, remember in that first game, he did kind of draw into the Resolute off of his undeniable truth. So
Are we distant?
we are distant. We distanted
right.
with Evasive Maneuvers in Amika's turn.
Yeah, I think we are. So this is going to be going for 3 damage right here, 6. Just need to find a bit more, 9 damage. Probably really doable.
It's very doable. It really just depends. Like current, because right, we have Charge of Soul. That does 1 damage ping.
Yep,
And
yep.
it also loads itself. That's another 1 damage.
Yep.
And then you have Mana Streak, which does 3 damage and then loads itself. So this would be 8 damage from the swing, and then you would be doing 4 damage from the Aether charges. So that would be 12, which is exact lethal here. So
Exactly to here, unless Amigan has something to say.
Prudent Knock is the pick instead. So guys going to be drawing a card into memory, trying to maintain value here.
To be fair though, Little Cross can actually take it slow, right? Technically speaking, he can be like, okay, maybe this is not the time to do it.
Oh, that's not Charge of Soul. That was Aetheric
Yeah,
Calibration.
take a card. Ooh.
Or that's Aetheric Forging. So that's the one that hits a card from the graveyard. So instead we're just going to go Ashwin Shot and shoot here. It's going to be doing... Unfortunately, we did not draw the damaging Aether Charges, so this is only going to be 8 damage, which is still a lot. But we now have to deal with the Wraith Guard again next turn.
Yeah, that's the problem with this particular deck. As we talk about, they don't really have much ways to deal with Taunt. And now this is the only opportunity you can do it. Taunt away now. So, judging from this situation, right, I think Emma can just let it go, take this damage. If it's not... definitely, yeah, he is going to let it resolve. He is going to let it happen. He's going to take the damage, I believe.
Yeah, just a humble 8 here.
Yep, just
Not
a
the
humble.
end of the world.
Yeah, not the hand of the world here. And suddenly we see a Blazing Throw. Nah. But yeah.
I mean, this deck does play 4 Blazing Throws. So
It does?
yes, it does. It plays Blazing Throw.
Does? Wow. It actually does. Oh, Blazing Throw was lethal.
It would have been, if it was drawn, it would have been lethal, yes. Creative. Oh, it draws it to Resolute, so, oh boy. Here comes Value Train. Here
Yeah.
comes Mr. Liminal Guy,
Here
guiding
comes-
you to the afterlife.
Here comes all the value right here. We do see the eliminated guy here gonna be drawing 1 right here. Topsy doesn't really do much right now.
Topsy discard? Pre-recollection?
Rick. Yeah.
I don't hate Topsy discard pre-recollection.
Yeah, same. I think at this point you really want to actually even go to a level 2 through Dungeon Guide. You just want to have this buffer so that you just don't die out of nowhere. We're gonna go Creative Shot again to see what we draw. Draw deeper. Ooh, Evan! That's
Evan's
really
pretty
good.
good.
That's really good. Evan here gonna recollect right here, even giving a bit of rub before drawing into his next top deck.
Okay. I mean, Cremation Ritual on our
Cremation.
Liminal is pretty value here.
Yeah, I mean, it already done its job. It already guided you to one hand. You can let it rest, let it retire.
Yeah, let it retire to the true afterlife.
Yeah, it's true afterlife. So is banished the true afterlife?
I would say it's the true afterlife. Yeah, it's like where further can you go? I guess banish face down is the true
Removed
afterlife.
from the deck.
Oh, you, like so bad that you were removed from
Yeah,
the deck.
remove them
Yeah.
from the deck. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like how I removed Luminant Guide from my what's the deck called? Lorraine aggro, because I don't think it's that good. But anyway, moving on. We are going to see American just has a lot of influence right here. We even saw the interaction cards here to combat Leo Crow's turn, which is the
Resolute
Resolute Standard.
and
yeah.
Topsy as well.
And
Because
Topsy
remember,
as
the Ace of
well.
Charge cards are spells.
Yeah, they are
So
spells.
you can spell shroud the ones that target and do damage. So there's a lot that Amika can work with here between those two. And then next turn he just go, okay, I'm gonna level up to 3 or level up to 2. Hopefully find the dungeon guide, level up to 3, and then we're chilling from there because now I have 30 life.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the plan right here because American has everything set up like game 2. We have the Advent and the Omen side. He has a lot of influence to just hard level to level 3. Just missing a dungeon guy, I believe.
Yeah, I don't see one. I see Foos. I see Topsy. I see like a lot of Topsies actually.
Yeah, I see a lot of Topsy. This card, Topsy, has just been insane. I think it's almost played in every deck that's able to afford it in the sense of being a level 3 deck.
Even if you don't have it in the main, you almost
Yeah.
assuredly have it in the side.
Yeah.
There's just too many decks that it hits, and it's just too versatile of a card to not
Yeah.
have in your deck. Especially if you play a large normal count, like you can actually imbue this like semi-regularly.
Yeah, like I think a particular level 3 deck does this a lot. Basically, Luxem, I heard Luxem does this
Yeah,
a lot.
Luxem is like half your deck is Luxem, well maybe like a third of your deck's Luxem, and then you have like 6 fire cards, and everything else is normal.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I heard some people even have only 4 fire cards.
yeah, that's the. It's usually like 4 creative, and then maybe like
Yeah.
planted.
Yeah. All right. The Crosshair not looking into a good situation right here, being really, really worried about the situation that's happening right now. American just really comfortably just waiting for his turn right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to guarantee you day 2. So whoever
Yeah.
wins this game, this is a really, really critical game. And I mean, obviously, there's still another 3 more rounds to play after this. But I think you'd be much more confident if you were already in at this point.
Yeah, I think one thing I would say is that for both players right here, yeah, their position is not that terrible. Even if any of them loses, they still have 3 more rounds to actually go through day 2. They are in a really good position. But what makes a difference here at this point is whoever wins this has the opportunity to take it further. That I want that top 8. I can win this. I can win round 7 as well. Round 8, round 9, we can see how it goes. I can even try and play it out and win. And if we ID is not even that bad. So it is a really, really crucial point right now. We are going into the
It seems like thinking about going for Inert Sword here, which either that tells me found a Blazing Throw somewhere in here, maybe off the Prudent knock.
Can't imagine Diana swinging a sword.
I mean, we're on Looking Glass. We might as well do it. We have Cheshire anyway, so it kind of works out. We have Palaver, we have Inert.
It works in the card stance, but in the lore sense, like, can you... you were using a bow. Why were you using a sword?
You know, imagine being distant and then hitting someone else. Are you like throwing the sword at them? Like, what's happening here?
It's
Like, is your sword just really, really long, and
There's
you can
this-
just like smack at them from like
there's
500 miles
There's
away?
this particular show I want to reference, but I don't think I can because we'll get into trouble. But if the chat knows what I'm talking about, you guys know what I'm talking about. But anyway, going back, American is probably going to go into Resolute Stand. I think 3 costs right here. I can't imagine if it's not going for it.
Seems like Resolute is going to be the pick here.
Was it Topsy?
Might be top,
Oh
but
no, might be Sacrifice.
ooh. I mean, we still have the taunt, right?
Yeah.
So are we going to Undeniable Truth or Wraithguard just to get an extra dig in?
Yeah. We can truth
Oh.
we can truth the Wraith, I guess.
Resolute. We're going to Resolute the Wraith.
yeah,
That's what we're going to do. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. This is going to ensure that we keep this taunt around for another turn.
Yeah, I think this is getting out of hand. This Wraith has been here the entire point of game tree. Not say empire, but the presence of
There
Wraith.
has been a Wraith,
Wraith, yeah,
the
there has been a
entire
Wraith
game.
every
Whether
game.
it's this one or one of its other lives, there has been a Wraith at every single turn of this game.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Like, this Wraith is just showing a lot. Again, which is a surprising factor to me. I think a lot of people are undervaluing how strong Wraith is in terms of a protection card. And American is really showing us that, okay, this card is really, really good, guys. Like I think it works in general matchups too, be it against ally, being against, maybe not against non-ally decks, but in general, it does what it does, which is protecting.
Yeah, and you know, against, I think CL, its weaknesses are Seiryu and
Yeah.
aggro allies, like fire aggro. And Wraithguard's good against both those decks because against Seiryu, it's like, what are you going to do? How are you going to get rid of it? I guess you Dream Fairy it. Oh my god, Blazing Throw! So he did draw it. He must have drawn it off the drawn it off of Prudent Knock there, which is why he didn't play it in the previous turn.
Yep. Oh, we're gonna give out a
Double Blazing Throw? Is it possible?
one shot. CL is 20, right?
Oh right, he leveled up.
CL is 20.
Oh wait, but if he has a one damage
one
ping,
damage ping,
one
right.
damage ping on one of these. No,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
shaking
not
his head, shaking his head.
and this pass. And American here is gonna go into level 2 here, quickly going into the next stage of CL here. Still looking for the dungeon guy, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think he's found it yet. So going from 20 life to 25 life is still a pretty big buffer you've given yourself here. So I would not be too upset about that one.
Yep.
Anything we're gonna in the recollection phase seems like Advent number 2 coming down.
So the recollect here. At least now you can put another card into the Omen, which is still an Advent right here.
Another cremation
Another
ritual.
cremation.
A little bit unnecessary. Already had another one. Doesn't even want to get rid of this liminal guide. Finally, we're gonna throw it.
Yeah, it has done its job. It's gonna retire into the banished area.
Throwing the topsies actually.
Yep. Gonna let it resolve here. It's gonna go to the banish. Why this card's like cremation into Luminous Guy is just a strong combo because it already gives you a card and now it draws you more cremation.
Oh wait, is that another Wraith Guard though?
Is it Carter?
Okay, I thought that was another Wraith
Yeah,
Guard.
I think that's Carter right there. Yeah.
You know, he's purple.
cremation.
He could pass for a Carter, to be honest.
I don't want to say this, but Anakin might be cremating his own death at this point if he doesn't find the guy. But however, next turn is gonna be a level 3 turn if he survives the next turn, right? Because you do have 3 cards in the memory right now. We can just hard level. There's no issues right here.
Yeah, but does he have Oblation as well? He also needs to have that. Otherwise, he's not really doing any. Not really putting any pressure on Leocroy. But here's, can we do 10 damage?
I mean, just
Can we do 10 damage? Mana Flare Barrage, clear the Wraith Guard. And we would need like an Ignition Draw, a distant card. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask for, but I want to see if Leocroy can somehow make the impossible happen. Never mind. We're definitely not killing if we're bringing out the boots.
Yep.
The inferior boots here.
Yeah, we're just buying another turn, I believe.
Loses that burning Aether Charge. The Nullifying Lantern making it a bit harder to play, so we're just gonna throw that away and try and dig for something else.
This game is getting slower than we expected. I think because both players are now carefully maneuvering to make sure that they're not Leocross is not overextending his resource, so he just outright doesn't get out value. American's playing it. I won't say American's playing that slow, but he's playing it really carefully. It's a very studious. It's like, okay, I will just need to protect myself. I don't have to rush anything. Like, even bring out the Nullifying Lantern. The Lantern actually does a few work already in this game, I think.
Yeah, it definitely, it's not useless. It definitely is stopping these burning Aether Charges from being kindled, but...
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm not seeing too much answers here. Yeah, just gonna pass again. Are we gonna see the level up to 3 here?
Yeah, I think we definitely will see all these tops just gone away.
So notably, with 5 cards in hand, we can play a Prairie Recollection. Oh, actually, we're just gonna draw. So we don't even. Oh wow, he has nothing. He has Liminal Guides, Gravation. Oh wait, he has an Oblation. Okay, Oblation.
Yeah, there's Oblation right here. This is gonna go in for 15 damage right here.
And then Fu, and then Fu.
And then Fu as well. This might be game, folks.
Okay, that's gonna be 15 damage. It's actually going to kill his own Wraith Guard, which is like, I mean, you know what? Loyal Soldier, unfortunately, I must do this.
I mean, look, if I'm going to win the game, I'm going to sacrifice anything. It's fine, no, it's fine.
After everything he's done for you, you're just going to sacrifice him? By the way, that guy should be banished.
Yeah, it should be banished, but it's fine, it's fine. 15 damage right here. I think he's doing it. It is going to use...
Okay, Topsy Decreed, that's not in the deck.
And that's game.
Boy.
And that's game. American takes the game here with Oblation into the full combo. People have been looking forward for this combo, and it finally happened.
Yeah, I mean, all I got to say... 07 to my Wraith Guard. That guy literally carried this whole game. The 4 of them that existed.
Yeah, like if there's any MVP in this particular game, it's the Wraith Guard.
Yeah, that Wraith Guard did literally everything. He protected. He sacrificed his life. It just, you know.
Everyone needs someone like the Wraith Guard in their life.
Yeah, you need someone who will stick with you, who will literally take a bullet, or I guess in this case an arrow for you,
would die for you.
He
and
will die
come
for
back,
you and then come back and then die for you again. I
Yeah.
mean,
And-
what
and
can I say?
ensure this next generation protecting you as well. Like that Wraith just did so much work, but it also shows the vulnerability of what Leocross deck is trying to do. Because in the end of the day, despite how much damage you actually have, you can't, if you have no way to bypass the taunt or the intercept, it is a real problem.
Yeah, and really, right, you got to remember that if he got a better
Yeah.
set of Aether charges on that Ignition draw,
The game is his.
he would have won. If he got one mana streak, if he hit one mana streak and even just a Charge of Soul,
Yeah.
his hand was just slightly different.
Yeah, I mean,
He was so close to just ending it right
yeah,
there.
he was 5-0. In the end of the day, he did win 5-0 in this really, really difficult tournament. I think it's been a difficult tournament for everyone. But like asking around, people are saying this tournament has not been what they expected in terms of the meta core. It's been really a mixed opinion in terms of like whether they feel like they brought the right deck. Some felt that they definitely brought the wrong deck. Some are not sure whether they brought the right deck. It's a really confusing time for play, which is great to watch, right? You get to see all these decks coming out. Even this year, I don't even think that people are thinking about a floating memory CL deck.
Yeah, I think it's in a new format. It's really hard to figure everything out. That's why usually people look at us to find out. It's usually the first event of a new set. They were like, okay, I'm not gonna test until I see what the crazy people who are coming to Ascent Manila are cooking up. And actually, I was talking to a lot of top players from like other regions. They're like, we're just kind of waiting for Manila to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
like,
we're gonna let, let's say, for example, my group, we're gonna let Quaritz cook. And yeah, apparently we haven't heard much about it, but yeah, I think overall it's been a really, really fun game to watch, and I can't wait to see more of this kind of fun game. So we're gonna take a short break, really short break, and we'll be back with round 7 soon. Bye-bye.
okay.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of Ascent Manila. It's fun here and with me is Hero, ready for last stretch, last 3 rounds of the day. Things are getting down to the wire and I think we're going to be featuring a deck we haven't featured yet today, so are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I mean, You can hear the thunder, but it's not going to be an arcane deck right now. It's apparently going to start raining. It's going to be Luxem Xander again. Against a water deck again. Not allies this time though. It's going to be Water Aetherwing Diana. Those of you familiar with the Looking Glass Ranger Strides, big boom, Carp Song Coda kind of turn, you will be excited to see this deck go in for sure.
Yeah, this deck it has been doing really, really, really well in like a bunch of like store champs and regionals in the past, like since this set released. But it's also been doing really well even since DTR. I mean, obviously got a top 8 in Ascent Akihabara, and it never like wins anything, but it's always like there and it's always like making splashes. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this deck performs, because I think we maybe have like 1 or 2 who are like in the running to making day 2. So we have Dennis Yao on that deck. And as far as upgrades from the new set, Palver has made the cut. So now we're in here. We have 2 swords to buff our Cheshire with, and otherwise, not too much different.
Yeah, I mean, Power Sword is a great way to turn off your opponent's floating memory, liminal guys, and things like that. It does do a lot of work. You can see Chunky and Dennis Yao over here on the stream table. Dennis Yao fresh off of the top as well at the Yeti online, Fable online regional with, I believe, also the same Water Diana
Yes,
deck.
actually, that is correct. So kind of believes in the deck. It's been working well for him, so he's bringing it back here to Ascend Manila.
Yeah, doing well so far. Both of these players at a 5-1 scoreline. Of course, a win will be an in to day 2. And that Shadow Strike CPR, very highly coveted. Of course, Chunky here on the Serene Spirit of Fire. You know what that means. It is going to be the Luxem Xander as well.
Hey, it could be... I don't think there's anything else that plays Serene Spirit of Fire.
And Jin.
Some yes.
Some
Jin. Yes, true. Okay, so it could be Jin. Let's not count it out, but it is a Luxem. And looking at this list, unfortunately, there is no way of breaking Aqua Mirage Whispers. I know some of these Luxem players who respect the Diana decks do play like Varukan Acolyte. This deck does not, so that means, sorry, this Aqua Mirage is sticking for the whole game.
Yep, bottom cards 2 only has the 6-card hand. I wonder who is going first. I do think it's Chunky here. He will definitely just pass the turn here, wait to do something at fast speed instead. Dennis Yao, though, on the other hand, does have a Treasure Cat in the starting hand. But of course, with this Water Diana, you do know the usual gameplay loop is first you find a distant card, then you go to level 1 while distant so that you can bring out the Seeker's Aetherwing or the Aqua Mirage Whisper.
In this case, you definitely go for the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Xander's not known for having lots of ways to break the spell-shrouded Aether Wing. Cheshire going to be the first play here. As long as we have a 2-cost distant card, we can still hit distant on our next materialization. So that should be fine, as long as you have like a backstep or even like your reposition would not be too bad either.
Yeah, both are decent options here. Is now a Creator Shock into the Fast Cure, going to use that floating memory to level up to Xander level 1.
Oh, Tri-Castle has been found. Are we keeping it? You think this deck is like all water except for like the couple normal cards, like the backsteps and stuff, but this is like a very water-heavy deck. I kind of want to see maybe if we keep this.
Yeah, the Tri-Castles would be kind of crazy. You could... I mean, you could still deal with it if you had allies on the board already. And it looks like we're not going to keep it right now. This is a 62-card deck, by the way. Chunky playing with a little bit of a sin in the card gaming scene.
Oh, wait. He bottomed the Gleaming Cut to keep the Tri-Castle instead?
That's interesting. We will see. Oh,
That's
Thieving Cut.
interesting. And he's going to immediately put it down to use the Thieving Cut. So let's see if this Tri-Castle is just going to end up getting banished anyway, and we hyped it up for nothing.
Well, we will find out pretty soon. Thieving Cut is going to resolve 3 damage onto the Spirit of Water of Dennis Yao. Is there going to be a distant? There is not. He's going to wake up already. So maybe we're going Inert Sword right now. We're going to just push this Cheshire Cat to be a very dangerous ally.
Yeah, this deck on Chunky's side doesn't have Planted Explosive or Smoke. Oh, it has Smoke in the side, but it doesn't have it in the main. So nothing that can actually remove the Cheshire Cat in this first game. So that's going to be a huge problem, because are we going to bring out Palver next turn maybe and start swinging for 5 each turn?
5 each turn is kind of crazy. Not only that, if Chunky chooses to take an off turn, he can deny the Xander level 2 effect. But it looks like it is, in fact, going to not be the Xander level 2. It is just going to be backup charger. So Dennis Yao, is there going to be anything on the stack of the backup charger materialization? It looks like he is considering. He does, of course, have access to a lot of different fast speed cards. And of course, if he wants to go for that powerful sword, does need to put at least one card into the memory.
Ooh, reposition is the pick here, so this is class bonus float, so we're not going to be able to use it to level up to 1, but we are now distant, and that is exactly what this Diana deck is trying to do.
There's a little pew pew on the board that does indicate distant. Meanwhile, Chunky using the backup charger maybe has a turbo charge as well. No, just going to full pass here as well. Does get to keep those tri-castles, so we might see them in use later. Dennis Yao, in the meantime, can go up to level 1 here with the Diana Aether Dilettante.
Yeah,
He
so
is, of course, distant.
the big thing here is we do have the Topsy Decree, so if a Weaving Mana Stream does get thrown into the grave, we can get rid of it. I don't know if I see another Assassin action in the hand, which might be a problem because if... Okay, so we're not Palvering at least.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Thieving Cut in the graveyard, so he will be able to pick that up next turn. Of course, like you said, if the Palvo Sword did come out, that would have been a slight issue. Incapacitate on the Charge the Soul will allow him to put 2 cards into memory to level up.
Are we just kind of gambling on the hope that he doesn't have another Aether Charge card?
This is a pretty interesting choice.
That's risky, but I also respect it. Because like these decks, you know, if you just don't have another Aether Charge, you maybe just can't swing.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Yao is going to respond to this Incapacitate. He puts another card down.
And the thing about the Incapacitate is, guess what? You just put it back into your hand. This is Chain Charge here, gonna force him to pay 1, but it is also an Aether Charge. So while the Charge of Soul is going to be stopped here, we did force him to play Chain Charge in order to get this into the gun just so we can shoot it here.
Yep, here's a 3 damage swing from the Cheshire Cat again. Diana coming in for 3 right now with only 1 Aether Charge as well as the Distant. So coming in for 3, we'll get to look at the top 4 cards of his deck now.
Now here's the... oh my god, we're
Release?
releasing now. That's early, but also... Okay, so we're doing this in response.
Maybe he's worried about Carp Song Coda?
Yeah, that is definitely something. Maybe like double Carp Song is a concern here. Now, one thing of note is that after this glimpse, we still have the Topsy Decree, so we could actually Topsy, and if we hit a float off this, we already have the charge, so we could actually go hit 2 float off of our Topsy, which would be pretty nice, especially if it is that Weaving Mana Stream.
Yeah, that would be very high value. We will have to see. There is a Charge the Soul as well as the reposition in the graveyard already, so already 2 floating memory for that Topsy to eat.
Exactly, so this is interesting. I'm definitely... Okay, so we're just going to let that Serene resolve because it's like, what else are we going to do? We can't really stop this. Still on the stack before the attack even resolves. Serene being used here. Lineage Release going to heal us 6. We don't want to have any opportunity to get hit by fast speed spells.
Yep, and then we're going to take the damage from the Diana's shot into the face. 3 damage is going to be a glimpse for Dennis Yao, looking for either the Carpson Coda, the Toad Troll, or that Weaving Mana Stream, of course, to put in the graveyard. The Carpson Coda into the hand, preferably.
Yeah, so obviously need to get that frog in first. So with that Topsy, we can hit. Okay, there's one of them. That is going to be a big difference. Remind me again, the Carpson Coda is not a spell, right?
It is. It's a skill.
It's a skill, yeah. So it can get through Topsy, so we're going to have to use the Topsy to just hit the frog instead.
Correct, and that's why it also dodges things like Spell Shot on Seiryu and Genbu. So really, really powerful card for sure. Water Ball, Beast Ball, Frog Ball, whatever you want to call it, is the Diana's version of Fireball.
That's right, and you know, you don't even have to be scaled up. You really just have to find a singular frog in your deck with 4 of them in. So it's not hard at all, especially for a deck that is able to glimpse like 10 on a Stride's turn.
Yeah, Dennis Yao still has his full hand up, can go for a Frostborn Paladin or a Castellan Archer, dealing even more damage, but does not have it right now.
Let's see if we actually end up using the Topsy here. It is still a -1, and as a Luxem deck, you don't really want to be minusing yourself. Wow, that's a lot of Luxem.
Yeah, we're losing a Striking Illuminance and an Uncover the Plot to go up to Xander level 2, picking up the Incapacitate back again because he was able to use that last turn to try and deny the Charge the Soul. Of course, did protect himself from 1 damage. Not only that, we'll lose a preparation counter in order to get this. Now, Dennis Yao does have a response. It is going to be Carson Coda on the stack.
Ooh. Topsy Decree coming in here. Gonna banish that frog. No frog song for you. Does he even have another animal in there? That looks like a no. That's 0 damage coming in here.
Yeah, 0 damage coming in. Carpsong Coda is going to... He's going to play the melody, and yet there's going to be no animals that follow his tune. No damage in from this Carpsong Coda by Dennis Yao.
Now, one thing though is I saw Chungy's hand. I did not see a dungeon guide. It's a lot of Luxem cards, which means I don't know if we're going to be able to level up next turn, which means if Dennis is able to get a big strides turn off, we might just be able to end the game here.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis still making a very heads-up choice to try and pick up, send that Carpsong Coda right here, right now, while the Incapacitate is not in the hand just yet. Chunky, though, does have 7 influence, does not have that dungeon guide like you mentioned.
I think that's Tri-Castle and... It's Incapacitate, Tri-Castle, and 5 Luxem cards, I think.
He can't even go up to level 3. He can't use the Incapacitate to level up just yet.
It's going to have to be probably backup charger.
He already
And then
used
not
it.
act... Oh, then it's going to be... Is he on Prism Spire as well?
He's on Tengu.
So it's
yeah.
probably going to be Tengu, don't activate it, and then use it to put cards down because you don't want to risk not drawing into cards that
bricking
allow you to play.
This is really rough. And he can't even use Creator Shot because he's already released that Serene Spirit. So that is going to be a pretty big deal. Meanwhile, Dennis Yao, let's see what he has available for us here. I believe Chunky is just going to full pass. Dennis Yao has to consider what his options are. He does, of course, have the usual, the Flash Grenade, the Ranger Strides, the Palvor Sword, which is now a big new card for him as well.
Strides would be quite strong here. We have the float already in that charge as well, so we can just bring it out. Gives us a +1. Then we have this. We already have the Cheshire locked and loaded, so that means we could potentially swing for 10 here with at least just 1 Aether charge.
Yeah, 10. Although 10 is still not close enough for lethal, we might have to see a little bit more. Dennis Yao putting a card down, repositioning his Diana Aether Dilettante is not going to be denied by an Incapacitate. Instead, going to save that card for maybe a more scary card instead. Reposition now is going to be paid for using the Ranger Strides. I said that the other way around, but let's go.
I wonder, do you think he's going to Incapacitate? If there's an Aether charge in hand, do you think we're going to see another Incapacitate on the Aether charge to try to deny the shot this turn?
Honestly, we might. It's really quite scary, the position that Chunky is in. He doesn't have a way to go up to level 3.
So we see some allies. There's a Crystalline Archer in there. I think there might be a Paladin and an Archer, so we can try and use this float that we have instead on some ally beatdown, which would be quite strong because the Luxem deck is not known for being very good at clearing allies until level 3.
Yeah, but Dennis Yao did make Diana distant, so you would think he would want to use an Aether charge and try to go for a big swing this turn or a big shot with the Aqua Mirage Whisper.
Could just swing with the Inert Sword for 3, I suppose, at worst.
Yeah, although that will turn off the Cheshire Cat as well, so there are a couple of options. I assume this is going to be an Aether charge. 2 cards are going to be put down into the memory. May also be the Crystalline Archer that we saw earlier in the hand.
Stalin could draw you into an Aether charge. I feel like there is no Aether charge in hand, which is why he's having such a hard time making this decision.
No Aether charge, no Mana Stream either, so it was not able to get that free floating memory every turn just yet. But with another hit with this Aqua Mirage Whisper, that may change his future, that may change his fate.
And the Topsy's already gone, so you don't need to worry about your Weaving Mana Stream being banished at this point.
He could have another one.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of these decks are on like 3 or 4 Topsies in main, so it's definitely possible, but I wouldn't expect 4 necessarily, especially in Luxem.
I mean, he could always just not have it. Dennis, though, still has to consider what his options are. Really has a lot of different lines to go for lethal, a lot of different lines to go for maximum damage in this Diana Aether Dilettante deck. And that is going to be one of the... Oh, there is the Cheshire Cat popped now. Is there a second cat instead? It is going to be second cat.
Oh, wait. Are we just going to swing with Inert Sword?
Yeah, we're going to go double Ranger Strikes, maybe triple Ranger Strikes Cat Punch.
Oh my god, that's crazy. So this is going to be 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage on this swing here.
That's lethal, no?
It's lethal if
Cat,
there is nothing.
Strides.
I don't think Chunky had like a Crystallized Destiny, so I think this is lethal with the sword.
Yeah, you can't interact with any of that with the Incapacitate. That is Yao taking game 1 really, really quickly. Inert Sword into Ranger Strides into Cheshire Cat twice for ranged 13 on that Inert Sword slash.
You know, you were saying, are we going to incapacitate the reposition? Maybe we should have incapacitated the reposition there. I mean, How are you supposed to know exactly what's gonna happen though, right? It's really, really tough because this Diana deck has so many lines, so many options, and you saw there, didn't even shoot. He threw the sword at him from like, what from like 15 miles away?
15
15
meters
kilometers away?
Range 15. Like each range is not how much damage
Yeah.
you do, it's how many meters away you are.
So yeah, so that was a crazy ending to that game. I don't think anyone was really expecting, oh, I'm just gonna Cheshire and then Cheshire again and then also strides. Yeah, that was range 13, right? Range 13. So
Range
13
13.
meters.
Yeah, 13 meters,
30 meters.
long throw, javelin
Throws,
toss.
you know, I mean, fire has blazing throw. I guess we have like wet throw, like moist throw.
Moist throw. That's icky.
I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. Let's talk about sideboarding then. So on Chunky's side, Crystallized Destiny, I mean, that's got to come in. This deck is known for throwing immense amounts of damage.
Yep.
Other than that, Resolute, always a decent choice. Another Topsy maybe could come in. And then Smoke Out to try and kill the Cheshire Cat is another strong one.
But he would need to smoke out in tandem with the, I guess, okay, with a Light Weaver's Assault 2 damage ping, or alternatively with a Thieving Cut if he wants to get rid of it early. As you could see, Chunky just didn't even have the time to go up to level 3, because if he had a Dungeon Guide there, maybe he would have been able to use those Tri-Castles.
Yeah, so on Dennis Yao's side, maybe could consider putting the Staggering Strike. It's not always super useful to get rid of Xander's prep, especially because this deck's not even on Return to the Archive and the Mercenary Blade. So I think probably Frozen Dismissal and Snow White are coming in here.
Yeah, those
Snow
would be
White
great.
gonna stop you from turbo leveling, and Frozen Dismissal stops Dungeon Guide. So we'll see what the pick is.
Yeah, but I
here.
want you to think, okay, what if we do range 13 Staggering Strikes?
Range 13 Staggering Strikes, ain't no Banish Insight gonna be stopping that. All your Underfires, all your Banish Insights, we don't care. We're just gonna hit you. We see you. Even from that far away, we can still see you.
Yeah, those Rangers have the keen eye trait, you know. It's gonna be pretty scary for Chunky to try and make it through this game. If Dennis Yao puts him through the blender any further, he might come out of this game as creamy instead.
That's very, very true. But he gets to go first here, and that's a big deal. Going first as Luxem, always preferred.
Yeah, I mean, most decks prefer to go first in Grand Archive.
I don't think there is any deck that wants to go second, honestly.
Yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head either. But it is, of course, card games in general, that there is going to be a skew in first and second. There is going to be advantages here and there. I mean, being able to have that initiative is going to be a big difference maker. The Serene Spirit of Fire now materialized for Chunky. Let's see if this game can go any better than the last.
And really, the big thing of that game was just not finding the Dungeon Guide either. Obviously, Dungeon Guide is such an important card in these decks. Not being able to find it as Luxem, like the difference between a Dungeon Guide game and a non-Dungeon Guide game is night and day.
It is going to be night and day. The Luxem, of course, the elements of light would like to see more light and less night. He would like to go into day 2. Throughout the rest of the day, he does still have 3 more games to play out. This one, of course, is one of them.
This hand does
Cat.
not look amazing. It's a lot of normal cards, not even a creative. It might be backup charger turn. Yeah, this is... You know, it was saying, oh, you know, you want to go first as Luxem, you get the glimpse, you bottom 2, and you see more stuff that does not help here. It's like Topsies, it's some like defensive cards, a lot of yellow as well, so but not a lot of influence gain.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Yao, probably pretty standard. Inert Sword coming out again. It is going to buff up this Cheshire Cat. Chunky, though, didn't even have the turbo charge, just going for the backup charger to find more influence. Now, we're going to see Dennis Yao, again, putting in a 5 damage turn with this cat and with this sword. The Spirit is going to turn sideways as well, putting in a bit more chip into the side of Chunky.
It's a lot of damage. It's just... This is the thing, when they open Cheshire and then you bring out the sword immediately, it's just tough. Fast Cure gonna come out here. What's the influence? I think Chunky's lower, Serene, and went first.
Chunky should be at 7. Dennis Yao should be at 8.
Chunky, he started to 6, then he went 7, 8, yeah, no,
Backup
6,
charger
7,
to 8.
7.
Yeah, then loses 1 for the Fast Cure. Dennis Yao has the opportunity. He can just use 1 card to deny this Fast Cure.
Yeah, reposition here. You were already probably going to do that to get distant anyway, so...
Yeah.
Would be pretty good here. Stops the healing.
Yeah, your reposition doing 4 damage is kind of crazy if you think about it.
That's true.
Because that's effectively what it means to deny a recover 4 off of this Fast Cure, the new reprinted card in PTM as well. Dennis Yao is going to put cards in memory. One card only, so it might be that reposition, like you mentioned. Instead, it's the Charge the Soul.
Okay,
This Charge the
okay.
Soul coming in for 5, technically. On the stack, Topsy Decree.
Okay. So that is going to put us below once again. So now we are, is that 6 to 7?
6 to 7, 6 and 7, 6 7.
That's right, that's right. 6
Uh,
and 7.
The card is going to resolve, so Fast Cure will resolve the Charge the Soul. In fact, it's not 5 damage, just the 1 as usual. Topsy, of course, does deny this floating memory, which is great. Luxem Xander, now Xander 1, not Xander 2 or 3 just yet. Two more Fast Cures off the
Two
top.
more fast. You know, I think we need to stop curing ourselves. It might be time to find a creative shock, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, these cures are still pretty helpful. He puts both of them on top. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to cure myself fast, and that's good enough.
Well, you
but
know.
Dennis Yao going down on influence again. Reposition is going to be used now.
You know, he could have played the reposition there then, actually.
Yeah, it would have denied the fast cure, but then he would have lost the floating memory. So
That's true, that's
That is a
true.
trade-off.
You could just
That-
wait for the Topsy to resolve, and then you play it, right? And then you would still be tied.
Oh
and you
yeah, it'll
wouldn't
still
get
be
the
on
heal
the
off.
stack of the fast cure. Yeah. That would be true
Even
as well.
cut big here gives us an assassin action that we
is-
need for level 2.
That is going to be the cut. And there is going to be 3 and the draw as well. So both fast cures now back in the hand for Chunky.
So that's 7 to... After the level up here, I don't think these fast gears are actually going to get the heal off.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Yao should be at 6 influence right now. He's already used quite a bit. Here is the Aether Dilettantes making his way on the board. Level 1 champion deck's really nice because you only need to buy 1 CSR.
Yeah. And, you know, it really helps to play these decks because you also don't need to get Dungeon Guide.
Another Charge the Soul is going to be played as well, going to poke in another point of damage. And I think Dennis Yao at maybe like 4 influence. So yeah, these fast cures not going to be very fast or curing.
I think Chunky was maybe like, I want to heal. I want to have the Luxem experience without actually hitting Luxem. So I'm just going to heal using Fast Cure instead.
I think you would like to hit Luxem. There's going to be quite a big difference maker. Here is the Diana that was shooting in for 3 with that Charge the Soul in the intent of the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Gets the glimpse for now. Dennis Yao, will he be able to find a Weaving Mana Stream? That's going to be massive, of course, for him. It is going to be the Toad Troll. Still pretty nice to have. He's a good boy. He's EP.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage that we could be threatening here. Carp Sankota doing 6 damage, and then again, next turn, we could just go Strides and then shoot for, like, what? Another 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage, and then Carp Sankota, and then you're dead. Like, it's going to be pretty hard, especially with Chunky's hand not having things like the Crystallized or like anything that can stop the Topsy you've already used. The Frog is already just like stuck there, unless we can draw another one.
Yeah, I mean,
Always
Dennis Yao
possible.
still has his entire hand up available for him to play. Can again go for Crossland Archer, Frostland Paladin, more options for him in order to try and find this lethal a little bit earlier, while Chunky is still at Xander level 1, not at his full level 3 potential just yet. He has to decide on this glimpse. The Toad Troll, of course, is going to be the mill already, but the remaining 3 cards does still have to decide. By right, you're supposed to finish the glimpse and then mill.
Yeah,
but-
but that is the proper way to do it. But a lot of people are like, okay, I know for sure I'm milling this, and I'm just gonna like think here for the remaining 3.
Yeah.
As a Riot player, I would do that a lot. Like with the Scry the Skies, I would always just draw in the memory, and then I would fix my glimpsing.
Yeah. By left, you know.
By
But
left, by left.
Unfortunately, I mean, this kind of thing is a bit iffy, because sometimes, let's say, oh, I forgot, I didn't draw
Yeah,
into memory
uh-huh.
yet, you know, that kind of thing. So it's always good to just do things by the correct procedure, but as long as both players are okay, I think it's fine. We also have judges on the table to catch any of these shenanigans. Dennis Yao sends all 3 cards to the bottom, doesn't like the look of any of them, and that means he's going to have a fresh draw next turn. It's also going to full pass, sends the Pew Pew marker away, no more distant for the end of his turn. And Chunky, level 2, is it going to make its way onto the board this turn?
The tough thing really is,
Safeguard.
Safeguard gonna be the pick here. Are we not on lanterns? We
We
can't
are
stop
not.
any of these Carps on Kodas from coming out. I think the problem is his hand is just one. I don't think he has Dungeon Guide once again. Hasn't found it.
On the stack,
Oh boy,
there's
Carp
the Carp Song.
You are so close to dead right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a release already. The Safeguard Amulet does make its way onto the board, but the Frog Ball has already hit him in the face. The funny thing about the Languid Totro is its flavor text is let it be alone and it will let you be alone, but it looks like it will not, in fact, let you be alone. It just punched you in the face for 6.
Or
Here's
did it
the
like
Juggle
spit
Knight.
at you? I like to think it spit at you.
The Frog Tour is kind
The
of
frog
scary.
Dua is pretty scary. I mean, honestly, I think that should do more than 6 damage.
Yeah, Frog Tour. A 0-6 Frog Tour kind of crazy. Dungeon Guide to 2
Bunch
here.
of guy to 2 were desperate.
I mean, it will put him down low on influence, so maybe those fast cures can finally resolve. But I think even after this, he is still pretty high. Vanish from sight is
4.
going to be removed.
It's 4 to
4?
4 to 4. So we play 1 fast cure.
Oh, but he's going to go up on influence because of the Xander
Yeah,
2.
yeah. This is okay. I mean, are we just gonna try and hope to find another dungeon guy? Because
There's 5 in hand.
I guess we juggle knife, put 2 down to level up to 3, but then we're not getting our reveal triggers yet.
Yeah, there's Resolute Stand available though, so maybe won't die just yet. But if the 2 cards in hand is reposition, we might see a repeat of last game.
Just needs any way of making distant, then we can swing for
Double.
3 on cat, and then that would be 4,
9,
8,
range 9.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah, that's lethal.
Yeah, that's
for
lethal.
sure.
That's more than enough. Except, well, to resolute, no, but
Yeah, true Resolute, no. But then you would Resolute on the cat, I would think.
he might not resolute on the cat because
that's
he's like,
true.
oh, it's probably can't kill me this turn.
13, don't Resolute on the cat. It comes in for 8. 8 is 1 short of lethal.
Yeah, that's right. So it'd be pretty close.
Chunky in a really bad spot. At the very least, he can't take any more damage from like a Charge to Soul or something because he does have that Safeguard Amulet unless Dennis has 2 Charge to Souls and uses them on the stack of the Safeguard Amulet. Here's the Ranger Strides. Indeed. Let's see what's going to be the play. Reposition going to be used. Here is the draw. Is there a backstep? Is there a reposition? There is maybe.
Surely, if this plan was Ranger Strikes, we would have a way. There must be a distant card. This deck is like half of it is just distant cards.
If there is a will, there has to be a way.
Maybe-
Dennis, yeah.
Also worried about incapacitate, maybe.
Yeah, that definitely could be an option for Chunky. He does have a couple of cards in hand still. 5 available. Does only represent 1 interaction right now. Dennis Yao putting cards into his memory already. Maybe it is the backstep indeed. Cards on quota!
Ooh, okay. So at least we have the safeguard so that this doesn't just destroy us. But
Yeah.
now, if we have any distant card, are we gonna resolute here?
cat
No. Ooh,
Comes in.
Okay. Thinking
Chunky
about it.
Chunky says wait. The Resolute Stand will pull its weight.
It's going to, stand there menacingly. Cool guys don't look at cats swinging at them from behind. Actually, yeah, he's just not going to use it. He doesn't believe
Is he
that Dennis can kill him here.
dead?
That's a bit risky. I see the evasive maneuvers we could use.
Dennis Yao, are you going to send it?
That's 4, 8, 4, 8, 9. Okay, so we're just swinging with the sword. Okay.
Okay, this coming for 3? Oh, no, 2 only. There's no.
yeah, we
there's
are
no
not distant.
Okay,
Not distant. Okay, so
no lethal.
now here's the problem. Even if Chunky is alive here, what does he do? He could fast cure, level up to 3, no reveal.
Yeah, you know what else could be scary? Carp Song Coda on the stack of the materialization could be pretty scary. Unless this Fosker does get to resolve.
Oh.
Dennis Yao is at 5 cards in
Oh, yeah, that's Carp
hand.
Song.
Carp Song only comes in for 2. This is still end step.
No.
Dennis Yao might have forgotten.
Oh, he
He's already
forgot
played
about
it,
it. Okay,
though.
well, you've already played it.
No takesies,
takesies,
backsies.
backsies, touch move.
No takesies, backsies. A little bit of an overstep from Dennis Yao.
Yeah, I got a little bit excited there. Was like, I see the vision. I can end this with an aria to
Will-
end this game.
Will take 2, but does recover 4. Chunky goes down to 15 damage counters, and now we are gonna finally hit Luxem Xander.
But here's the problem. We have no cards in hand. We have no way of revealing anything.
Yeah. We do have a Gleaming Cut in hand. Maybe he has an Uncover on the top of his deck. Who knows?
Oh,
Second
another
Gleaming
gleaming.
Cut.
Okay, wait, but okay. Is there a world where we suddenly don't die here? Cheshire Cat only swings for 1
He has
now.
Crystallize in hand.
He has a Okay. There's a world where we survive here, gleaming, and then the gleaming has to find us into uncovers and sights. Otherwise, we just die.
Yeah, but the cat right now is already representing half of Chunky's remaining health.
If we can get distant.
Yeah.
If we, because maybe
No,
we
the
can't.
Oh wait, no. There's no inert
There's
sword.
no more inert sword. We use,
Yeah, there's
we use
Power
it.
Sword though.
There is Palvor Sword.
So the cat alone could represent half of the health. That means 1 damage from Dennis Yao's hand is all it takes for the game to be ruled in his favor.
Yeah, bring out Palver here. That's
Yep,
okay.
there it is.
There is. We already have the float as well. So
See your graveyard.
it's like just banish it all, please.
Yep. But both of them non-floating memory, doesn't really matter. Cheshire Cat is coming in for 3. That is going to resolve.
Oh, this
Dennis
is getting
Yao.
dicey.
Oopie doopie.
It's gonna be 2 damage swing. If you can get distant, it would be a 3 damage swing, potentially a 7 damage swing.
Yeah, no, it's just coming in for 2.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we're just taking it all?
24. Is there anything in response?
Oh.
3 damage. What's this? Is it a Frost one? It's a
Oh,
Mad Hatter.
Wait, do we even have anything left to bring out with this? Do we have
Ranger
Seeker's Rifle?
Boots. We have Ranger Boots. We have...
Are we on Seeker's Rifle?
we are...
Flash Grenade.
Yeah,
Flash Grenade. We can bring out Flash Grenade.
Ranger Boots, both are decent options.
In Flash Grenade, it goes neutral. It's potentially a way of stopping yourself from dying, even though we don't have distant this turn.
Yeah, Ranger Boots come in hindered, so isn't lethal just yet.
You know what would make it lethal, though? If the Ranger Boots, it draws you a card, right? What if it draws you Charge the Soul?
Ooh, we're thinking. Now we're cooking with gas.
Now, even when you swing with the Mad Hatter, and then you force the Crystallized Destiny, and then he's like, okay.
Okay, we're gambling.
Charge the soul off.
Backup charger's gone. Who
Okay,
cares?
okay.
We get whatever we want. Flash grenade.
Okay, let's see it. Can we draw Charge the Soul off the top, please? Actually, he might have it in the hand already.
Oh, that could be the case. Here it is. Draws a card.
What is it?
Does he have it? 1 damage. It's gonna be fast
okay,
cure.
the other fast cure gonna come down here. Is there a way?
Resolves.
Charge the soul, please.
No, charge the soul.
No, charge the soul.
Okay, wait. We have a game on our hands, ladies and
Okay.
gents.
2 Gleaming Cuts are about to resolve here. Actually, we're about to draw 6 this turn.
7.
Seven cards this turn.
Double Gleaming Cut does resolve. Nothing on the side of Dennis Yao. Puts
Okay,
down 2
okay,
cards.
okay.
He has no reactions
Tri-Castle!
left. Tri-Castle would be huge. Here is the Excalibur. Getting rid of the Ranger Strikes, not allowing this damage to go through. Second Gleaming Cut now is going to resolve. Gets to draw 2 more cards.
Checking Luminance and Lightweaver and Sight.
Yeah, like that Luxem Sight is going to let him draw even more cards. The Light Weavers.
Exploit another Gleaming. Wait,
Cut.
but we don't have unless we draw and cover off of the Exploit.
Here's the Exploit prereq.
Can we draw? Oh, Creative Shock not good here.
We've
Already released. And that's
Another
Lightweaver.
Lightweaver.
Okay, so we can use that to heal and get another Gleaming off. Also clears the Cheshire.
Yeah, is there a way for us to go both Lightweaver, Gleaming Cut, and the Luxem Sight in memory for this Striking Lumen? No, we're just going to Lightweaver's Assault.
Yeah, we're going to Lightweavers because it will allow us to trigger our Gleaming and our Sight. So it heals us and it also clears out that Cheshire Cat, which we need to get rid of now that the Palver is on field.
Yeah, this is big wee woo hours right now. He's already in a lot of danger. 4 more life remaining only. Is just going to use this Lightweaver's Assault.
Yeah, this is going to be dicey. I think there's still the Crystallize in hand. We're going to draw 2 cards when we reveal the Gleaming, which will allow us to actually hold up that Crystallize as well.
Yeah, that's going to be massive for the side of Chunky. He's going to recover 3 back down to 18.
Seems like there's an issue here. Bit of a judge call. I think potentially some things were not paid for.
Okay, just got to double check. From my untrained eye, I think everything looks okay.
Oh. It was the Flash Grenade. Did he not pay for the Flash Grenade? No, he paid for he used the floating memory.
Yeah,
he used the floating memory.
I
So,
think that
so we're
should be
fine, we're fine.
We're good. We resolve.
Oh, did he? I'm pretty sure he paid for it. I'm
Yeah.
fairly certain he did. So
Yeah. Dennis Yao
Okay.
wouldn't do something like that. Would he? Would he just go on stream and lie? Huh?
But you know, sometimes you have a bad memory. Sometimes like I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who doesn't have a bad memory. Chunky. His memory is insane. We're going to see a Luxem Sight and a Gleaming Cut. Both of them are going to be really, really good. Of course, the Luxem Sight is going to let him recover 3. The Lightweaver's Assault is going to do a bunch of damage. I believe that's going to be 4 damage total. That means he does get to get rid of this Cheshire Cat, but is not able to get rid of this Mad Hatter just yet.
Not yet, but I think he did 2 damage. No, he did 2 damage. No, he had 1 damage. So if he finds, okay, there's no way unless he finds another ally.
No Merc Blade in the
No Merc Blade.
main deck as well. So
Unless you want to play Dungeon Guide number 2 and kill it.
yeah, no way.
Oh, he drew another Lightweaver. He drew another Lightweaver.
He's one hand
We're Luxem
short.
Gaming. We
He's
can't
one
play
hand
it now.
short,
We can't
yeah.
play it now. But that means if we survive, again, oh, Bauble of Scarcity comes out. That's the discard version. Bauble of Abundance distortion form.
Yeah, but this also means that Chunky can no longer represent Crystallized Destiny, so there he is going to use it pre-recollection.
In response to the Bauble of Scarcity, activates Crystallize so he doesn't have to discard anything.
That's
Heads
right.
up play. But, that does mean, okay, Mad Hatter just swings and breaks
Yeah.
Crystallized Destiny.
It breaks the Crystallized Destiny for 1, but it's better to take 1 and prevent 1 than to prevent 0, and also to have
Especially
nothing
at
else in
this
hand.
point. You're so close to dying, so you just might as well do it.
Yep, 7 left. 7 life left for Chunky. Really wants to take this series to game 3 if possible.
And I gotta say, I kind of wish he played that Tri-Castle last turn. Would have put put Dennis Yao in a really tough spot because this deck. I mean, how many normal cards? 4 Charge the Souls, 4
Prudent Knock.
Cheshires.
4 Prudent Knock, that's 12.
Yeah, Prudent Knock.
Backstep, that's 16.
Back, okay, there's enough
That's a
normal
lot.
cards. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's like 20 norm cards at least. That's a lot of ways to get out.
But you still
the
have to
Tri-Castle.
banish. You still have to banish.
Yeah, he does have to lose a card. 1 damage does break that Crystallized Destiny.
Okay, 2 damage swing on the Palver.
Hopefully his
Here.
Destiny is not crystallized just yet.
Cheshire and Boots are gone, so none of the big, giant, distant shenanigans possible here. A Carpstone Coda would just end this game.
Yeah, but Dennis Yao has used 3. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to find that last one. Palvasaur does leave the board.
5 more damage. That is, yeah, do you not have it? Are we about to see Luxem Gaming crawling its way back from the depths?
The ultimate cockroach deck.
Oh
He does
my
not have
god,
it.
the cockroach lives. They never die. And this is going to be revealing Light Weavers plus Sight plus... Yeah, just Light Weavers and Sight and a Striking Luminance still forces 3 cards down.
That's still pretty
And
good.
just going to pack it up. He's saying, you know what? Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Let's go to game 3 where I get to go first.
Yes, let's not waste any time. I made a little oopsie with that Carpstone Coda on the end step while your Safeguard Amulet was still active. Not going to happen again, right? You do have to make sure to always be aware of what effects are available on the board. Dennis Yao making a small little oopsie there, thinking he had the lethal, unfortunately did not. That doesn't mean that this game is over just yet. We do still have 23 minutes in the round.
Yeah, and these games are not the types to last particularly long. Usually, the Luxem player, they take their time, but they still end games pretty quickly as long as they get going fast. And then obviously the Water Aether Charge deck ends games extremely quickly if it gets its game plan going extremely quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the Luxem doesn't actually have to think that long for their turns. It's
Yeah.
mostly just pass.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the thing about Luxem. It's like, unless they're going for like a really complicated, like a double Light Weavers with like chaining like multiple draw effects in the same turn to like stack up your memory, it's usually not that hard.
Yeah.
And the deck kind of like runs itself, It's very straightforward.
Yeah, it's simple but effective, and we love to see it. I mean, Chunky does stay 1 more game, showing he still has the chunks about him. Does still have the opportunity to take this series home.
Can I say we haven't seen a singular Weaving Mana stream in this whole game? It would be really nice to see basically the best card in the deck. Get a little bit of love in here.
Okay, to be fair, he saw 3 Carpstone Codas.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
that's
arguably,
true, that's true.
Which is arguably stronger, but at the same time, yeah, you can see on the stack we have 3 Carpstone Codas. Really, really powerful card in the deck. The Water Ball, the Frog Tour, all of them going to be a lot of damage.
I mean, look at the snot on this guy. His spit must be disgusting.
Yeah, he's a good boy though. Look at him.
But
Look
yeah,
at his little hat.
just don't leave him alone. Leave him
Yeah.
alone, and
you
he'll
let
leave
it
you
alone, and it'll let you alone.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I saw a frog chilling like this, I would not bother it.
Yeah, I mean, he has a little buddy beside him too. I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's so cute though. Look at him.
I've never noticed that.
What's
he had a
that
little
guy's
friend.
name? This big guy is Languid Toadtroll. What's this little guy?
Maybe that guy's languid, and then the troll, or maybe he's Toad Troll, and then that guy's languid.
The big guy is
The big guy's languid, and then the friend is
little
Toad
guy's
Troll.
Toad Troll. Well, we are going to go into game 2. Chunky will, of course, resolve his Glimpse 6 first. Then Izal just has a basic draw 7. Spirit, of course, is still going to be really nice. Both of these spirits not available for today. It is going to be Kaze at the top 8 pricing, but that's what both of these players are going to be hitting towards. Chunky, again, bottoming 2 only.
Chose to bottom a Gentle Respite, which is surprising to me. This is like, I guess there is a world where he goes Cat turn 1, and maybe you can't get the Gentle off. It's actually pretty easy for these Diana decks to lower their influence because they're just going to start playing like repositions and stuff.
Yeah, going
So-
second, that Gentle Respite loses a lot of his power.
That's true. Even on Serene. Oh, we see the troll, the Toad Troll in the hand this time instead of... That's not where you want to see them because Luxem is not killing that thing ever.
Of course, the Bauble of Scarcity is going to allow that to still go down. Chunky now just passing turn immediately. Does Dennis Yao have a distant giver? A Weaving Mana Stream would be spectacular if he has it.
I think he might have it. I think that's the
Third
fourth card now.
Yeah, could be. Of course, Dennis Yao has to consider his lines. The worst possible scenario is like Weaving Mana Stream into immediate Top C Decree.
That is... Topsy Decree has been played in every single game of this best of 3.
Meanwhile, Weaving Mana Stream has been played in 0, like you talked about earlier, but it is going to be a card now to give Dennis Yao distant. The reposition is placed at the top of the hand. The Toad Troll maybe into the memory.
Yeah, I mean, you can't throw it off Bauble of Scarcity, but we're just going to toss him away now. We're going to find another one eventually. Reposition, incapacitate the reposition. Oh my god, if Dennis Yao doesn't have another distant card. Wait, I think does he not have the Mana Stream?
Yeah, that was backstab, and backup charger is just going to be the immediate response.
Okay.
Dennis Yao
Okay.
denied of his distant.
Yeah, he's near. We are extremely close to each
we're
other.
face forward. There's no Cheshire Cat either. There's a Frozen Dismissal in the hand for Dennis Yao, so can deny the Dungeon Guide later if it does happen. And I also see a Mad Hatter. We
Oh.
could take a page out of the Wind Wake Up playbook.
Are we about to go crazy? I love to see these people gamble and just go nuts. I don't care. I'm just gonna Mad Hat and I'm gonna banish my Ranger Strides and then cry.
There it is. Luxem Sight
No,
is banished. You love to
that's
see
my
it for
Luxem
Dennis
Sight.
Yao.
Okay,
Just
glimpse 2.
confirming.
Glimpse 2.
Hand size. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Resolute stand and incapacitate on the top of the deck.
I don't know about that. I don't know if those are what you want to be keeping right here. Like, Resolute's pretty good, but this deck tends to hit pretty hard.
Keeps another in cap. Chunky is trying to deny as many times as possible whatever Dennis Yao uses to get distant. Dennis Yao also knows that that is going to be his plan. Immediately just backstabs while he only has 2 cards in hand. Makes the champion distant. The Pew Pew token makes his way back onto the board. Chunky is going to make his turn back to him again. Is there a thieving cut or something right now? There is not.
Oh, I think they're just going to fast gear here. Going to take some damage. Fast gear, go up to level 2, add back that incapacitate. Could even try and incapacitate here to deny an Aether Charge, but it is pretty risky.
There
no,
goes the troll.
Not Languid and Toad Troll.
Yeah, our big buddy and his little friend are both going to make their way into the banish. We've already seen them there once after being top C decreed. They've turned turvy, and now we are going to see them banished of Dennis Yao's own choice.
Yeah, and here is Aqua Mirage Whisper. Hopefully can find another one because we already did have that. We already had the Carp Song in the hand. So this is the perfect time to find another Troll, Toad Troll.
Troll, Toad, Troll. Dennis Yao has to try and play an Aether Charge without being denied by that incapacitate.
It's just so risky to incapacitate random Aether Charge. Oh, there's the Weaving Mana Stream, so we did have it this whole time.
We're going distant again. We're going double
Ooh,
distant.
we're double distant. That does not give you double range.
The distant. Imagine if it did give you double ranged with the range.
I mean, imagine how easy it would be to OTK people like that.
range 23 Ranger Strides.
That
Hell
would be
yeah.
insane. So just throwing this away, I wonder why we chose to use the Weaving Mana Stream here instead of during...
Chunky's turn, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a plan for this float. We want to do some Paladin beatdown, some Crystalline beats as well.
Even then, you don't want to eat the Weaving Mana Stream with Paladin.
Maybe you're going to play two ally. You're going to play Paladin, and then you're going to use the Weaving Mana Stream to bring out Strides.
Man, Dennis is cooking, bro. the 2 cards right now.
Oh, that's why he's doing it, because he wants the bad hat. Okay.
Speak
0
of the
in, what is that?
Strides.
0 in, or 1 in
Eight?
9. 1 in 10.
Looking Glass, Diana, Aether
Oh,
Wing.
1 in 8? Yeah, okay,
Spirit,
this is actually kind of...
Backup Charger, 1 in 7.
Oh, okay.
Bubble, Scarcity,
Okay.
That's
so we're
fine.
We're fine.
What's it gonna be?
Strides.
What's it gonna be?
Strides. Loads the Aether Charge. There we
okay.
go.
Dennis Yao, you are cooking. Okay, now we're gonna see 1 damage from the Mad Hatter.
But this is going to be... this is still only... I guess it is a big glimpse. Are we gonna commit Strides without the cat?
No, I don't think so. We're just using it so that we have the mana stream into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. It's 3 damage still, but this was a very creative way to load your Aether Wing.
That's true.
And this, other than that, this dodges Incapacitate.
That did dodge Incapacitate, which was in Chunky's hand, so definitely heads up from Dennis. He's not on Diana Judgment's arrow, so no level 2 here. So this float is actually look at that. That's 4 floating memory cards. I mean,
No, those are backsteps, not.
Oh, okay. There's backsteps. So there's 2 floating memory cards. My Kingdom for some Crystallans and some Paladins to use here because the Weaving Mana Stream is going to be basically the fodder for every material deck card at this point.
That's true. Dennis Yao does get to mill out of Fracturize. Didn't catch how many cards he left on top. But, of course, Goose 4 is still really nice. A free Idle Thoughts, you can't really complain.
No Toad, though.
No
Toad.
No Toad, no Languid,
We're
no
frogless right here.
Troll. No Frog, no Maidens. Dennis Yao does have a Crystalline Archer,
There
though.
we go.
That is what you like to see. Does this resolve? No response.
Yeah, I'm gonna Frozen Dismissal your Crystalline Archer. I don't
That's
know.
a Serene Fire, Frozen Dismissal, Flaming Dismissal.
Maybe I'm gonna maybe he might throw Tether in Flames.
Yeah.
You never know.
Tether and Flames. Fast Cure is going to be the response from Chunky. Wants to recover 4 if possible. Dennis Yao at 7 total influence, so it will easily resolve.
And we get
Chooses
that
one
add
card.
back. Ooh,
Loses
smoke
a
out.
smoke out. No
Not-
big deal. No cat right now.
Yeah, no cat, so we're fine.
Smoking out a cat is very...
That's pretty mean.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
mean.
think I don't approve of animal violence.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
it's a good thing Chunky got rid of that smoke out, right? So like, no more animal violence. Here's the exploit.
We have Dungeon Guide. We have drawn Dungeon Guide, and we're level 2 with a Dungeon Guide for once in our lives. Only 2 cards in hand on Dennis Yao, so we don't have to worry about a Frozen Dismissal.
We are not going to be dismissed. We are going to be ascending.
And
Here
we
we
get to
are.
hold up. We get to hold up Wisdom's Reprise as well. Wait, this is crazy.
And the last card is Lightweaver's Assault as well. Loses that Incapacitate. Will go up to Xander level 3 Blinding Steel. 1 damage in.
Are we going to Wisdoms now, or we can wait? I guess we're gonna wait. Lost Providence. Oh wait, we're forgot.
No,
We're not.
GCR.
We're not in Lost Providence. We're not in Lost Providence.
No Lost Prophet.
But if we get damage enough, this could be a big
Chalice
either
turn.
Chalice turn or just GCR. Can't go wrong with either.
Always a good time.
Let's see. All right. I mean, this is as long as we get to hit another floating memory card, we can swing for another 4 with Archer, 5. Actually, we could even Ranger Strides the Crystalline if we need to. So there's a lot of options here. This is potentially 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Yeah,
Coming
I mean,
in
the
here?
Crystalline is representing 4. The Weaving Mana Stream is most likely going to be used for, I guess the Flash Grenade would be a great choice.
Yeah, Flash Grenade I think is Smoke Bomb, Flash Grenade, Palver.
Palver Sword. could
Yeah,
be good.
there's a couple options in there.
Yeah, Palver Sword just giving you another option. He could also just go Inert Sword and pass, but I think you want to use this Weaving Mana Stream as much as possible. So maybe the Ranger Boots would be good as well, just to get a draw off.
We aren't on Ranger Boots.
Oh,
We're only
really?
on Strides.
I see. Yeah, I mean...
We don't need that. We're always gonna hit a distant card. There's never a game where we don't hit a distant card.
I've played this deck a couple of times. I've missed this.
Yeah, it's because you didn't build the deck correctly. It's because you put Ranger Boots and you didn't believe.
That's true, yeah. I just need to believe in my main deck more than my material deck. That's why I have not been doing that well.
And when they say the deck senses your doubt.
Exactly. Here's the Weaving Mana Stream for the Smoke Bombs now. Will allow Dennis Yao to make one of his characters' allies stealthed, so that this Dungeon Guide is not going to be able to deal the finishing blow. The Mad Hatter is going to deal 1 here. Dennis Yao, of course, would like to mill a floating memory with his Aqua Mirage Whisper so that this Crystalline Archer can give him another draw.
Or at worst, you just banish the Weaving Mana Stream after you fire it, but ideally you would want to mill it instead.
Of course, that would be the best. Dennis now deciding what's the play. 2 cards down could be a lot of things. Another Archer is
Etheric
Aether.
Calibration.
Yeah, we're gonna calibrate our Aether Wing, do a little bit of tuning.
Okay. Gonna find a second ACAL off of this one.
Yeah, immediately putting that into the memory, letting us know, hey, we've got another one next turn. Dennis Yao just wants to put more cards, more Aether charges in if possible, so that he can dodge Resolute Stand. Only putting 2 in actually, so this only goes in for 3, so does not dodge Resolute Stand. like
Well,
I
if
thought.
he had a fast speed distant card, could have. Okay, there we go. We find the float on that charge the souls. Now we can. Oh, he found Cheshire as well.
Yeah, Kitty Cat is available, but there's no Inner Sword just yet. And there is the Ranger Strikes on the board though, so could still be a great card for Dennis Yao.
Could use it on. I don't think he has enough cards to play it without the Crystalline swinging first, though.
Yeah, unless he has a backstab. He has 5 cards in hand. A backstab would allow him to draw and then play the cat and then double boots on the Crystalline, but that's not going to be the play here. It's just going to go Crystalline swing, do 4 damage, draw a card. Maybe that cat.
Cat could come down now and then use the Weaving Mana Stream to bring out Palver.
We have the 3 cards down, could be...
Oh.
Oh, it's Frostborn Paladin. We're going to eat that Weaving Mana Stream indeed. So doesn't need that extra. We're going to do 3 damage now.
Oh, we also have the Smoke Bomb, so we can also pop that just to get some extra damage or extra draw in.
Yeah, 3 cards left in hand. No more Weaving Mana Stream for Dennis Yao. But I think he's still in a pretty good spot. Here's the Wisdom's Reprise.
All right, this needs to find a Gleaming Cut. That's not Gleaming Cut. None of those are Gleaming Cut. Bottom three.
Yeah, bottom everything. No, I mean, striking Illuminance could be pretty decent still.
Making Luminance with 1 Luxem card does not feel amazing.
Yep, it's bottom 3. Let's see what's the top.
I didn't see it, but it did not look like Gleaming to me.
It looked like Norm.
It looked normal to me.
Yeah, pretty normal card.
That's Topsy Decree. That's not helping. That's not helping.
Here's the review. There's the Weaving Mana Stream on the stack. So second Weaving Mana Stream does hit the board. Light Weaver's Assault into the Crystalline Archer will prevent, will not be preventing anything. The Crystalline Archer will not be able to do damage.
Thieving Cut can't attack the Paladin with this because of that Smoke Grenade.
Smoke Grenade is indeed going to protect his board. Dungeon Guy does 1 damage. Does Chunky have anything?
Crystallized Destiny has been found, though, so that's really big. Then Xiao doesn't have a way of popping it or negating it. Could buy Chunky another turn, but he just doesn't have the filtering. He hasn't found the Gleaming. So you saw in the second game, the reason he was able to win is because he found Gleaming and the Gleaming and the Gleaming. And now there's no Gleamings. You're just stuck with this 1 Light Weaver and hoping that you just draw into your sights.
On the bright side, he does still have his Spirit of Serene Fire this game, I believe.
Yes, we have not popped it yet.
9 effective damage counters for a total of 16 effective life.
Yeah, and I think Chunky's really gonna want to try and push the limit here, try and get as close to 20 as he can, just because he needs to try and pop the Chalice of Blood in order to dig more for the important cards. Because if he's just gonna be stuck with 1 Light Weavers, it's not gonna be enough.
And then it's out here going for the Palvor Sword. And another great thing about this Palvor Sword is that it costs 1, so you can use it for the Weaving Mana Stream, and you also will be able to buff the cat with it. So that's going to be really, really nice for Dennis Yao. Does have that additional 2 damage for the cat too.
So this turn we can swing for 6 off of the Paladin and the cat, and then we can try to force it with Diana and then get crystallized there.
Yeah, but we're representing 7 damage with the cat, the Frostborn, and the Mad Hatter already. We do need to do 16 though, so that is quite a bit more than we are able to output right now.
Yeah, if we could go strides and swing and not get crystallized, it is very much possible for us to just end the game right here. But it really depends on if there's anything. He needs to have like a charge the soul or something in order to pop that crystallized destiny, or maybe a chain charge in order to negate it.
Yeah, and we still don't have our Totro in the graveyard just yet. So a little bit tough for Dennis Yao right now. He's also on his last charge of this Seeker's 8, this Aqua Mirage Whisper.
Yeah, he's actually doing a lot of math here. He's thinking about it. He's trying to see how he can get that last 16 damage here.
16 is a big number.
It is a pretty big number. Palvar is the pick.
There is that Weaving Mana Stream going to be used, loaded into the Seeker, the Aqua Mirage Whisper. And what does it whisper to Dennis Yao? But shoot me right now and find victory in round 7 of Ascent Manila. The Frostborn Paladin now coming in for 3. The Serene Spirit of Fire is going to be released. Recover 6 down, back to 8. Back to 9, takes 3.
Okay, I mean, this is This is getting closer and closer. We just need to find another 13 now. With the strides, it's very possible. We just need a way to pop that Crystallized Destiny.
13 is a big number. We have one more with this Mad Hatter, but we can also try to split up the damage by making our Mad Hatter distant as well. This would mean that we're going in for 2 separate swings. Mad Hatter is range 3, comes in for 8, and Diana would also come in for, right now coming in for 7, if there's no further Aether charges. 3 plus 4 is 7.
Yeah, so we could do that. We do need to play the cat and then also have a card that distances our Mad Hatter.
Yeah, but Dennis Yao has a lot of influence thanks to all of this different... there it is. Here's the backstab.
Okay,
Mad Hatter is ranged, but no cat is going to be used.
Not using strides either. It's just swinging for a regular range to Mad Hatter swing.
4 damage only. The cat may make its appearance onto the board, or it may not. Here's the smoke bombs now, allowing Dennis Yao to draw another card. Is that going to be enough for him to find the lethal that he so desperately wants? Or maybe he has a card on quota, and the lethal depends on him milling the Toad Troll from the top cards of his deck.
Well, you're not going to be able to mill if you get Crystallized Destiny here. So it's really big that he has a way of stopping that. He has a ton of cards in hand, though, off of all of the float he has milled, and of course, those Weaving Mana Streams doing insane work.
Scratching his head a little bit, just needs some time to think. Just needs to find an out, just needs to find his lethal. Just 9 more points of damage, and that's going to be enough. But there's only 5 more minutes left on the clock. Can Chunky also find the lethal that he's looking for?
Yeah, okay, so let's see. Dennis Yao, do you have it? Do you have it? There's so many cards in that hand. I mean, surely something in there pops that Crystallized Destiny.
We're having a small technical difficulty, so we are going to chill a little bit in the final stages of the game, slow it down, take a little rest, take a breather, find out what we can do.
Let's talk a little bit about what the situation is. So Chunky has Light Weavers and 2, I think, non-Luxem cards. I think it was like Top C, Crystallized Destiny, something else. So he wants as much as possible to get knocked up to 20 here, just so that he can at least use the Chalice of Blood, try and draw into, ideally, maybe another Wisdom's Reprise, dig through your deck, find a Gleaming Cut, something that allows you to actually filter through your deck, find some sites, find some more Light Weavers, try and go for game. Meanwhile, Dennis Yao needs to find another 9 damage, which is actually already on board. He already has Strides, plus Diana, plus the gun. That's 1, 2, 3, 7 damage. Just needs 2 more. If he plays the cat, which we know is already in the hand, it's very possible to get there. The hard part is just really getting around that Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, both copies of Striking Illuminance are also sent to the bottom of Chunky's deck, so he won't be able to find a lethal with that. He has to go for the traditional Light Weaver's Assault, but right now just doesn't have the influence for that yet. We'll need at least 1 or 2 turns of pinging 2 damage with the pre-recollection reveal.
Especially with only 3 minutes left on the clock, you really do want to try and end the game quickly, but it's going to be hard without Striking Illuminance, and you haven't found the 2 Light Weavers early enough that it becomes actually easy enough to do.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult. We do have to find the numbers, we have to find the lines. The Striking Illuminance, we can see that has crazy lethal potential. We've seen it before, we've seen it time and again, but right now, not on the table.
Yeah, it's going to have to probably be single Light Weavers with a big memory, I imagine.
Light Weavers.
Or single Light Weavers with 1 or 2 more Light Weavers inside is another possibility, because I don't think we're going to hit 10 influence within the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Chalice of Blood, of course, will put it up to 8. Still, that means 1 Gleaming Cut is technically 10 already. Chalice of Blood plus Gleaming Cut would be 10.
Yeah, there's lots of ways. It really just depends on whether or not we can even get to Chunky's turn here.
It is going to be pretty scary.
Yeah, so we're just trying to figure something out.
Let's review the board state, though, on Dennis Yao's side. 2 cards in memory, unknown number of cards in hand, I believe 6 or more.
Yeah, five or 6, something like that.
6 or 7.
6 or 7.
Diana is distant, has 1 Weaving Mana Stream loaded into the Aqua Mirage Whisper, representing 3 damage right now.
Yep.
Also has a Cheshire Cat, as well as the Ranger Strikes on the board. Cheshire Cat in hand, Ranger Strikes on board, representing another ranged 8. The cat herself representing 3. So add that all together, the current Aqua Mirage Whisperer is representing 10, with both the cat and the strides, and the cat is representing 3, that's 19.
Yeah, I believe there's some life discrepancy here with the tracker. So we're just trying to fix that to make sure that it's clear how much life everyone has.
Yeah, of course, both players, this is going to be a very important win and in-game. We do want to make sure that there's no discrepancies, no nonsense. Everything is done prim and proper. We got to make sure that we have done both players by the right way.
All right, so I think it seems like things are trying to get sorted out here. On Chunky's side, I definitely think he needs to find... Okay, can you show us the hand, please? I see Topsy. Is that, I think, Crystallized, Topsy, Lightweavers.
It's playing peekaboo for you.
And one more.
One more. We've
Might
given
be
them an extension.
It might be a second Dungeon Guide, I think. So we do get an extension here.
9
the
minutes
issue.
on the clock for Chunky and Dennis Yao. Dennis Yao back onto his turn again. 3 cards down. Is this going to be the Cheshire Cat? Yes, it is.
Okay.
Coming in for 3. That puts Luxem Xander up to 19.
Now
6
here-
damage to go.
Here's the problem. If we're forced to Crystallize Destiny this swing, we will not hit 20 unless we Lightweaver's Assault ourselves.
And I think that's fair. Here's the Cheshire Cat now being popped.
Okay.
This coming in for 7. No need to pop the strides as well. Here's the Crystallized Destiny. Is there Charge the Soul? On the stack.
Okay.
No, not on the stack. Resolve. Charge the Soul is going to pop the barrier. The game. Dennis Yao takes it with a big Cheshire Cat swing with that Aqua Mirage Whisper. The Water Diana is going to finish off this Luxem Xander and make his way into day 2 guaranteed with a 6-1-0 finish.
Yeah, that was a crazy finale of that game. I mean, we were talking about it, right? Really, the main thing there was that Crystallized Destiny. You just needed one thing to stop it, whether it's a negate or a pop, and he had exactly the cards he needed. Was able to sculpt the hand perfectly off of those glimpses, all the milling, and so much drawing. And so you can see the difference when someone finds Weaving Mana Stream versus when they don't.
I mean, that's the gap, right? I mean, he already didn't find it in the first 2 games. You have to find it in game 3.
Surely
he
you'll
found
find
2.
it in game
He found
3.
2. So
Yeah.
it did its job, right? It did its job of showing you what the power of this Diana deck is. You have a floating memory that is infinitely recyclable, and you have a bunch of Regalia that let you draw one enter, and also have incredibly powerful effects.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a strong card, and that's why not finding the Topsy to remove it in this game was kind of the difference. And of course, it's like, Luxem Xander, you live and die by the RNG. Sometimes you just don't draw like the exact right Luxem cards you need at the right moments. You can see there, it was like, oh, it's like I have Lightweavers, but I don't have any of the other good Luxem cards that allow me to like really like dig for all of the other pieces of the puzzle. But good effort from both players here. Dennis Yao obviously played that fantastically, and Chunky, I think, did what he needed to. You know, Luxem is really just that kind of deck. Sometimes it just doesn't work out, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to highlight the play that I thought was really, really impressive was Matt Hatter into load Weaving Mana Stream by materializing a 1-cost card. And it's a 100% hit rate because he has 2 cards still in the material deck. There is the Flash Grenade and there's also the Ranger Strikes, I believe. So that means that he always is going to be able to load that Mana Stream there and then. And such a heads-up play from someone that you can imagine has practiced this deck over and over again.
Yeah, clearly he's a master of the Aether charges. He knows how to like wade through the waters and find the right streams to get him to victory. And I mean, that just shows why he was able to take down that Fable Regional. And now he's here, makes day 2. Gonna see more of him coming into our day 2, maybe into our top 8 potentially.
Yeah, I mean, he's already guaranteed. Of course, Chunky 5-2 still is viable.
In the running.
To
6, you just
to
need
make
6
it to
wins.
tomorrow.
It's not that hard, right?
Yeah.
6 wins can't be that hard.
And it's even still possible to make it all the way to top 8 if he never drops another game.
Yeah, I believe 9-3 has a chance of getting in. or
10-3.
Yeah, 10-3 because it is 13 rounds. So
10-1 is
10-1.
locked,
Yeah. So it's, you know, two losses is not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for Chunky, but this game unfortunately was creamed. Will have to go into round 8 or 9 and still have to try his very best. Meanwhile, Dennis, if he wants to take a chill, he can just ID for the next 2 rounds and hit into day 2 a little bit more rested. But we'll find out.
No. We don't do that. We play. Maybe if you're gonna ID, you're gonna ID in round 9, maybe.
Round
but
9, yeah.
but you're not gonna ID it. You need as many points as you can get, so you can try and get that Kaze and that gauntlet spot. It's too much on the line. We can't be complacent here.
That's right. The World's Gauntlet, of course, going to be held in Singapore in August of this year. For those of you who aren't aware, you make it into the Gauntlet by reaching top X at nets. If you just miss the world slot, but you are still in the top few players, you will get that chance, last chance qualifier into our Worlds tournament.
Yeah, and it'd be great because Nats is really hard. You have to fight against the best players in the world, and you have to try and get into like the top 16 or so players, because only so many players get into that gauntlet slot. So getting in through an Ascent, it just means the pressure. Obviously, you probably still go to nationals. You still try and make it into Worlds without having to go through the gauntlet. But you might as well have the insurance that even if it doesn't work out in Nats, you can still go to Worlds. And it's in Singapore. So I'm sure everyone here in Asia, it's like, oh, it's so much easier to come here.
Yeah, I mean, we're in Manila, of course, fellow ASEAN, Southeast Asian country. And pairings are already out for the next round. So we're going to take a quick break. And then after that, we'll see you very, very shortly for round 8. welcome back. It was a really quick break. I don't know if you heard, but right
What
at
break?
the end of last round, they were already saying round 8 is paired, and round 8 is indeed paired. We do have the players back on the table already.
Yeah, we have a really classic matchup right here. Gambu versus a certain deck that has dominated throughout its history of this game. Can you
Yeah.
tell us what is the deck?
I think it's Vanitas. No, it's
Va-
Merlin Kingslayer. We are going to see Chung versus Delon Yer, who was game 1 of Swiss today.
Yeah.
He's been fighting it out in his win and in now again. Beat Henki to go all the way in round
Yeah.
1. Now in round 8, trying to make it to day 2.
Yeah. Now with the Water Gocha versus the Merlin Kingslayer deck, this is a really interesting matchup. Both technically a level 3 deck. Well, not really for the Ambu deck here, but for Merlin, the TCG here, I think this deck has been around for a very long time because it is one of the more consistent level 3 deck in terms of its win con. Like once you reach once you reach Kingslayer, you have a lot of different win con. There is the Fireball win con. There is the what do you call it again? The very strong draw 2 ally. You all know it. You drew it. What is his name
He's
again?
no longer the CPR for this Ascent, but we did see him many, many times.
Exactly.
Ghost of Pendragon, very
Exactly.
fantastic card.
Yeah, I definitely know what's Ghost of Dragon
Crux
is.
is fine. Crux
Yeah,
is fine.
Crux.
I don't know what Ghost of Pendragon is. When I play Crux, I don't draw Ghost of Pendragon.
You don't see it?
I don't see it.
Maybe that's why we're here.
It has stealth. It has stealth, maybe.
Huh?
Yeah, my Ghost of Pendragon has stealth.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's stealthed in my deck.
It's stuff in your deck,
That's
huh?
very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. But then going back into the Gambu side of things, the deck basically has one simple game plan. It is just to farm enough quest counter and flip the big turtle.
Big Black Tortoise is going to be a very important win condition. The Resonating Fugue we saw against Tristan. We also saw Stratagem of Myriad Ice.
Yep.
Both of these win conditions very, very good. Now Chung here.
Oh, the Hanabi right
Hanabi,
there.
Spirit of Fire. We were just talking about this.
Yeah,
Spirit
and
a couple
now I'm
games
so
ago.
motivated to look at this game.
Hanabi Spirit
Yeah.
of Fire, of course, looks really good. Look at that Ascent. What? Which one is this from? From Worlds, right?
Could be worse.
Yeah, Ascent Worlds.
Should
Oh
be
my.
worse.
What a card. Spirit of Fire draws 7 cards. Very nice card, Spirit. Of course, we are going to see, of course, new CSR Spirits in RDO as well. But right now, Library Witch, Cremation Ritual.
Yep.
Will he fire it, though? Because remember, it's a water deck.
Yeah, the thing is that I think regardless, most of the cases you usually just fire it. But again, this is the wallet deck, a very rare occasion. Oh,
sends
you gotta
it.
do it.
Do you have it? You do not.
Oh, he said go ahead.
It resolves, shake his head.
Wow.
3 more cards.
If there's anything to describe that play, it's very gusto.
Yeah, I mean, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah,
you know?
that's the thing about previous expansion. Like before this rule change, like doing this it seems very normal, but now you have to be a bit more careful because there could be interactions where your opponent can stop your turn 1 play, and in this case, it is water, and yeah, it's a bit more dangerous in that play. But well, it paid off. Now it's going back into the Gambus player turn. We're going to go ideal thoughts here to just basically see what is our future and just get a floating memory into the graveyard.
And looking at the top 4, there's 0 floating memory, actually. There is a Seaside Ringleader at the very least, so that's going to be nice. He's also rigged, I believe, the Fractal of Rain to be his draw for the following turn, which is going to be really nice for him as well.
It's not a bad sequence of draw, I think. You have very decent hits. It's very likely that he did put the Seaside Ringleader on top of it, or he's going to play down another one here just for tempo, a simple 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do 2 damage. You can't complain about some extra damage.
And the thing is that even if your opponent wants to react to it or kill it, the Ringleader goes into the graveyard, which is what you want it to do anyway.
Yeah, meanwhile, Chung has his Ghost of Pendragon in his memory. He may choose to just go for a backup charger off turn in order to not risk it, but no. We're going all in. Let's pray.
I mean, when a man is this gusto, of course he will just gamble right here. I think this is definitely a level up play.
yeah, we're going up. We're going up, up, up. This is his moment. He does not lose the Ghost of Pendragon, but there is going to be a Top C Decree. Still would have been a nice card to have to deny this Gambu of the floating memory.
Just
But
go in the sword as well.
Inert Sword will be materialized off of the Lorraine Wandering Warriors effect. And this is a beta Kickstarter Lorraine.
Wow.
If you recognize it, it's
The ball is a bit different.
yeah, it's very different. It's pretty interesting. I don't think we can pull up the art for this on the system, but really nice card. You should go look it up. It has 16 life actually.
Wow.
From before the game was more fleshed out. So
Yeah.
technically not a legal card, but
Well,
we'll see.
we the viewers, we the customer understands that what card it is, what it does. So I think it's all good right here. We are going to see another library witch here, just for more defensive plays.
Yeah, another cremation ritual is also available. Chung,
Cremation again.
what a start.
Chang is really good at this cremation witch play here.
Oh boy, draws another 3 cards. Does he have another good option? There's a Hasty Messenger if there's a Floating Memory as well. It looks like there's not. And that is going to be the play for Chang.
I never really thought about it. This whole thing, this whole time, we are just cremating witches. That seems like a certain history back then.
Ah,
Huh.
you're right. You know what? Let's not think too much about it.
Anyway.
Well, the second library which is cremated in a ritual and does allow Chang to draw many cards. Gives him much more options for the following turn. So far, gone up on a lot of influence already.
There's a lot of influence going up. And we are going to the Gambu's turn right here. Gambu just bring out his stone. It's going to go ahead and mill. And look at that CSR.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves to see it. Pretty standard Genbu deck as well. Art
Yep.
of War is the one main interesting choice
Yep.
for the Divine Relic. Fireball milled for Chong,
Ooh.
fantastic. What you want to see for Delon. And now
Yeah.
also has 2 cards remaining for the Seaside Ringleader, which means that any animal beasts that come in this turn will have an additional buff counter. And if you didn't know this earlier, that is going to be the case. He does have a couple of Tidestone Bovines available.
Yeah. But the question is, would you actually play the Mustang just drew?
No, I mean, he has the Tidestone Bovine, so that's probably
But-
going to be the better place.
But I can get rid of his sword.
You can not.
Cannot?
Can you? I
Cannot?
believe Unbroken Mustang is item.
Ah.
I don't think you can hit weapon. No, you can hit weapon. Yeah, you can get rid of his sword, huh?
Yeah, get rid of someone's sword, you know. Look at it. You see danger, you get rid of the danger, right?
That's true. You don't want to have increasing danger.
Yeah, but just aside, you probably should keep it in case for any sort of sensor or null lantern. But
That's true.
okay,
Well,
yeah.
you're not going to see a sensor against Merlin.
Yeah, probably not. But we are going to see another bone mine, I believe.
Yeah, Tidestone Bovine is going to be played onto the board. It's a 1/2 that on attack does. He's paying a bit extra.
Yep.
He's paid 1 too many.
Yeah,
Yep. So let's pick that back up.
Yep. This cow here has been basically the staple of water, I would say, the entire time. I think I've seen this cow in every water deck at this entire like period when I started Grand Archive until now.
Yeah, I mean, Mill 2 is really good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mill's 2 non-float. It is a stratagem and a Frostbound Paladin.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Delon, but it's a reality of life. Chang also not milling float off of the top, so that was pretty good.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Chang, that means he also won't be able to get an extra level counter off of Delon because he did not have that extra float. So here is the Merlin level 2 now being played. Creative Shock and Pendragon are lost, unfortunate. CPR, Creative Shock by the way. Very shiny deck.
Very
Chang
shiny deck as well.
is going to show us what else he has pre-recollection. There is a
Creative
Creative
shock
Shock,
again.
which is great. If he finds a Liminal Guide, would be good. If he finds Fire card, would be great as well. He
That
hits
Pendragon, I think.
Fluffy and I think...
Oh no,
Creative Shock.
another cremation shock.
Creative Shock does come in for 2 onto the Tidestone Bovine.
All these players are confusing me.
Oh, and now Chang maybe wants to get rid of this Tidestone Bovine and then eat it with the
Yeah,
Merlin 2.
maybe.
Does he have a... Yeah, Hasty Messenger
Yeah, hasty
here.
messengers
Great.
here.
So we'll be able to do 1 damage to this Tidestone Bovine and then immediately we'll be able to eat it with the effect of Merlin level 2.
Yep.
Really happy to have that option. Hasty, of course, can also discard a Floating Memory. There was a Gentle Respite that we saw.
Yeah, I think in general, Chang's play is just going to be, hit the bone mine, try to kill it, get rid of his Luminous guy as well. So good.
Liminal Guide, really nice to have. We are going to kill this Tidestone Bovine and then we're going to eat that cow
Yep.
right away.
Yep.
Has a nice little beef steak.
Yep.
For
Cow's
dinner.
eaten. So we do have the level count. So this means that when Chang actually levels up to the Demon Slayer, he will be able to be at even number, so he can draw a card. But that's for future turn. I think another library reach is coming down.
Yeah, I mean, intercept, so we'll allow Chang to prevent a little bit of damage
Yeah,
and
this-
draw a card.
Yeah, this matchup just library just helps a bit because this is sort of an ally kind of matchup in the sense that for the Water Gamble play, they do play a decent amount of powerful allies, I would say. So this intercept just is much appreciated, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, he would love to prevent more damage to his face before
Yeah.
he hits level 3. Currently at level 2, despite what the HUD might tell you. That is going to be the Art of War, so we'll prevent any attacks from any incoming Pendragons. And Resolute Stand, going to be milled out. And 2 more non-float, going to be milled out for Delon.
This was aren't doing great at all for Delon.
I mean, it is what it is, right? The
Yeah.
Game Brew deck, you know, sometimes you have that. You play Idle Thoughts and your top 4 has no float, and you're just like, yeah, you know what, fine.
Yeah, but that's just the raw talents of difference. Sometimes you see someone milling, absolutely the world, and then you just see Delon here struggling with his life.
Yeah, not everyone can have it. Not everyone can be him. And there is the fractal port. Yeah, sure, buddy. Here's the hasty messenger now being sent to the graveyard by the Seaside Ringleader.
Yeah.
Now still Library Witch still available for Chung. May not actually be removed by Delon here.
Is it worth to go level 3 right now?
I mean, you're already on the extra level counter, and he does have a Fireball in hand, I believe, plus Pendragon. So maybe you just want to go up already,
Yeah,
but you do have to worry about negates again.
yeah. The issue is you against water, right? Water does have a decent amount of negate, and your influence is really, really low right now. Down to 2, going to be recollect into 3, into 4, because the Luminous Guide just comes into play.
Yeah, and you also get to draw another card, prereq, because of the level 2.
Yep, and then the level 2, the early even counter. So you will be drawing another card. I think, okay, that is a decent size.
It is going to be 4 cards prereq. And then Pendragon now is safe from a Frostbind, but I don't think safe from Frozen Dismissal yet.
Yeah, I think Dismissal is still really dangerous.
Chung has to decide what to do here. He has a big swing with this Inert Sword coming in for 4. Delon's still a couple of quest counters away from Genbu, probably 2 turns left remaining.
Yeah, but yeah, 4 quest counter isn't that great.
Yeah.
Still need a long, long wait. And the only million source that you have right now is only the Fractal Rain and the Gamble Fistone itself. So that's only going to be 2 more counters. You still need to find 3 more mill source, so we will see about that. We are going to hit, I believe this is 2 plus 3, 5.
2 plus 2.
2 plus 2, 4, yeah.
Yeah, -1, that's 3 quick math. But right now, only 2 plus 2. We are going to see the Ghost of Pendragon hit the board, however, not able to attack this turn because of the Art of War.
Yep, Pendragon here, really, really powerful card. Has been a staple for Crux decks in general for a long, long time.
Is there a Fluffy Shopkeep CPR? God damn!
Wait, there is?
Yeah, I mean, the Fluffy Shopkeep CPR is now in the memory for Chung.
Yeah.
It's a new card that you can redeem here at Ascent Manila.
I see.
By trading in some of your A and B CSRs. Chung, unfortunately, not able to swing with this Pendragon just yet, so will be delayed by a turn. This Liminal Guide also
Fireball in hand, so he can basically just wait it out until it builds enough level counter, and then eventually just shoot that really big fireball.
That is going to be the win condition. Of course, if you've watched this matchup before, the Genbu is going to try to mill out the Merlin, and is going to be helped by the Merlin drawing additional cards every other turn. Meanwhile, the Merlin is going to try to gain more level counters, and then Fireball, Fireball, Fireball.
Yep, on here is deciding what to do during pre-rack, materializing.
Yeah, I
Deciding what-
mean, still no floating memory, so
Yep.
in a pretty rough spot, all things considered. Can use that Art of War to pay for 1 memory cost if he so chooses. But maybe just going for the Tangu, because that would put him in 1 quest counter short of the Genbu flipping. Or he could also go for this Tariff Ring that we see him put face down.
Yeah, Terraforming is a bit interesting due to the fact that your opponent does have a decent amount of allies. I think it is quite reasonable to consider Terror, but Dylan here is opting to turbo out his quest counter farming. Gonna be milling for
Seaside and then a Cerulean Decree.
pretty
Pretty
good.
nice, pretty nice to have.
Really good mills, I would say.
We'll be able to use that Seaside this turn as well by using one of these fractals. Pretty worth it trade if you ask me.
Yep, I think you will actually use the seaside just to see more cards. I think there's no harm to always just trigger the seaside.
Yeah, I mean, it's a +1, so you will take that. The
Oh,
Tangu
Tango first. Interesting.
And then 1 fractal plus the last hand card for the Seaside Ringleader.
Yep, it looks like it's gonna be that play. It's gonna draw 1 to memory.
Another cow is available in hand for Delon, as well as that Unbroken Mustang that we saw. So could also be playing one of these allies. Another fractal of Rain is drawn, but not exactly the fractal you want to see. The one you want to see
Not
is
really at this
Polar
point.
Dance.
Yeah, we do have a few. I think we are gonna aim for a win con with the Gambu eventually. It's just gonna take a while to do that.
Yeah, Fugue is really far away from lethal still. There's only 5 water cards in grave. With the Polar Depths will be 6, but still very, very difficult. I guess technically Fugue will make it 7. Mill 7, 14. 14 plus 9, 23. Actually, he has lethal if he hits every single water card.
If he hits every single water card.
Like not every single water card, but every single card he hits must be water. No, he can have 1 non-water card.
I like this odds. I'll take it.
I like those odds. Yeah, he has one Unbroken Mustang. And I think Delon is not on the Liminal Guide either. So it's actually really good odds. He has one Excalibur.
Is it really good odds if you have a safer play?
Yeah, I mean, he has one Excalibur, 4 Idle Thoughts, and 2 Unbroken Mustang, but Chung can go for lethal right here, right now. The issue is that Spirit Blade Ascension is a card,
Oh,
and that's going to be a bit difficult. But no, Fractal Rain is going to be the play. Gift Buff is imbued for this. Chung has to read this card, hasn't seen it in his life. What it does is remove all temporary damage from target ally.
wow.
How this works, why this works is it stops Emo Trap. It stops Immolation Trap from Fire decks.
So give a buff to the tortoise so it doesn't get it trapped.
Yeah, you wash his big old shell, and then he does not fall into an Immolation Trap because he is no longer immolated. I don't think that's what immolate means.
I don't think that's what it means, but I'll take it at face value. But we'll go back to the game right now. Wait, I believe it's gonna go back into Chang's turn really quickly here. Chang is just deciding what to do. The end phase, I believe.
Ooh, Flare Iridescence. This is a new card in PTM, which they printed because Merlin needed more support. Because Merlin was really not that good of a deck. So
Yeah, it
deal
does
4 damage to target unit.
and it's an ephemerate. Pay 2 to deal. To use its effect again. So basically, essentially, it could be a deal 8.
Yes, exactly. So you get to pay 2. Then after you're at level 6, you get to pay 2 again and use it again. Right now, guess what level Chung is at?
I
think that's
can't
6.
math, but like I think it's 3 plus 3.
3 plus 3 is in fact 6. So we might see Chung ephemerate this Flare Iridescence in the pre-recollection step. Just do an additional bit of damage to Belonia. Of course, if there is no response from Delon, we are also going to see all of these allies finally turn sideways. The Pendragon is going to come in for 3, the Liminal Guide for 1.
Ooh, we're gonna see it
There's the
right
Flare
now.
Iridescence, pre-recollection.
There's gonna be another 4 damage. There's so much burst damage.
Yeah, and right now representing quite a bit. 4 more on the board already, plus 5, 6. 1 damage short of lethal right now, Chung is.
Chang's gonna hit for 1, for 3.
Liminal Guide comes in, Pendragon comes in. We're gonna see a response to the Pendragon. Resting 2. What is it gonna be? Oh, it's Refracting Missile.
Refracting missile.
That's why the Fractal of Rain was played, because this does now mean it's coming in for 4 onto this Ghost of Pendragon. Going to deny damage
yeah. So this
from Chung.
Yeah, so this damage prevention is quite important, I guess, because the thing is that Merlin is very close with WinCon, and Merlin can actually win during opponent's end phase through the Fireball. So pretty heads up to just go, ooh, Ascension right here, right now.
Spirit Blade Ascension is going to come in for 3 damage with the Prismatic Edge. The
Big.
Drawn Blade is returned into the material deck.
Yep.
Now there is opportunity for Delonier to respond. However, Chung has the influence of a wealthy lord,
Yeah.
of a billionaire, has 7 different cards left in hand.
Yeah. For refreshing memory, for those who are not familiar with it, Spirit Blade Ascension basically allows you to return a regular item into the material deck. In return, you can also call any weapons that you want. And the weapon of choice is always going to be Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, and the on-enter of the Prismatic Edge is about to resolve. Delonier has the opportunity still to flip his Gambu right
Yeah,
here,
so
right
water.
now. Water is, of course, shown by Delonier. He did imbue that Fractal Rain earlier. Fire card also shown by Chung, dealing 3 more damage to Guojia. Merlin is coming in for 3. Is there a Fracturize on the stack? Is there a Song of Frost usable here?
There is a Song of Frost in hand, but that would put Delonia in range of any other card, because the point is that once his influence is down, Chung can just attack right here. It's going to be Factorized, I think.
Fracturize on the sword.
On the
Does
sword,
resolve, but
resolve.
Chung has a Fireball.
Song of Frost. I think Song of Frost will resolve, and then we probably just go into a Fireball in game.
Yep, this Fireball
Yep.
in game 2. Chung already finds the lethal with what a fantastic start. Library Witch Cremate twice in a row. I mean, you can't get much better than that.
Yeah, I mean, everything just went right for Chung. Chung has all the influence in the world, all the right floatings, all the Luminous Guides that he needed. And Donald doesn't really had much of a game himself. The mills were very, very sad. Nothing were hitting. Just like how usually when we play Gambu, I think, like, the things are just coming. The thing is that for the deck like Gambu, right? Despite how powerful it is, it really depends on what kind of cards you mill, right? That's the reality of Gambu. Not saying that the deck is entirely based on luck or casino, but it is just how the deck is built in that manner.
Yeah, I mean, DeLon has quite a few options in his sideboard, at least to
Yeah.
try and make the matchup a little bit better. He does have the Beastborn Boots, which will give him Spell Shout, as long as he has, of course, at least one Beast, Gambu being that Beast most of the time. He also has Blanche, which he can use once he's at level 2 at fast speed.
Yep.
And Gambu does tend to have quite a lot of influence if you do mill your floating memory. And other than that, Resolute Stand could also protect him from those big attacking turns like we saw just now.
Yeah, the side deck from Delon's side here is really, really interesting. I guess Resolute Stand will help a little bit, not too much an extent, because Merlin, unlike the Crux Knight version of it, does not really rely too much on this kind of like swings attacks, like attack from ally, attack from champion. It does have ways to deal damage through spells, through damage like Fireball, Ascension. So Resolute Stand not really the best card, but not the worst to have. I think Blanche would be the more likely choice to be included into the side deck. Unbroken Mustang, I don't see a word that we use it. I don't think so. Give a buff, Song of Frost. Not really, I think.
Yeah, Give Buff is of course for that for that Immolation Trap matchup.
Immolation Trap matchup.
And I mean, Merlin doesn't need Immolation Trap to kill Gambu.
Yeah.
On the stack of a Fugui. I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult for Delon to find that lethal early. And I think, like I mentioned, if he just sent, maybe he could have found that lethal, but had to play around the Spirit Blade Ascension, unfortunately. The Prismatic Edge is such a huge counter to the Resonating Fugui line for lethal. Meanwhile, Chung's sideboard, Annul's Spell is going to be a pretty good card.
Yeah, and that sounds pretty good. I think our ceiling is maybe a decent choice because Water does. You've noticed, right, despite Water's big influence, like, at times when you guys are interacting with each other, you can actually pop the Orb of Ceiling in. Wait, this is Orb of Ceiling,
Yeah,
not
enfeebling.
But okay, it's not that card. Sorry about that. Regal, is Regal good? Huh.
Regal, I think, of course, you get to reduce the influence of key cards,
Yeah.
but you also put a bunch of water cards in the graveyard for Gambu, and I don't think that's the plan. But the overlapping Visages could be pretty interesting because although it is a Seiryu tech, it could also be used against this other Shenju in Genbu.
Maybe. I think it does work. I mean, at the end of the day, you just send result. I think it should be fine. But overall, I think this matchup is really just down to the fact that how fast you can go into level 3 Merlin. Is how fast you can do it, because I don't think you're in danger of just dying anytime soon from Dylan's deck. Dylan's deck is a setup deck at the end of the day. The win cons, in terms of the speed, I think the fastest way to win is milling enough water cards, flipping Gambu fast enough, and then just fuke.
Yeah.
The win con of milling through enough water cards and floating through the stratagem is a bit slow, so I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Look at Delon's hand. It's really rough. There's double Frozen Dismissal, Fracturize, Blanche, Primordial Ritual, and Cerulean Decree. It's really difficult for you to find a way to level up here. So we might have to see him take an off turn already.
Yeah.
Like the backup charger.
Backup charger might be the play right here from.
Yep.
Yep, it is gonna be a backup charger. This hand is not looking good.
Oh, at the very least, he can Fracturize this backup charger the following turn, and then that is a good way to level up. But the issue is if Chung foresees this play and goes level 1 into Dungeon Guide, he's not going to be able to get that floating memory. So we have to see. Backup charger does resolve, gets the parcel onto the board, and Delonier will now recollect into a 9-card hand.
Yeah, 9 cards here, no floating, nothing is really going on with the hand right there. Not even the Fractal Rain, I believe.
Yeah, nothing. It didn't have a good
Might
way.
be a
to turn
Cerulean.
one.
Oh
Here's
no,
the Fracturize Prereq.
right here.
And now we are going to have a very tasty Dungeon Guide play for the side of Chung.
Yeah, Chang can go into level 1 and then afterwards go Dungeon Guide into the Merlin level 2. Yep, and then steal the floating right there. But I don't think is it ever worth it to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you get to deny the floating memory. You also get yourself the level counter. So you accelerate yourself quite a bit. It's a very common play for Merlin to do in this matchup and in many matchups, actually. But oh no, it's just going to be Topsy Decree. You're going to drop a card and you're going to banish 2 cards from your graveyard as well. So it's going to be pretty rough for Delonier again. We're just checking the imbue library, which sudden steal. A lot of suddenly stealing.
Yeah, this is just really not much to be inferred about, but just Chang telling you, look, I have 3 norms. You're gonna discard me a card, and you're gonna probably banish that floating that you put. You can choose to resolve which one, resolve first, right? Discard and then banish.
No,
No.
you do have to resolve decrease from up to
Oh,
down.
for up to down?
Yeah, so you have to choose Spell Shroud, then discards a card, then banish 2 cards from the graveyard. So Delon, you're going to lose a Frozen Dismissal here. This is why you probably don't want to use this Fracturize in prereq, because that just gives you, like, you're not going to do anything during your turn anyway, so why not just pass and then force your opponent to, like, if they want to interact with your graveyard, they have to do it on their main phase instead. Instead, Chung gets a free action here, basically, forcing Delon to go down on not just a card in hand, but also this Fracturize in the memory, in the graveyard, sorry.
Yeah, Chung here making a really hard decision here to discard. I think the problem is that even if he discards the Primordial, which right now is not, he is going to discard the Primordial, and is going to banish those 2 cards into the banish area, and then Chunks is going to go into the backup memory. So backup charger, so we're going to put 3 into memory and also draw 1 to mem.
Yeah, both players taking an off turn,
Yeah,
but I
taking a
think
really slow turn. Yeah.
Chung has come out on top of this very significantly because of that Top C Decree. Only running 2 copies, by the way, and manages to find it and deal a lot of damage to Delonier's hand, basically negating his entire backup charger turn.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both players are just taking their time, just farming influence and finding the right cards in order to accelerate their game plan. Might take a while for us to see any sort of moving pieces. But then again, I'm not too sure who has the upper hand right now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the Library Witch. We might see the Cremation Ritual as well.
Yeah, commission will be really good here.
Chung, I believe, has the influence to pay for a negate should Delonier try to go for something, but no, there's nothing here. Nothing here. There's a Refracting Missile for Delonier. Could be using this 2 level up to 1, but it would be extremely bad if Chung managed to draw his second Top C Decree here.
Yeah, I think Deloney is going to be taking risk at this point because this hand is not looking good at all. Deloney is considering his options. At worst, you can pay for memory.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty rough to pay from memory because you're already down back to 7 influence. And this is after a backup charger, so you should be at 9, right? Fracturize, of course, did give you the fractal at the very least, so you are going to be a little bit happy about that. But just not in a very good spot, all things considered. Now we're going to see Refracting Missile come in for 1. No fractals on the board, so Chung just going to take that 1 damage. And
Wow.
let's see if there's a top C for this.
After a few minutes, our first damage. That was
It is going to be the first damage.
yeah, compared to the other game one, this game seems to be rather slow. That's because of the quality of hand from both players, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Chung's hand, still pretty decent. There's no
Yeah.
Creative Shocks, there's no Cremation Ritual, but
Yep.
still pretty happy to have this start, I would say.
Yo,
Meanwhile, both players going to mill 1. Cheshire Cat, Frostbound Paladin.
both players just milling allies that could have been used on this battle. Frostbound Paladin, very painful mill to Chung as well. Very painful mill as a Chester Cat.
On the bright side, he does draw into the Fractal Polar Depths, so
Yep.
pretty nice to have this extra Fractal.
Yep.
By the way, the Power Cell is a Fractal, so Chung actually took 2 damage earlier. Now, Sudden Steel is going to be burnt to go up to Lorraine level 1, and we're going to see the Inert Sword materialized as well off that on enter.
Yep, we are going to see basically the first level 1 tempo swings right here from both sides of the field. Chung right here, probably just going to chill again, just going to swing with the insult, I believe, and then just pass.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a pretty chill turn. Last game, he did not swing at level 1. Values the extra durability on the Inert Sword to use at level 3 a bit more, I believe.
I think that's also due to the fact that he's aiming for the level 3 Merlin to combo with the Merlin even number level counter effect. So you can get an extra 2 attack. But I think because of how slow this game's pace would be going, I think it's very likely that the Lorraine will hit this turn.
Yeah, and I see Chung has double Fireball. So he's in a pretty good spot, all things considered.
I think the Chunk's game plan now is just like, okay, I have the fireballs, right? So how do I win? I just need to go to level 3 as soon as possible so I can start farming those level counter and eventually win. Start Star will be coming down right here for more protections, although there's nothing to protect because there's nothing on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't have a clean way to level up. So just using this Stalwart Shieldmate as a way to put 2 cards into memory, and then we'll use that to level the following turn. Now, Genbu is going to, the Sapphire Face Stone is going to trigger floating memory. No. Seaside Ring
Seaside
Leader.
Ring Leader is pretty good.
Yeah, we will take that. Now we're going to see Tangu plus Seaside Ring Leader is an option. We'll have to tap 1 Fractal, but we take those trades.
Yep. I think we'll be playing the Tango first to see what we draw, what's in the box. Well, that's really quick, can't see anything, but we'll see it soon, sooner or later. I think we are going to actually even activate the Seaside Ring Leader, drawing 1 to memory.
Yep.
Again, really quick, didn't catch it, but I believe it will be a good...
Draws into a Tidestone Bowfire, which is great.
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's a taunt on the board, so you won't be able to deal damage to Merlin herself, but at the very least, we will start to get to mill 2. Unfortunately, though, milling right now might not be the best choice, since Chung is about to go to Merlin 2. So if you mill float, you're just going to accelerate the Merlin instead.
Just don't mill float. It's not like he's been milling float, right? Just don't mill it. I mean, if he doesn't mill float, I think it's fine to level up. I think it's fine.
Yeah, you should just play the Tidestone Bovine and not mill float.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna go ideal top. So there is gonna be a floating in to the graveyard this turn.
Ooh, and we're gonna be seeing quite a nice
Wow.
top 3. There's Idle Thoughts, there's a Seaside Ring Leader, there is a I believe that was a Fractal of Polar Depths again, and there's another Idle Thoughts as well. So lots of floating memory, lots of cards you want to see in the grave. So maybe it's okay to play the Bovine here.
I think regardless, you have to play a bowline because it's not just about setting up. It's also the fact that you want to actually eventually hit that quest counters farm with the Gambu flip. Because right now, it seems like Julian is really behind the race of trying to flip for his win con. Chung, on the other hand, his win con is pretty simple. I go to level 3, I wait it out for my level counter to go a decent amount, I fireball you.
Yeah, and he's actually chosen not to go for the Tidestone Bovine. Chung goes up to level 2. We're going to see Merlin Memory Thief. Now the Idle Thoughts is going to be eaten by him pretty soon.
Yep.
Back to him. Is there a dungeon guide available? It does not look like there is. But there is a floating memory available for him to eat. And he is going to nom 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 delicioso. The memory thieves. Steals?
The thief
steals the Idle Thoughts.
the thief steals the thought.
Yes. The thief thought he stole the thief's thought.
I was going to say, like, it sounds like a certain AI stealing certain creative things. But anyway, I don't know how to say that out properly. But we are going back into Delon's turn soon, I think. Delon is deciding what to materialize. Might be a level 2 play, actually, considering how the hand is right now. Just turbo it.
I think it's a little bit difficult. He's only got 3 quest counters right now, so it doesn't really hit the threshold that he wants. Maybe Art of War to protect himself from the Pendragon later. Or an early Safeguard
Early
Amulet.
safeguard. Do we have a way to destroy the safeguard right now?
I'm not sure if Merlin is on anything like the Reduce to Ash.
Yeah, I don't think we are playing Reduce to... Oh, we are. 2 Reduce to Ash.
Okay, yeah, we do have 2 copies
So-
of that. 2 copies of the Topsy Decree. We already saw 1, so...
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if Chung just reduce it right now?
Yeah, here is the Conniving Plans now. We're going to mill 2 more cards, and we have confirmed that both of those cards are water cards. So, wait, what? Oh, hold on.
Wait.
He's made a slight error, so won't be able to draw into memory.
Oh, unfortunately.
It is the Idle Thoughts and the Seaside Ring Leader, in fact. So, very unfortunate experience. Now, the Seaside Ring Leader is going to be used to draw a card into memory. Does he still have that Bovine in hand? It looks like he does not. And that's a really rough Conniving Plans for Delon.
Yep, we are going to recollect here to draw into the Polar Death right here. Polar Death, can we actually reach the Polar Death Rincon at this point? But it's a bit too slow, I think.
It's very far away right now,
Yeah.
but with double Polar Depths, it's a lot easier to actually hit. We're going to see him put down 3 cards for this Fractal Polar Depths. And then I wonder if we're going to finally see this Bovine hit the board.
Yeah, this Pokemon has been sitting in his hand like quite a while already.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got 2 other floating memory in the graveyard anyway, so we might as well just proceed with our own win con.
Ooh.
It's not going to be the Bovine, it's another Fractal?
Another
Fractal.
Polar Death.
Whoa, actually that means Lito is a lot closer than we think.
Yeah, and I don't think Chung has Nullifying Lantern, right?
I don't think so.
So this seems to be like a really, really guaranteed kind of way to miss meal your opponent if you have enough water cards.
Yeah, and this, but unfortunately for Delon, Chung is still on Merlin too, so he can continue to eat more of these water cards away from him. And Delon just not able to use his Tidestone Bovine just yet to continue to mill himself. So only 3 water cards in the graveyard, very, very far away from lethal right now.
Yep. I think Chung might just opt not to eat the floating memory just to go even counter, but he might change his mind.
Yeah, he does have to consider what the right play is. Chung from Hong Kong versus Delon Year from Singapore. This is going to be quite a game still. 27 minutes left on the clock. Of course, both players are win and in right now. And Chung, no dungeon guide, so we'll have to take another off turn. He's already woken up, so he's not going to go up to Merlin level 3 Kingslayer. He's going to go for a Terror Ring. And because we've done this, we can eat another floating memory, so that's still going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, I think Chung is intending to eat another floating memory. We do take a
Cheshire Cat.
Cat.
Cheshire Cat here is going to help push in some additional damage into the Lonier.
Ooh, I think
Frozen Dismissal.
I actually can see the dismissal
Only
here.
3 cards in hand for Chung, so this Cheshire Cat is not going to be long for this world. It's going to be dismissed. And Chung, unfortunately, left without any attack, without any damage available. Just going to eat the Fracture Ice here from Delon Year. Of course, it is both floating memory and a water card, so the much better choice for his dinner tonight.
Yeah, we are seeing that Delone is trying to consider other options that he can play right now, but I think it's looking like a really, really hard situation to highlight. If you notice, Delone's hands mills are not great so far. Like everything just, I don't know if you noticed, but seems like he's struggling.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely struggling. He's got a long way to go before he actually manages to find lethal here. Delon looks like he's holding on to his Art of War, maybe playing that down, just preventing more damage coming in from Chung at fast speed. Not at fast speed, but from allies that are very quick. Now, the Fractal is going to mill both of them. Sorry, the Sapphire Face Stone. Reduced to Ash is gone, and so is a Tidestone, sorry, a Chokekeeper Bullfrog for Delon, which is great.
Yeah. Delon just has a lot of fractals right here. 4 fractals. He could basically pay any sort of 4 or under cost for free without even putting cards down the memory. This guy is just stacked with resources left and right. But again, no win con. We're not seeing it at all.
Yeah, but there is going to be the 4 Fractals tapped. It might be that Unbroken Mustang here. Could be a great way to deny Spirit Blade Ascension on the level 3.
Might just deny the Tariff Ring if he really wants to.
Yeah, he could also deny the Tariff Ring, but I don't think Delon is going for a damage win con with these 2 Intercept and Taunt on the board right now from Chung.
Seems to be removing this sword right now.
Yeah, and Chung is going to go up to level 3. Does have the option to take 1 more float from Delon. Will, in fact, eat that Chokekeeper Bullfrog. And Chung is at level 6 right now.
Yep. Chung's
And
at level
will
6.
go up to level 7
Yep.
at the pre-recollection step. Which means this Fireball, if he chooses to shoot it right now, comes in for 8. That's pretty scary.
That Fireball is really, really big. I think Chung is gonna chill though. I think there's no reason to go any further because you know your opponent's like really behind. Well, he's gonna flip in like 6. He has 6 counters. He's gonna flip really soon, but you do have the upper hand. We are gonna go into Pendragon right here. Probably gonna return the Looking Glass.
Yeah, Looking Glass is gonna be returned. Does still have options to play for the rest of the turn. The Pendragon not gonna be able to attack thanks to the Art of War. But one good thing for Delon is that Merlin is no longer Memory Thief and will no longer be thieving his graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point though, I think the Thief has done enough work getting like, what, is that 4 memory counter, 3 memory counter? That's just a lot of memory counter, 3, and then you get 1 from leveling up, so that's 7 level 7 right now. Fireball, like you say, it deals 8 damage. That's more than now. Chung is to wait it a little bit more and find an opportunity to fire these fireballs.
With 1 damage onto Delon, double Fireball is lethal. It's insane because he's already taken so much. Here is the Goja level 2 now. He's going to use the Art of War as well as a floating memory.
Yep.
So the Art of War basically lets him pay 1 memory cost with the Art of War instead of card, effectively giving him a +1, which is great. And we're going to see him now go up to get the quest counters.
Yep, this is level 2, so we do have a little bit buffer, so you just outright don't die to like double fireball shenanigans. Not yet though, but it's looking really, really dangerous. Your opponent just has the Pendragon in hand, a really decent amulet, really decent influence size. Ooh, stratagem.
Stratagem is an option. He will be able to mill himself 7 times 3. 7 times 7 plus 7 is 14. 28. He can mill 28 cards from himself. Do you think he can find lethal with 28 mills?
28 mils, huh?
How much? Okay, so Merlin is at 2 damage counters.
Yep.
So cannot take any more damage because of the the taunt as well
Yep.
as the intercept.
Yep.
27 27
You
damage.
mean
so
9 floats?
float.
You mean
Yeah.
9 floats.
9 float is a lot of float.
Well,
And he's already used quite a bit.
well, if you don't believe, when you do believe? I think it's all about the belief system. Like if you're not gonna believe now, when you gonna believe?
That's right. You gotta trust. You know, you gotta trust that you're gonna mill him out. And he's counting deck.
Oh, he's trying to mill his opponent out instead of throwing for the stratagem game plan?
Say 36 cards in Chang's deck. A little bit off. A little bit off. With only 4 cards in Delon Year's graveyard, I don't think 36 is a reachable number right now. And just imagine if he had this Tidestone Bovine on the board earlier, doing a lot more work. Maybe then he could have been closer to lethal. Could have milled about like 5 or 6 cards already.
From what here is going to be played, going to be milling a water
Oh,
and
2
a,
float.
well, it is two float. You're right.
We take those. And then now it just feels like he's wasted the Gorgia level 2 because then he could have taken the on-enter and drawn 1 instead.
Yeah.
For Delon. Maybe.
Fatigue is getting to the players, I believe, because we do see like, I mean, it's been a really long day. This is round 8 of Swiss. This is currently around, want to say around 9 p.m.
Yeah, it's close to that already. It's about 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Speaking of 10 minutes away, we still have 20 minutes in this round, and it's still only game 1. There could be game 2 potentially.
This is game 2.
Oh,
Merlin has already
game
taken
1.
game
Yeah,
1.
yeah. This is there's a potentially game 3 if games don't go his way. So we will see what happens. If our Seeking does come down here, we are gonna get, I believe, an even counter from Merlin.
Odd. 5.
Odd.
It's 5 right now.
5?
Yeah. Chang was at level 8 last turn. Level 7 last turn. He's at level 8 right now.
Oh yeah, 7 plus
And
1.
now here is the flat iridescence. Coming in for 4 damage during the prereq.
That's a lot of damage.
4 damage is a lot. Merlin is not going to be able to draw a card this turn. Safeguard Amulet immediately cracks
Wow.
here. So Chung not going to be doing any more non-combat damage this turn. But Delon has the option to play the Beastborn Boots, maybe, if it's come into the deck from the sideboard.
Yeah, Beachbomb Boots.
Gives
Yeah,
Spell Shroud.
Yeah,
Shroud's good.
Spell Shroud helps a little bit against the Fireball shenanigans. But again, Delon doesn't really know that his opponent has double Fireball. We know he has double Fireball.
Yeah, counting deck again. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37.
37.
So from our previous count has gone up by 1. So we counted wrong earlier. 37 cards right now. And next turn is even level counter. So that's going to be an important threshold as well. 37. Very nice little marker there, Chang. Thank you very much. So we know how many cards are left in deck.
Yeah. So we do. I mean, it is really, really close. This triple polar death is not actually that difficult, right? To
Yeah.
hit.
We need to hit 19. 19, mill myself once.
Yep.
Then mill myself again.
Yep.
Then mill you.
Yep.
So 19, no, 10, 10, 20. Yeah, so you need to hit 10. You mill yourself once for 10 first.
Yep.
Then 20.
Yep.
Then your opponent for 40.
Yeah.
But remember, he has non-water cards in his deck as well. So that could be dangerous as well.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
do
just
have to see.
Yeah, I mean, just hit it. So
Just
hard.
hit. Yeah, just don't miss. Bro, he has the counter there. It's 37.
He's just making sure that no funny business
Yeah,
are
no
going
foul
on.
play. I mean, this is good. It's important to just make sure you don't know anything unless you see it with your own eyes. So it's important to check. Checking cards in hand as well from the side of Chung. On the stack of getting milled out, there is a reality that Delon just get double fireball and die. So we do have to be wary of that.
Yeah.
So there is the Beast Bomb Boots, making sure that he doesn't lose to that suddenly. Not only is double Fireball a threat, he also has Flare Iridescence in the graveyard, so can also be using that. 6 cards, I believe, for Chung. And there's the Fireball on the stack of
Fireball on the stack.
the Beast Bomb Boots. So coming in for 9 right now. 9 plus 9 is lethal. Is there a negate for the side of Delonier?
There is Blanche, I think, on the second card.
Oh, he does have Blanche, yes, so can prevent quite a bit of this damage as well. Might allow this one to resolve. And then has a Cerulean Decree, so can negate the following Fireball. We do have to make a decision though. 18 life remaining, Fireball in for 9. Another 9 will be lethal. Delonier, with the Cerulean Decree in hand, has to decide on the timing. Because there is a chance that Chung just doesn't fire this second Fireball either.
Yeah, and again, he doesn't know that Chung has this second Fireball. We are with the open knowledge that he does have it. We are going to see a Cerulean Decree here.
Cerulean Decree is going to be used on the first Fireball, not on the second. Chung has to think this through. If this is negated, then he does not have lethal. If he does pay for it, he still does not have lethal. So he does pay, and this Fireball does go through for 9. But that does mean that he won't be able to follow it up with a second Fireball. Delonier now putting another card into the graveyard. That's 6 water cards now. Gets to draw a card into the memory. Pre-recollection is going to be playing more cards. He's going to... Oh, there is the Blanche. Going to prevent 5 of this 9 damage, which means he's only going to be taking 4 from this Fireball. Fireball for 4 is still going to be pretty painful, but it's not going to be Fireball for 9, and that's a big difference. Meanwhile, the materialization now is going to complete. Genbu mills the blue Sapphire Face No mills both players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in the graveyard now.
We do have enough to flip the game, but at this point, I don't think...
No, that's lethal. He has 7 cards in the graveyard. The three Polar Depths makes 10. 10 plus 10 is 20. 20 plus 20 is 40. Mills Chung for 40. He also has the Tidestone Bovine available to swing and mill himself 2 more. This could be everything that Delonier needs to find game in this really rough game 2 so far for both players. After getting his Fracturized Top C Decreed, losing an additional card from hand after such a slow start, this triple fractal could be all he needs. Here is one more swing into the Stalwart Shieldmate. Gonna mill himself 2 more. That's gonna be water. That's all you wanna see. 3 fractals available. 3 penguins about to send Chung to the Antarctic.
Yeah, these 3 cute little things are not that cute anymore. They're probably going to send Chung into game 3 if everything goes well right here. I think Dylan is just doing the math, because this math is a bit difficult to count actually, right? Unless you're pretty used to the math itself, but we might have... But again, take note. So in theory, if Dylan takes this game, we are going to do a game 3 under 15 minutes.
It is going to be a rough 15 minute to finish, but if you play quickly, if you find the outs, you can finish the games really quickly. This game took just a little over 20, so you just have to find it. Delonier has to make a decision right here, right now. There's only 1 card left in Chung's hand. Has to really pick up the pace so that he can finish this series. He is going to use the Fractals of Polar Depths. Remember, you do have to use them in the correct order. First, he's going to just tap 3 of them and playing something else.
Probably... Is that Coronation hand?
Oh, it's Stratagem.
Stratagem? We're going to Stratagem?
We're going to Stratagem and mill ourselves?
Oh,
I guess he has lethal from Stratagem. Yeah, he's only has 1 card in hand.
just consider. I think either way, with Stratagem or without Stratagem, I think it's still a bit more dangerous. I think Chung just accepts the game and like, okay, we are not going to finish this game. I think Chung realized that he's not even winning. Chung just say, okay, we're going to go to game 3 and see how we can take this game.
Yeah.
With only 13 minutes from both sides. How do you feel about this?
I mean, it's going to be a tough time. Both, if they have a similar start to game 2, it's not going to happen. But if they're able to draw just like game 1 a little bit better, library cremate, I mean...
It's like game 1, we were fireworks left and right. It was such an exciting environment. Game 2 was just like, you know, both players were just having a steady life in the Sahara Desert. It was so dry. But the conclusion was fire.
It was fire, yes. Actually, it was water because the Stratagem of actually it was ice. The Stratagem of Mirrored Ice, and that's the card that
fire and ice
finished
is the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Fire and ice are not the same thing.
What
that
do
doesn't
you
make
mean?
any sense.
No. But they might be different, but they're both the same extreme. One is hot, one is cold.
That's not how it works. They're not the same extreme. They're opposite extremes. Okay, this is not a podcast. This is a cast. So we gotta lock in. Meanwhile, they're shuffling up the decks. I don't think any sideboard changes are gonna happen.
I don't think
again.
so. I don't think any of them want to waste time here. They're like, we'll go fast. We're gonna probably see a really fast game, fast decision making, because they both understand that their deck are not meant to win within 12 minutes, I believe.
If you lock in, if you play fast, I think it's going to be a possibility. Both of them are, of course, again, win and end into day 2.
Yeah.
And they're both, of course, looking for it.
Yeah, I think none of them really wants a tie right here. It's not going to help any of them. They really want to win it here and end on a good note, at least at the end of round 8. There is still round 9.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be locked in for day 2.
Yeah, you want to lock in data as soon as possible.
On the last game, if you're tired, you can ID, but if you're going to ID, you're not going to make top 8. So you do have to make sure that you have that decision made already. Are you here for the day 2 or are you here for Kaze?
So, see,
huge start for DeLon. Does have the Idle Thoughts.
Idle Thought does help.
Full pass for Chung. Does he have the Top C Decree? We're going to find out pretty soon. Idle Thoughts is most likely going to be played here for DeLon. Wants to be able to look at the top 4 cards of his deck and then after that decide what is going to be played, what is going to be milled. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 floating memory. Thank the Lord. He will have 2 Fractals of Polar Decks as well, which is going to be really crucial for the side of DeLon here. He actually is considering putting the
This a world
Dismissal on top.
That's a world where we just play out the Frostborn Paladin and eat the floating memory. We do have enough resources. It's just that what do you want to do? You want to prioritize the gamble first, or you actually want tempo?
Yeah.
So I think he's just considering this option because this is, I would say, it's a really good opening from the top decks and the hand, but it's really hard to decide which one is better.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, you do have that alternative win condition of, well, normally the damage is the normal win condition.
Yeah, just ally gaming, right? Just play your Frostborn Paladin, just play it out like a typical water deck. Because Frostborn Paladin, as we all know, is one of the most strongest followers and allies in this current game.
However, if you want to finish this game in 12 minutes, you cannot be spending 3 minutes on turn 1. Here's the Idle Thoughts, and immediately we're going to see the Frostborn Paladin put down onto the board, because if not, then that would be a very odd top 4 ordering. Here is the Frostborn Paladin now immediately going to be played. Is going to allow him to on-enter draw that Fractal of Polar Depths, which is going to be a nice card to have. 3 damage is going to be put into the side of Chung. Chung now, does he have a Creative Shock?
Might go for an Idle Thought if he really wants to, or you could just save it for the backup.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an Idle Thoughts, but I think saving it, because you already have knowledge of the top 3 cards, is going to be better. He is going to Idle Thoughts again.
He's thinking about it. I think that's a bit greedy, I think. Would you say?
I mean, if he Idle Thoughts again, it's just so he has a floating memory to level up safely.
Yeah.
But I don't really think it's necessary. You should just risk the 4 cards currently. Creative Shock is going to be played for Chung. He is going to be able to look at the top, draw 2 cards, and then discard 1 as well. No response from the side of DeLon here. Will discard a Gentle Respite. Is going to be using that to level up to Lorraine level 1.
Yep. Chung just has the Dungeon Guide as well in his hand. So we do have knowledge that Chung, as long as he reaches level 2 safely, he will be able to go into level 3 really fast. So it just depends on how fast he can go there. We are going to see into the Swallow again. Going to be paying for 2. He does have 2, right?
Yeah, he paid 2.
Yeah,
for
he
that
paid 2.
sword
Yep.
already. Does also have a Dungeon Guide. Can go up to level 2 later. Right now, just putting in 2 damage into the face. 2 damage into the Frostborn Paladin.
Ooh.
Does he have another ally to do 2? There is the Tree of Hearts. That is going to be huge for Chung. Will get rid of this crucial ally that DeLon spent the majority of his first turn playing. Does not have a response to anything right now. Is not going to be able to negate this Tree of Hearts. No response means this Frostborn Paladin goes to the graveyard, and that means he's lost his 3-4 crucial ally.
Yeah.
But at the very least, he will still be able to go up to level 1. Next turn, he will be able to mill a floating memory as well. Let's see what DeLon ends up doing now. Does have to make the choice here on the materialization.
This shows you how strong this in the slot is. Like back then when we talk about Lorraine, right? Lorraine only usually materialize a weapon that is usually 1 attack. Even if it's 2 attacks, it's a bit more higher cost. But with this inert sword, it basically spawns out a 2 attack sword, and then with any 2 attack ally, you can take out a 4 defense ally, like what happened right here. So we are going to go back to DeLon's turn here. It is going to actually force out the Gorcha level 1 here. Interesting.
Yeah, Gorcha level 1 is going to be a really crucial step in his game plan. First, we're going to lose the Reflecting Missile. No big deal. No other fractals on the board as well. Sapphire Fate Stone is going to make his way onto the board. It's going to allow him to mill 1 as well as mill 1 card from the side of Chung. And we already saw the top card of his deck right now is that Primordial Ritual. So there is going to be Floating Memory. Crystallized Destiny is going to be lost for Chung, which is going to be pretty huge.
The rare moment where he actually moves for floating for this game right here. Really good.
Yeah, thanks to the Idle Thoughts.
Idle Thoughts right there. We will have Polar Depths gaming again. I think I see 2 Polar Depths.
Yeah, he already saw that on the Idle Thoughts earlier, so we'll be able to go for 2 fractals of Polar Depths right now,
Yep.
and can also go for another Idle Thoughts in order to guarantee what he's milling the following turn. He did put down one of those fractals of Polar Depths, so may not be... No, he has both of them in hand, so
Yeah.
has enough influence to pay both of them this turn, actually. Might be going for that play indeed.
Yeah, I think it might be. It's alright to play it. Oh, just in the pass. Interesting.
Full passing here, but doesn't keep the Frozen Dismissal in hand, so a bit of an odd choice. We will see what ends up being the play.
Yeah.
Chung, though, can go up to level 2 very easily here, using that stored Shieldmate, and also using 1 card from his memory. And then, because he's at Merlin level 2, will be able to eat this Primordial Ritual, so suddenly he's lost a lot of value from this 1 mil of Floating Memory.
Yep. I think he's probably actually going to do it. I think you will probably just go into it, stealing the Primordial Ritual.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, just go Dungeon Guide, swing 2 first.
Yeah, 2 damage into the Guojia, now eats the Primordial
Yeah.
Ritual. Floating Memory now no longer available for Delon Year the following
Dungeon
turn.
Guide.
Not going to wait and dilly-dally around any longer. We're not going to wait until we have eaten 3 Floating Memory before we go up to Merlin level 3. Dungeon Guide might be the play right here, right now.
Oh,
Is,
pass.
in fact, not the play.
Is it because he's scared of dismissal?
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of cards available in hand, so may not be Dismissal, but we'll find out. There is going to be Floating Memory, non-Floating Memory built again from this Sapphire Fatestone. Now,
Yep.
3 counters already. We're going to pop this Tangu as well to draw another card into the memory, recollect and draw. Still quite a number of counters away from Gambu, the Black Tortoise, hitting the board and also providing its strong protection for Delon Year.
Yeah, I think Delon's case right now is just which win con do I want to play? Do I actually want to go into the Polar Depths Mill win con, or do I want to eventually draw into my stratagem and win through that, or I actually win with Field? I think Field is a really, from what we've been observing, a difficult win con for this matchup. Doesn't seem to be easy. Compared to the Polar Depths win con, we're going to see another Polar Depths right here. I think the Polar Depths win con is more likely the route that we're taking.
Yeah, Fugui is basically not a real win con in this matchup because of Prismatic Edge.
Yeah.
Because on enter, it will be able to do 3 damage to Genbu because it is not a spell, it is a sword. And Genbu is not Sword Shroud, it is Spell Shroud.
Yeah, for those that are not aware, Field basically swaps the stats of both Gambu attack and defense. So Gambu might have a very strong attack stats, but when he swaps his defense stats, it's let's just say not big.
It's 3.
It's not big. So we are going to go into Creative Shock right here. I think Chung is considering to... I think he will go to level 3, I think, through the materializing phase. I can't imagine why you wouldn't do it right now.
Yeah, he discards the Floating Memory, so may go all the way up to Merlin level 3, choosing to not use the Dungeon Guide. Maybe just, like you said, wants to play around a Frozen Dismissal, because we do know that Delon is playing it, since he has shown it in the previous games already. Loses the Dungeon Guide, loses the Topsy Decree, doesn't need those cards right now, and Delon basically has no Floating Memory. And now, Merlin level 3 hits the board, gets an even level counter, gets to draw an additional card in the pre-recollection step. Does he have a Spirit Blade Ascension? He does. Will he be using that so that he can get a big 5 damage swing this turn? 5 damage plus the 3 damage from Spirit Blade Ascension itself. Creative Shock instead is the choice.
Maybe trying to dig for that Pendragon.
And Delon has made a little oopsie here. He has to Ruling Decree, but his 2 norm cards left in hand. Won't be able to imbue it. He's shaking his head. I think he recognizes, oh no.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate.
Creative Shock into the Ascension is going to be pretty huge.
I think he just has to let it through, right? Oh, you're actually just going to negate it.
He is going to negate it and is paying with a norm card. Very, very unfortunately.
Yep. Also using the Polar Depths just to not play too much with the effects. Chung is just reading and making sure of what is going on. So we are going to get the card negated and going back to Chung's turn. Do we see a Pendragon?
Well, we denied the Creative Shock and there is no Pendragon. 2 damage comes in from the Tree of Hearts now. Another 4 damage coming in from Merlin. Level 3 herself. No cards left available in Delon's hand. He has 2, but that's not going to be enough to do anything just yet. Except maybe a Tidal Lock. He does have 3 water cards.
Chung probably just pass it. I don't think you want to sudden steal for... I guess you can sudden steal for 1 memory cost, I guess.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think for 1 reserve cost, it's not bad, but...
Yep, there it is.
Okay, we are actually going to do it. Wait, this for 6 plus...
6 plus 4?
10? Well, 10, wow. That's a lot of damage.
Is a lot of damage, and Delon doesn't have a response for this.
Bruh,
He
that's
just
a lot
needs
of
the
damage.
10. Takes up to 13 already? Oh my.
Oh,
But there goes the Inert Sword.
the tables has turned.
The tables have been turning. 2 minutes left in the round. Delon has to find a very decisive lethal, or he is not going to be able to win the game here. Only 3 water cards in the graveyard. Remember, in order to win, on average, you need to have at least 10. And
Well,
right now, with only 2 Fractals of Polar Depths, you need closer to 20.
I think it's a bit of a hard situation now. Dylan needs more influence right now. Influence of 6 is really, really small for this particular deck. So all he needs to do now is find ways to farm the influence, but I don't think he has any of those cards right now.
Yeah, I mean, he can still go for the backup charger. Hasn't used it just yet this game. Could also try to go safer with the Safeguard Amulet instead. He's really, really far away from the Gambu game plan, so isn't going to be able to use a taunt. And just in a little bit of a predicament. 1 minute 51 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, but we do have overtime, I believe.
We do still have 5 minutes of overtime and 3 turns, but again, we don't want to hit the that overtime if possible.
Yeah, it's possible if we don't want to hit it, because that means that both players will be just be limited to a few self-turns. Jordan here is just taking his time right here, still undecided full about it.
Goes to Goja too.
Wow, just losing more influence right here. Probably recognizing that, okay, I probably need to be at a higher HP buffer to survive. I think that's maybe the thinking.
Yeah, I mean, this puts him at 9 effective life. However, Merlin is going to come in for, I guess right now he has 2 damage represented. Does get to recollect and draw for a turn. No, uses a Seaside Ringleader first, now recollecting. Mills, both players 1. Seaside, 3 of Hearts is going to be milled for Chung. And now, Guojia, anything else? There is nothing. Pre-rec is going to go back to his turn already. I don't think a Stratagem win con is... Oh, Stratagem, speak of the devil, is on the... Is in the hand.
Is that enough hand?
He does have enough hand, but he has nowhere near enough float. Only 4 water cards in graveyard, and Merlin is at 3 damage counters.
You see, right? Sometimes in life, it's not about the odds being low. It's about the chance of winning. You might have a chance to win. Why not you take it right here, right now? No. You take 13 damage counter. You are literally on your knees. Your opponent is really ahead of you, and God gave you a card. Or someone else gave you a card. I don't know who gave you the card, but no, he's deciding, and time is running out.
Yeah,
what else can you do?
Send it. He has to send it. He's only got 4. Okay, so he can Idle Thoughts to guarantee 1 floating memory in the graveyard. Unfortunately, that's not a water card, so he will mill himself 12 cards.
Yeah, Idle Thought, right? Is that enough?
Yes, he can Idle Thoughts, and then he can mill himself 12 cards.
Okay, they're just explaining the overtime rule right now, I believe.
Confirming Delon is going to be turn 0.
3.
Is he going to send it? Is he really going to send it right here, right now?
Look, man, sometimes in life it's all about destiny. Imagine this situation right now. Right now, we're all watching it live, all of us, commenting this. Man top deck it. We're talking about it. It's very low odds, but it's not 0.
The chance is not 0, you're right.
It's higher than 1, I think.
It's higher than 1. He might go for the Idle Thoughts here. He just needs to mill...
Just do it.
He needs to mill 8 floating memory in 12 cards.
What's so hard? Huh?
Can he do it? We have to find out. Delon has to decide. There's only going to be 4 minutes left on the clock.
Chung right there is just standing confused what's going on.
Chung, of course, he's so much closer to lethal than Delon is. Only 9 effective life. And I believe with the Spirit Blade Ascension, he might even have a reasonable lethal line.
I have a favorite sports wear. It's called Nike. And Nike tells me to just do it.
I think Nike does indeed tell you to just do it. He's looking, he's putting more cards. He's putting 5. He's putting 4. He does not, in fact, have enough cards to play down the Idle Thoughts first.
Yeah, I don't think he has. He
has to just go for the Stratagem and send 4 cards in the graveyard. He's going to Stratagem. He's going to send both of these Fractals of Polar Depths into the grave reserve. He mills himself for 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but that's a non-water card. Means he only mills 9.
3. How many more do
he
we need?
has 9 mills. He needs to mill 6 float.
Believe.
No, he has 10 mills. 10 mills to mill 6 floating memory.
He has it. I think he has it.
Can we find it? Can we see it? 10 total mills. 6 floating memory. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. 0. No! It's not
4.
enough. He's only hit 4.
I think it's over.
That's only 7 floating memory, and as much as that's 21 damage, Merlin is a 28 health champion. Won't be enough. And despite DeLon sending it like he's FedEx, he isn't able to find the lethal in this crucial turn.
I think it's not even over yet. I think DeLon can just remove the allies and go, oh, just gonna send out the face?
You do have to send all to face.
Oh yeah, you can sweep your target, yeah.
And now Chung is going to have the turbo find lethal here. Drawn Blade is going to be the play. He gets to draw a card. Look at how fast he's going to play. He does have another sudden steal. That's going to be lethal for sure. Spirit Blade Ascension is going to be his choice. We'll get to return this Drawn Blade for the Prismatic Edge. We'll have that 3 damage done with a fire card. The Creative Shock is going to be enough. 2 more damage. 6 life remaining. The Prismatic Edge comes in for 5. The Tree of Hearts comes in for 2. The Sudden Steal comes in for 6. Creative Shock is still going to be used. We're still looking for more outs. It's not. It's Balls of Pendragon. The Looking Glass is now going to be returned to the deck. He is going to draw 2 more cards. Pendragon for 3. Goes Tree of Hearts for 2. And now Sudden Steal for 10. And that's game. DeLon here tries his best. Sends with everything he has, but is not able to find lethal in the second last game of Swiss in Ascent Manila.
Maybe it wasn't God that sent that stratagem. Maybe it was someone else.
It was Chung. It was the devil. It was the devil's temptation.
No. Let's not accuse anyone of anything. I think it was just a really, really hype game. Really, really fantastic way of ending. And I mean, to be honest, in DeLon's situation, time's running out, and like at this point, you're really tired. And even then, you look at the odds, like, what's the worst that can happen? You know, I can win here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, he gambled and he almost hit. He hit 7 floating memory.
No, it wasn't gambling. It was taking a shot.
Yes, it was his only out, and he tried. He failed, but at least he tried.
Yeah, exactly. At least he tried. I won't call it gambling. I would just say trying his best.
Like the question then is like, why did he go to level 2? Because if he wasn't at level 2, then he would have the additional influence, would have guaranteed the idle thoughts.
To be fair, he drew the stratagem off the top, right? He didn't really have it in his hand.
Yeah, but he went for level 2 into quest counters, no?
Did he not draw?
I think he went quest counter. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. But the devil sent the card. He sent the temptation, and the temptation took him over. And unfortunately, the devil was not kind enough to give him the floating memory.
I mean, at the end of the day, all that matters, like, he tried his best. Again, I think he still has one more round, one more shot at round 9. So I think he will be fine. He just need to win that game, and it's all good. But congratulations to Chung there, securing his slot for day 2, wishing the best for him. We are going to see Merlin in day 2, and maybe a gamble if all goes well right there.
Yeah, I mean, DeLon here unfortunately wasn't able to find the lethal line there, wasn't able to find any allies in the early parts of the game to push in a little bit more damage either.
His hand has been, I would argue, for 3 games, his hand has not been that great. Maybe game 1, but even then it's very difficult to maneuver the hand. That's the thing about it's not even about the deck. I think it's just card game in general. Yeah. Sometimes odds are just not in your favor. In the end of the day, it's really much about luck, and it is what it is, I think. So, well, maybe fortune would favor him in next round. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he's 5-2, 5-3 now. So we are going to hit into a break before the final round, and we will see you for round 9.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello, welcome back to Ascent Manila Day 1. I'm joined back with Flown right here. We're about to watch the last Switch round for Day 1. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling great. It's been a long day, but we've had a lot of exciting matches. So far, there are, I think, 31 players who are guaranteed to get into Day 2, and there's about 53 other people who are kind of winning in to try and get in. So we might expect maybe around like 40 to 50 people, 45 to 50-ish people. And we've got a classic for you. We have not featured this deck yet, but I'm not sure if everyone wants to see Fire Taxes Vanitas in the last round.
Yep, we will have
Day 1.
Vanitas versus, we believe here Lorraine Spirit Ruler
Yes,
right here.
this is Sword Saints Vow.
Yep.
Spirit Ruler Lorraine. So more on that, like, okay, I'm gonna bring out Sword Saints. I'm gonna get a bunch of hone counters. I'm gonna hone by fire, rending for like 1 trillion.
Yep, even has dispersion as well.
Yeah. So this is a really fun deck, and it ends games really quickly. But guess what? Look who had happened. Turn 1. Who went first? Oh wait, is that Liminal Guide pass?
Yep, I think it's just Luminous Guide
Oh,
pass.
don't tell me the Vanitas where it's going Liminal Guide pass. Literally, this whole deck's entire game plan is to go neutral and then turbo to level 3.
Yep, so we are going to go to level 3 right now. Just revealing that he is indeed Vanitas, and now Egg is going to be choosing what to banish right here for the memory cost.
I suppose if you haven't seen Vanitas, it's been a while since this deck has been kind of in the meta. This deck's whole point is it gets to level 3 as soon as possible, and because Vanitas 3, you can just kind of like activate it.
Yep.
You just level up to 3, you go up to 2, you put a horse down or play anything at 3 cost, you just hard level to 3, and then you just hit them. And Vanitas level 3's effect is nasty because it allows you to, it basically puts a tax effect on your opponent where when they materialize a card, it costs 1 extra. And guess what? You know what? There's a deck that gets very affected by that, and that's Lorraine, because the bringing out of the sword at level 1 is a materialization.
Yeah, like in general, this Vanitas deck set is trying to aim for decks that are trying to oftentimes materialize cards from their deck, basically aiming for level 3 decks. Because if you're being taxed to level up, you're going to be losing influence. And if you're a level 3 deck, most cases are your influence is getting lower and lower. And the horse part of this deck is basically, well, you're level 3. Why not just play a bunch of Pride 3 good allies, right? Just play a bunch of horses. You'll be good.
There is a huge problem, though, is because with Vanitas going first, you really just need to play anything that stays influence neutral.
Yep.
But he did not have that. He had to play Liminal Guide turn 1.
Yeah.
And that means he actually cannot do the classic Vanitas line of 1 Dungeon Guide or Beseech to 2, and then hard level to 3. Because he didn't have enough cards to put down to level up. So he's stuck at level 2 Vanitas, and it's probably going to be stuck there for a while.
Yeah, it's going to be there for quite a decent amount of time right here.
And we have now missed our window to get the double tax off the Lorraine 1 here, so definitely going to get harder and harder from here.
Yep, and Carlos is just going to be taking a bit of a hit right here with the Crusader Cat coming down right here. Crusader Cat is going to be, is going to be hitting for 3 with the inner sword right there.
Yeah, so just Egg putting on the pressure here, and Carlos can't find a way to level up next turn. It's going to get harder and harder. Let's see if Egg even has something to stop Vanitas' tax, though. Like, he would need to have either a Resolute or possibly a Crystallized Destiny. But Vanitas has lots of ways of getting around that, namely around Volda. Smolder Spire, making your damage unpreventable for the turn. We're just going to go Inert Sword here. So we're going to pay our last 2 to bring out the Inert Sword. And now we just need any 3-cost card, then we can start taxing.
Yeah, the big problem I see here is that Carlos doesn't have any sort of defensive tool. So if Egg just go really, really aggressive, right? We are going to see a Dreamfairer here. If Egg just goes really aggressive here, Carlos can just lose because of just pure straight damage from your opponent.
So because we have Inert Sword, the main thing we need to watch out for is Crystallized.
Yep.
We have nothing that can stop this. If it gets stopped, it gets stopped. But we can get at least over a Resolute stand. So let's see, Egg, do you have anything? Or otherwise, you are about to get put into the IRS.
Alright, in this case, the Vanitas text.
The VRS, I
the
guess.
VRS.
Okay, Egg, he's thinking about it a lot. Makes me think maybe he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing about the Vanitas deck, right? It kind of like just plays by itself because all you need to do is just have that magic number, right, of just 1, 3, 3, and then you eventually go into the Vanitas level 3. And then after that, it's just like, oh, hands off. You just see what you draw, see what you hit, and then see what your opponent interact. I think he is going to get taxed right here.
Ouch, that's not good. So the one saving grace here, since we already hit level 1,
Yep.
we would get taxed at level 2, and as long as we have the dungeon guide, we can dungeon guide to 3, which gets around the tax, because that is not a materialization.
Yep. Again, this is not advice for tax invasion. This is basically how the deck
No,
is trying
no,
to avoid.
I totally approve of dungeon
What?
guide tax evasion. You know,
Hey, no.
maybe maybe the dungeon guide's like a shady, one of those shady back alley tax agents that tries to get you a bunch of.
Come on, are you an accountant? Are you actually work for an accountant firm like giving advices? Or?
No, no, no.
Okay, we are going to actually. I think Fluffy is right here.
So the important thing with this deck is you need to get the Sword Saint's Vow into your banishment so that when you level up to 3 with Spirit Ruler, you can bring it back. So the main way you do it is either Clarent or Fluffy.
Yep.
Clarent is obviously guaranteed, but Fluffy you have to draw into it. So there it is, Sword Saint's Vow gonna go. So if you haven't seen the combo, Spirit Ruler Lorraine, she has a little nasty effect. I guess people don't see her very often because Crux Knight is the preferred Lorraine in most cases, but Spirit Ruler, she can bring back a sword and gives it 3 durability counters.
Yep.
And of course, we know Sword Saint's Vow.
Yeah.
This whole thing is about having as many durability counters as possible. Oh my god, there it goes. We're putting the Beast Soul's Visage on the Liminal Guide. This is a scary man. You know, he's like a Viking over here.
Yeah.
Putting on, or maybe more like Hercules.
It's no longer a Luminant guy. It's
Oh.
a Luminant beast. Oh.
Okay,
We are going to be
okay.
preventing some damage.
That's really good here because now that means if we want to kill the Fluffy Shopkeep, we need to slam our Vanitas into it, which also eats our Inert Sword. So a lot of advantage here
I
from
don't
doing
think you
this.
get taxed as well if you actually swing with the Vanitas.
Yeah, no, you can't, but you're going to have to kill
Yeah.
the Fluffy. Oh, actually, are we killing?
Ooh.
We're killing. Okay, we're just going to kill Liminal Guide here. Actually, he doesn't need to use the sword here because Vanitas, he has innate 3 power here,
Yep.
so he doesn't not need a weapon to swing.
Yep. One of the few champions that has its own attack stats, I believe.
I think the only other
One.
champion is, well, Vanitas level 2
Yeah.
and Trisket.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that have innate power stat as a champion.
Yep. I think this is a prime time to actually go into level 2 if we can.
Yeah, but it really depends. Do we have the dungeon guide already?
Yeah.
The big thing. Oh, wait, we're
Oh.
going for Clarent instead. Okay.
Just gathering swords into the banished area.
I mean, if we have a way of killing the Liminal Guide, we can at least stop him from trying to kill our Fluffy. Actually, notably, Carlos is on Looking Glass and not on... He's not on Lost Providence. I
Yep.
know a lot of these Vantas have been on Looking Glass because they want to play Unmake Duality as a 4
yeah.
Just guarantee you get a +1 anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Duality has been basically shaping up people to basically play the Looking Glass because it does incentivize you to, okay, look, Looking Glass is a very strong mid-game tempo because of the Innate Sword, and with the Make Duality, you're basically sort of a guaranteed +1. It's like running a GCR at this point.
Okay, so we see a hone on the Inert Sword just to kill the Liminal Guide.
Interesting.
This is a really smart play because, look, now there's nothing that can threaten the Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yep.
And Vanitas is going to be forced to swing into it just to get rid of it. And if we're holding a second Resolute, I don't think we are, but still, that means one more turn of not getting taxed.
Yeah, so with that being said, we are not probably just to be protected from the tax because of Fluffy Shopkeeper. So right now, I think Egg is just trying to cycle through, see what else he can draw. Oh, dropping another Luminant Guide. That is really, really good right
And
there.
the Library Witch 2, we are so defended right now.
Yeah, we are so defended from the tax. Sensor does negate everyone's graveyard effect. Not really affecting Carlos at this point because Carlos is at level 3.
Yeah, we are at least stopping that Liminal Guide that's in Egg's grave. We have no way of getting rid of this, so we're just going to slowly whittle away and hope that we can get through this. And we've got to
Retaliate.
retaliate for 1. Then we get Dream Fairy. Going to finish off Library Witch. Does get us a draw. Refunds herself. Now, do we have everything we need to level up to 3 and go for a big kill line? Remember, this Vandas deck has 2 cards in hand, doesn't really have anything that it could possibly do. So if we just go... We're going to have Sword Saint's Vow,
Yep.
5 power, Rending Flames, 8. If we have a Hone on it, we can get like another, what, like 10 damage? So it's like, it's very possible that we just one-shot here, depending on... We have the 3 fire cards in grave already, so we have everything we need to Rending. And this is kind of the whole point of the deck.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the influence at this point. How many influence that it actually has. We are going to go into Blade Master first, trying to basically pay for the cost, paying 2, see what we banish. Bridge and Treasure Cat, not really that important at this stage right now.
It's an additional +2 damage as well, so maybe that comes up.
Yeah, so with 2 damage and with the inner sword, it is basically 4, right? If we, in theory, rending here, rending would go 7.
Times 2, 14. So we just need 5 more damage. So that means if we have the dungeon guide, if we got hone as well, you can go hone. Any other sorts of buffs?
One will get us to 22, I believe.
No, well, it would be doubled as well because
Yeah.
so it'd be
22.
it would be 2, 4. It would be 2, 4, 6,
9, 18.
9, 18, 18, which is 1 off, but then we still have swing here. So let's see. Does he have it? Does he have it? Rending Flames would be very Rendang over here. I still don't think I see. I see Cremation. Wow, Egg just not having Dungeon Guide either. So it seems like both players kind of having some anemic starts here.
Yeah, and Carlos here will be very happy to see there's nothing protecting Egg here. He will be very free to just go with the taxation, even adding more taxation from the Terror Ring right
So
here. Literate Terror.
you're taxed to materialize, you're taxed to attack. What else are we going to tax people on? You're going to be taxed on your graveyard that you cannot use. And
That's
here
crazy.
comes Dilu. Dilu, the big horse on the block, coming out here. Going to swing for another 3.
Tax.
We don't care about that pride stuff. We are actually just able to hit it. And we're actually going to start clearing allies here.
Yeah, we're going to actually hit the Tree of Hearts right here, just clearing it off. Tree of Hearts effect will trigger, discarding the Cremation Ritual. Doesn't really need it right now.
Okay. So we are unfortunately not being able to throw anything of value